So that's important. MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network, has a database which they graciously let me use their database, which is nice because I'm not a MUFON investigator, but they knew what they were doing. And then I mentioned Carl Feit earlier. He had a website where he collected a bunch of these cases. So I looked at all of those, and then there's books and like out-of-print magazines from the 1970s. For just get them and find those cases.
Where are people seeing these USOs? For the most part, is there one spot in the world where they seem to be mostly condensed to or confined to? And second question is, what kind of people are reporting this?
Yeah, there are hot spots. Part of the problem with USOs is we're all like, we live on the land. We're landlubbers. Yeah. So usually you're not out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. So that's a problem. Navies of U.S. Navies didn't like to talk. You'll get Navy stories from some Navy guy in 20, 30, or more years after they retire, when sometimes anonymously they will report something to some website somewhere. Like that happens. And I try to collect all of those. They're very interesting. But basically, we are, so when people see these, they're usually on the coast. Or maybe they're on a lake or a river, but if it's an ocean base, which is most of them, it's long coast. That's what
about like oil rigs?
Yeah, a couple of them. There's a good one from the Gulf of Mexico, right? Gulf of America, Gulf of Mexico.
Gulf of America, brother. That's where we are, right there. Gulf's right there.
Exactly. So there's quite a few from the Gulf here, quite a few. And one of my favorite ones, this is from the National UFO Reporting Center. It's in 2017. A guy operating on a rig wrote into Newport, the website, and he described this. He said I was with a bunch of other guys on our rig, and there was another rig, he said, a couple of miles over this way, and in between this humongous, gargantuan football field plus size object comes out of the water, dripping water, flying saucer.
Football field?
That's what he wrote. And we're watching it drip water, we're kind of blown away, and it just sits off, it's gone. Now, how do you investigate that? It's almost impossible. So Peter Davenport wrote as an addendum to this case. He said, I spoke with the witness on the phone. Peter would do that sometimes. He said, I found it to be highly credible, highly this and that. Apparently this was a very well-spoken, believable individual. Peter found it. And that's really all that happens. But it's a pretty interesting story, and I read it again. That's one of the cases I chose to the third one in my study.
Did that corroborate any other accounts or any other similar accounts with football field? Really?
Also, not just USOs, but you get UFO cases of gargantuan size objects that have been reported over the years. You wonder, what are they doing? It's like a small city.
It's the best place to hide. It really is.
The oceans are. Yeah, there's a really great guy named Dr. Kevin Newth out there. He teaches.
I've heard of that.
Yeah. Kevin's a really good man. He teaches at Albany in New York State.
I think he's on our list, Steve. He's coming on the podcast. Is he really?
He's good.
Shout out to Kevin.
Well, yeah, he made a really good insight on this. And he just said, look at the ocean. So a lot of things about it. First of all, it's non-compressible. In other words, the pressure is constant. So that could be helpful. It's certainly protective. Like if you are from a place where maybe our solar radiation is not necessarily the right thing for you, come from somewhere else. The ocean is a protective place for that. Its temperature variations are far less in the ocean than they would be above the ocean. And a lot of other things. He said, there's a lot of good reasons to, if you are from somewhere else. What if you are from a water society?
Sure.
Well, the oceans might feel like home. So there are good reasons. And then, of course, there's
also lots of guys who just live there in airplanes. So there's that.
Yeah, and if you are interested in these human creatures, well, you know that they live on the land. So they hang out in the ocean, stay out of the way. So there's good reasons that the oceans would be, providing you got the technology to do it. But if you've got that, then sure, why not? You asked for hotspots, so I'll answer that. One is Puerto Rico, and particularly, I think, but especially the east, west, and northern coasts. The southern coast, yeah, but I think I just haven't found as many. But along like northwest Aglatia, or you go to the east, the U.S. Navy's got a big presence. There's hundreds of roads there facing the island. There's a lot of activity there. But north of the island, you've got the Great Puerto Rico Trench, which goes almost 30,000 feet down. It's super deep, and we can't get there. But there are,
I'm sorry,
about 29,000 feet, I think, maybe close to 30,000 feet. So you're talking almost 6 miles down. It's not quite as deep as the Mariana Trench in the Pacific, but it's close. And it's quite large, several hundred miles. So you have, there are a number of really good cases from that area. He's showing things.
And who's reporting these cases in Aguadilla? Or around Puerto Rico?
Aguadilla, yeah, that's not exactly at the trench, but it's not that far from it, I guess.
Or around this area, roughly.
The cases go, good Puerto Rico trench cases go back to the early 60s that I found, maybe even in the 50s, but they really started to collect in the 60s, early 60s. Gosh, there's some good Aguadilla cases from the 70s and 80s and the 90s, and the 2000s. Like they've got the tour out, and there's quite a few interesting ones. That's a picture.
Check out that Puerto Rico trench. Go to that one. Go back to the top left. Yeah, right there. Blow that up. Start to see it. Oh wow! So that is on. Is that northeast south? Is that oriented the right way or not reverse?
It's
That plate is over here.
yeah.
So that north is to the right.
Correct.
And that would mean that Aguadilla is where?
I'm at top left.
Top left.
Top right.
To top right. Okay, I see. Yeah, that gets really deep right there.
It's
So-
super extreme.
Are there military people that are reporting you this stuff?
Yes. Well, reporting is a hard way to put it. So, years after the fact, these stories will come out, in a variety of ways.
Yeah.
So Puerto Rico is one hotspot. You heard a lot of talk about California's kind of an island.
Oh, yes.
LA there, absolutely. The entire Atlantic seaboard of the United States going to Canada, Florida, where we are, is extremely very active on all sides of the peninsula.
Really?
Absolutely. But going all the way up the east of the West Coast. But then here's the problem with this. So USOs, just like UFOs or UAP now, very US dominated in terms of reporting. Americans report this stuff way more. See, but we have better reporting infrastructure. We've got MUFON, we've got the National UFO Reporting Center. And so we're able to get the other regions of the world. I don't even think that they have the same infrastructure for collecting these cases. It's hard. Now, there are some that are Italy, Italian researchers have collected a lot. They do a lot of very good work out there. And you get some good cases out by Norway, Britain, Italy.
About South America.
Yeah, South America, there's good. I mean, I would have tended to think I'd find more because you kind of know there's a lot of activity going on in South America. And there's a decent number of USO cases. So down by Buenos Aires, Argentina, also in Brazil. Brazil's got a lot.
There's a crazy history just in general of those.
Yes, absolutely.
And recently about that Jacques Vallejo, where there's like a massacre down there.
Polaris. Yes, at the Amazon, the Delta region of the Ocean in the late 70s. Yes. And there's a lot of those that are genuine USO cases.
Mm-hmm.
So many of those were seen in the water, coming out of the water, entering the water. That's an incredibly ecologically important area, part of this world. I mean, it's the most massive amount of water flow, I think, going into any ocean on the planet.
Amazon.
It's massive. It's this incredibly ecologically important, rich estuary where you've got. It's just very important. So maybe there's part of that that's going on. Maybe they're interested in that.
Yeah.
But anyway, there were some cases in the late 70s there where people were killed and severely injured by these objects. That definitely was the case.
Yeah, it was a lot. It seemed like the way it was described to me was that it was like it seemed like a slaughter of people, or just a lot of people being murdered in not in a kind way by something.
Yeah, and in fact, there are claims that this type of thing goes on to this day, not necessarily in that specific region, but other parts of South America.
Really?
I've heard.
How recent?
Quite recently. There's a gentleman I know named Tim Alberino. I really liked him. He went down there. I don't know if he was in Peru, maybe. Anyway, just in the last few years, some very bizarre cases of human mutilation cases that he's looking into. I wish I could.
And these are with
I wish I could remember this a little bit better than I do.
are these with indigenous people, or are these with sophisticated English speaking?
Indigenous, not living completely indigenous lifestyles, but very kind of like rural South American type. Yeah. I mean, they have some technology, so they're not
like compacted tribes,
no,
but they are.
They're a little bit more basic. Life with technology.
And they're described. Were there any details to like who was responsible for this, or like what their descriptions were of who was doing this stuff?
Well, there's Tracy's in the next room. She can probably jump in on this better than I could. But I'll just say that there's reason to wonder that this was a human operation, that it's not necessarily human. That this would be some sort of really like a dive-overt type of a thing happening. Possible. I don't want to say much more because I'm afraid I'm going to say something that's not accurate.
Okay.
But yeah, this is a subject where I think I started this 30 years ago thinking I'm going on this rabbit hole for a couple of months, and here you are, like it just opens up all of these fascinating and sometimes disturbing possibilities that are around there.
Out of all the USO cases that you remember, which one was it? Were there any that stuck out to you?
Many.
Really?
Quite a few that I think was amazing.
What?
I can throw it out there.
Also, I want to know more about that 1717 case.
Yeah, I'll tell you that right now. That's right off the coast of Martinique, it's in the Caribbean.
Okay.
So it's not that far from where we are in Florida. The name of the captain, I cannot recall his name, Chevalier or something. He wrote in his log. This is at after midnight. There was, I looked into this, was like half moon, so there was some light that was going. And what he claimed to have seen was a vertical orientation, like a rod. He said it was like a masting ship. So like you envision like a straight perpendicular rod of some sort, but above the water, moving along with his ship. It's not the best case, but it's not the worst. Like it was. I decided to include it because he wrote it in a very matter-of-fact way. It was like 1717.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is way before something, obviously.
Absolutely. And the 18th century, which that's part of, there's not many things like that. There's an interesting one off the coast of southern France, from 1740. It's kind of interesting. And then there's one from a river, a little small river in Scotland, 1767. And I think that might be it for the 18th. Only like a couple of cases. It really starts going. The first really the one that I just was really taken by took place in 1825, and this was on a British vessel where they had just returned from Hawaii. In fact, well, there's a lot of interesting stories going on here. They were coming back from Hawaii, and they were going down the Pacific, and they were going to end up in Chile. Okay, so they were down by the Cook Islands, so it's like way down in the south, Pacific Ocean. And it's 3:30 in the morning. The ships, there was a naturalist aboard the ship. I think of like a movie Master and Commander, the buddy of Russell Crowe, Captain was this naturalist that they had aboard the ship. It was around the same time period. So I'm thinking something like that. He writes in his log, his 1825, his name is Andrew Watts, his name. His book is published. You can find the PDF online. I have a link to it on my website. And he said, yeah, 3:30, the watch on the ship reported a spherical object emerging from the ocean. He said it was like, it looked like a red cannon shot coming out of the water. So it was like a deep orange type of color, but incredibly bright. He said it was so bright, and he literally said you could pick a pin off the deck. It lifted up to a certain elevation and then went back down into the water and then came up a second time and then went back into the water. Now, how many naturalistic explanations can you think of that can account for this? I can't think of any. And Bloxham writes this in a very straightforward way. I mean, you read the rest of his diaries, I've read some of it. I mean, he was clearly a very meticulous, very rational, and very intelligent guy. And this is this one bizarre entry in his journal from August 12th, 1825. And it's kind of the case. And I thought that's like the first really, really cool case.
Do you remember how close or how far they were from land?
They were off the Cook Islands, so those are, I don't know how close they were to that. I don't think they were close to land. I think they were out in the ocean. I don't know exactly, like he said. And there's some other good ones from the 19th century. There's one from, what's it?
I found the story. Block Sam with an X. I just found it.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah, well, this is the story.
Good. Good deal. Yeah.
And what's he got? You got illustrations or what?
Yeah, I think this is the illustration of that event. Oh. At least it's included with the story.
Looks like an iceberg behind it, right?
Yeah, they weren't by icebergs.
Yeah, for the islands, it wasn't icebergs.
No. But that's the name of it.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, UHMS Blonde, correct, that's the ship.
And what year again? 1825.
Yeah.
Wow.
But yeah,
What was the size of the thing that they did?
I don't think he was a direct witness. So I think he was reporting what the night watch reported. So there's that. So he's not a direct witness. So
Okay.
you can take that away from him.
Okay.
But they, I don't know if they had a really good size estimate. I get the impression it's kind of large. It was noticeable. It was when it
Lit up the deck.
And by the way, so fast forward about 150 years to 1971. Okay. This is going into my next volume. And the USS John F. Kennedy aircraft carrier. So it is near Puerto Rico. Just saying, they were just finished what were called carrier qualifications. So they had done this very involved series of exercises, and they had just completed that. It's 8:30, July 2nd, 1971, and the man operating communications, and he had this name. He in fact reported this to Stephen Greer 25 years ago, and it's in Greer's book Disclosure, which he wrote back then. And his name is James Kopf with a K. And he also reported this to a couple of other websites at the time. So he's operating communications on the JFK carrier, 8:30 at night, and he says, suddenly all of the communications, he discussed the way the communication on the ship works and incoming and outgoing. He said suddenly everything was gibberish. Everything coming in was just garbled messages. He's like, what's going on here? And then he hears, I'm laughing, but it's kind of not that funny. He hears on the intercom someone screaming, "It's God, it's the end of the war." So he's thinking, what is going on? And he's able to go out and look, and he sees almost what is described in Bloxham's account from 1825. He sees a glowing orange sphere hovering above or near the JFK. He said it gave off about half the strength of sunlight, so it's kind of bright. And there are sailors who were having a really difficult time emotionally with this. One, he said later, definitely had to be sedated in some way or another, whatever. So he's watching this for maybe half a minute, not long, and then the ship goes to battle station, general quarters, so they don't have to go. So he has to go back to his communication station, where he says for the next 20, 25 minutes, the ship was on general quarters and communications were just down. And he also stated that he believed that the weapons, like aircraft, like F-4s, they were not operational. So the aircraft would not fly, or weapons would not operate. So anyway, I mentioned this because that glowing spherical object, I mean, to me, it's almost, it seems like it could have been in the 1920s. And you get this same type of glowing globular sphere. And what is it?
I wonder how many there are. You know, it's like the first one I remember was the Tic Tac.
Yeah.
So that thing is like zooming around, zipping around. And,
I think there's a good chance there was something below the water too.
Oh,
It's
you think it was a bigger ship that it came out of or something?
I think so. There's talk about that, and it's not 100% confirmed, but I think that's probably the case. But yeah, well, the Tic Tac's a great case, for sure. Absolutely, for sure.
I mean, that one is like, apparently it's documented on all his radar, right? Even though it hasn't been used.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of good witnesses for it. Kevin Day, who operated the radar on the USS Princeton, who's a very decent man, he's a friend of ours, was there and has talked about this in great detail. And of course, we have David Frater's testimony and a number of the other witnesses that have come out who have discussed it. So I don't think that we have any doubt that something very, very unusual happened, for sure. Of extremely high levels. I mean, anything that could appear at it's called the cap point, before they get there.
It's like time travel.
Well, out of all that space-time metric engineering, we're the most big in in some way.
That's San Diego, right? It's not anywhere near Catalina.
It's off the coast of, that happened off the coast of Lower Baja California.
Oh, that was near Baja, California.
I think, yeah, really south, probably south west of San Diego.
Oh, okay.
Not that far,
Right.
but off that market. So, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on.
I have a friend who lives in the Tijuana. He says there's all kinds of like UFO stuff going on there, especially like a lot like USO type stuff and stuff that you really don't hear about in like the media in the US.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of anecdotal information in Mexico, right? We spoke to a couple of years ago a gentleman who had an interesting USO account off the Yucatan part of it, the other side.
Oh, really?
But yeah, I don't think they get reported officially. So they're just like the stories are floating around them, as it were. And I have no doubt there's far more cases that are connected to Mexico than we probably
just the reports from like Robert Hastings with the UFOs and nukes and the saucers showing up above these nuclear missile silos and things like this. I can't imagine that there's not some crazy case of like a UFO like stopping a nuclear submarine or something, or interacting with like a big nuclear sub.
Well, we have some pretty good accounts, actually the best accounts of that. By the way, I'm a very big admirer of Robert Hastings' work, especially in nukes. Very, very important. So I'm glad you mentioned it. But the best nuclear submarine stories that I've been able to find, I mean, there's one or two American, but the Soviets. Soviet Union. They have some. We learned about them. I think a lot of this happened when the Soviet Union fell in 1991, and for a while there, a lot of these photos came out of KGB files and this type of thing. And so Soviet Navy in the late 60s to 70s, probably reported something, and I'm sure I'm going to mispronounce this. It's about kabakeri. It's a Russian word. It apparently means frogs because these things would make a croaking sound in water. So Soviet submarines and I think this is most active in the Northern Atlantic, very strategically important area if you're operating submarines, and they were encountering these. And at first, so these objects would be in the water. They'd hear these bizarre croaking type sounds, apparently, and wonder, is Americans, they realize this is some kind of new technology we have to worry about.
And how were they hearing it through their equipment?
Through their equipment, and apparently these things would like circle around them. That's not easy to do. Circle around. But that would happen, and there'd be multiple ones of them. They were surrounded. They never got a sense that these were acting in a hostile manner. To your question, like engaging, I'm not aware that the Soviets believed that these carrying were operating in a hostile way. They were spoken, and I think they did it through spook them. And there was apparently a formal classified study of them that was supposedly the Soviet counter-destruction. So,
yeah, it's interesting because you only have your equipment to measure what's going on outside. You don't really have those hovers that have giant windows to see what's going on.
Exactly.
So those things can probably evade any detection.
One of the things that just fascinates me about these USOs is, like, whenever I write about any of these, I try, to whatever extent possible, to put myself in that position. Because you want to be accurate, you want to be analytical, but you really want to, I want to feel what is it like to be there. So imagine it's the Cold War, it's the 1960s or 70s, and you're in the water, and you're hunting you're hunting for the Americans, hunting for the Russians, and it's pitch black, and and then there's this other thing. There's this other presence there. I mean, it's not hard to see why there would be secrecy from their point of view about this. I mean, honestly, but the amount of drama. Is my microphone okay?
Oh, is he going to say what's up?
Okay. Oh.
Miss it. Yeah, it's good.
Okay, thank you. I just have to think, like, the drama, the human drama, has got to be off the charts for us to have experiences. And those are the real draws for me to engage in this project.
Yeah, that's one of the things I think about a lot too. Like, there's various ideas of like how many people in the world know the truth about this stuff, right? Like, how many people that exist on Earth know everything outside of the compartmented? The people that have all the pieces of the puzzle, maybe 100, 200, 300.
Yeah, that's 30 plus years. I'm not one of them.
Right.
I've tried.
Right.
I tried to get a handle on it, but there's gaps.
Like, I always imagine, like, if you were one of those people, if they do exist, if there is anyone who has the whole picture, the whole every piece of the pie, what that must do to your worldview and just like your life, and maybe separating your work life from your home, if you have a family life, if that can exist, knowing that, right?
About 15, 16 years ago, I think I coined a phrase, which is still out there, it's called breakaway civilization. It's the idea that...
You coined that phrase?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, wow. And I was thinking, because I'm interested in studying human civilizations, and I once read the condensed version of a book by Arnold Toynbee, a really great historian. It's like Mozart of historians. And he wrote this, Arnold Toynbee. He's a genius. And I think he died in the 40s. But he wrote this, something that is really not popular anymore. He did these meta-stories. Like, he was looking at the grand progress of human society and what is it that makes a civilization. And so it's a comparative study of human civilization. Anyway, I was reading that at the time. This is 2007, 2008. And I thought, what about a civilization that develops out of the classified world that we don't know about, based on Roswell tech or whatever advanced tech that is kept secret. We had examples during the Cold War of separate scientific infrastructure. In the Soviet Union, they had a separate scientific infrastructure that in a lot of ways was based on some really bizarre things. They had this guy named Trofim Lysenko who had these very unusual ideas about biology and evolution that were only designed to conform with Soviet communist ideology. But it forced an entire infrastructure to go down this dead-end path, basically, with research. So, like, that's something we know about. But could you develop, I asked myself, based on UFO tech that's kept secret, which I was really thinking a lot about. Of course, at that time, to the point where you would have breakthroughs in terms of understanding whether it's gravity or material science or understanding who these beings are that you cannot share with the rest of the world.
Right.
But that doesn't stop you from continuing on to develop this. And so you end up going on your own path and you kind of break away intellectually and cosmologically and maybe technologically from, us little pros living on the surface, but you are aware of anti-gravity research. You have the ability to go off-world, maybe. You have the ability to learn who these other beings are more than. So I call it a breakaway civilization when it's broken away from our own. That doesn't necessarily mean that they all live on Mars and what's up.
Sure.
But it could mean, as you were just saying, you got a job in the classified world, you go off, you punch the clock, and you go into your classified project, which then, through that, you go into another classified project, and maybe a third. And so you've got all these layers of cover, and then you do your work, trying to break away, and then you come home, you say hello to your spouse. How was work, dear? Oh, it's a pretty good day. And you can't really talk about it. So that, I think, probably, that was my vision of it. Other people have taken the idea, and Joseph Farrell, we talked about Joseph, he actually wrote about it as well. And you can go pretty far. I'm more cautious about it than anyone else that I've heard talk about it. But I do believe that there's probably something like that.
Well, if you were one of the executives of one of those corporations that did have this technology that's been evolving since the 50s with some sort of crazy physical understanding of physics that the rest of the world doesn't even understand, and you now have weapons that are more powerful than the United States military, Russia, China, all of them combined, and the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff wants some answers, you're going to give him the double bird. Yeah, you say, fuck with that. You're not giving me our stuff. We can take out every single military on the world in the snap of our fingers. So, like, you don't have to answer to anything.
If they're that independent. I mean, that's a really good question. And you're getting into a key area, which is what is the structure of this secrecy for real? Like, who's running it? Who's the guy in charge? And does he answer to someone else? Does he answer to them? There's all kinds of possibilities.
Who does he answer to, right?
Exactly. I don't know. I don't have that answer.
This is interesting. That I had this lady on recently, this woman who tracks money in the government, spending and budgets and stuff like this. She was worked during the Bush administration, and she was a part.
Talking about Catherine Austin.
Yes,
yeah, she's a great friend.
Oh, really?
Love Catherine.
I just had her on. Fascinating. She was
brilliant.
She was explaining, like how the money that went missing when Donald Rumsfeld did that press conference the day before 9/11.
Exactly.
$4 trillion missing from the receipts.
I think his quote was 2.3 trillion.
I got that.
But that's all right.
And basically, she looks at this whole thing from a balance sheet perspective, saying all these trillions of dollars have gone missing and they're not accounted for. And if these things went to black projects, what we're speculating about with companies that have all this crazy tech is not that far off.
Yeah, a couple of things. So first of all, everyone should know who Catherine Austin is. She's a great benefactor to our civilization. She's a gem and a brilliant individual and a wonderful person. She's been absolutely decent.
Yes, totally.
But she's also she has opened up this whole area. Now, the thing about the first it was 2.6 trillion in the summer of '01, that was 2.3, and that number actually, they supposedly got it down to zero, if you want to believe that. But what they're really talking about, as I understand it, and Catherine could probably do this better than me, it doesn't, to my understanding, necessarily mean that $2.3 trillion went missing. You're talking about unresolved discrepancies in payments. You've got all these different accounting systems within the Pentagon, and you've got so there's a lot of opportunities for duplicate transactions to be recorded. And so I don't really know how much money gets siphoned out. There's definitely, I mean, I completely agree, a lot of money that's gotten siphoned out. And what is the exact number? It's $2.3 trillion would be, the Pentagon's official budget in 2001 was something like $300 billion. So you're talking a factor of 8. So how do you lose 8 times your annual budget? It beats me. I don't know how that works. My accounting skills are not very good. But clearly, we are talking about one thing Catherine said to me, I think she's probably written it. She talked about when she became Assistant Secretary of HUD, Housing and Urban.
Yes, correct.
First Bush administration back in 1989. And, her thing was always finance. She's financial whiz. And she described, and Catherine, forgive me if I get this slightly wrong, she said, I want to look at the full budget of HUD. Is that it? And they're like, you're not authorized. And I said, the hell am I not authorized? So she said they eventually wheeled in. She described the library carts, like when you have library books, like one after another, filled with stacks of papers. And I think she said something like, God could not sort this mess out. It was designed. It was physically unauditable. And one of her points, that definitely this was, it was like designed by default, physically impossible to audit. And she made a very many astute observations. She just said, look, we have a system where these people are they do not adhere to the law. They are
Yes.
And I think that puts it as well as anyone.
Yeah, it's a terrifying idea that all this money is going to some stuff that and
well, think of one thing here.
Sure.
So all of our history, right? All of our history has been an extremely hierarchical structure. So it's always been this way. You have king, priesthood, guys in charge, and they own everything, they control everything. But in the last couple of 100 years, we like to think that we have this democracy of some sort, where everyone's participating and it's egalitarian. And yeah, that's what we actually have. It's a pretend democracy, and both parts of that are equally important. You have to have the people need to believe that they have a kind of democratic system, or else they'd be very unhappy, because we want to think that we have a say in our system. But the reality has always been, there's always been elites. There's always been the guys on top. And throughout all of the 19th and 20th and the 21st century, their goal has always been to figure out, how do we let the people keep believing these little fairy tales while we keep running things the way we've always done? And that's really what the system is. And so now it's a system that is inherently dishonest. It has to rise because, and that distorts all of our politics too, because everything's out in the open. You can't everything's got to be kind of tossed out there for people, and it's all a series of manipulations one after the next. We can propagandize 24/7.
Yes, sure. Yeah, and it's built on lies, and that's why they can't disclose certain things, because they feel like that will unravel a whole another layer of lies that will make people accountable for that. People go to prison. I'm sure there will be a lot of really terrible consequences for divulging some of this information.
Let's go back to UFOs. I mean, 15 years ago, I co-authored a cool book with a man named Bryce Siebel. It's called AD After Disclosure. So that was I think the only book-length treatment on like how did disclosure happen? How would it rock our world if it were to happen? And it feels like a different lifetime than 15 years ago. 2010 was totally different world. It feels like, but one thing that I've always felt is that the genuine reveal of this whole UFO UAP subject, like the true reveal, is highly destabilizing.
Really?
Yes, 100%. 100%. And this is why there is an absolutely, like, we're never going to give this up. Like, there are factions that will never give this up. They will never. Look, think of it. Like,
they'll never give it up.
They'll never willingly give up this.
To protect us or to protect
themselves, protect the system that's in place.
Right, sure.
They might rationalize it to say, getting it to protect each other. Like, I can see them justifying that.
Yeah.
Maybe they're right. We don't know all of it, do we? I believe in truth. I like to think that most of us believe in truth. If I'm going to have faith in anything, it's going to be a faith in truth. What else? If you cannot believe in truth, what else do you have? So I'm going to believe in that. However, so let's say now in 2010, when we wrote this, the country was not nearly as polarized as it is now. So in 2010, we're envisioning the president goes and tells the world, well, this thing happened, this sighting occurred, we can't really ignore it anymore. Yes, it's real, and some of them are not human. And that would be disclosure, right? That's kind of what we all imagine. And so even under that scenario, so I think it's way more complex now. We can get to that. But even in that scenario, I was, even in 2010, I was all over 9/11. I got into a lot of trouble among some UFO researchers because I was an early 9/11 conspiracy guy.
Great.
Absolutely, still am.
Really?
I'm not going to be insulted by that.
We'll come back to that then.
Yeah. There are people far more conversant with that than me, but yes, my dad worked at the World Trade Center back in September '01. He had the day off. I didn't have the day off.
Why?
My dad was a retired New York City cop at the time, and he had a really cool job as a fire safety director at the Twin Towers. He shared his job with a really nice man who I knew who was killed that day. It was Billy. And it really affected my dad. It was a really tough thing. So 9/11 was a very personal thing on that level. I mean, of course, I'm not saying that more for me than anyone else. But my dad was there. That's great.
So you got a lot of people that died.
Yeah, a lot of firefighters, of course.
One of my theories on 9/11 is that the people that were closest to it and affected by it the most emotionally and personally are the ones that have, and I could be wrong here, I think you proved this wrong, but those are the ones that have the least capacity to entertain any of the alternate ideas that would happen like that don't go with the narrative, right? They seem to be the ones that go with the narrative. The people who are more disconnected from it or born after.
You're totally right. Yeah, I almost wrote a book. Keep wondering about this on false flags, the history of false flag operation in our world. I got really into it, and in fact, I wrote a TV series for Gaia Television a number of years ago on the history of false flags. Maybe they'll find it. I'm looking for it. That was much less than I had actually researched. I did a lot more research on false flags for that series. But one thing that a false flag does to people, it's a real psychological head game that you play on people because you are creating this massive trauma for your society. It's an emotional trauma. And what you're doing is this horrible, horrible thing happens, and people are naturally deeply upset by it. And then what you do, this is the genius of it, you find the solution immediately, whether it's Hitler invading Poland and saying we were attacked by the Poles, which we did, or any other. There's a lot of false flags. America is the king of false flags, especially after World War II. And all the covert ops that we've done. But anyway, you create a catastrophe, a trauma that people freak out over, and you identify it, you connect the emotion to the act. So you have the emotional connection to some kind of Here's the explanation. And once you get that, people like my own dad, my father, you know, when I started really looking at 9/11, I used to talk to my dad on the phone about this. I have to be careful because I could get emotional. So just forgive me.
Sure.
But my dad learned something like, Rich, what are you looking into? I just saw this PBS thing and it just showed you talking about the pancake theory that was put out, total bullshit theory. But that was put out within a week of the event. This guy comes out and says, this is how it happened. No, you got no freaking idea.
What was that? Roughly?
The plane crashing caused taking effect
Okay.
of the one floor and the other floor and all the way down. It did not happen that way at all. But it was, so anyway, that goes on to PBS, which is total CIA op anyway. And my dad bought into it. Of course he did. You know, I don't blame him. And then he was like, he really had a struggle with the fact that his son was going all into this alternative theory about 9/11. We were talking about it on the phone. And he came around, you know, my dad, we'll have to talk about something else. Let's move on. We'll come back to when I can clear myself.
For sure. We were talking about disclosure and what it would look like and what the incentives would be for disclosure. Now, you did mention that you think disclosure nowadays would be far more complex than it was.
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do because Trump, am I allowed to say that on YouTube?
Yeah.
You know, he gets the scene in 2015, basically.
Actually, you better if you say Trump.
Yeah, well, and, you know, I mean, how do you talk about this without 50% of the population shitting their pants? And you know, so whatever I end up saying, someone's going to be upset. But basically, you have a guy who comes in that's the ultra most polarizing political figure that we've had since Abraham Lincoln. Lincoln was a highly polarizing president, if you really go back. But here comes Trump, and so now we're at a point where, whether it's Trump or anyone else, whether it's Biden, it would be no different, because a president comes up there, says anything on this, and you've got half the country, half the world maybe, saying, I don't believe it. They're not going to believe it. So that's a complication where we're in a kind of a post-truth world, essentially, where how do we actually reliably fact check? You have so-called fact checkers out there now, and we all know it's nonsense. And they're so politicized, and they're so ultra-establishment oriented. It's obvious.
People just lean into their audience.
Yeah. So I think that really complicates disclosure as well. I mean, look, you know, we were talking earlier in this conversation about the congressional thing.
Yeah, sorry.
Skeptics will just jump on anything, and they'll cause a lot of noise, and it works.
Yeah, I've thought about it, and I think I'm probably in that camp, where if the top level of government came out and said aliens are real, I would probably think the opposite, or something. There's some sort of weird mix, right? I mean, there's definitely a large amount of people out there who, you can't really blame them. Whatever the government tells them, they think the opposite's true.
You're probably going to be right to a certain extent. Think of the UFO reality as a mountain, right? It's a massive Mount Everest. And so you're going to disclose that? You're going to disclose that whole thing? Right? You think so?
Yeah.
So what they'll do is they'll take like a little freaking sliver and say, here it is. And it would be a true sliver, right? But it's certainly incomplete. And I'm sure it's a sliver that will provide the cover your ass work very effectively to make you look as good as possible. Yeah, so it's going to be deceptive.
Yes.
Any kind of real official attempt at disclosure is almost certainly from that model. I still maintain, and I caught a lot of hell for this, you know, what can I say? But I do think that a lot of the people who are pushing this now, people like Hal Puthoff, I've known Hal Puthoff for over 25 years. I admire and respect him, and I think he's on the right side of this. That's my belief. People can say you're naive or whatever. Lou Elizondo, I'll say the same thing. Chris Linnell, and these are establishment people in a way that I've never been. I'm not an establishment Yes, I do journalism. I don't know what I am. I'm a researcher. But I'm not, I've never been in that world. So I don't think that way. Like, I don't think, like a guy like Elizondo, people complain that he's harps on the national security, but he's Army counterintelligence. What do you expect? He's not paying to do.
Yeah.
Like, that's his job.
Yeah.
His salary is to look for threats. How do you expect someone who's to do that not to do that? So, but I don't look at it that way. So I don't have a lot of their, predilections to that. But I do think, like, there are people who have, they're doing this in good faith. They're not like saying, and screw them over. I mean, everyone's got their angle. Everyone's always looking out for their self-interest. That's human nature. You can never not expect that. But there are definitely the secrets, the real hardcore. They are not. Those guys do operate very effectively.
Do you have sort of like a checklist, or do you have any sort of way to qualify people who come out in the public and start talking about this stuff to whether or not, or do you even think about it, whether or not people are credible, or are they strategically putting out disinformation, or some sort of a mixed bag?
It's a very fair question, and I don't know if I can't give you a mathematical equations here. He fulfills all of these criteria.
I think there's people that could be they could be just well, I think it's complicated. I think that there's people that are out there to make money, to like sell books and to do this type of things, but they can also be useful idiots to some extent.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have more or less people in the government trying to encourage them.
Look, the best thing that you can, everything you said is totally on point. I would just say there are certain criteria that any responsible researcher should adhere to. So first of all, you want to, we went through a period a decade or more ago when we had all these totally anonymous so-called whistleblowers that were out there. Or people who said, I work for this department, that department, but they provide no background where you can verify anything. Like, the first thing you need to know is, did this person actually work where they said they work? Like, do they do that? Secondly, that you have to not jump to conclusions, probably the first best thing you can do. And wait. You have to wait. Someone comes out with a claim. I don't like knee-jerk reactions to whether pro or con that go too far. Like, you want to take your time with these things. This is why, I'm not always really comfortable talking about every latest little story that happens.
Right.
Even though I personally feel pressured because I've been doing this so long, people want to know. What is
hard? It's really hard. With this topic, it is hard to avoid talking about specific people in this community.
Yeah. And and it's hard not to go chasing after the latest headline, which is a problem because ideally what you want to do is you want to stop and wait and go slow, so that other researchers who know more about propulsion than you, who know more about the history of aviation than you, who know more about the history of this department than you, you want all these people to have a chance to chime in and provide their own perspective. It just takes time, and it's nuanced. But no, I don't know if I have a sure shot answer to these things. I remember when Bob Lazar was, he's still, I guess, a little controversial. He's much more controversial in the past. And part of it is you go by, for me, so I wrote about him over 15 years ago in my books, and it was really difficult. I didn't know. What do I think about Bob Lazar? I didn't know. Back in 2007, 2008, when I'm finishing one of my books. And, I ended up thinking I believe this man, and I believed him because of the consistency of what he said over a number of years, the fact that I never felt he tried to go for reach or to try to go into an area that was different, and when he didn't know something, he would say so. And then of course, I did get to meet a number of people who knew Lazar, somewhat well, not perfectly, and I got to know George Knapp. I ended up, this is how I made my decision about Lazar. Fortunately for me,
What was your decision?
that he's legit was telling the truth.
Yeah, it seems to me that he'd be a great candidate for the CIA to choose to come there because he's so easily discreditable because of his background and some of the stuff that he did.
Yeah, that's right.
Like the brothel and other stuff.
Yeah, he did security work for, I think, Nevada brothel. I think it was a security. Having some cameras for them or whatever he did.
And then there was everything about his wife that happened. The first wife, I think, who committed suicide.
There were narrow issues.
He got married, like while he was still married to her. A bunch of really, which was it's such a clusterfuck of logic when you're thinking about this stuff. You just gotta think like
all of these things which are utterly irrelevant to his story.
Exactly. So it's like, on one hand, why would they choose this guy to do this thing? But then if you're looking at it from the reverse side of the lens, if you're some intelligence operation trying to do something and protect yourself in case the cat gets out of the bag, you want people to question him and discredit him, to think he's alive.
Possibly. But actually, if you hear his story, like what he tells it, he made the initiative to do all of this. So he was very unhappy with his employment situation at the time. He had met Edward Teller,
Right.
the inventor of the fuse for the H-bomb, and I think the original Dr. Strange, I suspect, in Los Alamos in the early 1980s, 1992, and had a very good back and forth conversation because Lazar is he's a brilliant guy. He developed his jet car, right? They made the cover of the Los Alamos local paper, and he's meeting with Teller, and apparently Teller says, "Call me sometime, young man." And we have this kind of conversation, and a couple of years go by, and Lazar's like, and he was able to get the job at EG&G, which got him out to S4. And then the only reason that he went public is Bob Lazar, forgive me if I'm getting any of this wrong, but he started talking about it to John Weir and his friend Gene Huff, who was a real estate friend of his at the time, and they start going out to watch the displays of the craft. And I think the second time out of the club, and he got into some serious trouble. And had that not happened, I think he's talked about this. It's like maybe I should have stayed in the biz, and I could have, but he would have been a lifer, and we've never heard about it.
Right.
So it's possible that he was selected for certain uses. Possibility, yeah. Maybe they made a psychological profiling. It was just give a shit. He says what he says.
Did you watch the interview with him for I think it was a debate or a conversation with him and Stan Friedman?
I knew Stan Friedman very well, and I know exactly what Stan did. Stan never, ever believed he was a Mars. He called him a fraud. When I first time I met Stan was in 2001, a long time ago. I was brand new. I was this black hair, hope in my eyes. If you look carefully, you can see it at all. I had big round glasses still, and I wasn't yet 40. And anyway, so I meet with Stan, and he wanted me first thing I met what was my position.
That's the litmus test.
Yeah, and I was like, at that time, I wasn't even really conversing with Lazar's story. I had just worked my ass off to get the story of UFOs up to 1970s. I was in my first volume. And Lazar, was active. I was aware of what they had to study. I hadn't get really on top. But still, if I had the proper perspective. So I've always, I've really appreciated and respect Stan always well. But I did not appreciate that. I felt that he was trying to pressure me in a way that I said, so what? Don't tell me what I'm supposed to think. I'll come to my own damn decision. And even at that time, I was not inclined to dismiss Lazar's story, but I kept it off to the side until I felt that I spent enough time to research it. And, at that time, this was still in the early 2000s and late 90s. But a lot of Lazar's interviews were available on transcripts that were done into to.
He's
I never
not.
read them all.
He doesn't do anything. He doesn't do anything.
No, but in the early 90s, he did quite a bit.
Why do you think? Do you have any idea why he stopped, or do you have any?
It's hard for me to speak for him. The impression that one gets is that he just got sick and tired of the field, and that there was, it's like time to move on. So I put my information out there. This is a crazy community, which it is. It was. We don't really do a good job of managing ourselves. It's impossible.
Yeah. And there's all these other whistleblowers that come out, and one of the ones that really screwed my mind up was the guy who went on Jesse Michael's podcast. He was talking about kidnapping kids from Indonesia after an earthquake, and then
Michael Pereira.
So this guy corroborated Herrera.
Talking about Jake Barber?
Yes.
Yeah.
His
I did not hear this. Jesse Michael's great podcast.
It's not Herrera. It's basically a story, right? He had a different angle of it. He was part of some different organization, but basically he says that he went to one of Greer's public whistleblower conferences, and he heard Herrera talk. And so Jake Barber says that he went there as like a guy to catch whistleblowers to prosecute them, right? And then he heard Herrera talk, and he's like, "Oh my god!"
You basically you've got the wrong interpretation of it.
I think
like it's not a human trafficking kind of thing.
Sure. You got to kind of so Jesse brought that up about human trafficking. This guy, Mike Jake Barber, got really upset when he called it human trafficking.
Yeah,
no, it wasn't human trafficking.
Yeah.
We were capturing these people. We weren't capturing them, but we were bringing them back here and holding them to use them as psychic manipulators or psychic pilots for these UFOs. And he's like, they were in distress. There was an earthquake, and looking for children who were left-handed and homosexual because they have the highest psychic abilities. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, Leonardo da Vinci was one of those, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. And he said they were keeping them and like feeding them certain things, like not giving them, like, I don't know what they were doing, restricting their diet somehow. I don't know if they're keeping them against their wills. But this guy is talking about some way out there sci-fi Stranger Things type stuff. And then it's like, how far do we allow these people to take us?
I personally have not formed a definite opinion on this one. That just happened. I'm aware of the story. We mentioned Stan Friedman. Stan had a great expression called something he did gray box. If I don't know if it's true or false, I put it in my gray box.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of things that go in gray box.
Sure.
And that's one of those things where I would say let's keep it open and let's find out if there's any other research that can verify to some extent. So we've got Herrera and we've got Jake Barber. That's 2 points. That's not equal to proof, but it makes it a little more interesting. Maybe we can move on from there. But that's the problem with a lot of the elements in this field you're dealing with. By its very nature, the UFO, let me just keep saying UFO, I'm so used to it. It's a UAP, whatever. UFOs represent, we talk about it in our society often enough, but I'm absolutely convinced we don't fully appreciate the depth of what it really means. Look, imagine being across the table, not from me, but from one of them, and imagine they have an IQ of 500, and they're looking right at you, and they've got telepathic ability, maybe they're connected to a hive mind, so they know everything that you don't know, and they can peer into your mind, all the little avenues and recesses, right? And they don't laugh at your jokes.
So they're going to run for the hills.
And even if they look like us, like, that's intimidating. There's no way that's not going to be intimidating. You run into beings like that operate on a completely different level. That we will not. We like to think that we'll be like that one day. No, we're not going to be like that. I'm not, and you're not. Maybe 1,000 years from now, who knows? But
is there any story? Is there any crazy story that's out there, right? Whether it be abduction or anything that's like there's no solid evidence one way or the other that you know for a fact is true.
Oh, wow. I don't know. That's a great question. I wish I could have thought about this before. kind of tough on the spot. A store that is known,
Whether it be like a, I mean, other than the fact that, obviously we have like things like the Tic Tac, where, right? It's like we know we've had people testify, and there's the footage of the Go Fast and the Fleer stuff, but it's kind of like grainy footage, whatever. And it's kind of like, take it for what it is. It could be DARPA, it could be not even intelligence, but like, say there's one of these whistleblowers that come out, like Michael Herrera or Jake Barber or Bob Lazar, right? One of these sort of stories that you know for a fact.
well, one, I mean, this isn't a UFO incident, but this is the Davis Wilson Mets that I talked about. We talked about our dates. I knew for a fact when those things came out in 2019, that document, I knew it was real. And there were a lot of people at the time who were saying it's fake. One person said it's a movie script. One person, a lot of people were just saying it's complete disinformation.
Yeah.
And for a while, I was actually really pissed off at the rest of the research community, because I was for a little while the only person public who takes stand. Wow. Yeah, and everyone's like throwing all kinds of shit at me. That's fine, but and there were a couple of people who privately had said to me, "I know it's real too. I was shown this in whatever year, but I can't go out. I can't say publicly." So I understand that's fine. But during that whole period, there was some really snarky, nasty people that popped up out of nowhere and have since disappeared. Like, who are you? Who are these people? Interesting. Yeah. But anyway, I always knew that would be the case. I just didn't know. But then you get, Jacques Vallée talked about it in his Forbidden Science, one of his volumes, his diaries. Really? Yes. He mentioned knowledge of it at the time.
When the astronaut
Prior. Before that. Yeah, I think in his volume that covers 2000, 2009, when Davis actually interviewed with him during that period. And Vallée knew this. And it's in also Eric Davis himself, short of saying I wrote them several times, interviews that he did in 2019, 2020, and then just at the briefing. Elizondo, this is one good thing Elizondo did. He mentioned that he introduced Davis by way of his notes. And he obviously knows it's real. Like in that whole crime, we all know it's all real. But there's been enough confirmation. And Davis himself, if you really listen to him, even in a briefing, it's quite obvious. He makes it clear without saying he's got to be careful. Those notes themselves are not classified, but they talk about something that is highly classified. They were private notes, so it's not like an official government document, but it's discussing something that's extremely sensitive.
Let's take this opportunity to take a quick bathroom break. We'll jump right back in. We're back, folks. We're back. We were talking about what were we talking about? Steve, you know what we're talking about? We want to talk more about the military aspect of this USO stuff.
Yeah.
Before we do that, one of my questions that I've been wanting to ask you is, I'm sure you do know about this base. I talked about it with Jesse when he was on here, that there was a decommissioned, I think it was a Navy base in the Bahamas that was specifically in charge of tracking some of this stuff, this underwater UFO stuff. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Specifically, well, there's a system that was known as SOSUS when it was developed, the Sound Undersea Sonar system. And it was originally set up in that area, like near the Bahamas. So I don't know if that's what he's referring to.
No, this was a base. Steve, if you pull up the podcast I did with Jesse, it's in the timestamps. I think it says it's on its own dedicated timestamp.
I should know it. I think NASA was involved with it too. I put it to my second or third volume.
Atlantic under, is that what you were talking about?
Yeah.
Tech, that's what it was.
Okay.
So, apparently, the way I understand it is they had some sort of, maybe it was like holy macaroni, bless you, underground, or not underground, underwater sort of base to track and detect things. Something like this.
Yeah, so I am aware of that, and I do have a little. I've learned a few things. Jesse may know more than I do. I don't know. I have to hear what he has to say.
Yeah.
One of the things that I try to do with this study is two things. One is track the case, and then the other is to try to understand the technological, military, political, and other developments that went on at the same time. So when I try to structure these books, I break them into chapters, and at the beginning of each chapter, I try to highlight what's developing here, what's our technology, what's our politics, what's relevant. And so the development of a lot of the Navy systems has gone into that section of each of the chapters. And so I wrote about some of this, and I have information on ROTHSCHILD. It's related. It's all similar. It's basically their system for probing into the world under the water. So off the top of my head, I don't really know what else to say about it, but it's, as that description there says, secretive testing of underwater vehicles.
Yeah, they call it the Underwater Area 51.
Yeah. One interesting thing about it is its location. So that's an extremely active area. One thing I did when I collected all of these cases on my little Google Earth, I put a little yellow pin for as accurate as I could for every single USO case I could find. So that's why I can tell you Puerto Rico is a major hotspot. That's why I can tell you Florida is a major hotspot area, this whole region here. And so the fact that they've got something down here in the Bahamas, I just think is kind of interesting, because that's a very, very active area for USOs in general.
One of the fascinating things he also told me was there's this secretive NRO character who is tied into NASA, who is a part of this base somehow.
Well, there's an underwater version of the NRO, and it's NURO, National Underwater, with the acronym. There's a brilliant UFO podcast on YouTube, UAP Girl.
Oh, I've heard about him.
Yeah, he's very smart. I've never talked with him, but if he's listening, I pick him up.
Justice has him.
Yes, highly intelligent.
The National Underwater Reconnaissance Office.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Responsible for underwater reconnaissance operates primarily in the water of the Soviet Union.
Started in 1969, and there's a history there. One thing that they collected a tremendous amount of intelligence against the Soviet Union at sea of coast off the coast of Kamchatka there, and they actually were able to place a device on an undersea cable there, like a listening device, to tap into Soviet communications. And this is back in 1977, using the halibut. I think that was the submersible they used. I think that was the one. Or maybe I think the halibut. I can't remember. But they were able to get very valuable intelligence for a decade or more based on what they were doing there. They're like, that's a whole story that we know a little bit about, and we need to know much, much more, because there's no question that they have got information that we just don't know, and they are the underwater and incredible.
Yeah, I heard that there's probably over 20 intelligence or like 3-letter agencies that we don't even know exist that are within the government or the deep state. I'm sure we'll probably never know about it. Like I never would imagine. I never knew that the NRO had to do with UFOs.
Well, they're a good candidate for it, actually. But we didn't know the NRO existed until the 1990s. They existed in total secrecy for over 30 years.
Yeah.
The NSA, jokingly referred to as no such agency, was completely secret for more than its first decade.
Until the 70s. Right?
Well, there was a book in 1964 called The Invisible Government that mentioned it. It was one book, but no, I don't really think it was truly appreciated what the NSA was, and then it came out more in the 70s. But it's still to this day quite secretive. But that was a secret agency. Its existence was classified for many years. So I remember I was friends with a congressional aide 15 plus years ago. I don't know if he's alive, but he told me he was interested in self-selecting things, and he was convinced that there was a very substantial agency involved in this that was still completely off the rails. No one knew about it. So I believe that there are. I mean, look, I talked about having a pretend democracy a while ago. I think that's right. So what we really have with the United States is, of course, is a massive empire that's trying to dominate, has always tried to dominate the world, especially since World War II. And as a result, puts institutions and agencies in place that it doesn't think the public really needs to know about, even though we're supposedly supposed to have this open, transparent society. Right. So I think there's all kinds of secrecy in what's going on. I would not be shocked at all if there were a bunch of three-letter type agencies that, wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff, man. It really is. And another thing that Catherine Fitz was talking about is all the money that's going to these underground bunkers and underground, basically underground cities that are connected by highways all around the country. She's saying that it's very possible that trillions of dollars are going to these things.
Yeah, I've spoken with her about this fact off the record, and it's a real possibility. I used to know there was a researcher by the name of Dr. Richard Sauer, and he was killed. No, I think he's still alive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You might be thinking of.
I know that the guy who talked about this stuff who was like a mysteriously murdered or something.
Yeah, I know his case extremely well.
Yeah.
And it'll come to me in a second. Sure. Why my brain is spazzing out. Sauer. Yeah, so Richard Sauer did a number of books in the 90s in the early 2000s on underground and also undersea potential bases. And a lot of his work is very good. So he looked into the technologies that we know exist to go deep underground and to go deep under the ocean floor. And that this is not an impossibility. We actually have the ability. All you really need is you need the ability to dig. And if you're going to have a base permanently there, you've got to be able to extract oxygen from the water. But we've had that technology. That's what nuclear submarines are able to. They're not under the water with supplies of oxygen tanks. They have to extract oxygen out of the water, so it's called hydrolysis, whatever it is, and they're able to do that. So there, at least theoretically, it seems that it could be possible that you could have a whole array of underground and potentially undersea bases. It's theoretical. One thing that Richard found was he ran into this guy who did illustrations for the U.S. Navy back in the late 60s, and he was asked to develop a series of illustrations portraying undersea bases and operations. And he gave those illustrations to Richard and published them in a book, which back in those days I was his publisher, so I know about it right now. He's publishing it and signed for the book. Interesting. Yeah. So to your question, what Catherine was asking about, we're talking about these potential deep underground, kind of a labyrinthian underground connection bases. It's totally possible. Is it? How true is it? That's a question. And speaking against that, I would like to see some more actual investigative journalism on it. That's somewhat missing, and that can support it. But I wouldn't doubt that it's a possibility. Thinking of the other guy, Phil Schneider, of course, everything. Oh yes, Phil Schneider. That's a whole other thing. I'd rather not get into Phil Schneider, but it's an interesting case, and he does seem to have been murdered. I don't think he committed suicide. I think he was killed.
Another thing, so Catherine was also talking a lot about these breakaway civilizations, and the fact that the if there is some breakaway civilization, it's most likely going to be the bankers.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
top level bankers that control all the money.
I think that's got to be true.
And these people would take this money, using money to explore space.
Yeah.
And she would really esoteric thing.
Yeah, she describes it really nicely. And she says it's like, imagine there's an open mirror. The money's just flying out.
Right.
So, yeah, she says it's like we don't have a closed system, it's open and stuff. So that could really be the case. I can't, how that works financially. I think she could probably speak a lot more intelligently than I can about it. But the way she describes it seems quite logical.
Mm. And then you have these characters like Elon Musk, who gets all these crazy contracts to launch these satellites into space and do all this work. Gets tons of money from the intelligence community and the U.S. government to do all of this work. This is probably responsible for a lot of the money that he's made. And this company's alive that publicly will basically say that all this stuff's bullshit. There's no evidence of this stuff. If these aliens exist, there sure are some like we don't see anything like this.
Yeah.
It's so strange to me.
Yeah, that's a really, because he's made this statement many times. Hey, I'm not smarter than Elon Musk. That's definitely, I'm certainly not. And I don't know as many things as he knows. I have no doubt about that. He knows far more. So it's hard for me to say, oh, he's full of it. But for him, he's made this statement a number of times that, there's no, we can't see any evidence of it. There's nothing extraordinary out there. He would have known about it. And it's hard for me to know how to judge it. I mean, there is a tremendous amount of actually very good space-based evidence for anomalous activity out in Earth orbit and beyond. There's all kinds. I mean, there was a man, Jeff Challen, Jeff, he's not alive anymore. He spent all of his time just pulling down NASA video footage from all the NASA space missions and just looking through them. And he wasn't just some wide-eyed believer. He was, I think, a very astute, and he just kept finding all kinds of crazy things in these NASA missions. Objects out there that just did not make a lot of sense. Objects doing apparent U-turns at one point. Objects moving in angular motions in space. There are things that you can put out there to explain some of them. Maybe like a booster rocket went off and ice crystals moved off at an angle. But there's a lot of these types of things that seem very bizarre. And they're not all American. We've got a lot of statements from American and Soviet cosmonauts, quite explicit about bizarre anomalies. There's a Popovich couple, Marina and Pavel Popovich of the Soviet Union, both highly regarded cosmonauts in their country. Both spoke quite openly about these types of things in work that they were aware of or had seen. And quite a few Soviet missions where they talked about this in enough American missions as well. And, I don't think you can just dismiss that. So for Elon Musk to say, to dismiss it all, which with a wave of the hand as he seems to do, I find very curious.
Yeah. Have you heard of the guy who allegedly works for him, who works for the NRO, who I think Diana Pasulka wrote about it in her first book, who has all these patents, like worked with this dude, Chris Bledsoe, and apparently read him into all this super secret stuff, talked about all these crazy.
Oh, it's the high-level NASA individual, I think.
Yes, there was two of them. There was one of them named Al Povenmire, who apparently mapped the moon, and then there was this other guy, I think his name was Tim, who apparently said all kinds of stuff to Chris. Told him, he brought him to Cape Canaveral, which is 2.5 hours from here, and said that when you go through the gates, just play your favorite song in your head because these people are trying to read your mind. And
it's very interesting.
Very, very bizarre.
Yeah, that's an interesting book, and I don't know what to say about this. I mean, I've spoken with Chris Bledsoe myself a number of times, and is that believable? Yeah, that's totally believable.
Yeah.
I could believe what she wrote. I can't say that, but I can believe it.
Yeah, I've been reading a lot of UFO researchers who have various takes on Chris Bledsoe, and quite a few of them have come out the assertion that he is like a modern day Paul Benowitz?
Well, one thing that I can say, I actually did an extended interview with Chris a couple of years ago. I think I might have been the first extended interview that he did with anyone on social media. Could be.
When was it?
2017, a while ago, I think. So a couple of things. First of all, Chris is a absolutely super decent person. They're very good people. And his original site, the one from 2007, I don't think there's any question about it. There's, in fact, just recently, a number of people have come out to attest to that. Certainly there's him, there's his son, and the other witnesses. I think all come out. I don't think there's any reason about that. And that's an extraordinary UFO encounter. There's a craft that they definitely saw
in the woods in North Carolina.
Yeah. So I have no reason to doubt that at all. And the subsequent activities that have happened on this property, which I have not been to, so I can be upfront about that. It's hard for me to say. I've not been there.
Yeah.
I've heard different types of stories, but I think it's fair to say that there is some odd things going on there. Now, is it an odd or not? I don't know.
Yeah, I tend to. I don't think he's making any of this stuff up. I feel like my gut told me when he was explaining all this stuff to me that like this is something that he really experienced. The thing that just raises my ears is the fact that all these people from intelligence and NASA are like claiming it.
Well, there's a couple of ways to look at it. One is that it's an op, and they're screwing them. A lot of benefits. Okay. The other possibility is that they know that there's something to this.
Yeah, and they want to understand it better.
Like, why would that not be a possibility? One of the things about Stephen Greer is that, he develops these protocols, calls them the CB5 protocols. Yeah. Okay, so people have different opinions on this, but there's no question in my mind that there is a consciousness element to this phenomenon that's real. And there is no question as well that Greer did get interest from the national security state. I think part of it. It's one of the things he talked about. And it's true, as far as I can tell, it's absolutely true. Is he met with a former for many years on the short list of DoD secretaries and things like that. It was one, but he's up there. And also the then director of the CIA, and their wives.
Yeah.
All of their power
They
players.
went to some dinner together.
Yeah, they had dinner, and this is, I think, in the late 90s, I think. Yeah. No, early 90s, because Woolsey was director of CIA in the early 90s, the Clinton era. So, why would they do that? I mean,
That's
near the 90s,
is there any proof that you have that meeting?
yes, there is.
Is there?
The argument is over what it constituted. Greer was called a briefing.
Yeah.
And they issued a letter. So I'm sure I have it somewhere. It's searching. It's got to search me. Where they just said, this was not a briefing. This was an informal, like a dinner. And they were clearly furious that he talked about it. They were clearly furious. So I think, he did that. And then you have to ask yourself, Greer can talk about this much more forthrightly than I can, but he wasn't famous at that time. Who knew him? He was this guy who just gotten into the UFO field.
Medical doctor.
Talking about crop circles in England in the early 90s. He did a little bit of that, and he gets his interest from these very high-level people.
I had a gentleman on here a couple of weeks ago who brought me a newspaper article that he had for some subscription to some website that could pull up PDFs of like ancient news articles, and he was basically making the case that essentially what the news article showed was the description of Greer, the publishing in the newspaper of Greer, how he got married, when he got married to his wife, and all this stuff. And it's like a little blurb in the newspaper how he got married at the Baha'i Institute in Haifa. And I've never heard him talk about any of this stuff. And this was like I think it was in the 70s or late 70s maybe. And this guy was making the case that because that he was in Haifa, working in Haifa, got married there and all this stuff, that now he's essentially a Messiah.
Well, first of all, I would never comment on some aspect of a person's life like that. I have no understanding of it, and it is not for me to get involved in anything like that. Even if I had an opinion on it, I would not offer it publicly, but I don't think I would have an opinion on it.
Yeah.
It's up to pass.
Yeah. It's just interesting that people come up with these crazy theories that who knows if they have legs or not. But like again, this is part of the territory when you're trying to navigate these things in the public and these people that come out and make these extraordinary claims and ignore certain things, and they talk very confidently about things and make extraordinary claims, but then leave certain things out that may not be foundational or may not support their story. It's just part of this. It's just, I feel like it's part of the things that you have to sort of put out there and question when you're put in the place of trying to evaluate whether these people are legitimate.
One thing that I always have to remind myself of is that this whole subject, I've kind of alluded to this a few times in this conversation with you, but it's of profound significance. And so that means there are people who have a stake on the pro side and on the con side that want to keep this where it is because it's highly disruptive. And so there's going to be intelligence interaction with this subject. That is a fact. There's way too much at stake. And those individuals will use their assets in establishment media, their assets in academia, appropriate. They will use their assets wherever they can within the community itself, if need be. And there's always been very high paranoia within the UFO community. These conversations happen frequently enough. It's like, who do you think works before? Yeah, it comes up frequently, and or it's come up frequently enough, I suppose I can say. And hey, I can say to you very honestly, I do not know.
Right.
I cannot confirm anything specifically that I can absolutely say they're working for the government or the intel community. I've had suspicions. I continue to have suspicions, and I'm not going to mention who I think those people are. There's no win for me.
Yeah.
But the
intelligence agencies, because I mean, according to YouTube comments, I don't know. And then I question myself.
I've been called it many times. I've been called massage. Seriously, I don't know what to say about things like that. So I've been.
Well, I think it works. I think that, like I said, I think it works in that there is some sort of general opportunity in the intelligence community to cover up secrets. The fact that everyone on social media thinks everyone is working for an intelligence agency is a benefit to them.
Absolutely. It's a really big problem. Let's talk about this for a bit, if you don't mind. So I got into this whole field in the 90s when conspiracy theories were not really that much done. There were people out there. Jim Morrison in this great book, Crossfire, The Plot to Kill Kennedy. I was good friends with Jim Morrison. I love Jim Morrison. He was a great man. But anyway, like the 90s it was kind of out there. And we were developing as a society a much more critical view. And then, for me, 9/11 was what put me over the top, by the way. 9/11 put me, and I think a lot of people, full on in government as actively lining up with every single thing. Like I went there, and I'm still there. But the problem is, when you think that everything's in, so that's a bit of a problem for me too. Like I said earlier, like I almost wrote a book on false flags in history. It's like there are lots of like they happen. But when you reflexively, I say is conclude that every single thing coming at you is like someone's motivated for some reason. And that's a real problem because think about what that does if you were to act like that in your personal life. Like if your friend has something to say to you and you're not listening to what your friend's saying, instead you're thinking, what's his motivation? That's a great way to destroy every friendship you've ever had, every relationship you've ever had, every society that's ever existed. It's a really dangerous solvent for the certain amount of social coherence you have to have. You have to have, there's got to be a way to have some trust in things that come at you. But the problem that we have is we have good reason not to trust a lot. Like we have really good reason. So, but I do think what we've fallen into is, I call it kind of a postmodern trap, which is when someone makes a claim about anything, frequently from a lot of people, the first thing you hear is, oh, that person worked for whatever agency. They have an agenda. That person believes this other thing in politics that I also don't agree with, and therefore I'm not going to subscribe to what they have to say here. And so, in other words, we're doing identity politics, whether we realize it or not. We're not listening. The one thing we're not doing is hearing their message. We're not actually listening to their information. We're not evaluating the information. We're judging the person because we think they're not and they work for this organization. And the fact is, when you look at the UFO knowledge sphere over many years, but back to the 1950s, this is a period I've studied a lot. There were a lot of military insiders in the 1950s who were totally of the belief that we need to get information on the subject out there, and they put themselves out there. So because they were working for the Army or the Navy, am I supposed to then say, oh, well, they've got they've got an agenda? That's a bad place to be, because, you know, it prevents you from actually studying their information. And the fact is that there are people from every part of the spectrum here in this field that have something to say. And it's a real, we're putting ourselves at a great disadvantage if we're playing identity politics with every single person out there and we're judging them, are they on the good side or the bad side? That's not good, because there's information coming in from a lot of different places, it seems to me.
Yes, which is why I appreciate that people like you who have a pragmatic view of all of this stuff and are able to take the information from all of these places and sort of see where they all fit together and maybe where they don't, and provide that to people in a balanced way. I think that's super valuable and rare.
I never thought of, when I was much younger, I didn't think of myself as a pragmatist by nature. I didn't know that, but over the years I've seen that, and I believe in it. I believe in realism when it comes to global politics or when it comes to national things. I try to be what I consider realistic rather than dogmatic and ideologically driven. I've got my own beliefs about different things, but I also realize that the world is, you know, I grew up with a very liberal mother and a pretty conservative father. And so it was kind of good because I was able to appreciate two very radically different worldviews that each of my parents had, and to understand and to respect where they were coming from, which I do to this day. And that was good for me. And I think that when, you know, as we're in the world today, I take it as a given that there's always going to be people out there who don't see the world the way I do. And what am I supposed to, like, condemn them and just say, well, you're morally suspect because you have a different perspective on the world than I do? It's kind of ridiculous. But yeah, we do it. We do it all the time. People on the right and the left do it. And it's very unfortunate. We get a little apocalyptic about things. And we live in very dangerous times in many ways. I'm not going to deny that. Very dangerous on many levels. But the fact is that it is not for me to write someone off just because they see the world in front of them.
Well, Richard, that was 3 hours.
I'm kidding.
That was fantastic.
A lot of fun. I enjoyed this.
Thank you. Tell people where they can find your new book on USOs and anything else you're doing.
Well, I have my book on USOs is sold on Amazon. It's an ebook, it's paperback and hardcover. And this week I expect the audio book finally to be out. It's been submitted. I'm just waiting for Amazon to approve it. So that's nice. I have a website called ROTHSCHILDmembers.com, and there's a paywall, but there's a lot of fun stuff there. People can go take a look at it. There's a lot of information there. A great community. I can't speak highly enough about the members of the site. And I got my own YouTube channel. It's just called Richard on Intelligent Disclosure. People can.
There we go.
That's right there. So,
JFK and UFOs. Oh, that's something we didn't go into.
well, that's a really wonderful. I had
Another
fantastic guest there.
Going back to what we were just saying about how everyone has their own belief system, surrounding everything. I've noticed that everyone has their own flavor of the JFK assassination.
Well, he was definitely killed in a conspiracy, in my opinion.
Yes.
Definitely the most of it at the CIA and the deep state. I think Kennedy's assassination, I liken it to Agatha Christie's murder on the Orient Express. And plot spoiler, everyone did it in that book. Everyone had a motive to kill this guy. And that's JFK. His biggest problem, I feel, is that he really believed he was the president who could run things, and he ran into a bureaucracy that saw him as a threat on multiple levels. So in the Federal Reserve, you had Vietnam, you had UFOs are part of it. That's not
Right.
a triple part of it.
Not the whole thing, though.
No, I think the nuclear issue, he was
Yes.
talking about nuclear disarmament with the Soviet.
Yep.
So what he was showing, and then Cuba and that whole thing,
Yep.
and shutting down Operation Mongoose, all of this. So JFK showed that he was an enemy on many fronts. He had said famously, to scatter the CIA into the winds.
Mm-hmm.
And he tried. He fired all those in his cell. But they knew he was a problem. He was a serious problem. And, what was the ultimate motivation? I think the ultimate motivation was they were like, no way we're going to let this guy flood the country for another month because he is a danger unto many others.
Yeah.
That's what they thought. That's my book.
Totally agree. There we go.
Yeah.
History of USOs. Unidentified Submerged Objects, Volume 1, 2, and 3 to come.
Yeah, they'll be at this. All of the cases, I've written them all. I'm happy with that. I keep adding new cases, but basically I have to be done. And what it is just breaking into chapters and doing those little chapter introductions I was telling you about. So it's it'll be
Thanks again. I appreciate your time.
my pleasure. Thank you.
We have some Patreon questions for our Patreon subscribers, so we'll do that separately from the podcast. We'll rip through a couple of these questions if you don't mind.
Yeah. Gotcha.
But that's all for the podcast. So thanks again.
It was my pleasure. Goodbye, folks.
Yeah, I'm new to the whole kratom, but I'm loving it. I've never had gummies. Yeah, you have to be careful with kratom. I've heard. There's a lot of adulterated versions of it, and this is anytime you're getting it in a gummy form, or anytime you're getting like in liquid form, you want to be a little more cautious. I think capsules, if you're looking for safety, I think capsules are very safe. Are they? But now there's people that are making, and I forget what the name of it is. It's a different type of kratom. It's like a 9-nitrogen something. I forget what it is, but people are getting very addicted to that kind. I also went to a smoke shop and picked up just like this little liquid thing of kratom, just because I was curious about trying other brands that I have in my own. And I tried probably a quarter of a small shot. Dude, I thought I needed to go to the hospital. I was just kind of shaky and weird. So people, please be very, very careful with kratom. And be careful of the dosing. And that's the hardest part to learn is about the dosage in there. And it's complicated. I can't even really barely explain it because I have capsules that are 750 milligrams. But the capsules that are 750 milligrams are basically like a powdered version of the kratom leaf. It's nitrogen. But then when you turn it into like a liquid, and you put it in a gummy or you put it in something else, it becomes way more potent. And so the smallest amount of milligrams goes a really long way. Like this gummy, I think, has like 25 milligrams, which sounds like a very low number compared to 750 milligrams. Yeah, talked about, right? But with the kratom capsules, in order for you to kind of feel the kratom impact or effects, you need probably 2 or 3 capsules at least. Some people might even take like 5 or 6. But those are all, like, in my opinion, they're relatively safe. I think one of the most important things about any of this stuff, especially when it comes to something like kratom, is it can be really addictive. So you just, but a lot of things are addictive. We just trained today, right? Highly addictive. Highly addictive to train.
It's all about moderation. It's anything, if you're using something every day, it's always a good practice to abstain from things like that for a while. Every once in a while, just take a break.
A little practice, yeah.
Sometimes it can be hard to do. But this stuff, I wonder how much is in this stuff. The white rabbit.
That's the extract, though.
And I'm not sure what it is.
I would say it's minimum 25 milligrams.
It says Mitragyna speciosus extract. Mm-hmm. Plant energy. 0 caffeine, 0 sugar, 0 calories. I don't think it tells you the exact milligram kratom.
Anyway, while we're passing off drugs, try again. I'm scared. I would just take like half of them.
Just half of them.
Yeah.
Now, did you get the stimulant effect from these at all?
Yeah, I do.
You do? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You can come down that other side. I think kratom is amazing. I think that if people learn to just use small dosages of it, then they'll be okay. But if you're smashing, is that a full one? So I have to ripped up a bunch of them.
Oh, no, this is like
already half of it. But down half of those.
Okay.
There you go. Yep.
Delicious.
In 3 minutes, you're gonna have your pants off. It's gonna be great.
Wow. Love it. I can't wait to see how this goes.
Yeah.
A lot of people do kratom when they lift, right? When they work out.
Yeah, I like it quite a bit pre-working out. Blunting pain is another thing that kratom does. It's why people use it. Originally, people were utilizing it to come off of opioids.
Yes.
Kratom, just like do your own research, because I only halfway know what I'm talking about. My brother, Chris Bell, he made a movie about kratom, talking about Leaf of Faith, and maybe you can have him on the show to explain further. But kratom is an opiate as well, but I don't think it's an opioid, so it gets to be a little complex.
Yes, it's a leaf. It's a leaf that comes out of, I think it's
Malaysia or something.
It's Thailand. It's a Thailand leaf. It's all about an incredible little documentary by Hamilton Morris where he went there and he was talking to people that basically like walk around and chew it. And I think it's actually like illegal there too. They have to be careful.
Right.
I think it's like you have a kratom plant on your property there.
Wow. I think some people historically had it like in little vats of like liquid, and they just occasionally would hit it up and drink it while they were like working, and they would just utilize it all day, every day. But I'm not saying it's a safe practice, but it's interesting.
Super interesting. I'm interested in all kinds of drugs, man. All kinds of performance enhancers, everything. And it's always been fun for me to experiment with different things and see how they help or see how they hinder or see, because everyone experiences drugs in a different way too. Like some people, will probably get a huge effect of kratom or feel that stimulant effect, or maybe like help them with their workouts or their exercise. Some people may have no effect. And I've noticed that like I react to drugs than most people do. I've always been like a very hyper responsive person to treatments.
I'm 48 years old, so all growing up, it was like a campaign, like say no to drugs, and you saw that all over the news.
Yeah.
Nancy Reagan had that mantra, and it's a good message in a lot of ways. Like, especially if you're a kid, let your brain develop. Like that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I would love it if most people and most kids could make it, past like 25 before they really touch just about anything. But we also know that that's probably not going to happen. What I've learned over the years is that there's a lot of drugs that can really wreck your life and put you in a really bad spot. But then there's some drugs where you can make an argument for them. You're like, well, they have pretty good results. But also sometimes people crash and burn off of some of those same drugs because they do them too much or whatever it might be. I have a son. He's 21 now, but when he was maybe 14, 15, getting like curious about some of these things, I mentioned to him, I just said, you know what, when this topic comes up, I'm just going to tell him the flat truth. I'm just going to tell him flat out what's going on. And I was like, Jake, you know that I want steroids. Like, you've seen bigger, stronger, faster. Like, he's like, oh yeah. Well, my whole story, he knows me. So we never talked about it until that moment. But as he was more curious about drugs, and so I said, well, here's how I kind of look at things. I think there's drugs that can kind of propel you forward, and I think they're good. But every drug is a double-edged sword. So there's good and there's bad to the particular drug that you choose. Alcohol can be really relaxing, it's super addictive, and ruins people's lives. Right? But it might have its place in some person's life that can handle it in a reasonable way. Cocaine, crack, whatever these other drugs are, I think we can all agree, like, man, those seem to be heroin, fentanyl, those all seem to be, or painkillers. It's rare to know someone that does heroin is like totally fine and like kicking ass in day-to-day life, right? So there's a lot of drugs that you should probably just almost like never even try. And there's some drugs where you're like, well, you like gaining muscle, you like being big, then maybe you try some steroids, maybe you try growth hormone or some of these other things. But the one major thing that I shared with my son was Mark Bell isn't Mark Bell without steroids. Right? I'm not trying to discredit everything that I've ever done or anything like that, but I did them on performance-enhancing drugs. I did them with the assistance of steroids. Just like I could say I wouldn't be sitting here in front of you today if it wasn't for my wife, or if it wasn't for my brothers getting me lifting. Right? These are all things that aided and assisted into the whole process. But also great poetry, great music, even children created while people are under the influence of the drug. Only the best art, in my opinion. So creative. Probably, just think as much of music. I was just thinking about that. I really like Eminem a lot. Like, talks about mushroom all the time. So anyway, you get totally. And I think a lot of it has to do with intent too. A lot of the most destructive drugs are people just are using things to mask pain or out of boredom. But the drugs that I find the most interesting are the ones that you go into with like a positive intent. Like, how can this enhance my life? Or enhance certain aspects of my work or my creativity or my body, make me faster, make me stronger. Those are the most fascinating things to me. And drugs, like the stigma of things like steroids is very similar to like the stigma of banning just the word drugs as a negative thing in general by like the Reagan administration. And I think that steroids are just a technology that are not, it's part of nature because we are part of nature. Nature created humans. We wouldn't be human beings if it wasn't for technology. Hey, you don't sell me on steroids. Right, exactly. But this is what I say to people. It's like that I talk shit about steroids. It's like we wouldn't look the way we do now if it wasn't for fire that enabled us to chew meat. And like all the technology that we've been able to create through the evolution of humanity is exactly the reason we are where we are today. And like steroids are just a technology that came from nature, so it is by definition a part of nature. So like, and to your point, people they'll take Padogia, Agresta, they'll take all these other things, and they have no problem with those, and they don't think that those things could potentially have harm or danger. Yeah. But everything is a double-edged sword. Everything has a positive. Everything has a little bit of a negative to it. I just kind of always think like people are trying to take these precursors, they're trying to take all these other things that are similar to steroids. I'm always like, why don't they just hop on a little bit of testosterone? I do think it's a lot more acceptable. You're hearing a lot more on the men's side. You're hearing a lot of men seeking getting TRT and some of those things. Yeah. And the TRT is like beyond. It's like TRT plus, or I heard someone say TRT sport. They're on like a TRT sport stack where maybe they have a little extra other than just testosterone going on. Yeah. But I think the more that we're open to this and more that we start to hear about it, I think you're going to see more women taking it as well. And I think it's important that women get their hormones optimized as well. There's a lot of issues with women taking testosterone. Absolutely. Yeah. And there's the only people that can make the only people that can make correct dosages are compounding pharmacies. My brother Chris actually just started working for a company down in Houston called Empower, and that's a compounding pharmacy. It's one of the biggest in the world. And a compounding pharmacy has the ability to actually make stuff like customized to you. So for a woman to try to get 7 milligrams or 3 milligrams of testosterone from a bottle of testosterone that a guy might use, which would be 200 milligrams per milliliter. It's like, man, you got a lot of math to try to figure out and extract that tiny little amount out every time. And so compounding pharmacies kind of come to the rescue in that situation. And you can obviously can't go directly to them. You still need to get prescribed. It's a nice option for women. There's a lot of women that suffer from all kinds of different things that, I'm not a physician, I'm not a doctor, but I think it can be very helpful for a lot of women to at the very least, look into it. Yeah. Dr. Gabrielle Lyon is talking about this on her podcast, and a doctor like that, accredited person like her, is not going to talk about women taking testosterone if she doesn't think that it can provide some value for people.
What specifically can testosterone do for women?
I believe it can really assist and help with like menopause and things like that. So, and then also,
I know it boosts libido, right, for women too, right?
Yeah, huge libido boost. It also will help with bone density. Bone density, muscle mass. Almost all of us, except for the few of us that are totally crazy that love to lift, everyone's going to suffer from some sarcopenia, and your muscle mass is going to start to come down a little bit. They say like over the age, it starts to really decline. But I think that women, it's been amazing, like their journey, like because I started lifting in probably like, I don't know, 1988 or something like that, or 1989. I was just a little kid. I don't remember the exact age or time, but I was like around 12. And when I started going to gyms at like 15, 16 years old, there was no women. Every once in a while, there'd be like a woman, and she would be like a boyfriend, or she would be with somebody that like was teaching her how to lift or whatever. But we just went to the gym.
It was like 70% chicks. And
it's a lot of women in there, and it's amazing. And then plus the evolution of how strong women are getting. I just posted on my friend's page the other day, Hunter Henderson. She is so strong. She's a IFBB pro bodybuilder, insanely strong, world records in powerlifting. And she's just doing, she's squatting 315. But she's squatting 315 super deep, super controlled, along with all this other leg exercise she was doing. And I wrote on her, like, I'm out of here. Like, I gotta not watch your page anymore. Like, I'm embarrassed that you're killing me. So there's a lot of people and there's a lot of girls with really impressive lifts. There's girls deadlifting 300, 400, 500, even 600 pounds. Shit's getting crazy.
Yeah, that's insane. That workout that we did this morning was phenomenal. The way that you were explaining to me those twists with using the core and the glutes together to contort the spine, and using the dumbbell to do that movement between the legs, the lift. I've never done anything like that before. That was super, super cool.
I'm very accepting and open to a lot of conjecture, and a lot of criticisms. And I think, maybe even while people are listening, not just this episode of the show, but all of these episodes of the show, because you have a lot of conspiracy theories, things going on, and you have a lot of things that are challenging the status quo. But I would love for everybody to kind of, they say, put on your thinking cap. Put on your cap that blows off the previous beliefs that you have for a moment. Like, just suspend your beliefs in a little cloud, just have them kind of hovering over you, and be prepared to potentially have those beliefs help you to change your mind over time. Because changing your mind over time and changing your answer over time is going to be the thing that, over a period of time, you'll have a collection of thoughts that will be more intelligent, or just keep advancing. And you can be almost a little robotic with it in a way, and you don't have to be so attached. I think what was the quote that you said while you were working out?
Yeah, there's a great quote of this guy, I forget his name. He was on my friend Julie Gordon's podcast, and his quote was, I have a bunch of very strong opinions loosely held. Right? And I think that's that quote.
that is a really wonderful way to go through life, because if I tell you like, oh, if you want to get big, you got to do eccentrics, but you don't believe in eccentrics because you've heard Mike Israel maybe say that they're not important, you just missed what I said. You know, and maybe what I'm talking about is slightly different than what you previously thought. And so I see that happen all the time. I'm still very guilty of it. The second I hear somebody spewing something, I'm like, bullshit, like this guy's an idiot, this guy's a liar, this guy's dumb, this guy doesn't know about this or that. Yeah. It's easy to do that, but try to do what's harder to do. And what's harder to do is to be open-minded. The sport that I've done for the last 30 years or so, powerlifting, it has potential to completely wreck and destroy your body. Yes. For me, I was very fortunate that I learned so much over the years, and I had so many great mentors that it didn't destroy my body. But it did leave me really tight. It did leave me to like just have a lot of holes in my game for just normal movement in life. You know, it's something as simple as like me touching my shoulder, my own shoulder.
Yeah.
You know,
And then you did a good bicep workout.
yeah, it's not just because I'm jacked. It's like there's a lot of people that have hard time doing that. There's a lot of people that can do it very easily that are even bigger than me. So it's not just about being jacked. It's just that joint doesn't have the capacity to do that because it hasn't really had to do that motion before. And so I've been just studying the whole game. And I've always thought and always said, like, if you want to be a champion, if you want to be amazing, you want to be great at something, then you're going to be willing to do all of it. Like we did the myofascial release stuff. That stuff sucks to do. It hurts. We're on those balls. We're doing different things. That's those kettlebells. But like if you love golf, then you'll be on the ground doing that shit. It's not easy to do, but yeah, I fell in love with a lot of the stuff from the guy's name is Nabi Aguilar, functional patterns, and people get pissed off at me just for even liking it. And it's like, dude, I'm not
You're not hard about you. You're in the wrong team, bro.
Yeah. Well, I just would really wish that people would just give stuff a shot. Like, okay, maybe you do think it's dumb, but that's a good first reaction. It's good to have that safety net.
Yeah.
But go to the gym and actually just try to apply one thing that this guy's ever said. Mm-hmm. And if you do, you're probably going to be like, that's interesting. Yeah. See some pretty good points there. You might not love it. You might not want to do it. You might not believe anything he says, but it's going to be hard to deny it if you can try it and if you're able to feel it.
Yeah. I think it's super important to change up your goals and routines, especially with weightlifting. I'd love to do that. It's hard to do. But like, you also have to like learn and evolve with stuff. And the problem with that is it's difficult for people online, especially like these doctor influencers online. It's very hard for them, and it's counterintuitive for them to do that when they're talking from a voice of authority, saying, I'm this, I went to Stanford, got my degree and all this stuff, I'm a fucking doctor, and this is the right way to do things. And then a year later, flipping that around, saying something completely different. So like it's the antithesis of like maintaining this authoritative voice that people have online to build their brands.
I think Paul Saladino did a good job of switching lanes, and I know people got mad at him about that. But I thought he tried something different, right? So he's eating meat. He's on the carnivore. And some people look at it like, oh, he's a failed vegan, now he's a failed carnivore, now he's bouncing around sort of thing. Well, if he's really smart, he'll continue to bounce around until he finds the exact thing that not only works great for him, but works great for maybe people that are listening to him. And I think where the carnivore diet might have some holes in its game, especially when it comes to like weight loss, it's just the amount of fat that people consume sometimes. And so if you're going to eat, like my brother and I actually are the first people to mention a carnivore diet, first people to mention meat, fruit as a potential diet.
Yeah, I heard you guys, I was talking this morning, you were on Rogan in like, 2015 or something like that,
Yeah.
and you're talking about the carnivore diet. He's like, what, bro? Hey, you kale. I think you called him a nerd.
Yeah, I'm kind of nerd. Yeah, I'm kind of nerd. I'm not a kale salad.
He's like, what's wrong with salad, man?
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with it.
Look at the evolution of, look where we are now, man. That's
I know. I'm a fan of vegetables, by the way. I think they're great. They don't have a whole lot of energy to them. They're not really calorically dense. Yeah. And they can be a great filler. And I think there's a
a lot of stuff that vegetables do that we don't even know. So people talk about the anti-nutrients that it has and stuff like that, but I just don't think we really know. I think that like an anti-nutrient that might be in kale probably also has a hormetic effect somewhere. Meaning that like a little poison is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that there's too much unknown. But I think if there's a hole in the game of the carnivore diet would be that it can potentially have a lot of fat. There's a lot of people just thinking like, I'm just going to blast this because I'm not eating this. This whole other thing of macronutrients. I'm not eating any carbohydrates. Or for the men and women that are mainly just practicing only eating meat. Now, if you're eating meat and you're also eating some sugar, which would be like fruit and honey, then you have an even bigger problem because you're still consuming a ton of saturated fat and you're eating carbohydrates. It doesn't really matter where the carbohydrates come from that much, but if you're in a state of overconsumption or, which no one ever talks about this, you just have a hard time being compliant. Well, now you're on a high-fat diet where it's also like high sugar and high pizza and high ice cream and high all these other things because you're having a hell of a time with adherence. The carnivore diet can have a crazy problem with adherence. And so someone might do it for 2 or 3 days, then they cheat. 2-3 days, and they cheat.
Yes.
You
don't know what the outcome of that is. Have you ever heard of Tim Ferriss's low carb diet?
Yeah.
Where he just he basically stays, I think he stays like low carb or keto on like the edge, borderline keto all week long. And like on Saturday, he'll just eat some slam donuts and pizza.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many ways to do this, but even in that case, I think it can just end up being reckless if you're not aware of the fat consumption. And I've been tampering with every diet you can think of. I used to do Carb Night from John Kiefer. I don't know if you remember that diet.
I never heard of it.
Yeah, there's like carb backloading where you just mainly eat all your carbs at the end of the day, which doesn't sound like a good idea.
Yeah.
I've done protein leveraging. I've done there's all kinds of different diets that you could do. There's something called a protein sparing modified fast, which is just like almost impossible to follow. But really what that is like rather than someone like yourself saying, I'm going to do a 72-hour fast, instead of doing a 72-hour fast, you say, over the next 72 hours, I'm going to only eat protein. That's all I'm going to eat is protein. And it's going to be straight protein too, just like egg whites, maybe chicken breast, and so a little bit of fat in there. Yeah, maybe some turkey. But you do that for 2 or 3 days, and that is obviously a very restrictive diet.
Right.
But this is how a lot of bodybuilders get really, really lean for a bodybuilding show. They have really lean sources of meat. They might have some carbs and stuff in there too because they train so hard and everything. But they're going to be on a very, very lean diet. Like Chris Bumstead is at like 1,600 calories when he's, last maybe 3-4 weeks before a bodybuilding show, which is insane because if he has to sink his calories that low and he has to sink his fat down that low, his fat might be 40 grams or something like that a day, which is really low to try to do that. But my point being is like there's so many different ways that we can move all this stuff around, but you can't have the carbohydrates and the fats being really high unless it's like for some really short period of time. So even if it balances out at the end of the month that your carbs and your fats are high and you're in a caloric surplus, you are probably going to run into some issues with heart disease and probably going to run into some issues that you could have avoided if you just had a little bit better knowledge. And if you just, the easiest way to look at it, in my opinion, is just to watch those fat calories. Just pay attention to it. Be careful of like, I'm eating buffalo wings and pastrami and salami and cheese, because that's Tim Ferriss is a big fan of cheese. So I know cheese is like 1-to-1. It's like 1 gram of fat per 1 gram of protein.
Oh, is it really?
Same with eggs. Whole egg is like 6 and 6 or 7 and 7, depending on the size of the egg, and that's pretty fat. So you want it, like, in my opinion, I would rather see somebody add some egg whites to like an omelet or to their eggs that they're going to have in the morning, so that way they're having more volume, but they're also not consuming nearly as many calories. Protein is a weird thing. It's not a great energy source. You got your carbs and your fats, and those two can
count against you a little bit more so than in terms of not being able to lose weight. And keep in mind too, as I'm talking about a lot of this stuff, I'm talking about like losing body fat.
Right.
So if you're somebody that just wants to be healthy, then things are a little bit different. The other day, your fat warrior carbs can be whatever range that you want as long as you're not gaining weight.
Right. And that's something that you don't notice when you're not overweight. So like when I started experimenting with the keto diet like 7 years ago, I felt great. I felt amazing. That's when I first learned about it from Dom. And I started doing my blood work, and I told you my cholesterol was off the freaking charts, like crazy. I thought like my primary care doctor was like, "You're gonna be dead in 5 years." But like, he didn't know. I mean, he didn't understand like all of like the latest research and all this stuff. Those people don't really know. Losing patients,
And it's still changing all the time. I think that with all the information I've heard about cholesterol, it seems like where we sit now is actually a little bit more in the middle. So I think for a moment there, we were like, oh, it doesn't matter at all. Nick Norwitz did his Oreo study and all these different things. But it still seems to matter. It just seems to matter in terms of your LDL cholesterol is high, and then you also want to check like your ApoB. There's all these other things.
I got all that stuff checked. Yeah.
And you check your like fasting insulin, and
LP little A's and L1.
right.
Yeah, I was pretty decent. I got a what's it called? CT angiogram.
Yeah.
Whatever, just to check the plaque. I was good on that. So
That's great.
saying all that. But yeah, another thing I wanted to ask you about was like I've noticed a lot of super young people jumping on testosterone lately, like kids in their like early 20s. There's these dudes that walk around that gym that we were just in that look like bigger than him.
Yeah, bigger than
And these kids are like 19 years old, and they don't look a day younger than 40. And I'm like, jeez, I couldn't like imagine. And I know that stuff can't be good for you when you're super young like that. Like, I know there's a difference between being good for you or being like hampering your lifestyle, because like one of the main downfalls that I know is it makes you infertile, right? So like, if you want to have kids, it's not a good idea to do it. But like, I wonder like what would be the other downsides of it long term if you're managing. Obviously, if you're blasting like 500 milligrams a week, that's not going to be optimal for like your heart health and things like this. But like if you're doing like a normal dose of this stuff, and you've already addressed the reproductive stuff, you don't want to have kids anymore, what would be the downsides?
There's definitely a lot of drawbacks to the whole thing. One of them just being bigger. Having a lot of body weight. People tend to live longer when they're just smaller.
Yeah.
I think a lot of centurions, people that live to be over 100 years old, they're usually like 100 pounds, or 120, 140 pounds, like little people. And so I think that doing some of these things when you're young, it's good to probably get a lot of these things out of your system. So if you're going to do it at any time, the body repairs itself pretty well. But you could be really tampering with something that you maybe don't fully understand. Testosterone and steroids in general, they change so many things about you. People have kind of stated that the COVID vaccine changes your DNA and things of that nature, right? Testosterone changes everything about you. It changes your personality, changes everything. Really? There was somebody that on my YouTube channel that I just got done with a run. I posted a video and I was kind of stating what I did for the day. I was like, oh, I lifted and got a good run. Yeah. And someone's like, well, it's easy for you to say because you're on steroids. And I actually thought about it for a moment. Rather than getting mad about it, I gave it a second. I was like, what? That dude's kind of right. Because steroids are actually motivating. People might not really know that, but you think about anybody you talk to who's had low teeth, they're kind of down. Yeah. And they're like, hey man, you want to go play some pickleball? Like, oh no. They're like, hey, you want to play some video games? They're just low energy. They're kind of it's not the same, right? But it can flip a switch for some people when it takes some testosterone. But what about the person that maybe their whole life, maybe they grew up a little bit smaller than everybody. Maybe they grew up kind of skinny. They kind of got pushed around, right? Well, now they do a little jujitsu and they get in the gym a little bit and they take a little testosterone. They're going to feel like a completely different person. The your POV is going to change. Your point of view on everything is going to change massively when you have a little bit more testosterone in you, because you're going to be stronger, you're going to be bigger, and there's also another side of it. Like if you start to take something like trenbolone or some of these things, changes like so many things. It changes a lot of your senses. It changes the way that you smell things. It changes the way that you taste. It'll literally change, can really literally change your life. If you hear people talk about how angry they are when they're on it. Now everyone doesn't get the same effects. Everyone gets the same side effects and stuff like that. But probably one of the biggest issues with steroids in general, with all of it, and these young kids taking it, is the addictive side. It's going to be hard to like.
You think they're addicted to testosterone?
They are for me. I've been on it for a really long time.
What specifically is addictive about it?
Just the whole feel that you get. Oh, really? You know, because I've definitely considered. I'm 48, and I definitely have considered like, oh, maybe I should come off. But now I'm like, well,
oh, really? Even in your 40s?
Yeah, I'm like, yeah. And now I'm obviously on like way lower dosages and all that stuff. I get my blood work checked. And I try to do it in a healthy way and all that stuff. But I'm just like, maybe I should just, because I've been doing them since I was 25 years old. So that's, how much research is there on people like 20 years? Yeah, how much research is there on? Yeah, Arnold, right?
He's like almost 80,
right? There's a lot of people that have been doing it for a long time. But even like, let's just hypothetically say that I stopped for 20 years. I'd probably start taking it again when I'm 70 if I thought I needed it. You know what I mean?
Right. That's how I feel about these things.
Yeah.
I tried testosterone for like 4 months about 2 years ago, and I felt tired. I didn't feel great. Honestly, I probably thought I felt worse on it. I don't know what it was, but I definitely felt like fatigued all the time, just tired all the time.
Previously, did you have like low testosterone, and did you get your testosterone checked?
My testosterone was, I got it done before, it was like 750, and then I got it done in the middle of it, and that was giving up to like 1500. I don't know. I mean, that's a lot more. Obviously,
yeah, right.
But
it can make you feel lethargic in some ways, because it does make you. It just makes you like bigger, and it almost like, I don't want to say it makes you slower, because there's so many different outcomes you can have in regards to like how you're training and everything else. They can certainly make you faster, because they can make you more powerful, more explosive. But they will also cause, like if you take them for a handful of weeks, they might also cause some water retention.
yes.
And your blood pressure might go up a little bit. You might just feel a little bit more tired.
So that's what Don was telling me when I tried it. He's like, do your blood pressure all the time. Just keep track of that. Yeah, I did that. And like whenever I can try to investigate things like this, I make sure I do like more than enough homework to make sure that I'm not going to fuck myself over. And blood work and stuff like that. But yeah, so like the fatigue stuff was really weird to me. I didn't feel more motivated because I heard people talking about more motivation increases and things like this. And the other thing was, it killed my dick. People talk about it boosting your libido. It fucking drove mine into the ground.
Was that all you were taking was testosterone?
Yeah.
It like I said, all drugs are like a double-edged sword. You know, erectile dysfunction happens in a lot of people from testosterone. I don't even know if everyone understands all the mechanisms behind that. I do know that when your testosterone goes up, a lot of times your estroidal, your estrogen will want to kind of like,
But that boosts libido, right? Estrogen.
it can.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can. And also if you drive your estrogen way down, that can hurt you. But if your estrogen way up,
That's protective, right? It's like protecting
it can be like heart. Yeah, it can be like heart protective. But I think if your estrogen gets like out of hand, whether your testosterone is blasted to the ceiling, or whether your testosterone is really low, probably not going to feel great from either one of those. It's like this thing about being in the middle, and so I think we're just at the very beginning stages of like figuring a lot of this out. I think that in the future, it's not just going to be like a shot of testosterone. I think that like each person that seeks this out will probably get a shot of something that maybe has 3 or 4 different things in it, so that it's because I mean that's what bodybuilders are doing now. And when I started,
What do you 3, 4 things? What do you mean?
So I was a professional wrestler for a handful of years, like jumping off the top of the rope type stuff.
Really?
And when I was doing pro wrestling, we basically would say that if you're not on 3 things at one time, then you're natural.
That's fucking awesome.
So yeah, it's like you take testosterone, equipoise, and some Anavar or something like that. So those other drugs, those other compounds, that bodybuilders are meatheads for sure, but they're also really smart. Those other compounds can so if you do it strategically and you're paying attention to what you're doing, you're not just blasting all three of them. You can lower the testosterone quite a bit. You can take like Primabol and Astron. I don't know if this will get like thrown off of YouTube or whatever, but you can take these other things.
Medical advice.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. You can take these things, with testosterone and not have to take the same amount. So you can get the positive effects of testosterone. So like if we forgot your first experience with testosterone, we redid it and you said what your goals were, we can appropriately dose testosterone and like something like Primabol or Masteron both have a tendency to lower your estrogen a little bit. Not crush it, but just keep it in line so you stay lean. And then also you're not going to get the negative sides from either one of them because you're taking like half the dosage of each one. And you can do that maybe like twice a week or something, and you have like really crazy, phenomenal results. So when I started, the first time I ever took anything, I think I took testosterone and Deca together. That's like an androgen. And I took those together, and I think I gained like 25 pounds. And it was like in a really short period of time. So back to like good and bad, like 25 pounds in a short period of time. That's not very healthy, right? Like your body's like, yo, what's going on? But I felt awesome, right? And a 45-pound plate felt like a frisbee. Felt super strong, like strength was going through the roof, and then veins started kind of like popping out everywhere. So this is awesome. And so that's the addictive side that I'm talking about, because those kids you're talking about at the gym, they're not just taking testosterone. They're taking a bunch of other stuff. Yeah. Actually, many of them probably don't even really have good access to testosterone.
Well, that's another thing I was going to say.
They're probably taking
they're buying their testosterone like underground.
Right.
They're just buying shit somebody's probably making in a bathtub or something like that. They're not getting something from a pharmacy.
And when these guys share like what their goals are, then the guy selling shit to them probably saying, "No, you need the orals and you need this and this." And they're more toxic. Like they're flat out that the oral steroids are.
And these kids also never get their blood work too. They don't know what the fuck.
They don't care. They're just excited. They just want to be jacked. I mean, look at how many people we go online. It seems like everyone's jacked. But
yeah,
as we talked about in the gym, only like 5% of the population works out at all.
Yeah. One of the things I did notice though that I can't deny is I had I could get a shitty night's sleep and still go into the day no problem and wake up in the morning, hop right out of bed, like right there.
I think it's a big cause of sleep apnea too, interestingly enough. I mean, for one, you get bigger, but I think there's some sort, I don't know what the correlation is personally, but it seems like there's a correlation to testosterone. I've heard that. I mean, I don't know. It could just be the weight gain. It could also be that maybe holding a little extra water, but almost everybody I know that takes testosterone, especially when they start to take quite a bit of it, they almost all have trouble sleeping. Really, my sleep definitely got better. Yeah, I went many years where I was probably only sleeping like 4 or 5 hours. It was crazy. That was like right in the middle of my power team, so it's stronger than ever. Like I said, it didn't hurt me at all to not have that. Or who knows? I mean, maybe it show up in something nowadays, because maybe that did have a negative impact. But at the time, I was strong as shit, so it didn't matter.
Yeah. You know what the funniest things to me is how there's this huge stigma with these steroids and testosterone in sports like the NBA and the NFL. And it's like, oh, they can't be doing that. These guys are going to be tested for these things. But I know a lot of those guys are literally on testosterone, and they have to be on testosterone. When you're playing in the NFL and you're getting smashed to bits by these people every week, and then you're going to go take one day off, go back and start working out and running drills again until your next game. There's no way that the human body can sustain that for years unless you're on these drugs that can help your body recover. Right?
It's supposed to help a lot with brain health too.
Yeah.
So,
for concussions and stuff.
Yeah, but who better to be on steroids than these guys?
Oh, and of course.
Like, are you not entertained? Like, we want to be entertained.
Exactly. Right.
It's interesting because we want to be entertained at a certain point, but then it gets to be like too much. It's like, when it comes to, I don't know.
I don't want to be entertained, but not these guys are injecting testosterone. Like, that's too far. that's not worth the entertainment.
But then they like some dudes snort cocaine before they, you know, and it's like how performance enhancing is that? Like that's got to be amazing.
A lot of these guys are on Adderall.
Right?
Have you seen the videos of some of the run? I don't know if you can watch football, but there's you can watch a slow mo videos of some of these running backs like Derrick Henry. You can watch it running, or even Antonio Brown back in the still playing.
Oh, and their eyeballs.
Fucking eyeballs are saucers, dude.
Yeah.
So for some, I just learned this recently when I was talking to a buddy of mine who was an assistant coach for, I think, the Gators back when like Tebow was playing, and he was saying, "Oh yeah," he goes, "All the running backs and receivers, they're all on every single one." What? I had no idea that would be like something that would help football players. Because it seemed like a body kind of like athletic ability thing, not so much of a just giving Adderall basically like speed.
I do think that there are things like Adderall, and I could be speaking like I could be talking out my ass. But I think that some of these things that are like that have to do with dopamine, I think some of these things could potentially help make somebody more explosive. So I know there's some other drugs that people get into too that they'll take and it'll make them like faster, like literally faster and stronger. Like at the moment, it's not a steroid. It's just something that boom switches something on. I think it's interesting that kratom isn't. Kratom's not banned. It's not a banned substance when it comes to like NFL, NBA.
Oh, really?
Even the Olympics, I don't think. It's interesting because you're like, I don't think it would be. But
Yeah, because I know a lot of bodybuilders love kratom.
yeah, it's getting bigger, and you have these what is it, White Rabbit or something.
That's the White Rabbit. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Larry Beatles. I think
Yes,
part
he
of
has his own. He has his own custom flavor.
Larry Beatles, man, he's just so freaky. You know, I do. Yeah, yeah. I've had an opportunity to see him when he was like he's still super young, but when he was like I don't know, like 17, 18 years old, deadlifting like 675 or something like that. He's a beast.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, this stuff's super interesting.
But I like kratom so much. I invested in a company. This company's called New Group. I'll have a bunch sent to you.
Is that like this? Or is
Sure.
that different?
You'll absolutely love it. Well, that's my own company, Mindful.
Oh,
And I sell some kratom, some kava. I have gummies and I have capsules and I have little shots of kratom and stuff like that. But I invested in a company called New Brew. They make a drink that's a little bit like this. It's a fizzy type of tea, and it has kava and kratom in it. The kratom is very low dosage.
Oh, you know who was just telling me about this? Was Hamilton Morris.
Yeah, they're fire, man. They are so awesome. It's such a great product.
So is it like an energy drink?
It's so New Brew. You know, it's trying to be a replacement for a lot of people for alcohol. And my wife actually my wife was digging drinking wine for many, many years, and I would drink here and there too with it. But instead of that, we drink that instead. We made the switch.
I quit drinking when I got one of those organs.
Oh, you saw.
I never had a problem drinking, but like in my 20s, I was just going out to bars and drinking just not whatever I wanted. I'd drink fucking me and a couple friends would just smash a handle of caffeine, like whatever. But like when I got one of those O-rings, I started to notice like this how bad it fucks up your heart rate and your HRV and like changes all these little like nerdy metrics of like your organs and that. Like it put it on paper for me. So I'm like, I really never drink alcohol anymore.
What are your thoughts of like, I don't know, say like you and I go and grab a steak or something tonight, and I'm like, let's get like a bottle of wine. And you drink that?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. That's kind of the way I feel. Like, hey, is this gonna, I don't know, enhance the moment a little bit? It's gonna be more fun.
Oh,
it's more relaxed. Yep. And I'll just drink. I don't really worry about it that much. Years ago, I used to not drink like at all. Like I've only been drunk like a couple times in my whole life. I don't really. I love steroids, but I don't love drugs in general. Even my son was trying to show me how to like smoke pot one time.
Really?
I like could barely figure it out. So I've never done it before. We posted it up on my Instagram and stuff, and everybody was talking about trash. Like, I don't know if you really inhaled. It's like I was trying. I don't know what the hell I was doing. Some of these other drugs, I really like it because it feels like, and alcohol is something that I can enjoy. And alcohol is something that can relax me. And even more recently, with some of the diets, the things I've been doing, I'm like, why don't I just have like sometimes at the end of the night, why don't I just have like a glass of wine? Because otherwise, for me, my mind is always thinking about food. And I love food. I just want to keep eating. And I'm like, well, at 7 o'clock, why don't I just have like a glass of wine? And then that'll be it for the night. And that works pretty good.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I know, like, if I'm going out with friends or if I'm doing something where I'm being social or going to a party, of course I'll have drinks, and I know that I'm gonna fuck up my sleep that night. It's just like you gotta do it. But on a normal day, like the night before a podcast, I'm not gonna drink.
Hey, we can make an argument. Maybe it's good for you. Like maybe it's good for you to have a little shitty sleep. The other day, your body more resilient.
I think so too. I totally, dude. It's weird too. Sometimes when I get really fucked up the night before, something I have to do the next day, and I sleep like shit, and I wake up hungover. Sometimes I feel like super hyper vigilant, like super like sharp, and I feel better than I have done. I don't know what's going on there, but that's happened to me.
We should make an app that shows how much better you slept after you drank a lot.
I know, right?
People would love it.
An anti-ordering.
Like, oh my god, you got 100% on your sleep.
Yeah, right.
After getting completely wrecked the night before.
The other day, I just got out the other weekend, beach, just the kids, whatever, just a little bottle of tequila, and I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna drink this. I'm gonna drink this thing each in the slam, drink a whole mini bottle of I was like, I'm gonna good shit. And then about 20 minutes later, it all hit me like a ton.
Oh no.
And I was pretty smashed.
It all came
But it's
together
fun
at
to
the
do
same-
that every once in a while.
It all came together at the same time.
Yeah, it all hit me just at once. It just completely snuck up on me. I wasn't ready for it.
I think some of what you're talking about, Tim, I think is what's pretty cool about like your goals and stuff like that. And I think a lot of times people have trouble like really being more specific about your goals. I know there's like some people that have talked in the past about having a particular goal and being like super specific about it, writing it down. I don't know if you need to go that far with like your exercise and stuff like that, but it is cool to like really think about it on a deeper level rather than like I just want to be like bigger and stronger. Maybe you can kind of figure out like why, like what's the reason, and the reason why that's important is like maybe bench squat, deadlift, bent over rows, and military presses aren't the best thing for somebody, but maybe they are. They can be. Like if somebody is 135 pounds and they're graduating high school, they want to be a little bit more jacked, they want to be a little thicker, then maybe they do those things for their body because maybe that will help make them feel better. But if we're talking about like an athlete or something, they might want to have other considerations like, oh, you want to be fast and you want to be big and strong, but you want to be big and strong and fast in your sport and not just be able to perform some good lifts in the gym.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, my goal has always, I've never really wanted to be like somebody framed, just like super jacked, fucking, meathead gorillas. I know they look great, I admire that, but I also want to not injure myself. Like, I want to be able to sustain my body as long as I can and enjoy like doing the sports that I like to do. Which is why this shit that you were showing me today was so fascinating. And I definitely need to incorporate some more of this stuff. Just working out with like Dom I don't think Dom does much of that kind of stuff. Dom does like a very like push and pull like the basics, right? I mean, he's out on a barn, like carrying those hex bars with like 1 million pounds on them and doing like crazy amounts of squats. One of the things I didn't like about those that behind the bar shoulder press. I forget what's the name. It's like what's the name of those kinds of basic presses where you like to bench on like a straight bar up and down. You're not doing dumbbells, but you're doing like compound movements. Compound. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, those compound movements. I think that those are super, super beneficial, and I've basically done those since I was in high school. But that's what I noticed. Like as I get older, it's way more important to do some of those other.
I think even speaking upon that right there, it's like that would probably like advice for people listening right now. Like getting rid of a barbell for most people, most of the time, would probably be a great idea. There's nothing wrong with a barbell. It's not a bad piece of equipment. And if you like to squat, you like to bench, if there's a particular thing you really love to do, and you're doing it correctly and you feel good about it, then by all means, you should probably continue on with it. But if you feel like tight and you're kind of banged up, you're kind of injured, you're not feeling great, you just want a little bit more mobility, you just want to move and feel a little bit better, just switch to trying to do it one-legged, the kind of bilateral movements.
Right.
It can really change a lot of things for you. Like just that one simple thing, rather than going in and being like, I'm just you squat heavy, put the weight on your back and all that kind of stuff. Maybe you're like, I'm gonna do walking lunges, do them legs, put them like crazy. Bulgarian split squats, step ups. Like there's a lot of other movements you can do. And then if you still want to train both legs at the same time, I'm sure you can mix in a couple of other things. But I think a lot of times we just get one dimensional. What I've always said about a barbell is a barbell provides a crazy amount of value because of the amount of weight you use on barbell. If you try to use an equivalent amount of weight with dumbbells, it's really hard. Like a 300-pound bench press is a really nice bench press. But for someone to try to handle 150-pound dumbbells, that's a really good feat of strength. For somebody to handle 150-pound dumbbells means they've been in the gym forever. But there's a lot of guys that bench around 300, even take 200, and then to have 100-pound dumbbells in each hand is like a totally different thing. Or even think of a 200-pound loaded barbell versus a 200-pound dumbbell, right?
Oh yeah,
they're a world of different. They couldn't be any more different,
right.
So the barbell, it does allow you to overload the body, so it allows you to overload the spine. Those are some really good things that you can do because it can be important for some people that are looking for some of the impact of bone density and having thicker and stronger bones. So it does have some application. It's just that I think we get a little too obsessive with it. I also think we get a little too obsessive with, having this arch posture and being super stiff and only doing both arms at the same time. If you just change it up a little bit, you pull with one arm, well now your body had to twist, and there's some rotation in there. So it's a really simple thing to solve or cure. And again, I'm not saying eliminate barbells forever for everybody, but for most people, you should probably just do a lot less barbell, do more dumbbell, and even.
Hey guys, if you're not already subscribed, please hammer the subscribe button below and hit the like button on the video. Back to the show.
Take things a step further and even work on some body weight exercises.
Yeah.
They're tough.
There's something about pull-ups that's just I can't describe what it is, but it's I know it's not a ton of weight, it's only your body weight, but something about it is just so taxing and so brutal, and I get such a pump from doing basic body weight stuff like pull-ups and push-ups. Almost sometimes more than lifting more weight than that.
There's some things to consider, again, kind of back to the steroid thing. If somebody takes anabolics, somebody takes steroids, they're going to gain more weight. They're going to have more muscle mass on them than somebody natural, right? If somebody, even a natural person decides to go to the gym and they start to lift a bunch of weight, they're going to have a lot more body weight on them than what we would have otherwise had on us hundreds of years ago, naturally. Especially if they're specifically doing bodybuilding the way that Dom does bodybuilding, right? It might not be a profound, crazy amount of weight that you have on you, but it could be 20 extra pounds, 30 extra pounds, whatever it might be. And so when people talk about being natural, I think the act of lifting all the time, whether bodybuilding or powerlifting, Olympic lifting, isn't very natural. Because I don't think we'd have ever gotten that big. People having big legs, people always love when someone's got big legs. I've always thought it was kind of stupid. I like having muscular legs and calves and stuff. It's kind of cool. Yeah. But it's well, go try a 400 meter. Go to the track, try 400 meters, and see how those legs work for you. They're just too heavy. They're too heavy to lug around. So these are just all things I like to think about them. I like to do I'm not saying that this is bad and it's dumb to be big and jacked. I still love it. I'll always love it. But it's good to just reconsider some of these things. What is your body capable of doing? Are you capable of just doing basic stuff? Can you jump? Can you sprint? I don't know if you can. I don't think that's great. It doesn't make any sense. You work out all the time, you can't jump or sprint.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
Yeah. Some of my favorite things, one of the best things I've learned was when I had 5 years ago when I had this sciatica thing in my back. I learned all about the movements of the hips and the shoulder blades especially, and learning to keep your posture better, to protect your spine, rotating the shoulder blades in and having the shoulders back, and then using and having different areas, different tilt positions of your hips and your pelvis when you're doing these lifts, and that like changed everything for me.
It's huge. Having good posture is incredible, and lifting can sort of can help force someone into having better posture, but lifting too much can force somebody to have worse posture. Somebody who's got like winged shoulders, someone who has their shoulders like really internally rotating forward, and they go in and they hammer out like a lot of bench pressing and stuff like that, their shoulders are just going to kind of continue to creep forward. And then if you're at your computer all the time, kind of combination of things, looking down at your phone and so on, it's just going to sort of want to shift your head forward, and it's going to sort of just over time, put you in some bad positions. But what I'm trying to explain, and what I think what they're doing in functional patterns, is they're trying to say, we know that you can move your body into like these weird ways and have your body sort of almost like misshapen from heavy lifting.
Yeah.
I mean, if you know what you're doing, you can lift really heavy, and you can build a great body that looks symmetrical. Like there's tons of people. Arnold is a great example. There's a lot of people who've done it over the years, but you have to like know a lot to be able to do that. And what I think is interesting is that you can also just take some of that, some of the knowledge that we know, that you can force yourself in these bad positions and look sort of awkward from like overlifting. You have that, lat syndrome thing going on and stuff like that.
What's the lat syndrome?
Where we're imaginary lat syndrome. Someone's like posturing up, and they're just kind of like walk like, hey,
What's going on?
and it's like super stuck and super stiff, and people just moving around like they have a stiff neck. You wake up with a stiff neck one day and someone calls your name, and you can't move worth a shit.
Yeah.
I think we take some of those same principles and just understand that we can unwind a little bit. Some of the stuff I showed you today.
Yeah.
You don't have bad posture, but over time you can solidify your postures in positions that otherwise you might be compromised. Like, I've never seen you swing a golf club, or haven't seen you surf, but there could be like little small things that you're doing, or do jiu-jitsu. There could be little small things that you're doing, or something slightly off, that is leading to some stress in your lower back and things like that. And then if you strengthen it in the gym, you strengthen it the right way. Like I just don't think like deadlifts and a 45-degree back raise is really gonna like do it. You know what I mean? Like, think about how different jiu-jitsu is than like a deadlift.
Yeah.
Like, they're not, and I'm not saying like the only way to get better is to like do the sport. But what I would say is like, what you're doing currently isn't going to work the way that you think. However, you can still pick heavy shit up off the ground and have it have massive benefits. So what some people might try to do is and say, okay, well, all right, maybe like the regular deadlift bar, not for me, that kind of bothers my back, so I use a trap bar. And that sounds fair. Okay, it's a less range of motion. You're able to be in better posture for the lift. Might not be a bad idea to explore some of that. But it would be even better to explore lifting a heavy sandbag.
Right.
Because now your
Asymmetrical shit.
and now your spine has to like ramp. Your spine has to open up. Your spine has to round over. You were just mentioning some of the things you did for like PT, learning to move your spine around. Yeah. You have to, like, for me, I took like pride in this because this was my sport. And squat 1,080, you have to have a really rigid spine. So 1,080 deadlift, or 1,080 squat, and a 766 deadlift, and 854 pound bench.
Hey, didn't you drop that much at one point too? Some chick in a skirt walked in front of you or something?
1,085. Yeah, that didn't help me either. But I created this like rigidness in my spine to where, if I just like bend down towards the ground, and even if I can touch the ground, but if I'm touching the ground, my lower back will still be flat. Like all the other spine will move, but the lower back it stays like super stiff and super tight.
So like you can't hip hinge, like hinge your hip.
I can hip hinge like a mofo. Okay. But I can't like unlock my lower back to really round all the way over to the ground. Oh, interesting. So like I can move like almost maybe like 3/4 of my spine. But that last part towards the bottom, right, doesn't want to go anywhere. And that was created through racing. We'd say big air powerlifting. So big air, you push your stomach out against your lifting belt, and you just hold this posture. I mean, I remember when I did squat 1,000 days, I remember that we're just squatting over 1,000 pounds many times in training, many times in competition. I remember standing with that weight, and I was like, I'm not going to fucking move from this position no matter what. I'm just going to, all I'm going to do is open up my hips and bend my knees. But this upright posture I have right here, nothing's going to move. And I was able to accomplish that because I built up a ton of strength through doing exercises like good mornings and deadlifts and stiff leg deadlifts and bent over rows. But all of them with a very straight spine. Right. And sometimes the spine would go from straight to maybe just like a little bit of like almost like neutral-ish, maybe slight bend, but everything was almost always straight. More recently, I started getting in like picking up sandbags and picking up stones and rocks and shit like that. And now my back, at first, it was very taxing for me. At first, it was very hard. I had to start with like 60 pounds, 80 pounds. I had to start really light. I'm like, oh my God, this is embarrassing. So weak at this. And it's not like I couldn't manhandle the other ones, couldn't lift them at all. It was that every time I lifted them, I felt like I was going to get hurt. And it's because my spine, lower back wouldn't round. But if you can get your lower back to round, you think about jiu-jitsu, someone's trying to stack you, or you're trying these different movements, they can't do shit to you if your spine can really move. It's obviously not just your spine, but if your spine can move better, it's going to be harder for them to pass your guard. It's going to be easier for them to pass theirs, and so on, because your hips and your lower back can get unlocked. And so I would suggest for people listening to, try some of these things. Maybe just like instead of the barbell, grab some dumbbells for a little while, move those around one at a time so your body's twisting and moving. Instead of like regular deadlifts, or maybe replace some of your deadlifts with picking up like heavy sandbags. Yeah. Try some different shit.
Have you ever messed around with like foot exercises, like feet, the foot balancing stuff?
Yeah, some foot fetish stuff. Yeah,
that stuff really changed the game for me.
Like, foot stuff is great.
How to keep my foot posture correctly, walk with my feet pointed in the right direction, and like strengthening those muscles. That's huge. Foundational.
It's huge, and it's the simplest exercise. I mean, there's two really simple things you can do for your feet. One is just to try to kick your shoes off a lot. If you can, in times when it's appropriate, if you're in particular gyms, they might not want you to have no shoes on. But whenever you have the opportunity to train barefoot, that's great. Don't force it. Like, don't try to train barefoot like a blacktop or anything like that. There's probably no real reason for that. If you run, you might want to try to run a little bit on some grass or something like that, or any opportunity that you get to be in nature and like run on the beach or something like that. All that stuff is incredible. But a really, really easy one, take your shoes and socks off and just grip a towel. And continue to grip it. And while you're doing this, let's say you're doing your right side, you have all of your weight on your left, and your right is just kind of going, just crinkling your feet. You're trying to actually scrunch your foot, mainly at the arch. But what you'll find is like that doesn't move great. You're gonna probably, most likely, unless you're like a dancer or something, right? You're gonna find like that part won't move that great. So really focus on that. And you want to try to almost turn your foot out to where you're getting a little bit more towards like the pinky toe. And then what you do is you'll start to shift your weight, like in 50-50 body weight. And now you're trying to crinkle that foot. Then you lean all the way over to that side, and you have like 70% or so of your body weight on the right side while you're still trying to crinkle that towel down. And you're going to find that you're like totally stuck at it. You can't really even grab the towel. But over time, you can work your way into being able to pick the towel up. You can work your way into being able to pick the towel up, even if it's wet, because then it's going to be heavier. But at first, it's like that scene in Kill Bill where the girl's looking down at her foot. She's like, move your left pinky toe. She can't get it to move. You're going to feel like that because your feet probably just don't move well.
Yeah. I recently got one of those brands of wide toe shoes. I forget what it's called. I think it's called Deluxe. Yeah, so that's all right.
Yeah.
Because my whole life I've always worn like skateboard shoes.
Here's where I get to be the old guy and can jump into some cool stuff. Yeah, but I sort of did. I worked with Reebok 8 or 10 years ago.
Oh, really?
And we created a shoe together, and it was mainly for powerlifting. I was like, powerlifters have fat feet. Powerlifters got wide feet. All that heavy lifting kind of makes your foot kind of turn into a human-shaped foot into like an elephant foot. Right. And so we made a version of a shoe that was a little bit similar to a Chuck Taylor, but it was much wider, had a wider toe box. And I got this opportunity there. You guys see them right there. Is this them? CrossFit Light TR, they were called. Yeah, we made one in the ST on it for super training.
Oh, that's cool, dude.
And it's kind of crazy because, like, from here, Reebok made these for a while. They made like 2 or 3 different versions of them. And then from this point on, it was like game over. Like, they're just like that entire, Vivo, Barefoot, all these other companies started to come along years after this happened. And this happened only because of my friend Kelly Starrett. Kelly Starrett was like, do you have your own shoe, Mark Bell? And I was like, I'm like, no. He's like, but man, he's like, you know so much about lifting and stuff. He's like, you should have a lifting shoe. And I was like, I'd love to. He's like, I'll introduce you to people at Reebok. So he was kind enough to have myself and my buddy Jesse Burdick go to Reebok and start to explain to these guys about, lifting. And as I started to get more into like foot stuff and looking at feet, I started noticing that people at coffee shops and people just walking down the street. I'm like, holy shit, I never noticed it before, but nobody fits in their shoes. Like, listen to the show now and go out and start to observe some people walking around in their shoes. You're going to see so many people that outside of their foot is outside of the rubber that they're standing.
Yes.
Makes 0 sense.
Right.
But the reason is,
even like, especially running shoes, I feel like, because they'll have that skinny base, the sole, and then you'll see literally the fabric comes out around on both sides because their feet are wider than the sole of their shoe. But they have like crazy bunions and stuff like that.
It's insane. It's an aesthetic thing, right? So like, if you make a shoe that's super wide in the front and more narrow in the back, the way that your foot actually is shaped, because you have your 5 toes, hopefully, right? And as you have those 5 toes, as you go up further the foot gets a little bit wider, and then it tapers back in again towards your heel.
Right.
But a shoe is built the exact fucking opposite way. Isn't that crazy? Because a shoe is built a little bit more like a torpedo, but it should be turning the other way. Yeah, the front part should be the fatter part. And people are always like, "Oh, it's like a clown shoe."
That doesn't look good. Yeah,
it's like, well. So what I try to communicate to people is that you want your shoes to be foot shaped and not shoe shaped.
Yeah.
So just don't buy shit anymore. That's not. There's certain circumstances where if you're playing soccer or certain things where you can make an argument a tighter shoe, or even for running, you can get some really cool running shoes that might squish your feet a little bit, but the shoe might be exponentially like their super shoes. I don't know if you know what a super shoe is. Super shoe has a carbon fiber foot plate, and because it has a carbon fiber foot plate in it, if I had the shoe right here in front of you and I tried to like fold it, or if I tried to push it on the desk and like let it go, it would jump across the room. Oh wow! Because it has like all this stored energy from this carbon fiber foot plate that's like made out of this like rubbery, plasticky thing, and it's real bouncy. So you can make an argument that there's like a good reason to wear a super shoe. However, they kind of end up in that category of look how skinny they're. They're not a foot that's that skinny.
Right.
Not a person who's that part of their foot that skinny.
Have you seen like famous basketball players' feet?
Oh
LeBron James' feet. They're right.
Yeah, and so
pull up an image of LeBron James' feet.
Here we go. This is really interesting. Okay, the shoes do some of that. The shoes do some of that stuff to his feet, but also, as crazy as this is going to sound,
look that one right there. Where it's like, bottom left.
Yeah, they look like the toes never came out.
Yeah,
I wonder, like maybe toenails. Yeah, that's dead, and that's not even a bad picture. Like it's worse than that. Yeah. But yeah, he does definitely have onions. But interestingly enough, in a sport where there's a lot of stopping and starting and jumping, it's actually really important that you smush your foot together like a crazy person. So having the ability to splay your toes is a nice ability to have, but you never splay your toes in that jump. You wouldn't be like, oh, hold on a second, let me get my toes out all away from each other as much as I possibly can so I can bounce off of them. You actually are going to like turn them into like a little club. You turn your foot like a little club, you squeeze everything together, you jump off of that. Because when you jump off the outside edge. Well, everyone's a little different, right? There's some people that, they go into it more. There's a lot of people that are probably upset with me right now because there's a big thing about the big toe. Big toe is big. Really? But the big toe is going to be the thing that pushes off probably like last. So you're gonna like stop and you're gonna like come to this like fat side of your foot, and then you're gonna like turn inward towards the big toe. But a lot of people like LeBron and a lot of famous like track athletes and stuff like that, they not so much track athletes because they're straight ahead, but anyone that has to stop, start, and jump, soccer players and so forth, football players, even their feet are probably pretty messed up, and especially because of the cleat. And people think like a bunion, they think it's just like a normal, like, it's a genetic thing, but it's like, nah, it's because your foot has been in this like little prison for a while.
Yeah, I got those yoga toes. I'll put those on my feet for a while. Apparently they're really good for like blood flow.
I got some bad actually. Here, check it.
Really?
Let's take these out.
Yeah, what are those? They look like Jordans.
I know, sick. These are called field grounds, I think they're called.
Field grounds. So they're like grounding shoes.
These are not particularly grounding shoes, but they look cool. They fit great.
Yeah.
And so it's nice to have a shoe that like look decent. I got some weird. I got some weird shoes. Yeah. But I don't mind wearing them because I'm like, I don't really care if someone makes it look good.
No, I mean it's the most important part of the whole balance of your muscular skeletal system.
Why'd you get into feet?
Because my back, right? Because my back. If your back's fucked up, the problem probably starts with your feet. I would imagine, unless there's other things going on. Like,
No, it's huge,
right? Yeah, and as well as your gait, like the posture, like the way you walk, with your toes are pointed out when you're walking. That's going to throw off different muscles in your legs and your shins and in your hips, and it all connects to everything. And it starts with the feet and how you take care of your feet and how the strength of your feet is like super important. I didn't realize that until I had a problem, and then when I started fixing that, things started to get better.
Yeah, you have to be.
You can go down. You can go so far, like nerding out on this shit, dude. It can become a problem.
I was just talking to a dentist the other day, and the dentist is like, so maybe a root canal that you got 15 years ago isn't contributing factor to your knee hurting. Like, wow, it's just like, it gets to be, like you said, it gets to be pretty wild. Yeah. All you can do is try to do your best with the information that you currently have and match it up against your like previous thoughts and start to try to you don't have to like sit there and train your feet like religiously, but what will happen over time is you'll become a little bit of a crazy person like myself where when I'm like relaxing and have downtime, there's times where I'm just not doing really anything. Like, I'm literally just watching TV with my wife and kids, watching 1883, 1823, whoever these series are that are on TV. I'm a sucker for everybody else to watch them. And I'm just not doing much. But there's other times where I have a bunch of different things that are next to where I sit when you watch TV, and I just hit the floor.
Yeah.
I get on the floor, I get on the ground, I'll start like rolling, just like foam roller type stuff. But I like to use like a medicine ball that I roll around on. That's really hard. It's like a 10-pound medicine ball. You can pick it up off of Amazon. It's black and blue, and it works amazing for getting into like the sides of your back. I had you kind of experiencing that today. And you were sitting on it, getting into like the glute and everything. Yeah, I realized my ass is really it needs to be pounded out there.
I gotta get my ass pounded.
Yeah, again. But you can do a lot of these things while you're just kind of chilling.
Yeah.
And the benefit of them and why you would consider doing them is that every time you go back to doing said thing, you're just gonna feel better. And over time, you're gonna feel better. Be better. You go to jiu-jitsu, like, oh my god, I couldn't believe I got out of that hole today. Just like little shit's gonna start to happen, and you start to work on like your grip or your forearms. And you're like, wow, I couldn't believe it was easier to grab a hold of that guy or break his hold or whatever the case is. So with the feet, it's like you can just sit there with a towel underneath your foot, and as long as you're not annoying the rest of the family,
right?
my wife said that I'm the founder, the chief, the CEO of KnowYourFamily.com. So I'm always like doing all this shit like in their side view and trying to watch TV.
Me too. Me too. It's always been like that with me, and little weird things like that, or like little weird supplements, or like even just like weird diets. And my wife just did not give two shits about any of it. Like I'm like we gotta try this new way of eating, this new diet. We're gonna try doing this and cutting this out. She's like, fuck you. I'm eating the same shit I've always eaten. I don't give a rat's ass what you do. Just leave me alone.
Yeah, chicks tend to fall into the supplement. They didn't fall into the supplement thing.
No, not at all. Especially my wife. She doesn't give a rat's ass about any of it.
And they're way healthier than us too. We should probably pay attention like what they're doing, right?
Yeah, totally. Oh my god. Do you do any of like the neck stuff? The iron neck or any of that crap?
A little bit, yeah.
I wonder if it's good. Because I've tried it. I try it every once in a while. I have one of them, but like when I'm doing it, I feel like I'm hurting my neck. I don't know if it feels like I'm doing more harm than good.
Yeah, the neck stuff, it's like a delicate thing to try to train. But if you're doing jujitsu, you gotta be training. Right? You really should be training. Two people that you should follow. One is Nsima Inyang from my podcast.
Okay.
He's the co-host. He's probably gonna laugh.
Oh yeah.
Here's me shout out his name because I said it wrong. But you can look him up. He has an amazing YouTube channel. He also been a co-host of my show a lot. But he does a lot of stuff with training the neck. And look at this guy. I mean, it's dumb. He's a fucking
He looks like a test tube created he's created in a fucking lab or something.
Superhuman. A pro bodybuilder in a tested federation. He's a natural bodybuilder.
Wow. Look at his legs, dude.
Holy shit. So he hears some of this stuff about like lifting and getting too big and getting too bulky and then not being able to move good. He kind of like laughs it off because he's very mobile. But he's been aware of his mobility. He's been ahead of the game. And some of it has to do with like him coming onto the podcast. He's learned a lot. Okay, he looks amazing. It's like funny because I think in that picture right there of Nsima, I think he was actually showing me some stuff like how to bodybuild because I was prepping for a bodybuilding show at the time. Right. And he wasn't prepped for a bodybuilding show. He just happened to pop his shirt. He's literally demonstrating for me. But like, look at the shape that he's in. He's not even like.
Okay, so what is this guy on? What's his kind of supplements is he on?
He's on being amazing. Being Nigerian.
He's got to be on some sort of drugs.
Nothing.
You told me he's all natural.
He's as natural as far as I know. Yes, he's just kind of a big dude. He's like 6'2", and he's a good like 240, 250. He puts weight on fairly easily. Like a while back, his neck's wider than his head. Yeah. He trains that stuff.
God damn, bro.
One thing that's really cool about him to see his evolution. Oh, that was rope flow, by the way. We should plug that. Can you go back to a couple of those clips of him twirling around those ropes? Because people try to give him shit for this. Like, this isn't how you got jacked. What are you doing? Yeah, this stuff looks stupid or whatever they say about it. It doesn't look manly.
Yeah. And he's working out outside.
It's 100%. But this rope flow stuff can really get your spine to open up. And when we were doing some movements today, I noticed that when we were doing some movements today that you were having trouble allowing your spine to kind of like relax.
Yeah.
And this will help your spine relax. All it is weighted rope. It's not anything too crazy. You start to practice this with a band, or you start to practice this with a jump rope. But it would be better if you got one of these. It's called a winding rope. I think Nsima has a website that it's like Stronger Human. I think I'll try to plug that, and maybe put it in the show notes. Okay. Because I might not have said it correctly. I think that's what it is. And they have ropes on there. He actually trains people for courses on some of this rope flow. I'm not trying just to plug him for no reason.
Yeah.
I'm trying to give you guys some information and some insight into some things and some practices that can help you move better. I've actually seen him improve a lot myself. So it's not like he's just a genetic freak and he's just a mutant. He's working on these things all the time.
And so theoretically, this rope flow, what is the ultimate goal of it? What is it? What is it?
A little bit of what we talked about earlier about how weights can sort of pull you into these positions. So, and then also we did talk in the gym a little bit about spinal compression. You know, lifting can cause a lot of like compression, and lifting, for like lack of a better term, can just kind of make you feel like short. You ever forget that there's like extra, or that you ever mess up when you're going down a flight of stairs and you like you like hit the bottom step and it feels like it made your whole back, shorter. Um, that's kind of what lifting sort of does over time. It's just like very compressive. And I'm not going to say like scientifically that this is like decompression, because somebody might have a heart attack about it, but it feels like it's decompressing your spine. It feels like it's opening up your spine. And because the rope has some weight to it, it actually will pull you in directions. It's not really heavy. It might be like 2 kg, 3 to 4 pounds, somewhere in that range. But it has some weight to it. Because it has some weight to it, as the centrifugal force of the rope is going to like kind of pull your body towards that side. So it's going to help you to get in. Otherwise, it would be harder to get in position if you're just trying to move your spine around because you don't have the resistance. Much like what we were doing in the gym today when I had you like twist and do some of those movements, you wouldn't have been able to do hardly any of those movements at all. You would have just like fell on the ground before you got the full twist in because that weight resistance was set up horizontally, right, for you to like move against. Right? And most of the time, muscles that I barely ever use. Exactly. Most of the time when we train, we need, all the time when we train, we need like some sort of resistance of some sort. And so the rope, even though it's a very light resistance, and the benefit of it being a very light resistance is you're getting hundreds of thousands of reps. When you throw a football, when you throw a punch, when you're doing a lot of these movements, if you watch in baseball, you watch a quarterback, they're going to raise, like if they're right-handed, they're going to raise their left shoulder up a little bit. They're going to lower their right shoulder. They're going to cock the ball back, right? And then they're going to do the exact opposite. The left arm is going to go down. The body's also rotating. There's a lot of shit going on just when you throw a ball, And so your left shoulder will go down, your right shoulder will go up, and then you release, right? And then we kind of can't figure out why, like bench pressing or doing some of these movements in the gym doesn't really help us throw a football further. Well, it's obvious why it doesn't help you throw a football further necessarily, because they're very much unrelated to each other. Some strength training can really help, like, for example, maybe training your biceps a little bit could potentially help a pitcher or a quarterback, because the bicep is the decelerator of your arm. So your bicep will help protect you, will help slow your arm down after you release something, which could be really necessary. So don't like throw your arm basically like almost out of socket or tear something when you're chucking the ball. So there's definitely some application of like where lifting can really help. But a lot of times we just need, with these particular types of movements that you're trying to get in, I think it's really helpful to get in a crazy amount of repetitions. So I do rope throw as well. I do it morning and night. I've seen huge benefits for myself. This isn't something where someone's going to be like, oh, I got shredded because I did the rope. It's nothing to do with anything like that. But it is a practice that you can do outside. Get some sunlight, get your body nice and warm. Every single time I pick the rope up and every single time I put it back, I feel better. It's that simple. It's that simple. I mean, this should be the start of anyone that hits a gym. Should be the start of their workouts. I know that probably only the people that are impacted and affected and are probably the only people that will entertain this. But I think this is great for everyone to do it. And if you just take a page out of my book or just learn from me, I made myself super stiff. So lifting and stuff is cool, but if you do it congruently with other movements, then you can learn from my mistake and not end up like stuck because I got the mobility of the traction.
Yes. It's super. He's interesting because he's a bodybuilder whose legs are wider than a redwood, and he's also a jiu-jitsu black belt. So those things don't go hand in hand. Being a bodybuilder and being a jiu-jitsu person.
I know. Luckily for him, so there's a couple things that are awesome for him. Is that he did his bodybuilding career when he was younger. I think he's only like 32 or something.
Okay.
He did his bodybuilding career when he was like maybe like in his 20s.
Yeah.
And he started to pursue jiu-jitsu right around the time that I met him. Actually, I met him and he knew no jiu-jitsu. So I got to see this crazy evolution of this guy. It's been amazing. But yeah, he did bodybuilding first, and then he got to jiu-jitsu many years later. He did bodybuilding, and then he stumbled upon me when he started doing powerlifting. And he started to come into my gym, and we got him to do a 755 deadlift, a 655 or 655 squat, I think, and like 400-pound bench press. So he's a monster, and I think he only did like one powerlifting meet, but he's a pro in bodybuilding, and I think that if he was to go back to bodybuilding, I don't want to discredit a lot of the other awesome natural bodybuilders out there, but I think he'd be one of the best in the world.
Yeah.
It's hard to be that big.
What do you think about the same Sulik guy?
Yes, I think he's awesome. I think the information,
Crazy.
yeah, well, the information that guy shares, it's great to see that he's gone viral because he explains stuff in such a great way. It's so simple, and I think that he's just super relatable. He's just chatting in his car,
Yeah.
that kind of stuff.
Showing what he's cooking before and after he works out. What he's making. It's like 14 eggs.
It's just like really like kind of plain, It's
Yeah.
like, but he's intriguing.
He just won like Mr. Olympia, right?
I think he did. Yeah, I think he got his pro card, so now he gets to compete as a pro. He also is. I think he's insanely smart. Because when he starts explaining stuff, you can start to tell. I've heard him talk about like, oh, there's this spectrum and this spectrum. He's like on this spectrum you have let's say 30 sets, and he's talking about sets that you do in the gym, right? So say it's sets of curls or something, bicep work. So you got 30 sets over here, and you have 0 sets over here. He's like, we can all understand that 0 sets provides 0 value, right? But as you start to do 1 set, 2 sets, it starts to get more value. He's like, but then that curve starts to come back down. He's like, when does that curve start to come back down? He's like, it's probably somewhere around 10 or 12 sets. So 10 or 12 sets would be referring to maybe you did 3 different exercises, and maybe you did 3 or 4 sets of each exercise, right? Not usually for biceps, but like for maybe like your back or something, your muscle, right? It's pretty normal. And then he explains, well, once you start to get to like maybe 15 sets, 18 sets, 20 sets, maybe for most people, probably start to not have as good of an impact.
Diminishing returns.
It's starting to get to be like way too much. And there's a couple bodybuilders out there who've done 20 sets and things like that, and they've been able to get through it. But
For one workout.
I think that explanation is really good, really clean, because if you're to try to actually apply what he said there, well, you definitely want to be in like that middle slot, especially if you really love to work out, because if you're in that middle set range, that seems like something you can probably do, maybe even twice a week. A lot of people that build up big, amazing physiques, a lot of times they train muscle group more than once a week. Some of them are able to they just like to annihilate on one day, which I was never really a fan of because I don't like the trash legs. Like having your legs just be like completely gone.
You mean like just work so hard that they're thrashed?
Yeah, I think the idea of having legs day and having like an hour and a half of just all legs. Maybe if you're pursuing a career in bodybuilding, maybe that's the only exception I can think of. But I don't think it's a good idea. We were talking a lot about stiffness and stuff like that. So imagine you come to me and you're stiff as a board. You got this like bodybuilder, physique, and you can't move hardly at all. You say, I want to move better, and I started going over what you did. And you're like, well, I do 25 sets of chest, 25 sets of legs, and every 7 days I hit them up and I make myself so sore that I can barely move. Well, then I watch you walk after a leg day, and I'm like, well, there's your problem. We just need to stop doing this many sets. And if we just pull back, like your gait's going to get better, like everything's going to improve.
Yeah.
And then obviously we have to have to do other things to help you with maybe if your gait started to erode from years and years of lifting. But a lot of times it's just like you just keep making yourself tight, and then your body relaxes. And as soon as your body relaxes, and as soon as your body wants to be like chill and like recover, you go and blitz it again. And you do it like repeatedly over and over again. So you're telling those muscles to not only be tense, but be tense in whatever exercises you're doing. So the way that you're doing the exercise could matter a lot. Because again, there's a lot of people that built a great body that's super aesthetic. And Seamus built a great body that's super aesthetic with primarily bodybuilding when he was younger. But he also never lifted like, well, I should say never. He very rarely lifted like an idiot. He would lift with precision, kind of like lifting that you would see like Arnold or something. You'd see Arnold get after it on some sets. He would push hard, and Arnold, did a lot of sets, and would seem to handle a lot of volume. But when you go through the workouts, and Seaman is also very like cerebral, very calm. And when you go through your sets like that, that's a different input on your body than doing some what I did for powerlifting. Like for me, for powerlifting, and everyone's a little different, but for me personally, for powerlifting, I had to be hyped.
Yes.
I needed pre-workout. I needed the music. I needed kind of all of it. I felt like I needed it. Maybe I didn't need it, but I felt like I needed it. As I got to like the middle of my powerlifting career, I started to kind of recognize, like, oh, this is actually a problem. This is not. This is like hardcore and halfway cool. At least I thought that's what it was. I was like, this is actually kind of dumb. I should be able to just lift weight with no height. Right. And so I started to really work on that. And that started to allow me to actually move better. But so like, a ton better, especially through the movements I was trying to do, because you're giving yourself the stimulus all the time you wouldn't want to have in your body. And your body is so hyped. They talk about flight or flight. Your body's so like over tense and over hyped. I mean, imagine being that fired. Imagine being super fired up. Someone smacks you in the face and trying to like get you all fired up, and you're caffeine and exactly.
Smelling salts.
Smelling salts. So you do all that stuff, but imagine it was like to go against someone in jiu-jitsu. It's like you might just
That's the opposite of what you want to do.
Yeah, you might just like get tapped out right away because you're so fired up. You like try to like charge the guy or something.
Right, you're gonna get injured.
Or even if you're trying like to fight someone, like punch him or something like that, you might just get destroyed by the guy. But it's going to be a little bit more thoughtful. It's like watching what you're doing and paying attention to how you're going to come at him. You're not paying attention to anything because you're just like hyped. And so these, I like to call them inputs, and how we handle the certain things that we're doing. It sends a message to your body. It sends a signal to your body that this is what we're doing. We're gonna stay tight like this. We're gonna stack the body up, and we're not gonna move in this particular movement except for the parts that need to move, so I can get credit for the lift. But I'm not gonna move anything else. And that's the way it was for me for years. And then so over time, it starts to make the body look stiffer and stiffer. A little bit of bodybuilding done correctly and done. It doesn't have to be like perfect, but a little bit of bodybuilding done correctly in combination with sport or in combination with something else. It's not like you have to like do so much of the something else that it impacts the bodybuilding negatively. But whether you're playing volleyball or pickleball or some golf or some other recreational stuff, I highly recommend that you explore some of that, that you do some of that, because you're probably just going to make your body insanely stiff and insanely tight.
What do you make of these people that do like put their hands in like super cold water before they lift, or they'll even do like full cold water immersion before they lift? It sounds similar to what I wonder if there could be like if that could be detrimental if you're only gearing yourself up to do these exercises after you freeze yourself, because now you're in this super fight or flight state and your body's like super ramped up to lift a ton of weight. But that's interesting because like the way you're describing being kind of more relaxed and more focused during these things, you can kind of see how that would be super beneficial.
There's like the story of Joe Montana. Joe Montana was just like cool, calm, collected, and he was one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. And he was known to have like ice water in his veins, so that was what they would say when he was when it was the fourth quarter and when they had to make a comeback and stuff like that. And there was a story of him in the Super Bowl. The 49ers were playing against the Cincinnati Bengals, and they're in the huddle, and it's a famous drive that the 49ers had when they were winning the game. And Joe Montana just is like looking around, gets in the huddle and he's about to call the play, and everyone's like listening, and everyone's like thinking he's gonna like hype them up a little bit. And it's the last drive. They have to make this. They have to get in scoring range. They have to score a touchdown in the game and everything. And he just is like, hey, did you guys notice John Candy is in the end zone back there by the field goal post? And all the guys turn around and they look, and they're like, holy shit, that's John Candy. And they all like laugh. And then he got in the huddle and called the play, and then they famously did the drive. So you see, like, not only being calm, like what it can do for a particular person, but what it can do for everybody else around you too. Right? It has a huge impact because they're like, well, he's our leader, he's our guy, and he seems to be calm and seems to, like, he has the most pressure on him. Yeah. Like, who has the most pressure on the quarterback? Mm-hmm. And who's all the newspapers and all the whatever that comes out the next couple of days, it's all going to be about how he messed up, or how he threw the interception, game's over.
And so it kind of like broke the tension by bringing up John Candy.
Exactly.
Wow.
And I've always liked to be that way myself. I always like to, approach stuff with a little bit of humor. Like just try to make a joke of some stuff and things like that. I think that's really important. Some people get frustrated because they can't get a straight answer out of it. So you should just like get around. But it's a great way to go through life. But at some point in my powerlifting career, I got like overly caught up in the numbers, and I started to get like a little obsessed with the numbers. And what happened was, the more obsessed I got with them, the harder it was to get better. I needed to chill a little bit. Like it's gonna take you an enormous amount of time to achieve the things that you're thinking about. I've mentioned it many times to people that it's gonna take you at least 10 years to be great at something. And even then, you're like, once you get to that 10-year mark, once you get to you're doing jiu-jitsu, somebody else might tell you that you're great, but you're going to be like, I have so much further to go. Yeah. You're like, I think I got another 10 years to go. Yeah. It takes decades, like amazing. Yeah. To get there quickly. There's something that I learned years ago, and it's about explanatory knowledge. Does the person have some knowledge that they're able to explain fairly well that you can apply? Yeah. All the other stuff almost is irrelevant. So sometimes what you can see, especially in the fitness industry, sometimes somebody will say they're a doctor, and you're like, ding, right? You're like, oh, cool.
Exactly. Oh,
doctor, you buy into it a little bit more.
Checks the box. I believe everything this guy said. Brain surgeon?
So I've been in the industry for 30 years. Yeah. Ding, right? That's another good sign. Yeah. I've been to 100 different countries. So ding, like that. I've worked with thousands of clients. And so all these things go off where you're like checking off some of these boxes. And maybe the way they're talking is either like intelligent or it just vibes with you really well. Yeah. Maybe there's somebody that looks a little bit like some of the people you hang out with, or they're talking a similar way that you're used to hearing people talk. Or maybe they're even part of they're super confident in the way they're confident. Maybe they're part of a political party that you agree with, right? Right. So all these things add up, and now your ears are perked up, and you're listening, and you're excited to try the thing that they're talking about. But they didn't. The words that they're about to say next are really the only words that matter, and that's where they give you their actual explanation as to why you should try the thing. So we were just talking about feet and all that stuff. Yeah. So why would someone explore messing around with your feet? Well, potentially it can help your back, or potentially it can help your knee. But actually, if you don't have symptoms, then maybe F everything that you just said and start really worrying about it.
Right. It's just a mind, like the social media spin. Do you want to get you a cold one of those?
That'd be great.
Steve, will you grab him a white rabbit? We got get him the Larry Wheels one.
Oh yeah.
It's the iced lemonade or something.
Larry Wheels tribute.
But yeah. You gotta just be super mindful of all things. It's a minefield out there.
Right.
And there's just people out there who know how to sell. And there's
oh, it's got Larry Wheels.
I know, right?
That's dope.
And yeah, you gotta learn how to navigate this stuff. Because obviously there's all kinds of crazy shit. Liver King was one of the big fiascos. I don't know what happened to him. surgeon. He's been doing this stuff the whole. He talks. He sounds smart as fuck. Obviously, he knows what he's talking about, and he talks in a way that's like super compelling, and it sucks you in, and you believe everything he's saying because he says it so confidently, as if it's the fucking gospel, right? That compounded with the fact that he's like a brain surgeon, it's easy to believe everything he says. To Jack's credit, he's not slinging a bunch of bullshit products. He's not slinging anything. He's not selling anything. He's just trying to get his information out there and try to teach the world everything. I think that he'd be wrong about some shit, sure, but like you have to kind of understand the landscape of these people and be able to evolve your bullshit detectors, especially in this space, right? In this health and wellness space. Yeah, it's easy to get sold on stuff. I love supplements. I literally have like an entire room full of like all kinds of different magnesiums and all these different things, vitamin D, like countless things, a bunch of stuff no one's ever heard of. And I wouldn't say that they don't work, but they literally don't do much, or it's hard to notice like a real difference. Everyone's always like, magnesium helps you sleep. I'm like, I don't know, maybe it does, but like I've never felt it like particularly help my sleep. Right. There might be some supplements out there that have magnesium and a couple other things. They find a decent combination. Maybe it helps some people. Right. There's a lot of stuff being said out there about like people are magnesium deficient. Like, well, how do we know this? Like, where's this information coming from? The other thing that happens too is like maybe a lot of people are magnesium deficient. I'm not saying either way. I'm just saying that's what I hear. Another thing that happens is that somebody on a big podcast could be talking about vitamin D and the importance of vitamin D, but then it's like, well, hold on, wait a second. You kind of keep making it sound like you're talking about the vitamin D, or are you talking about trying to like collect a bunch of vitamin D by getting out in the sun, right? By getting more sunshine and being in a place that has a decent UV and stuff like that to help, right? Because then I think people get confused. They think the red light's going to help the vitamin D. It doesn't work that way. I think you need like UVA and or UVB light. I forget which one, but you might even need a little bit of both. You need both. Yeah, you need both. And the best way to do it is not necessarily through like a light system that's in your house. The best way is through getting the sun. But I think it's just a tough thing to figure out because you're like, well, I'm not really sure. There are things though that if you're keeping track and you're keeping score, there are things that really do move the needle sometimes. I found for myself like learning about salt and electrolytes has been something that I think has been helpful for me. However, I have to admit that as soon as I dropped some of the keto stuff that I was doing, as soon as I dropped some of the carnivore stuff that I was doing, and I switched over to eating more fruit, I don't think I need it at all. Because I think the foods that I'm eating meat, which usually has salt in it, and I'm eating a lot of fruit, a lot of vegetables. There's tons of potassium. I'm basically getting fiber, all the things I need. So the supplements they're intended to be like a little bit of a side thing. But something that's important to know is that they can be dangerous as fuck. I think I've heard, off of Amazon, when you're purchasing off of Amazon, so much of that stuff tests out to be fake and or has other stuff in it. It's like, so you're ingesting something good, you're doing the exact opposite. You mentioned your wife doesn't do it, my wife doesn't do it. They're probably just as healthy, if not healthier than we are, and we think we're like, giving our body this good service. And back to Jack Cruz for a second. Jack Cruz is selling circadian rhythm. Selling the sun. He's selling the sun. Yeah. Get outside, you dumbass. So, like, I've had Jack Cruz even on my show, and he was even, like, volatile and... you had him on?
Yeah, I had him on.
When did you have him on?
Probably like a year ago or so.
Okay.
It was just a remote. I wasn't able to get him in studio just yet, but he...
hard to get
Yeah, he was... he was inflammatory. He was mean. He called us names and shit.
Yep.
None of that. That's because like saying we're meatheads and whatever. And
none of that bothered me at all.
Yeah,
Because
he's anti-muscle.
well,
He thinks muscle's bad.
yeah, and that would be a great discussion to have. You know, um, should we have as much muscle as him, or should we have more? Like, I don't know what the answers are, but
Yeah, there's a lot of fingers.
I'm not gonna throw out his information though, because it was maybe a dick to me. Like, and I don't even think he's a dick. I think he's trying to get like points across.
Yeah.
And he's trying to get people's attention.
Yeah, totally.
And again,
It's from New York.
it's like, you're just talking about going outside and getting a little bit more sun. And what he's telling people to do is to go outside, especially in the morning, and get some of the morning sunlight to set up your circadian rhythm. He's trying to tell people, hey, be a little more conscious of your technology pieces. Maybe pay attention a little bit to how much EMF is around. Those are all incredible, great things to be paying attention to, right? I mean,
I agree.
those are 100% without any question, without any doubt. Those are healthy practices to do.
Right. I would say one of the things that really helped me out of anything I got from him was actually watching the sunrise. Because, like, I have, spending the day outside, I can, maybe it moves the needle a little bit, maybe it doesn't, but, like, I can spend the full day indoors or the full day outside. I don't notice that much of a difference in the way I feel. But what I notice that's palpable is that when I wake up as the sun's rising and I spend like 10, 20 minutes outside, not even in the direct sun, just outside, like out of the sun, but like the light is in the air, bouncing off the trees a little bit. I am at the end of the day around 8:30, between 8:30 and 9. I am like fading and I am like struggling to stay awake. I don't need any mix, I don't need any supplements, whatever. But when you watch the sunrise and as soon as you start to get tired around 8 or 9 o'clock, if you don't fight it and try to like stay up later, if you go with it and go to sleep right when you start to get tired, that has been like the biggest game changer just as far as energy for me throughout the day and feeling good. Like you can give me any diet, any supplement, any fucking drug, nothing. I have noticed nothing that moves the needle as far as energy for me that is better than watching the sunrise. And the way it sets the clock, like the way, and I'm fucking butchering the science of this, but like the way he explained it to me was that like when you're doing that and you're outside and you're getting that, I think it's UVA combined with NR, near infrared light, or the infrared light from the sunrise. It's creating some sort of chemical through your eye. It's melanin or palm seed in the eye that it's a protein or some sort of hormone that breaks down into these other peptides that create all kinds of chemicals in your body, including melatonin. Starts the melatonin clock, so that in exactly like 12 hours from now, the natural melatonin will start pumping. And that, for whatever reason, is like one of the most foundational things for me as far as like maintaining energy throughout the day.
It's a healthy practice to go outside, and I think that like from a mental standpoint and stuff too. I think just people trying to get outside or figure out more ways of inviting light into the home, or even cracking some windows open here and there to get like fresh air into the home. I think all these things are things that could really help us out in some huge ways. I mean, even in terms of like seasonal depression, in terms of like just depression in general, people getting outside more, it tends to make you feel really good. It does set your day, and I know exactly what you're talking about because I find that so I don't drink coffee anymore. I very rarely have caffeine. I'll have like a decaf coffee here and there just because, I got used to coffee. But I got rid of a lot of those things because I felt that they kind of messed up my like circadian rhythm to some degree. Even having it, super early in the morning, and people are like, oh, yeah, one cup. And, maybe that works great for them. But for me, it's been a blessing to be able to get rid of it. But I think one of the reasons why I've been able to get rid of it is seeing that morning sunlight and getting that energy from the morning. But I'm similar to you where I'm like, I haven't felt anything crazy happen like in a day. But I know that it's not like you don't just do something for a day or a week. It's like over a long period of time. And if you kind of think about, get your circadian rhythm kind of linked up at 7:30, 8:30 at night, like you're like, oh you're looking at your clock, you
Right,
watch, you're like, oh, maybe I should start to think about getting to bed, and you get to bed at like 9, 10, or something like that. You start to do that over and over and over again, and you start to get the proper sleep. Now you're getting proper sleep, your brain is clearing everything out, your body is really at rest, you're really recovering from the day, getting rid of like a lot of stress. Also, your memory and all these other things are all going to be improved by better sleep. Better sleep is also going to improve the way that your body acts and reacts the next day. We know that with one poor night of sleep, some people, their blood glucose can register as being like pre-diabetic, and so they're not even handling carbohydrates the same way.
Right.
Which gets into like the calories in, calories out equation, which sometimes that can get thrown off because for some people they're going to utilize energy less efficiently than another. That doesn't mean that we see that, and this is where people get lost though. They look like, we'll see the calories in, calories out doesn't mean anything, it doesn't matter. So, no, it still matters. It's just that that person, they're dealing with carbohydrates a little bit different than the other person because their sleep is interrupted, because they're stressed out all the time. But over time, if you can just repeatedly just do your best to try to do the right thing as many times in a day as you possibly can,
Right.
that leads to tremendous health outcomes. It's just that there's so many offensive things that could happen every single day. Someone's like, oh, why don't you go have birthday cake, or like just something dumb. And nearly every single day, especially when you have children, especially when you have like your own business and successful things are going on, every day is a day to celebrate. Every day is a day to like, have something to celebrate, something to have like a dessert for or whatever.
Especially with kids, it's chaos. You can't really have a set schedule of a perfect day every day. It's impossible with kids, especially activities, all the leftover food like that. Like I was telling you in the gym, another thing that goes into this circadian rhythm stuff, which is also a medication, is for a long time, like starting in around 2017, 2018 is when I really started doing the intermittent fasting stuff. It's not eating breakfast and just eating lunch and dinner. But ever since I met Jack, he was like, oh, I only eat breakfast and dinner. I don't eat lunch. Why? He's explaining to me how the metabolism is running way faster and running way more efficiently early in the morning, or like between like super early and night. You're supposed to eat before the UVA or the UVB light kicks in, which is typically around 10 o'clock, especially here in Florida, around 10 o'clock, it's different than where you are. But if you eat before that UVB light kicks in, your metabolism is going to burn through everything that you ate a lot faster. Versus high noon, like smack dab when the sun is right in the middle of the sky, your metabolism is running the slowest. That's the slowest point metabolism is running throughout the day. So, like, if you're going to eat lunch, it's going to automatically slow you down the entire, which I was noticing too. And now that I'm eating massive breakfast and skipping lunch, I feel like 100 times better. It's interesting how food can kind of slow you down. I think the amount of food that you consume matters a ton. Because if you have if you eat something real small, and you just had a little bit of fruit or something like midday, it probably wouldn't like make you feel shitty, right? But what's hard though is it's hard to eat a little bit. It's tough. Like once if someone's like, hey, let's grab some lunch, or if you go somewhere awesome for lunch, you're not gonna like just eat half of what you ordered. You're gonna eat like the whole thing, and then at 2 o'clock or something, you feel like insanely exhausted. Yeah, exactly.
But I personally, I've always liked breakfast a lot. I always felt like there's something there's this personal like belief for myself. It always felt like it was like nutritious for me. It always felt like it was good for me. I know people say like breakfast is the most important meal of the day, or I don't necessarily really think that. I just feel that for some people, in accordance to like their schedule and stuff. And I think how do you implement some of these things? Because like someone might hear that. People like to think about this stuff, like their diets and their routines, like different religions, right? And they try to make it maybe a little too concrete. Mm-hmm. But what I like to share with people, and I've been trying to share this for a while, so people will remember this, is eat while you're home. It's a little bit similar to when you travel. When you travel, you have an opportunity for a good meal, especially those of us that are trying to eat healthy. You have an opportunity for a good meal, then you take it. You have an opportunity for mainly just consuming a good amount of protein and not over consuming calories, whether it's the gym that you went to has like protein smoothies or something, or it's the hotel that you're staying at has a continental breakfast. They happen to have hard-boiled eggs. Like these opportunities that might pop up, you eat that healthy meal when you can. So same thing for those people that work like 9 to 5. You should eat in the morning, but definitely get in like breakfast, and then eat when you're home. And I can understand why some people might want to eat a little bit in the middle, but I would just bring more like snacky stuff with me in that scenario where I was at like a 9 to 5.
Right.
And by snacks, it's like we got to start to redefine what snacks are.
Right.
We don't want snacky bullshit food. We want to have snacks that are healthy. So you bring some fruit with you. Try to bring stuff that's portable and easy.
Right.
Maybe some cheese, or cottage cheese, or yogurt.
Right. That's the hardest thing about the carnivore diet, right? You can't pack ground beef with you wherever you go or steak.
Well, unless you do what I do, and that's you walk around with a meat bag.
A meat bag.
Yeah. So I take I'm sponsored by a company called Carnivore Crisps.
Oh, I love those.
And
$1 million.
oh, they're so expensive. I know. So I post a picture of my meat bag here and there on Instagram, and people have a heart attack. Like, that's like $1,000 bag.
It's so expensive.
I put it in like this giant ass like Ziploc bag. I'll usually like season it because they're seasoned with some salt, but I like to throw
It's delicious.
like a salt vinegar thing that I got from a company called Porkington. And anyway, so I walk around with a meat bag. But you're right. It's very hard to have like a healthy snack when you're more limited on like a particular diet. If you're not consuming, fruit is super easy to carry around.
Oh yeah.
Apples, bananas, those kind of things are great. So it's hard. It's sometimes hard to figure out like, what do you bring with you? But eating in the morning and eating in the evening, it worked really well for my cousin. He lost like around 50 pounds so far. He's gotten in a lot better shape, and he has a job where he could be there for 6 hours, or he could be there for like 10. And he just say, "Man, I get home, I just be so hungry." And we had him mess around with some intermittent fasting. But as soon as we gave him it, just changed everything.
And and everyone's different too. Like, my wife loves breakfast more than anything. So like being able to like take the kids to school and go get breakfast with my wife is just like it's perfect for us.
Yeah,
And I go to work and then I skip lunch. I'm not gonna eat lunch alone, So it's like it's better for me just to skip breakfast.
What are you gonna do? Your wife's eating. I mean, sitting there, just sipping on some water or something. It's done.
Right.
Like it's like you might as well just participate.
Yeah,
It's so much better.
everyone's lifestyle is different, and you just gotta figure out what adapts to you best. And that's about these health things. There's like dogma, religious type
Yeah,
stuff.
especially when it comes to light, and what are reasonable things to do?
Right.
Like you were mentioning earlier, like the yoga toes, like the things you put between your toes. If you're having symptoms, you said your back hurt, you're trying to figure out how to get rid of that pain. So you explore some things with the feet. It sounds reasonable to put on the yoga toes. Sounds reasonable to get a shoe, like a Palooka shoe. You ever seen those? No. Those are made by Palooka? Yeah, Palooka, made by Mark Sisson. It's like a 5-finger toe shoe.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And his actually feels like you're wearing like one of those toe splitter things. And it feels like a little bit of a passive stretch, and you wear them for a few days or a few weeks, and you'll start to notice your toes will start to be able to display a lot better. They make a bunch of different types of shoes. They're always kind of working on designs and making it better, but those are awesome. I mean, they're great. They're a good fit too for like a trail or different things that you might be doing. But I really like those a lot. But those have helped my feet a lot. But for each individual, they have to ask themselves like, what are reasonable things to do? Is it reasonable to just pop on a pair of like blue light blocking glasses while you're watching TV? Mm-hmm. I think it's reasonable enough. Sure. If you wear the red ones, you're going to notice you can't see hardly anything, and maybe those are a little bit extreme, but it does block out all the blue light. If you wear the yellow ones, it's a little bit more passive, and you can kind of make out the colors of the show that you're watching, but at least you can still see pretty well. Is it reasonable to start to change all the lights in your house? For someone that's married and like, it's like
My wife doesn't want those lights on.
exactly. right? So how do you have some sort of compromise? So in my house, we've done a couple of things. We have a bunch of different light fixtures in our kitchen, and we have lights that are like a little bit lower. We have lights that are at the ceiling, and we have lights that are lower. And the reason why we're both talking about all this is because of the blue light, the light that comes from the light bulbs, which looks pretty much white.
It's just this bolus of pure blue light without any of the other spectrum.
And blue light's not bad. Blue light comes from the sun, but when it comes from the sun, it comes from the spectrum, and that's healthy for us. But these kind of lights just kind of beam you down all the time, at least according to the science that we have now, says that that's not maybe the best, healthiest practice for us.
Right.
And maybe partially that could explain why so many people are wrecked. Maybe it's just our diet. Whatever the case is, I'm starting to agree more with Max Colhane said on my podcast. He said it's really hard to outrun a poor light diet. I was like, that's got to be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And then as I started practicing some of these ideas of messing around with better light habits, better habits around the lights that were in my home, better habits of being outside, I started noticing just everything was a little easier. Not necessarily like just pure like weight loss, but my decisions with food were changed. It was easier for me to stay on the diet. I felt less stressed. So those are all things to like to think about and consider. But in our home, we whenever the sun starts to go down, I shut off all the lights in our kitchen. Our kitchen is kind of right next to our living room. We have a TV. The TV's like pretty much always on 24/7. Yes. And we shut off the overhead lights. We have lights that are a little lower, and I had my wife does all the maintenance stuff around the house. So she switched out the lights because I'll break something. She switched out all the lights in these lower level lights that we have in the kitchen, and they just kind of like shine down onto the countertop where the sink is and stuff like that. And so if you need to see, you walk over there and you can see just fine. You can mix up whatever foods you're making or whatever. And the rest of the kitchen is like it's not super dark, but it's not not super light. And so it wouldn't be great. It would be great at certain times of day, or when you're doing certain things, you're trying to cut something with a knife or something like that. That wouldn't be the time to be in the dark on that part. But just small compromises like that, and the light bulbs that we put in there, they're not strictly just like yellow lights, but they're way less powerful. So they're not giving out really crazy signal. But for those of you that maybe have some uncompromising vision, maybe or woman, I should say, just use I call them off lights. And an off light is just a light that's off in a different room. So I'll put on like our light for our pantry shines into our kitchen. So when I need more light in the kitchen, I'll sometimes just flip that on. When I go to brush my teeth at night, my wife and I don't usually like brush our teeth at the same time, but if we are brushing our teeth at the exact same time, I'll put the light on the shower with the shower curtain closed, and there's still plenty of light. She doesn't really love what I do. I just like scrubbing her face and doing whatever else, but she doesn't really mind it. It's only for just a little bit. I'm out of there because I don't need to spend that much time manicuring myself and brushing my teeth quite a bit. So yeah, I do little things like that, and I can't say I'm not going to sit here and report like, oh my God, you guys have to do this. This is amazing. It's just stuff as I've gotten to be more aware of the poor outcomes that could happen potentially from just blasting yourself with blue light all the time. I just shifted over into making some of these other decisions. And like I mentioned earlier, I think it's helping me stay tethered and connected to my fitness and staying tethered and connected to my nutrition better than ever.
For you, what is the best time of day to lift weight and exercise?
I usually like to do stuff. I like to do stuff in the morning, but not necessarily when it comes to lifting weights. Not necessarily like right when I wake up. Right? So it might be I might wake up at like 5, or I might wake up at like 6 or 7, and I probably won't lift it till like 9. And that would be like a perfect scenario for me.
Right.
Sometimes on the weekend, I may actually work out even a little bit earlier, just because I like to have the rest of the day a little bit free for any family stuff. But I'm going to have a beautiful gym on Robin, which is great to have that access to. And then if it comes to like something like running, I actually, at this time of year is the best time of year to do this. This is incredible, and people should just try this and try it with a walk. You know, if you don't like to run, try it with a walk, and hopefully maybe over some time you get inspired and maybe you turn it into like a walk jog, maybe you can turn it into a walk run, and maybe it turns into a real run. But a sunrise run, I love that. Greatest invention of all time. Oh my God, it's the greatest thing. I mean, if you can get out a little bit earlier than when the sun is out, and I call it beating the sun. If you beat the sun, it just feels so awesome. You actually can get, I think you can get addicted to it. I don't know if you've noticed this, but when you're getting up and even just seeing stuff without like walking or doing much else, have you noticed like you're super bummed on like you look at your clock or whatever, and you're like, oh, you miss the sun coming up sometimes? Yeah. That happens to me sometimes, and I'm like, I feel like I missed out on something.
Yeah. No, especially like when I'm sick or whatever, and I'm like laying down or I'm in bed all day, and all the curtains are closed, and it's super dark. I feel like super depressing.
Okay.
Another thing I wanted to ask you about, what do you know about these myostatin inhibitors? I don't know. Do you know anything about this stuff?
This would be a category for some of my freaking friends that know all kinds of crazy stuff about this sort of thing. Alex Kickel is a guy that I work with a lot on a lot of different things. He helps me with like nutrition and health and stuff like that. Another guy that I have in my back pocket is named Andy Triana. He goes by the name of Go Super Brain on Instagram. These guys are so intelligent. They're so smart. They know all the details on some of these things. I would be speaking out of turn if I knew. What I do know about like a myostatin inhibitor is that I believe these are things that were these things they were discovered from these cows. I believe the Belgian blue cow, which is a really just like jacked cow. Now I don't know if those cows were like made like genetically or if they were just natural. Like, quote unquote, natural cow that's like got a lot of juice. It's in my brother's movie. And you have a really good photo of my brother, like with the Belgian blue cow. But I believe they have this like myostatin gene.
That big.
Yeah. Yeah, these guys are almost as jacked as Ronnie Coleman. Isn't that crazy looking?
Dude, that is
So these guys, from my understanding, like these dudes have to be careful. I don't think they can like do too much. I think they can get really hurt. Like they're really, really powerful. And because they have like so much muscle, I think they can like break your legs. Because you see how small, like how they skip leg day.
right.
These guys are skipping. These bastards are skipping leg day, and they can get hurt.
It's balls, dude.
Yeah, bro, nice balls. A little bit similar is a Piedmontese cow. Certified Piedmontese beef is super lean meat. This is where we can have a good conversation around saturated fat and beef in general. But certified Piedmontese beef, a fillet from them has 0 grams of fat. It's like 4 ounce. It's like a 4 ounce fillet. It's like 26 grams of protein.
Yeah.
It has 0 fat. They have
Like wild meat or something.
yeah, it's gnarly. The steak tastes amazing. That's the thing. It's still tender. They had it at a local supermarket that I go to, and I picked it up one day and I was like, "What is this?" Like, I look at the stats. It's grass-fed, grass-finished, regenerative agriculture. It's pretty expensive for like this tiny little steak. I was like, "Man, it's kind of a lot." Then I looked at the stats. And I'm like, "Am I imagining things? The steak has hardly any fat." And I was like, "Well, I'm just going to take a gamble on it and buy it." But there's no way. It's not even possible that this thing tastes good. It has, and I looked at the other cuts that they have. They all had like half the amount of fat as other steaks in the store. Like, so a ribeye might have, say, 20 grams of fat. Their ribeye would have 10 grams of fat and stuff like that. Their cows in general just have way less fat because their cows are a little bit like those Belgian blue cows, but they're not nearly as gnarly, so they don't look as crazy as that. But they still are jacked. They're still really lean. So I went home and tried it. I was like, this is amazing. So I think my brother was eating it too. And I think my brother made a post about it. And I think they ended up getting a cool relationship with those guys. And so they send me this beef, which has been the most amazing blessing to get some free beef. But they have 93.7 lean ground beef as well. And again, you're thinking like that's it's not gonna be. Obviously, if you buy their 8515, it does taste better, but their leaner options are absolutely delicious. So those are great options for people that want to eat, leaner meat without having all such.
So these Belgian blue cows, what is so unique about them? Why are they so jacked like this? Do you know?
I don't really know. So I forget some of the language around it, so I don't want to be screwing it all up. But it does have to do with the myostatin gene,
Right.
and I'm not sure if they don't have myostatin or if they have extra. I think it's that they don't have.
So the from what I understand, is the
We can look it up a little bit too.
So myostatin, I think, has to do with the regulation of testosterone production, something like that.
I thought it was like the regulation of like the muscle in the sheath, and I thought it was something to the effect of like the muscle just can expand and get much bigger than normal. I thought
That's
that probably it.
That's probably it. Okay, Belgian blue cattle, known for their double muscle phenotype, have natural mutation in the myostatin gene. Mutation specifically in 11 nucleotide deletion.
That's what I said.
Yeah. That leads to functional loss of myostatin protein that normally inhibits muscle growth. So these myostatin inhibitors that people can take basically inhibits this myostatin, which stops your muscle growth. So it's some sort of gene modification that you can do that will make your muscles bigger.
I think when it comes to like steroids, I think people talk a lot about protein muscle synthesis, which is hard to say sometimes, but protein muscle synthesis happens when you eat protein. It also happens when you lift, and then it also is just going on all the time when you're on performance-enhancing drugs. So it's a really interesting thing. But even when you play the card of, I call it you're playing these cards. I learned this from one of my mentors, Dave Taik, who owns TheFTS.com. Shout out to Dave Taik. But Dave Taik said you have these cards that you're playing throughout your life, and card number one is you go out for the football team, and you're slower and you're not as explosive and as strong as the guys, so you go into lift, and that's a card that you play. There's other guys on the team that don't even need to play that card because they're fine. They don't even. There's guys that go pro that barely lift at all, and they even turn pro, and they turn all pro, and they go into the Hall of Fame without any real lifting at all. It's kind of boggles your mind. I thought for football you have to. There's some guys that they have other physical activity, I'm sure, of some kind, but some of them is kind of minimal, and they just kick ass for whatever reason.
Right.
But you're playing these cards throughout your life, and once the card is played, you don't get any extra growth after a certain time period. And I find this to be really interesting. I've talked about this before, and I'd love to talk to somebody high level in terms of maybe understanding biology or understanding sport or something like that. But it seems like after about 6 or 7 years, that no matter what you do, it seems like you're about the same, right? So you lift for 6, 7, maybe 8, maybe 2. I did mention earlier that when you do something for 10 years, you can become great at it. But lifting, it's you don't necessarily get way stronger. You don't necessarily get way more muscular. You just get way more experienced, and you understand how to recover from your workouts and stuff like that. So you do lift more weight. You're not getting insanely stronger after 6 or 7 years, in my opinion.
Yes.
Once you get to that time frame, and it could be different for people, so I'm not saying there's no one outside that line, but once you get to that time period, if you were to take steroids, you can elongate that. So now you might be playing with another 3 years, But some of the point I'm trying to make here is that the human body can only go so crazy, can only go so nuts, and some of these peptides and some of these myostatin inhibitors and some of these things that are coming through now, these things could really be a break in terms of what someone can do. It might just blow the doors off of everything. I mean, Ronnie Coleman is the biggest, most jacked person really to ever walk the face of the earth, especially for how lean. He got straight and he's 290 pounds, just absolutely insane. But back to the kind of the scenario of playing these cards. If somebody has to play their deck of cards to make the varsity football team when they're a senior, the likelihood that they're going to really do much in college is really low. They had to kind of do everything. They had to lift, they had to have the nutrition, and they needed to take steroids to be on the high school football team, right? So the odds of them doing anything in Division One are probably out the door. But for other people, they might go to college and maybe they get a scholarship, but they're finding out like, oh man, I'm getting my ass kicked. It happens every day. And it happens maybe for like a whole year. And I heard other guys talking about using a little bit of stuff and getting a little bit bigger. Yeah. So they finally do that, and then they get a little bit bigger. But that guy that needs to take those steroids in college just to kind of keep up probably isn't going to be pro. And if he is a pro, it's probably going to be short-lived. It's probably not going to be awesome, right? And even the guys that go to the NFL, and even the guys that feel that they need it, they could potentially become awesome. They could become great. But the guys that seemingly don't need much of anything are the guys that they don't need to play any of those moments.
Right.
They were already dealt a pretty good hand. Yeah. They already have a good deck of cards in their hand.
Yeah, I had a friend. There was a kid I went to elementary school with who was just a genetic freak, and he was like, if we would go outside like during recess or during PE, we would play football or different things, and he would just be, he would be like the equivalent of like Tom Brady playing with a bunch of middle schoolers. Like it was just completely unfair. This kid did not belong. It was very clear, and we all knew like the teacher, our fifth grade teacher, would be like, "This guy's 100% going to the NFL. Like there's no way." He was like treated like this fucking god in our class. Like he was just like this. He was clearly different from all of us, right? And then you see his parents were both pro athletes. Oh shit, super tall. The mom was like a fucking pro WNBA player, and the dad was like a really successful football player, like all through college, I think maybe the NFL. And sure as shit, this guy went on to play for the NFL, and was a really successful wide receiver in the NFL. And it was like, you just know. And I know your brother made a documentary about this. People that basically raise their kids to be like from the jump to be pro athletes. I know trophy kids. Yeah. And it's crazy to me that people will. You'll know. It's like I always thought there's this sort of unconscious thing in people that attracts, like this unconscious thing in humans that attracts them together, like especially like mates, right? Where maybe the woman will be deficient in some sort of biological feature, and the man will kind of make up for it. And they don't know about it, but it's the subconscious thing that drives them together. But there's also, what I realized a long time ago, there's people that are just like both super freak athletes, like genetic freaks, and they know that like if we get together, we're going to create some superhuman babies that are going to be like freaking NFL stars, things like this. And like that's such a crazy thing to me that people do that. That's why they're like, hey, we should get busy because right. Let's crank out some kids and let's kind of see. And we're gonna get them trained from the moment they're born. We're gonna start breeding these kids to be super athletes. A lot of it makes a lot of that makes a lot of sense. I mean, if you grew up like in an athletic family and your brothers and sisters or whatever sex you are, but like they're all like tall and lean, and so it makes sense that like you would be attracted because that's what you're used to, right? Like not like you're attracted to your own family members, right? But you're probably attracted to the fact that they do a lot of similar things that you recognize as being valuable in your own family. Like in your own family, everyone is regarding you being a great tennis player as like a thing. So I'd imagine, if you're a girl, you grow up and someone is good at a sport, it might be something that, especially if it's healthy, like, a person's really good at tennis, everybody loves him, and it works out great, and he's like, the dad's not like a big asshole about it or whatever, that person will probably want to be attracted to somebody that has, some attribute that I would imagine. Right. It kind of makes some sense. Yeah, it's bizarre. Well, Mark Bell, thank you for doing this, man. This has been fucking amazing.
I wanted to ask you something.
Yeah.
How did you get into so many of these different like rabbit holes of like conspiracy theory stuff?
That's a good question.
And do you like that? Like, do you? Because like that like some of my outside perspective of your show. I haven't seen every episode, but I've seen a handful.
Yeah.
It seems like there's quite a few people that are like, I hate the term conspiracy theory even, but it's like you've been talking to a lot of like disruptors.
Yeah.
And do you like that moniker? And how did you end up here?
I don't know. I don't know how I fell into it. I might have just had somebody on here a long time ago that got me really interested in this rebel. I mean, it's like, you know, the biggest questions in life, in the human mind, are like, where did we come from? Are we alone? And I think I'm somewhat drawn to that, like many people are. And when I started to realize that, a lot of these mysteries are like super tied up in things like the government's been doing, and like all kinds of things that I always thought were just crazy out there, but like there's like hard evidence for a lot of the stuff being true. Just like all kinds of crazy, mind-bending shit that it has been documented and we know actually happened.
And you're like, no, there's no way that happened, but it did.
Right, and it did. And it just kind of like, yeah, man, I don't know. I just like followed my interest, and like I mentioned to you earlier, I really like talking to people that haven't been on podcasts before, or haven't really been in the public light before, and then I'm like just coming on, talking about some weird, obscure thing they were a part of or studied or whatever. And to me, that's like one of the coolest things about doing this is bringing to light some things that people may have never thought about or never even considered.
Why we're here is like, I love that question. Do you
Yeah.
think it matters? Like, to you, for your life, does it matter why we're here?
Does it? I mean, I don't know. I'm not
Or like, why do you think we're here? What's your theory?
I don't have a theory. I really don't. I just like, asking the question. Some of the times when I do some of these podcasts with these folks, it leaves me with more questions than I had when I started.
Some people think it's like demoralizing. Like, if we don't know why we're here, if we don't know our purpose, people think it's like super sad. But my personal belief, and I grew up Christian, and I grew up like in a church and stuff. So maybe this is like a little bit religious. First of all, I think every person has like a godlike feature within them that you need to explore yourself enough to like find them.
Yeah.
I think you mentioned that super graphic that everyone has some attribute in them that is similar to that. Maybe it's not as like maybe society-wise, maybe they're not going to regard it the same way they would an NFL football player. That's something we hold in like the highest regard here in the United States. But I believe everyone has a godlike feature within them. But I also think that we're here the same reason why a tree is here, the same reason why the grass is here, the same reason why the cows are here, or any other animal. And I think we're here to like reproduce and contribute to the earth. And the earth is like this organism that needs to be fed. And so whether we're putting more carbon in the air, or whether we're trying to take it out, or like these different things we're trying to do, that's sort of my belief. And I don't think it matters if we really know humankind's purpose, but I think it's important that you search for your own purpose.
Yeah, totally.
I also think it's important that you never find it.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
I think seeking and searching is pretty.
I totally agree. Yeah, man. I don't know if I believe that like we were put here by anything for a specific purpose. Like I think like you said, the planet is just this living organism that we're a part of. We are this super rare species that has evolved that we don't know exists in any other place in the universe, but we have this insane ability to have reason, which is unique to human beings. And by the fact that us having the ability to reason gives our brain, it's like a fundamental thing in our operating system that we have to believe in some sort of higher power, like God or something like that, right? Because like everything has to come from something, right? So like we know, like I know I came from my parents, they came from their parents, and so on and so forth. But the first human, like, how do you comprehend that? Where did that come from? So yeah, I think we're meaning machines. Like we have to find meaning to give our life some sort of purpose. And I think that to me just makes human beings so interesting.
What if another animal or species ends up with some reasoning skills and we fucked? I don't know.
Maybe. I think we're creating that with technology.
Yeah.
You know, I think we're creating something that we have no idea what we're creating, but we're on this trajectory to basically just get better at everything we do, and that's creating some other sort of organism, whether that's like AI, machines. My biggest thing I'm afraid of is like how far we go as far as integrating ourselves in machines. I love this, which is why I think it's really cool that there's companies out there that are like doing technology that are trying to make it more primitive, like the daylight computer.
Yeah.
Like how they're trying to go the opposite way of iPhones and computer screens to make us more in touch, to take care of our bodies and our circadian rhythms and ground us more to nature.
I was chatting with a couple friends the other day, and we were talking about like the recreation of those wolves and
Those dire wolves.
And I think they're talking about like a woolly mammoth and potentially even a dinosaur and stuff. And I said, and just kind of like I just was joking, but I was like, it's probably our second go of making dinosaurs. And my friends stopped and were like, dude, what if you're right? They're like, that's wild.
Yeah.
Because some people believe that there's maybe we've sort of been here before. You can get a little bit into Terminator, like Skynet being fully realized, and that we kind of created all these things. It's just, I think it's all fascinating and really fun.
I think it's fascinating, and I don't know whether it's good or bad. My friend Paul Rosalie, who lived in the Amazon for days, she too was like, "Fuck these fucking Game of Thrones loving nerds. These guys do not need to be doing this. Fuck that. Go save the animals that are going extinct in the Amazon." I think it's so fucking funny. But I don't know. I don't know where it goes. But
do you believe in God? Where are you with that?
I believe in God. I believe in a higher power. I don't know if I believe in everything the Bible says. I don't know if I believe in all the fairy tales.
They're good stories, and they can move someone in the right direction.
I can see how they can be beneficial to humanity. Yeah, I do believe in a God. I don't know if that God is what we're told through text that people have been writing and editing throughout the last 2,000 years.
It's a bizarre story of somebody writing a book.
Yeah, if
thousands of years later.
Yeah, I think God is a super important thing. That concept is a super important fundamental thing to humans.
Have you had an opportunity to travel quite a bit?
Yeah.
So what I noticed when I travel to some really nice places, the nicest things that they have to show you in all those places is the same thing everywhere. It's a church. And it just goes to show you the power of belief is extraordinary, because these churches and these buildings they're unbelievable. And by today's standards, these things would cost millions and millions of dollars. So much time, so much was invested in all these things. We don't know exactly what the deal was, like the pyramids and stuff. But a lot of these things were probably built with some sort of belief. Totally. And I love that story, because I think that is something that should give everybody a lot of hope. And whether you believe in religion or not, or you believe in God or not, that's not even really the point. It's just the power of you believing in something, the power of you believing in yourself, you believing in your family, you believing in your community. Yeah, all that stuff is just, it's so unbelievably powerful.
Mm-hmm. And I think the way society is going right now, especially geopolitically, and the way that different countries, and each country has a military, and all the countries that have to fight for their military dominance, and the hierarchy of nation states in the world is completely antithetical to this idea of having this cohesive belief that draws people together, that gives people purpose. And it's crazy to see how all of this shit spirals out of control. And it just seems like the more technologically advanced we get, it seems like the farther away we get from nature. And I think, now that I think about it, I think if anything is God, I think nature is probably God. And I think that
sun and sort of how we work in relation to the sun and our environment, I think, is extraordinary. That's why I love the information projectors.
Yeah.
Because I found that to be super powerful. It's like, yeah, and you heard Joe Rogan talking about it. So I think I'm just going to get, I've always liked it. I always liked being in nature, and you had a bunch of other guests on there. You've heard people talk about there's the magnetic field, there's grounding, there's a lot of that stuff, hugging a tree, we've heard of all these things for a long time. But yeah, I don't think there's anyone that can really argue with the value of just sitting on a tree that fell down and just chilling.
Yeah.
With a really cool view is the most amazing thing.
Away from these devices that connect to people and not thinking about that, just being alone, the birds chirping, the insects crawling around you. There's something about it that just awakens something deep inside you that I think's been atrophied for centuries. And I think I don't know. I'm fascinated with the idea of becoming one that.
You were saying your diet is a little off right now.
My diet's shit. I try my best.
How do I encourage you? What do I gotta do? What do I gotta talk to you?
I don't know, man. I think I was encouraged today watching you in the gym, man.
Yeah, today was fun.
Today was super fun. It's things like that inspire me. Talking to people like you, it really gets me motivated.
Do you at least go after protein? Do you eat some protein
Yeah, I do.
You high protein train at least a little bit?
Yeah, I eat a lot of eggs.
You're in good shape.
I
don't look like you eat
I've always worked out. I've always tried to eat well, at least since I was in my 20s. I've tried to eat good, but I've always worked. I started working out I think 9th grade, 10th grade, or something like that, and I've always pretty much maintained the physique that I have right now. It's gone up and down. I got my spurts where I've fucking gotten in the gym every single day.
lean and jacked.
Yeah. It's annoying. Saying oh, you're working out. It's yeah, that's since fucking 17 years old. But I've always done a good job maintaining, and my diet, I do my best to eat the best, eat as much eggs and meat and protein as possible. But when we got 2 kids, it's really hard to keep that discipline. This shit that sneaks in there. This thing keeps me disciplined. This podcast keeps me disciplined. So I know before I do a podcast, the podcast days, I'm the most disciplined. Yeah, because I can't fuck around. I can't be eating a bunch of garbage while I do a podcast. It's going to affect my brain. I can't think straight. I'm distracted. So if anything, this thing is great because it keeps me grounded. It keeps me, I get to learn about shit that you're teaching me right now about health and lifting weight, maintaining the body. I think I'm super lucky to be able to have something like this that basically fits in with my lifestyle and enables me to get better at everything I do.
You've probably just never been an overeater. We talked about that a little bit in the gym. It's actually a curse sometimes for people to have their maybe shit diet habits not result in gaining body fat, because then it's well, why would I bother doing anything?
Right.
But it's kind of one of those things, I think, that if you're staying a similar body weight most of the time and you're pretty happy with it, there's probably not a lot of reasons to change it. I think what will happen for you is I think it'll be a natural shift as you continue to grow this podcast and as you continue to become more successful. It's just a natural evolution. Want to be a little bit more successful at everything.
Yeah.
I kind of love the idea. People that come and do my podcast, they gotta stand next to me and see me. And it's good luck trying to explain your diet and your workout shit to us.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't be talking shit to us because
you're not going to sell us any bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not necessarily a competitive thing, but it's more okay, I did really well in this section of my life. I did really well in this section of my life. I'm going to do the best I can in some of these other sections. And then over time, you end up being like Joe Rogan, where he's a black belt in multiple things.
Yeah.
He's a proficient hunter. He's good at archery. He seems to be a prolific reader, and he's dope when it comes to podcasting. He's a comedian. The list of shit goes. He always stays in good shape. He does brutal workouts. He's probably 53, 55 or something.
He does a podcast.
he's an absolute animal. I really admire that. I'm like, this is amazing, but it just was a progression over time. It wasn't something he like set out to do. It wasn't like 30 years ago. It wasn't like, I'm going to be the best podcast ever. I'm going to be, a black belt and this and this. The stuff that he just worked at, chipped away at it every single day. And I'm sure he probably had a lot of heartache over some of the things he was doing, like trying to act and trying to maybe be something or fit into a thing that wasn't correct for him. And then also even like getting better at jujitsu and stuff is really painful.
Yeah.
Like to the point where like I've been in tears after workouts before, not after jujitsu because I haven't done much jujitsu, but I've been in tears because I cared about what I was doing so much that I get like emotional. I'm like, man, you know what's gonna happen? I'm never gonna get this, and I just have all this self-doubt hitting me. I'm like, then I calm myself down and talk myself back into like, no, this is just a really long process, and part of getting to the ups is having like a bunch of downs in between. So yeah, I think the world of Joe, but I think he's incredible, and I think that for someone like yourself, with you trying to balance all these different things, you'll continue to get better at stuff, and your kids, they'll stop being such little shits. Like they'll get older, but you have another one on the way, don't you?
Yeah, I got a girl now. 2 boys and a girl. That's a wrap, baby.
Yeah, but so you'll be able to achieve some of the things I'm talking about 7 years from now.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's a free time. But yeah, man, this has been super fun.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I really appreciate you coming on here. Your podcast is fucking phenomenal. Thanks. Tell people where they can find it and all your stuff.
Mark Bell's Power Project. I also have, I need to send you a bunch of my protein powders and stuff.
Oh, hell yeah.
I make the steak shake. I make the total carnivore shake. These are both protein powders that I made taste amazing. They have liver, kidney, heart, spleen, pancreas. Some small amounts of it, because like when you put too much of that stuff in there, you're going to make it taste disgusting. But it does have that in there. And then also, a lot of people get like bloated. They get kind of messed up from protein powders. Mm-hmm. And so the steak shake has it has beef protein isolate. It has whey protein, egg protein, and collagen. Wow! And so that one's got four different proteins coming at you at one time, and then it has a little bit of MCT in there too, just for like flavor and mouthfeel. Okay. And then the total carnivore one. This was me like saying I'm going to throw out any allergen that anyone has, because I hear it constantly. People are always talking about. You can go to withinyourbrand.com if you want to check out their website. So I took out every allergy by making the total carnivore steak shake. And the total carnivore is beef protein isolate and collagen. And I have friends and some people I've sent the product out to, and like, dude, I drink your shake and I get no gas, no bloating. They're always really shot. There's no dairy in it. There's no egg in it. There's no gluten. There's no wheat. I tried to pull everything that I possibly could out. There's certain things that you can't. There's certain things that are very hard to pull away. And also has beef tallow in it to give it really good flavor. So there's certain things you have to keep in your protein powder, otherwise it just turns into like cement. And obviously I didn't want that to happen. So in addition to the total carnivore steak shake, I also sell a total carnivore steak shake that is unflavored. And I was like, there's no way that this is going to really sell well. It sells great. People are buying it all the time because then you can just kind of add your own flavor at home. So there's people that will add honey to it, or a little bit of vanilla extract. Everyone's like a little different with. I love cinnamon. There you go. Some people are like really adverse to like stevia. Some people are really adverse to monk. Yeah. And some people have a heart attack if you throw sucralose. Sucralose is amazing. It makes everything taste so good. And I think what people don't realize about sucralose is like you only need like in a Coke Zero, those kinds of things. That's what has sucralose in it. Yeah. It's only a small amount. Like it's a tiny amount. I'm not saying like it doesn't have any negative side effects, but it is good to know it's a small amount. So yeah, withinyourbrand.com has the steak shakes. I have hydration powders, chocolate, and salted caramel hydrate chocolate. Oh my God, they're so good. If you add those to the protein shakes, I made everything strategically so that the flavors really blend and mix together really well. The banana steak shake, don't sleep on that one. That one's really good. Sometimes the banana flavoring can be like weird. We nailed it with that one. And And then also, if you want to check out the Slingshot. The Slingshot is a product I made years ago. It's a supportive upper body device for bench press, push-ups, dips, helps save the shoulders. It's basically just a strap. It's when I originally invented it, the first version of it was literally knee wraps that I had sewn together by my wife's friend that sews together swimsuits for my wife's swim team. And I had this lady sew these things together and had this idea, and I just went and tried to use it one day. It's like, holy shit, this is the invention. I had this invention idea for a long time. Because so many people had banged up shoulders, had an issue with bench press. And I was not expecting that it would have the impact that it's had, but I've sold over 1 million Slingshots.
What?
We've been in business since 2010, and been selling them worldwide for a really long time and make many different versions, many different sizes. So anybody wants to check that out, that's Mark Bell Slingshot.
Amazing. That's incredible.
Thank you so much.
I need a slingshot.
I know. I'll send you all this stuff, man. All the products are things that I do talk about it on my social media and stuff a little bit here and there, but I try not to be too pushy with it. But the truth is, like even something like the Slingshot or the knee sleeves that I make, or the elbow sleeves that I make, these are all products that I always go back to using. I might not use them for a little bit, just because it takes a little extra time to put stuff on, and I'm thinking I don't lift the way I used to, and so I make excuses on why not to wear the stuff. But then every so often I call back to it, and I'm like, I should just wear this all the time.
Right.
It just makes the workout feel better.
Yeah.
And so a lot of times I think people are trying to make workouts harder with different devices and different things, and that's cool. That's a great route to go to kick up the intensity. But if you want your workouts to not hurt, go and check out the stuff we have at Mark Bell Slingshot.
Amazing. I'll link it all below.
Thank you.
You're the man, Mark Bell. Thank you, brother.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Epstein, for coming over from San Diego. I'm excited to talk to you, and you showed me this is your monograph. This is new.
That's coming out. That's currently under peer review, but
It's under peer review. Okay.
that summarizes 12 years of research that my team and I have done on Google and other tech companies and their ability to influence elections and indoctrinate children and affect our opinions, our thinking, attitudes, our purchases, you name it. So that's like a summary of the whole thing.
How long have you been working on that? How long have you been putting that together?
More than 12 years now.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. For people who aren't familiar, how did you, with your background, get so into this world of Google and the curation of the content that goes on Google and YouTube and all this stuff, and how it manipulates mind, culture, elections, everything?
Well, I was trained as a research psychologist at Harvard. I was actually Skinner's last doctoral student. And some people don't know just how broad psychology is. It's really broad. And one of the areas that research psychologists study is called influence. So you've probably heard of a best-selling book called The Nudge, about how you can just do subtle kinds of things and that will alter people's behavior. And so you've heard of probably the Stanford prison experiments or the obedience experiments that were done at Yale. All that is studying influence, how you can influence people. So back in 2012, my website got hacked, which is not a big deal, but I was notified by Google in I think 8 or 9 different emails. So that made me curious, because I'm wondering, who made them the sheriff of the internet? Why am I getting notified by Google and not by some government agency, some nonprofit organization? But then I got more curious because I've been a coder since I was a teenager, and I saw that they were blocking access to my websites, not just on Google.com, which makes sense, that's their product, as it were, or their platform, I should say. We're the product. But the point is, it's not just on Google, but they were somehow blocking me on Safari, which is part of Apple. How did they do that? They were blocking me on Firefox, which is run by a nonprofit organization. How could they do that? So over time, I started in 2012, just started really digging in and trying to find out how Google really worked and just how much of an impact they were having and whether everything was above board or were some things hidden. In early 2013, I started doing what I'm good at, which I've been doing for almost 50 years on many topics in psychology. I started doing what are called randomized controlled experiments. Because at that point, I began to suspect that Google search results could be used to manipulate people. So what if, in other words, what if when they're pulling from among billions of links out there, they're pulling links that make one candidate look better than the other, or one product, one dog food, one guitar brand, and they're suppressing links which make the other candidate look good. But could that actually impact people's thinking, people's votes even? And I made a prediction, which is scientists always do. I made a prediction. I thought, I bet you I could shift the voting preferences of undecided voters. So that's here. I'm always starting with undecided people. And I could shift it by 2 or 3%, I thought, by favoring one candidate or the other in search results. In other words, I had to build, my team and I had to build a simulator that works just like Google.com. It was called Cadoodle.
Cadoodle, yeah, I saw it in your book.
So, but it worked exactly like Google. And I thought, okay, one group, they get search results that favor one candidate. The other group gets search results that favor the other candidate. And then there's a control group, so neither candidate is favored. And I thought basically I could shift voting preferences by 2 or 3%. That was my prediction. I have never been so wrong because that first shift we got in that first experiment was 48%, which I thought was a mistake. In fact, I thought was impossible. That's after one search, so they're undecided voters. The only difference, they're all seeing exactly the same material. They can click on any of those links, go to the web page, so they have access to exactly the same material. The only difference was the order in which we were presenting the material. And we got a shift of 48%. And don't forget, we're using random assignment. So that means we can push people in either direction, any way we want. So anyway, I thought it was a mistake. We repeated it. We got a shift of, I think, 63%. And then we began to learn that we could hide what we were doing. Even if it was blatantly obvious that the search results were biased, most people didn't see the bias. And we thought, what happens if we just fool people a little bit? So it's candidate A, candidate A, candidate A, candidate B, candidate A, candidate A. Get it? So what if we just mix it up a little bit just to get people confused? That's called masking. We found that we could get these enormous shifts in voting preferences with no one having the slightest idea that they're looking at biased search results, no one knowing that they're being manipulated. So we got to that point, this is early 2013, and we said, this is important. And we wrote it up for the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, which is one of the top scientific journals in the world. It's very, very hard to publish there. And by this time, we had done more experiments. We'd done a nationwide experiment with people from all 50 states. We had done a big experiment in India, right in the middle of a big election of theirs. It had more than 2,000 people in it. And this got published in what we call lovingly PNAS, Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. And the last time I checked, that very technical scientific article had been accessed or downloaded from their website more than 250,000 times, which is extremely rare for a scientific piece. Extremely rare. I mean, it's literally, you can publish a piece on discovering gravity waves, and I know the guy who did that, and you'll end up with a few thousand. But this got enormous attention. It got written up in the Washington Post and other places because it's scary, because it means that Google has the power to shift possibly millions of votes in elections, election after election, not just here but around the world, with no one knowing that they're doing it.
Do you think this was their plan from the start, or do you think this was some sort of a natural evolution of their product?
I think that they've done a lot of things over the years which start out very innocently. Search suggestions, I think, started very innocently. They're not innocent anymore, and we know because we've studied that now and quantified that. I think that a lot of things, they just start out innocently, and then someone or other realizes that they could use this to change people's thinking and behavior. And they have very, very strong ideals, very strong values at Google. They're very proud of that. I actually happen to share a lot of their values. So part of me is always, cheering for Google as I'm studying them and discovering what terrible things they're doing. So they have what they have done, and this is a whole separate story, which we can talk about later if you want to. But what they have done more and more is use very powerful techniques of mind control to control people's thinking and behavior, literally around the world on a massive scale. And they know exactly what they're doing. For years I was just doing experiments and discovering these techniques, and very skeptical, always very skeptical, and yet replicating it, or other labs have replicated these same findings. But the point is that over time I realized this is a really, really serious problem, and over time my findings were also revealed by whistleblowers, leaked documents, leaked emails. 2018, for example, there was a leak of emails from Google to the Wall Street Journal, in which Googlers, that's what they call themselves, Googlers, were discussing how can we use ephemeral experiences. Turns out that's a very important phrase, ephemeral experiences or ephemeral content, to change people's views about Trump's travel ban. When I saw that, my head spun, because I realized I have been studying the power of ephemeral experiences to impact people for years at that point. By that point, I've been studying it for 5 years.
In what context were you studying?
And in the context of just finding these techniques, that first one, these results, that's now called SEME, the search engine manipulation effect, SEME. And I have been studying these techniques one after another. Search suggestions, for example, just by fiddling with the search suggestions, people, we showed in experiments that you can turn a 50-50 split among undecided voters into a 90-10 split, with no one having the slightest idea that they've been manipulated. But here I'm seeing, in language being used in the company, that their employees saying, how can we use ephemeral experiences to change people's views on travel ban? In this case, on the travel ban, but our experiments were showing more and more and more that you can use these techniques to change people's opinions about anything at all, not just candidates in an election, but anything at all. So the thing just grew. It grew and grew because we were finding more and more that these techniques exist. We had to give them names because they're new. They've never existed before in human history. Took it could take a year or two, or even 5 years to really understand one of these. And then we quantify them. So when we quantify them, that means we can calculate for a given election or a given product, we can calculate how big a shift Google can produce. And it gets bigger and bigger, but as it gets bigger, it also gets more scary because we start to run into pushback, I suppose you could say. Well, not much until I testified before Congress for the first time about these issues. That was in 2019, which was probably the most disastrous year in my life, all starting with that testimony, my congressional testimony. As one of my board members said to me at one point, well, they left you alone before that, but once you testified before Congress, they're not going to leave you alone. Anyway, that same summer that I testified, I did a private briefing for a bunch of state AGs, attorneys general, about all the work we've been doing and about the potential power that these companies have. And so there were very prominent AGs there from around the country, Stanford University. And then I went out in the hallway, was hanging around, and one of these people came out and said, Dr. Epstein, I don't mean to scare you, but based on what you've told us and the work you're doing, he said, I suspect that you're going to be killed in some sort of accident in the next few months. And obviously I wasn't, because I'm still here, but my wife was. My beautiful wife, Misty, was killed a few months later in a car accident that was very suspicious. For me, the vehicle was never examined. The little truck I had bought her, was never examined forensically. It disappeared from the impound lot. I was told that it had been sold to a parts dealer in Mexico without my permission. It just disappeared.
This was how long after this guy said this to you?
Like 3 to 4 months.
And who's the guy who said this to you?
He was and still is one of the state attorneys general. I mean, I've had other warnings too. Around that same time, I had a reporter from DC call, first asking a bunch of questions about the work, what was the latest, all that stuff. And then a couple of days later, he called again. He said, I just got off the phone with a woman who I believe to be head of public relations at Google. And I think you should know that what happened. And I said, what happened? She said, well, I started asking about your work, and she started screaming at me. He said, that's very unprofessional. I've never seen that before. He said, and I just want to tell you 2 things. He said, number 1, you have their attention. And number 2, if I were you, I would take precautions.
That's scary.
We've had now 6 incidents in total.
What are the other incidents?
Well, the last one, which was right by coincidence, it was right after I had lunch with probably the most prominent state AG in the country. That's Ken Paxton from Texas, who has an office of 800 attorneys, and they've gone after Google over and over again, and they're having an impact. They're having a big impact. But right after he left, so there were still some people left, and it was in a restaurant. Oh, I have the. You can use your own judgment. I'll tell you exactly what happened. And I even have an image.
You want to text Steve? You can pop it on the TV.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a really good idea.
Yeah. We have a full screen on the.
Oh, and Steve's already in here.
Yep.
Oh, that's a really good idea. Well, this is one of the creepiest things that's happened so far.
Okay, this is what you talked about on Robin, right?
Yes, and I didn't realize that. Now you see that?
So here we go. This looks like a sharp piece of metal needle.
Yeah, but look at the coating, and look how the blade at the end has been sharpened to an extreme degree.
Hmm?
So General Paxton, A.P. Paxton, leaves with his staff. My staff is still there, and one of them comes over to sit next to me. This is right next to me. So I'm on a bench seat in the restaurant, and this is my computer case for my laptop. And so she just slides in next to me, and then she screams like a real scream, like out of a movie. And we all go, what's going on? And she goes, look. And there's this thing sticking out of her thumb. It's about a half inch into her thumb. It was sticking out of the computer case. Now, this is the sixth incident so far.
So where do you think that thing could have come from?
Someone put it there, obviously, when I did not have control over my computer case. And what is it? No one knows. I
still have it?
I have people in intelligence, yeah, but we didn't want to. There's a place in Illinois that they use for stuff like this, because that coating is obviously strange.
Yeah.
And obviously the tip is strange, and the object itself, no one's ever seen anything like it. Right. This is the kind of thing that Putin does to get rid of his enemies.
So he has poisons that people saw, right?
Right.
This thing wasn't poison.
Well, we never analyzed it.
What happened to the lady after hitting?
Well, what happened was that we all kind of informally decided that we'd just see whether she was going to get sick or not. It's pretty stupid of us. I know, and she didn't get sick, but she completely freaked out. She really pulled back from the project, and she was actually in charge of it's called major gifts, so the high level fundraising, and she just pulled way back. We had our managing director, who was fabulous. We've been there for 2 years. She and her very handsome husband were walking Saturday afternoon in San Diego, which is a pretty safe city, 2 p.m. Saturday afternoon, downtown San Diego. A guy comes out of the crowd, pulls a knife, slits his face all the way from his ear down to his mouth, all the way through. And then he looks at Michelle, our managing director, and laughs and runs away. Jesus. She lasted another 2 or 3 months. Her family was putting tremendous pressure on her to quit. I don't blame them, and I don't blame her, but it was a tremendous loss for us. Tremendous loss. And my son, there's been a fairly recent incident with one of my sons. So that gets, and he works for the project. In other words, he works on the secret side of what we did, which is our monitoring system, which we can talk about if you want. But that system, 11 o'clock at night, one night, stopped working. The data stopped flowing. I tried calling up our tech people. I couldn't reach anyone. It was a Thursday night. I called him because I knew he's involved with the tech part of it. And he said, "Don't worry, Dad, I'll drive over to the office," which by the office he meant the secret location. But I don't even know where that is. I never found out where it was. And that's 11 o'clock at night. Midnight, I still haven't heard from him. The phone rings. He said, "Dad, don't worry, I'm okay." I said, what happened? So while I was driving over there, he said, and I got broadsided by, he said, a black vehicle, which immediately pulled away and drove off at very high speed.
How long ago was this?
A year and a half ago.
Did they ever investigate it?
They had nothing to investigate. There were no surveillance cameras on that intersection.
but nothing's so things keep happening to people that are in your close orbit.
Well, that thing,
that was
meant for me.
Yeah,
that was meant for me.
right. But I assume the fact that you're out there, you're talking in a public forum, you've done some big shows, and you're publishing stuff about this all the time, that they can't touch you directly, right? So they're just trying to intimidate you. This is not intended to kill you. This is intended to intimidate you. I'm assuming, right?
Well, I don't know because we found one land that was recommended by the FBI. They wanted $5,000. I just kept saying the same stupid thing, which I really regret, and I think it was a mistake on my part. Let's see if she gets sick.
And she never got sick.
Not as far as I know, but she definitely got freaked out, and that lasted for quite a while. And she just never. She didn't from that time on, perform with enthusiasm. I can even say.
Right. Yeah. One of the reasons when I originally asked, like, was this the original intent of Google, or was this something that just happened after they invented it? Because I read a Medium article that was very well done. It's like a 3-part series. I forget the author's name, but it was essentially about the story of how the United States intelligence community funded, nurtured, and incubated Google.
Right.
At Stanford with Sergey Brin.
Yes.
And the PageRank system, I think, actually came from DARPA.
Possibly. I mean, the intelligence. I think we have to be fair here. The intelligence agencies. We're talking the 90s, so there was barely an internet. And the intelligence agencies, they had meetings about this growing internet thing, and they were worried about how it could pose a threat to national security. And one very legitimate concept that they were working with was that if there's more and more information posted out there, if someone wants to build a bomb, that's going to be the first place they go. They're not going to go to the public library. They're going to go to this new internet, which at that point was easy to use anonymously. So when they were talking and to some extent providing funding to people building these new search engines, which are just basically indexes
Right.
to what's on the growing internet. They basically were saying we want to be able to track people who are looking stuff up, especially certain stuff. Now that's legitimate. In other words, and they still do this. All the intelligence agencies around the world do this. They use the internet, people's search histories, people's emails, anything people do on the internet, they use when they're looking for bad guys or bad gals. That's
Sure.
And that's legit. In my opinion, that's legit. Now, it's true that Google, yes, they started out with help from intelligence agencies. Yes, they were definitely encouraged to preserve search histories.
And is that normal for a big tech company like that to be funded and incubated and nurtured by the intelligence community?
You have to look. Google was not the first search engine. It was actually the 21st search engine. It was very competitive in those days. I know one of the people who created one of the very first search engines. And he was just a professor at Carnegie Mellon. He said, "Oh, I'm going to build an index," and he ended up becoming a millionaire because he sold it. But did he have security in mind? Was he working with intelligence agencies? No. It was just for him an academic project. So what happened with these two guys who started Google is it was a bit unusual, but some things came together for them very quickly because what they realized was because they were preserving search histories, they could monetize that. They had no way to make money for the first 2 years, but because they had these search histories, they realized, hey, we could hook people up. Forget the bad guys. We could hook up anybody who's searching for umbrellas with companies that sell umbrellas. So now they go to the umbrella company, so their actual customers are vendors. So they go to the umbrella company and say, hey, we know exactly who's searching for umbrellas online. Okay, and they borrowed a technique from another company, which sued them. But they borrowed a technique from another company that allowed them to easily hook people up because they could put little kind of icons, and they could put links online which people who are looking for umbrellas could click on, and that would take them straight to that company. And if there's a sale there, Google gets a cut, or they would get a cut just based on the number of clicks. All different ways that they've explored over the years. But in the early years, the fact that the intelligence agencies had them preserving search histories, that led them within a couple of years to figure out finally how to monetize the search engine. Now, by 2004, they were starting to take up a big chunk of search. They were starting to become dominant, but there were still a lot of search companies. By 2008 or so, the others were kind of falling away. Google was becoming more and more popular. And again, got to give them some credit because the method they were using for posting search results was new, the PageRank method, and it worked really well. And so it gave people the best search results. Now we're thinking, you can't pin an exact date on it, but you may have heard, but probably everyone has heard that at some point their motto was, "Don't do evil."
Yeah, don't be evil.
Don't be evil. Don't be evil. Yeah. They actually dumped that in 2015, so they got rid of that. But they still mention that concept somewhere, but it's no longer the motto of the company. And in my opinion, they turned it into "Don't be evil," unless it makes us money.
Love it. We use Brave here. We try to. Sometimes you don't get good results, especially on the images. We don't Google images. We search a lot of images, but the images are not showing. Brave does this fine, right? A lot of these search engines, web browser, right? A lot of them have been compromised by people, from what I understand. But there's some of them that are still clean and clear. I mean, the stuff. And one of those is Brave.
Well, Brave is a special story. I know Brendan Ike. He's the one who founded Brave. Before that, he's the one who created. He'd be a good guest. Brendan Ike, B-I-C-A, and he's the one who created Firefox for Mozilla. So why did he, having done that, having created this great alternative to Google that worked very well, why did he leave? Well, because Google's influence at Mozilla became overwhelming. Mozilla is a nonprofit, and 90% of their donations are coming from Google. No matter what changes they seem to make to guarantee people's privacy, they also violated people's privacy. So, for example, they made Google their default search engine. Mozilla at some point actually made Google their default search engine. Or even when they didn't do that, which is pretty blatant, they used Google's quarantine list. Most people don't know anything about this, but this is all the stuff happening in the background. It's so creepy.
Yeah.
Before a browser takes you somewhere, it could be anything. Safari, which is Apple's browser. Before Safari takes you to a website, it has to check to see whether the website is safe. Sure, they're not going to take you to malware sites in Nigeria, right?
Right.
Well, where are they going to get a good list that they can check at super high speed? Well, the answer is because Google crawls the internet more than any other company and has the largest database of any other company. Everyone uses, including Safari, everyone uses Google's quarantine list. So that means, so Brendan saw this. I mean, he saw that basically Firefox was also checking this quarantine list. That means that when people are doing what they think are private searches using Firefox, Google's getting the information.
You try to stop this?
I don't know what, you could ask them, but I've never asked them. That's, straight away, very I do know he at some point said I've had it, and he was determined. That's why Brave is called Brave. That's why, because he was determined to do something brave and really set up a browser and a search engine. They're both called Brave. That Google cannot track. That Google has no control over. Google has control all over the place. Where people have no idea they have control.
What happened with DuckDuckGo? How did they be compromised by Google? Do you know?
Well, DuckDuckGo is another story. I don't like to talk too much about DuckDuckGo because I don't think it's personally. I don't even consider it a search engine. DuckDuckGo is primarily a database aggregator. So what does that mean? That means they look at big databases that other people have created, and that's how they come up with the answers to your queries, your search queries. Now, that's not a search engine. Do they have a little, do they have a crawler that looks around the internet? Yeah, but that's very little of their data comes from their own crawler.
But it used to be different for Google, right? You used to be able to go on DuckDuckGo and be able to bypass the sort of curated shit you get on Google, search anything. And now it's changed. Now it sort of mirrors that. So like there's obviously something that happened.
Well, so another reason I don't like to get stuck on DuckDuckGo is because there are much bigger problems out there. For example,
Well, I was just like, okay.
Again, let's get to this. I think this will make the point. 2016, Google and Microsoft signed a pact, which no one has ever. It's never leaked. The exact contents of the pact have never been made known.
You sound better.
But they signed a pact, and the next thing that happened is they all dropped all of the lawsuits and complaints they had against each other worldwide. Microsoft pulled the funds from all the nonprofit organizations supporting that fought Google. All the funds gone. All the consultants that Microsoft had, and by the way, they offered me a consultant position with that at one point. I refused. Microsoft did, and I refused. But a dear friend of mine, he accepted. They got rid of all their consultants, all at once, gone. And Windows 11 became. Windows 10 has a lot of problems, but Windows 11 became a very aggressive tracker. And some of us believe that from that point on, their search engine, Bing, which had been losing about $1 billion a year for Microsoft, started to save some money, probably by scraping contents from Google. Now that's a much bigger problem because Bing has believe it or not, gets a lot more traffic than DuckDuckGo does. Yahoo. I have a copy of a document that was filed with the SEC, which gives Yahoo the right to scrape content for Yahoo search results. The problem is, I'm just saying, it's bigger than you think. My sister wears a Fitbit. When you think Fitbit, you don't think Google. But Google owns Fitbit. They bought Fitbit so they could get all that physiological data 24 hours a day. Do you have I hope not, a Nest? You probably do.
I have a Nest thermostat.
You have a Nest thermostat?
I have all the security cameras. We have a Nest security camera.
Okay, so about 6 years ago or so, Google bought Nest.
Right.
Now, some people know that, but what they don't know is that about a year or two later, some what do I call myself? Some idiot professor type pulled apart one of the new Nest thermostats that they were selling and found that they had put a microphone into it without telling you anything. Now, around the same time that they're installing microphones into it.
Wait. This was the one that you purchased?
No, this is another professor
Another
type.
professor type.
Another lunatic like me.
Purchased a Nest
to investigate, to find out why the question at the time was, why would Google be so interested in Nest? Well, the reason they were interested is because it gets put in people's homes, and they were submitting patent applications at the time for new methods of analyzing sounds within the home. So, for example, just by picking up on sounds coming from the bathroom, you could tell whether the kids are brushing their teeth or not. Sounds from the bedroom, that tells you a lot of stuff, including whether the sex life is any good or the relationship is failing. Hundreds of things that can be monetized can be picked up from sounds within the home. Google is getting patents issued for new methods for analyzing sounds within the home. This is right about the time that they secretly installed microphones into some Nest devices.
That we also have the Nest Fire Alarm too, which talks to you and it's like smoke and it's in the hallway. Oh, Jesus Christ. So was anything published? Was anything made public about this? And was anything?
Why am I even talking to you? I mean, you are a Google affiliate.
Yeah, but I'm a youthful idiot. So now this is the only way I can learn how to fix shit. So now I'm gonna get rid of all of it. So thank you for being here.
One of my sons gave to another of my sons for his birthday.
This is the problem. It's so hard to escape their ecosystem. Sorry, continue.
23andMe, which is now on the verge of bankruptcy, and it was founded by the wife of one of Google's founders. And so one of my sons gives to another of my sons 23andMe for his birthday, and I said to him, I would suggest that you throw that away. And I explained why. Because that is how Google, one of many methods Google has come up with in recent years for getting your people's DNA information into personal profiles. If you can get DNA info in there, its value goes up and up and up as more discoveries are made about DNA. And basically, you can figure out what diseases people are prone to that they haven't even gotten yet. You can also figure out which dads have been cuckolded. DNA, think about how much we know about DNA right now, but then think ahead a year, 2, 5 years, the DNA doesn't change. So that data that's solid gold that goes up in value, like the value of gold itself. It just keeps going up in value. So Google has invested in companies that collect DNA. At one point, they volunteered to run the nation's national DNA repository without charge. Very nice of them. Very, very nice.
So was it the founder of 23andMe was Susan Wozniak's sister?
Yes,
right?
I believe that's right. Yeah.
Who was the CEO of YouTube before she passed away.
Right. Yeah, so she had been, when they purchased YouTube, she became its first CEO. I have one of my favorite leaks from Google. I know I'm going all over the place here, but this stuff I find fascinating, obviously. And one of my favorite leaks, which was leaked by Zach Voorhees, who would also make a great guest because he was a senior software engineer of Google for 8.5 years.
What are you supposed to?
Voorhees, Vorhies. And he's become a friend over the years, even though politically, we're not even on the same scale. But the point is that Zach is the first person to walk out of Google with actual stuff. There have been lots of whistleblowers now, but he's the first person who walked out of there with 950 pages of documents and a 2-minute video. The 2-minute video is Susan Wozniak talking to the big staff of YouTube, big screens behind her, and she's talking about how we're changing YouTube's recommender algorithm so that we can boost up content that we think is legitimate, and there's a big up arrow behind her, and that we can demote content that we think is not legitimate, and then she says a few things about what that means. But I mean, it is so, to me, so scary because we, meanwhile, we're doing experiments around that same time on what we call the video manipulation effect, VME, which has now been published in a peer-reviewed journal, because it turns out if you mess with those recommendations on that list, you can change the thinking, behavior, whatever of people who are undecided about anything without their knowledge. It's just like
the suggested column.
the suggested column. There's the first one they pick for you. That's important. Then there's the one at the top. That's the up next one. Right. And they used to have a big button right up there saying, asking you whether you want to turn off the up next, automatic.
Yes.
That's gone. It's on the page, but it's hidden now. It's hidden and not labeled.
And it also has there's an option that you have the ability to turn on, which I do, which will automatically play the up next for you. So you can just finish a video, and it will automatically start picking and choosing the videos to continue to play on your screen.
But here's the thing. And this was independent researchers have confirmed this, and an actual high-ranking employee at Google has confirmed this. Right now, around the world, just think about this a minute. Think about it. Give it a couple seconds. 70% of the videos that people watch on YouTube, 70% of the videos that people watch on YouTube were recommended by Google's recommender algorithm. Because if you just watch people, it means 70% of the time that you're watching people watching videos, what they're watching was recommended by Google. Think of the power. That's insane. Right. And again, if you go to videomanipulationeffect.com, you'll actually come to our peer-reviewed paper, which we give you experiments. We show experiments at videomanipulationeffect.com, and we've got experiments, randomized controlled experiments that show the power that those videos have to shift people's thinking. Now, can you shift anybody's thinking about anything? No. Only people who haven't yet made up their minds. But that's pretty much everybody. In other words, even if you're extreme left, extreme right, whatever your extreme is, there's going to be something during the day or during the week that you're not, where you haven't made up your mind and where you're vulnerable to manipulation. And the problem is that Google, because they're collecting so much information about us all 24 hours a day, they know exactly who you are. They know exactly when you're vulnerable. And they know exactly how to get you.
Whatever happened to Zach? He stole this stuff and got it published.
Well, there's some interesting footage out there. I don't know if it's a video footage or still footage of Zach on the street in San Francisco with his hands raised to heaven. You can see if he could have gone up three more feet, he would have done it. Because Google sent up what's it called? The squad you send off when things are really
SWAT team.
They sent a SWAT team after him. He was scared out of his mind. And they claimed that he was possibly a threat to the community. And they sent a SWAT team after him. Jesus. And they fired him or he quit, whatever. But he was the first person who had the cojones to walk out with actual stuff. And the stuff is amazing because for example, I know I'm going all over the place, but I'm going to come back. Good, just trust me on this one. So when I first testified before Congress, before I testified, one of the high-ranking executive from Google testified, and the man under oath was asked by I think Senator Josh Hawley, does Google have any blacklists? And he replied, no, Senator, we do not. 3 weeks later, that is when Voorhees documents are made public. And there's a bunch of them that are labeled blacklist. Now, think of the arrogance. If I were running Google, excuse me, but if I were running Google and I had a bunch of blacklists, I would not call them blacklists. Mm-hmm. I might call them shopping lists. Mm-hmm. Anything but blacklists. I'd call them purple lists. actually called blacklist, and a lot of the content you can see on the blacklist that was conservative content. So,
And these were conservative political websites, YouTube channels, things like this.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, it's an interesting thing that we've had to navigate with YouTube over the last few years since YouTube before it started, because they obviously have a deep list, very robust list of policies and rules you have to maintain understanding of YouTube. And the lines are very vague, right? It's not super definitive. You don't get the opportunity to go in front of a court and make your case. It's basically some robot or AI algorithm behind the scenes determines whether A, you can be monetized, B, you're allowed to keep your video on YouTube, or C, whether you have the standing on YouTube to continue to post stuff, right? So they basically have X amount of buckets rules that they put out there to give to the public, and then if you publish anything that they don't like, they can take it and say, oh, we're going to throw it in that bucket, and we're going to take you down based on that rule. Most of the times, when that's happened to us, that rule is completely irrelevant. There's nothing in that video that has anything to do with that rule whatsoever. And you can send emails until the cows come home. No one's going to answer you or give you any sort of reasonable response to why it was done. But we have a very, very hands-on experience dealing with people.
in the monograph that you have, you're one of very few people who has this, by the way. In the monograph, there's a section there on how Google makes those decisions. And I'm quoting from an internal document at Google. It's about a 100-page document that's meant to train people to make those decisions about what content to suppress. So I quote actual language from this internal training manual, and you're just kind of guessing, but when you actually see what's in the training manual, you don't have to guess anymore. Because what it says over and over and over again, I think 22 times, over and over again, says, well, when you can't quite make up your mind, just use your best judgment. It gives tremendous personal discretionary authority to the people making these decisions, and those people are used to train the algorithms that are now making a lot of those decisions. So there's tremendous discretionary authority. But how bad can that get? Well, there was a particular day when the head of Google Search at the time shut down an entire domain, which had about 11 million websites in it, because he thought that the content to him seemed kind of flaky. He shut down an entire domain. He himself did that.
This was a top-ranking guy.
Top-ranking guy. March 31st, 2009, that's also in the monograph with references, Google shut down the entire internet for about 40 minutes. Now, how could they even do that is one question, just technically. But the big question, I wasn't even concerned about that because I knew they could do that, because they actually block content to millions of websites every single day. That's their quarantine list. So everyone knows about their quarantine list because everyone uses it. Because you don't want to take people to scary places, right? Except that a lot of the websites that are on the quarantine list, they don't have malware. Just in the judgment of a Google algorithm or Google personnel, there's just something sketchy about the content, period. And it could be political in nature. So they can block things for pretty much any reason at all, period. And as I say, I have an internal training manual that shows the language that they use in training. So I'm not imagining this. So, but when I read, and this was reported by The Guardian, that they had shut down the whole internet, what I became obsessed with for a while was, why did they pick that time of day, that time of day? Why was it 40 minutes? Why wasn't it 20 minutes or 60 minutes. What was there about that time? And I finally figured it out. I published this in an article in U.S. News and World Report. You can get to it at thenewcensorship.com. Thenewcensorship.com. And I finally figured it out. There it is. Okay.
Ladies and gents, the day has finally come where you can utilize red light therapy to regrow your hair. And you can save some serious cash by using our code. The iRestore Elite is clinically proven to help regrow hair using 300 lasers and 200 LEDs that send light therapy directly to your scalp. Just pop it on while you're watching TV or reading a book and enjoy the benefits. It's a system of proven results. In a double-blind clinical study, nearly every participant saw an increase in hair growth with this technology. The iRestore Elite uses Dixo lasers that feature wide beams of red light, which gives consistent coverage and results. The unique use of optimal wavelengths reactivates dormant follicles to restore your natural hair. Lasers provide deeper spot stimulation, while LEDs provide a broader, uniform coverage to fill in the gaps in between the lasers. Plus, they offer a money-back guarantee so you can try it risk-free. It's comfortable, it's lightweight, it makes you look like a badass from the movie Tron, which is why I do not feel embarrassed while I'm using it. To be honest, I forget it's even there. And I've talked about red light ad nauseum on this podcast before, so I'm super confident in this stuff. And if you really want to get the maximum out of your Elite, bundle it with the Revive Plus Max Growth Kit, which has a bunch of hair product that works with the wavelengths in the Elite. Give yourself the gift of hair confidence this summer. For a limited time only, our listeners are getting a huge discount on their iRestore Elite by using the code DANNY at iRestore.com. That's the letter IRESTORE.com. Head on over to iRestore.com and use the code DANNY, DANNY, for my exclusive discount on the iRestore Elite. Please support the show and tell them we sent you. Hair loss is frustrating and you don't have to fight it alone thanks to the iRestore Elite. It's linked down below. Now back to the show.
You know how stock markets are in the United States, they're open whatever it is, Monday through Friday, whatever the times are. Yeah, but somewhere else, when our stock markets are closed, they're open because they're in different time zones. So the question is, are there any points in time during the week, any points in time at all, when all the stock markets are simultaneously closed? Bingo. They literally shut down the entire internet during a small interval of time when all the stock markets in the world were shut down. Why would they do that? So that no one would make a fuss. And in fact, no one made a fuss. They just did it because they're geeks and nerds, and that makes them feel powerful, and then they have a big laugh over it. That's why they picked that time. And I'm pretty sure I know why they picked 40 minutes, because on the day the Earth stood still, one of the great classics of old science fiction movies, the alien shows the power that the alien has, shows it to humanity by shutting down all the electricity in the world for 30 minutes.
They picked 40.
They picked 40. Now, it would have been cooler, I bet, if they picked 31. But obviously, they had some little laugh and said, oh no, we're going to go 40.
So it was all for shits and giggles.
Well, and also to demonstrate. They're also seeing, they're testing their metal. They're testing, their ability to do something if they need to do something. And they still have that ability. And the point is, they exercise that ability. They do block access to millions of websites every day.
And as far as content goes, and blocking content, like, they won't necessarily, for example, if your website, right, they won't necessarily give you any sort of warning that they're going to block your content or your YouTube videos or anything like this. They will just sort of, because you're not technically violating any rules or anything like this, right? So they're just going to, behind the scenes, throttle it back, bury it on the search algorithm, to where it's harder for people to find it, and you will completely be unaware, constantly be frustrated by you're not getting able to say your stuff, why people can't find you, and
why your sales have just dropped by 90%.
Right. Again, when it comes to YouTube, the people that are monitoring this stuff and making these decisions, I've noticed a lot of them aren't even actual Google employees. A lot of them are contractors that are working in like Costa Rica, in the Asian countries, all over the world, right? That have no accountability for any of this stuff. Like, it's not like you can say, okay, you got this wrong. Okay, we're going to go look at the exact person who flagged it and got it wrong and reprimand them, make sure they don't make that mistake again. It's such an hard thing to manage with billions of minutes of videos being uploaded every single day and content being posted on Google every single day, being interjected into the algorithm, the search rank, and all this stuff. It's like a have to have machines manage this stuff.
Well, more and more they've been moving in that direction, but they have to have humans involved always too, because the humans are the guideposts. They're the trainers.
Right.
So that's why now and then someone gets upset when they realize that a human being has listened in on content going into the Google Assistant, which is on phones, or the Google Home device, which is like Alexa. And now and then someone figures out that people at Google are listening in. Now, this has been established now in several court cases where the courts have gotten access to records of sounds within a home where, let's say, one spouse has attacked another. So it's a spousal abuse case. And so the court will subpoena records from Google or from Amazon, which runs Alexa. And in every case that I'm aware of, these companies have eventually turned over the recordings. So as far as we can tell, we have our own way of testing this, by the way. As far as we can tell, all of these devices that people like you,
the problem,
not me, but all these devices that people carry around, these surveillance devices, they listen all the time. Now, what about if you just turn off something or other? Turn off batteries. Well, a few years ago, you remember, you could take the battery out.
More than a few.
No, I don't know, 10 years ago, you could take the batteries out of these phones, and then they soldered them in.
The iPhone was the first one I remember. Battery soldered in. It's before the iPhone, it was like, I had a flip phone, Motorola flip phone, the battery out of it.
Which was good because you could put a fresh battery in, But now you can't take the batteries out of it in any phone. So the problem there is, even when you think it's off, it's not off. How would we demonstrate that? It's really simple. You turn your phone off, go around town with it, say a bunch of stuff to it. It's substantive. This has been done. Even Tucker did something like this for one of his shows, which I thought was really cool.
Really?
Yep. Then you turn it back on, and if you use what's called a man-in-the-middle device, which we have with them in our lab, you can actually watch as content is being transferred from your phone up to Google or whoever it is that's monitoring, or to your host. You can actually track and see what content is being transferred. You can also use that kind of device, a man-in-the-middle device, so that when you're not doing anything on your phone, it's still transmitting. It never stops transmitting. And for each different kind of phone, there's a certain amount that's being transmitted, even when it's inactive. And it's a lot. It's like 40 megabytes a month or something like that. It's a lot of content. So these are surveillance devices.
How nefarious is it? Is it really nefarious, or is this just a money-making advertising way, a way to make more advertising dollars and to sell more content?
Well, here's where again I run into a problem, because my son is involved in a business that makes use of all these technologies, and he keeps saying, "Dad, this is how it works. It's not just our company; every company does this now." And I say, "Yeah, it doesn't bother you?" He goes, No, this is just normal. An example: one of the effects that we studied and quantified and published is called OME, opinion matching effect. It's just genius. It's just genius. You want to get a new guitar, so you start looking at what you type in. I hope not on Google. It's on Brave, even DuckDuckGo, Firefox. Anyway, you type in a search bar. You type in best guitar, and you're going to get a bunch of websites the very best guitar you can buy, etc. Now, it turns out that almost all of those websites are built by people like my son. In other words, they're not built by some, organization that's nonpartisan, nonprofit, whatever, and it's perfectly fair, and like Consumer Reports, maybe. That's not who builds these websites. They're built by marketers, and very often they have a quiz. This is the part that we studied, because I just have this funny feeling about quizzes. And they say, here, take this little quiz, and then that'll help you to make the right decision what the guitar is going to be best for you. So it asks you some questions, and you answer the questions, and then it says, well, based on your answers, the best guitar for you is blah, blah, blah. Now, the question is, has the website, has the algorithm even looked at your answers? And the answer is, well, yeah, they probably do store your answers, because that can be sold. That's information that can be sold. But they're not using your answers to give you advice about the best guitar, because that site was set up by marketing professionals at one guitar company, and they're going to recommend their guitar. So this is called opinion matching effect. They're matching opinions. They're taking. By the way, this is an astoundingly powerful technique. You literally can get shifts of 80 or 90% of people who are undecided on virtually any topic using opinion matching online. And no one suspects, not a single person suspects in any of the experiments we've ever run, that they're being manipulated, because how would they know? They're not seeing anything biased. They're just being asked a bunch of questions. They're answering the questions. Do you know that there's a website that's been around now for more than 10 years that helps you decide which candidate to vote for by asking questions on a quiz? No. Yeah. Did you know that, what's the swipe left, swipe right? Tinder. And in 2016, Tinder set up a swipe the vote option, so that when everyone going to Tinder was offered the opportunity to do a little swipe thing, and
poll what the people's preferences were on between Hillary and Trump.
No. It was to help people make up their minds about which one to vote for. So you get a question about immigration or this or that, and you swipe left for yes and right for no. Right for no. Left for yes, right for no. And so it asks you a bunch of questions. You swipe one direction or the other, answering the questions, and then bingo, it gives you, tells you Hillary Clinton, you know. And so these are examples of how quizzes are being used for manipulation.
Google Tinder?
Not as far as I know.
How much influence does Google have on the search indexing on social media, like X or Facebook or Instagram or sites that are? Do you know? Have you heard anything?
Well, different deals are made at different times by different companies, and those relationships change. But the way I look at it is this: these different companies, where are their donations going? And that you can find out. OpenSecrets.org is very, very good for that. It's a fantastic site for that. And if you find out that all the top tech companies are donating almost all of their money to one candidate or one party, that pretty much tells you what to look for. It tells you that probably in their content, they're going to be shifting votes to that party. There are so many ways to do that, but this might bring us finally to monitoring system. So, October 31st of last year, 2024, so a few days before the presidential election, we were monitoring Google's homepage, among many other things. We were monitoring. So that means we're pulling in from more than 16,000 registered voters in all 50 states that we had recruited one by one by one.
16.
More than 16,000, yeah. We're way past that now. The point is, we had been building the world's first ever system for monitoring the content that Google and other companies send to registered voters and now to children. So we're monitoring, among other things, messages Google is putting on its homepage. Now, anything that Google puts on its homepage is going to have a big impact because their homepage is normally
Pretty blank, right?
blank. That's kind of their brand. That's their trademark, really. And the founders were determined to make sure that it stays that way. But every now and then they put a big message there. And it's very colorful and artsy and all that. And so they were putting up, as they had done in previous elections, go vote reminder. Well, the fact is we're monitoring a lot of people's computers, and Google doesn't know who those people are. We're monitoring a lot of computers. We know their political leaning. And what we found October 31st, a few days before the election, was that Google on its homepage was sending out 50% more vote reminders to Democrats than to Republicans. Now, I lean left myself, and my whole family, they're all Democrats. I'm not a registered Democrat anymore, but the point is, I lean that way. So I'm thinking, wow, that is so cool. That is amazing. That's great. Not only that, we can calculate how many votes that's going to shift. It's going to shift a lot of votes. Then, of course, part of me was saying, well, wait a minute, that's cheating. Do you know how many times people see Google's home page every day? More than 500 million times just in the United States. So I'm thinking, no, wait a minute, we can't let them get away with that. Normally we monitor, we don't reveal. Past elections we weren't revealing what we were finding. But this time,
To people.
to the general public, to journalists.
Right.
But this
I
time,
imagine that would skew participants who agree with part of that.
well, it could definitely, I mean, who knows? It could make Donald Trump file a lawsuit claiming that stop the election, stop the president, it's cheating. Who knows? But this I thought was outrageous. Too outrageous. And so by the end of that day, we went public and we also notified Google. And we showed them our data. It's very clear. And you know what they did? They stopped. Really. It went from 50% more go vote reminders to going to Democrats to pretty much even Steven, 51-49 for those last 4 days, including election day. They literally stopped.
There's no way. Have you considered the fact that maybe they got to the people that you had monitoring?
Oh, of course. But we have so many protections against that. We would see that. We have ways of, I can't tell you what they are, but we have that. We would know that in a flash.
Right.
It's not the first time we've stopped them that way. So we start 2015. So my work on SEAM, search engine manipulation, in fact, was in the news. I guess the Washington Post had written it up. And I get a call from a guy named Jim Hood, who at that time was AG of Mississippi, I think. One of those southern states that I've never been to. And hell of a nice guy, strong accent, really strong accent. I'm not too good with that accent. But he says to me that he had sued Google on behalf of his state, and that they had replied by suing him personally. They sued him personally. So now he's in this legal battle against Google, and so he was very concerned because in Mississippi, you have to, the AGs are elected. In some states they're appointed, but in his state they're elected. So he's up for re-election, and he's wondering, could they possibly manipulate the election? And I said, oh yeah. He said, well, how? I explained how they could do it. They could shift a lot of votes and so on. And then he asked me a very critical question, which I became obsessed with. He said, but how would you know? I said, well, unless someone at Google is going to tell you, you really wouldn't have a way of knowing. He said, well, in law enforcement, what we do is we call them sock puppets. Now they're called bots. But we use sock puppets. It's 2015, 10 years ago. And we basically set up just fake people. The fake people send us stuff and whatever, and that's how we find out what they're doing. I said, well, that's a really bad method. I said, because your sock puppets don't have any profiles. They don't have any history on Google, so Google's algorithm can immediately spot them as fakes and send sanitized data. He said, well, then what do we do? I said, I don't know. I don't know. Let me think about it. So I started obsessing, and I realized if you really want to know what a company like Google is sending to real people, remember what they're sending is Pearl, right? It's going to appear, affect people, then disappear, and then it's gone forever. And
No evidence.
No evidence. No paper trail, nothing. And it's personalized. So my wife, Misty, she loved Google search results because she called Google her personal shopper. It's all personalized and ephemeral. How would you, if Google's trying to influence the vote, the only way you could figure it out is you'd have to stand behind someone, a real person, and look over their shoulder in a way that Google can't detect. And then you'd have to, when Google shows them search results, you'd have to grab those search results, and then you'd have to look up all the websites and see if there's any bias. I mean, literally.
Yes.
Or you'd have to look at whether they're getting a go vote reminder on the home page, or you have to look at search suggestions, et cetera, et cetera. You could look at all kinds of stuff. And I was thinking, how do we do that? I knew this was going to be really expensive because I had no idea how to do it. So I started asking around. I started telling people this is what we want to do. No, I don't know how we're going to do it, but we need money. And some guy in DC had me call some guy in Central America. I know, it's like spy number. And the guy in Central America says, okay, well, what's your bank account number for your organization, for a nonprofit? And money started to come in.
Oh, wow.
It's coming in from a New York bank, all from an anonymous source. The source is always labeled anonymous from a New York bank.
What's the KGB?
I don't know. To this day, I have no idea where this money came from. The point is, we started to make some progress on building stuff that you have to build. You have to build very special software that's called passive. We call passive monitoring software. That you have to get someone, a registered voter, a real person, to install this on his or her their computer. So there it is. And now, when that person does a search on Google or Bing or Yahoo, and the search results appear, our software is going to grab that stuff, either as an image or as HTML. It's going to grab it, and then it's going to send it to one of our computers, and all that stuff has to be coming in from lots and lots of people, and then we aggregate it, and we analyze it, and we could actually figure out what they're sending to real people. We would be preserving ephemeral content, which has never been done before. So 2016, we managed, with anonymous money, we managed to preserve 13,000 searches on Google, Bing, and Yahoo. We did Bing and Yahoo for comparison purposes. And 98,000 web pages to which the search results linked. So now, by looking at the bias on the web pages, we could calculate to see whether there's any overall bias in the search results. Did we find bias in the search results? Now, we only had 95 computers, people we call field agents. We had 95 field agents in 24 states. And did we find bias? Oh, yeah. We found overwhelming bias favoring Hillary Clinton, whom I supported at that time. And so, enough to have shifted, we calculated from the experiments that we run, between 2.6 and 10.4 million votes to Clinton nationwide without anyone knowing that this had occurred. And of course, we're the only ones who preserved at least a small number of these ephemeral experiences. Ephemeral content, 13,000 searches on Google many now. Was the bias there on all three search engines? No, only on Google. There was no such bias on Bing or Yahoo. Yeah. 2018, we built a bigger system. 2020, we built a much bigger system. We didn't preserve 13,000 ephemeral experiences. We preserved 1.5 million, mainly in swing states. 2022, 2.5 million, mainly in swing states. And of course, at this point, we're moving well beyond Google, Bing, and Yahoo. We're pulling more and more content from more and more places.
Are you doing YouTube?
Oh yeah, we got really good at doing YouTube.
YouTube's interesting because it's becoming more and more important, especially when this is less election, where I think podcasts were a huge contributing factor to that.
2023, I announced that the time had come for us, or late 2022, I guess, I announced the time had come for us to build a permanent nationwide monitoring system, because if you don't have a monitoring system in place, you will never know what these companies are doing. You have to capture ephemeral content, and ideally you want it to be the real content, personalized, ephemeral content. You have to collect that. You've got to see the content that's being sent to kids, to teens. I mean, if you don't preserve this content, you have no idea what's going on. You have no idea why that person just won the election or the other person lost. You have absolutely no idea, because the shifts are so large. 2020, we calculated that Google alone had shifted more than 6 million votes to Joe Biden. Now, if you go to America's, with an S, americasdigitalshield.com, which, oh, that's big. That was big. Oh yeah, so you see the number going up?
You got 122,122,747 live ephemeral experiences captured, shining light on big tech's dark secrets, revealing real-time ephemeral manipulation. So, this is you?
Yeah, that's us.
Wow.
That to set up this dashboard and nationwide system cost about close to $8 million.
All from this anonymous source?
No. We've got donations. No. Every time I go in, Joe, we get tens of thousands of donations.
Oh,
so
that's amazing.
we give out. He lets us give out like a website, for a donation website. So other people have done that too. Other people in media have helped us raise money. There was one year we couldn't find any money, and then Glenn Beck, believe it or not, he just took it upon himself. He said, "I'm going to fund this whole thing," and he did a special on my work, and then he had me on like 5 times, and he kept saying to people, "You've got to donate. You've got to find out what these bastards are doing."
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And he raised about $1 million for us, which allowed us that year to set up a system. But the point is, we now have set up a nationwide system.
Oh, wow. You break down all the social media apps.
Yep.
And websites. You know, Reddit. Are they manipulating Reddit?
Reddit, we collect data from Reddit. We see a very, very strong liberal bias in Reddit content.
Wow.
But we haven't studied Reddit yet, so we can't tell you exactly why that. But if you look at Twitter, which used to be all blue, below the line means liberal bias, above the line means conservative bias. If you look at Twitter, you see we're basically above the line.
Yes.
All the other tech platforms are all blue. Now, if you go down to the national, this is interesting. See the graph on the left? That's what I was talking about. October. Yeah, so that tall one there, that's October 31st.
Okay.
And that's 50% more go vote reminders on Google's homepage going to Democrats, that's blue, than to Republicans, that's red. And then we announce it at the end of that day, and we notify Google, and And look what happens the next day. See?
Wow. They're both. The next day is the one that has the graph right next to it, right?
Yep. That's
The
November.
red's a little bit higher.
That's right. It's November 1st. The point is the huge.
And this is with, sorry to interrupt, but this is with how many people are in your experiment?
Well, at this point, there's more than 16,000 people in all 50 states,
Okay.
and they're politically balanced.
Got it.
So that's very, very important that they're
Yes.
politically balanced.
Right.
So this allows us in real time to be seeing what's going on. We can notify members of the press. We can notify members of Congress, which we've done. We can notify Google or Facebook or any company and say, this isn't just by way of like a toy. This is court admissible data. No one's ever had that before. Now, where we are now is the system is still running 24 hours a day. We're way past the presidential election, and we're monitoring all kinds of stuff, not just electoral stuff, because that's the whole point of such a system is you can monitor anything on any platform. And I have had requests from people in 8 different countries to help them set up monitoring systems. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Here's the only place where Trump and I overlap. I put America first on this issue. We have to have a permanent, self-sustaining monitoring system in place before I'm willing to help any other country do it. But ultimately, at least all democracies around the world have to have this kind of system in place. Because if you don't know what's going on. Because that's how big the power is that these companies have over thinking and behavior.
Mm.
How
Sorry.
yeah. No, I'm just saying, how could you not, if you were a leader, public policy maker, whatever, columnist, how could you possibly allow the internet to just run everyone's lives around the world? How could you possibly do that and let them do it in such a way that there's no evidence, there's no paper trail, there's nothing you can bring to court? Remember when Trump ran to court after 2020, 60 different cases, and they all got thrown out? He had no court admissible evidence to bring to court. That was the complaint of most of the judges. This is court admissible evidence, which is being collected at a very large scale using very, very high scientific standards.
Now, these countries that are reaching out to you, they're reaching out to you specifically about Google, right? Because Google maintains a monopoly in pretty much every country, I'm assuming, except for China and North Korea.
Correct. Wow, you nailed that one.
Did I?
You sure did. Wow. You're the first person who's ever done that. So
Really?
Yeah.
Hey guys, if you're not already subscribed, please hammer the subscribe button below and hit the like button on the video. Back to the show.
Yeah, these countries are mainly concerned about Google. That's right. Because they all have concerns that Google has already interfered. I'll give you a great example. It comes back to you, by the way, and your business practices. So you're going to see, we're going to go full circle here. We're going to go, damn it, Epstein, I'm never having you back on again. And let Rogan fight you again. You're never coming back here.
Not true, sir.
The Guardian runs all of its stuff through Google services, called G Suite.
Yeah, that's good.
That's what you do. So there's a very good reporter there named Carol Cadwalladr. The last syllable is kind of interesting because there's no vowel. It ends with DR. Carol Cadwalladr. And she had written a whole bunch of pieces critical of Google. And then approaching the Brexit vote, which led the UK to pull out of the European Union, she wrote a bunch of stuff. She was very concerned that Google was going to interfere in that election. I got a call from a reporter at the Times of London who was worried about that too, and he said, could Google actually do anything? And I said, well, what do the polls say? The polls say that We cannot predict the outcome. It's too close. That's what all the polls are saying. I said, well, in that case, I can tell you that Brexit's going to pass. And I can tell you it's going to pass by, I'd say, at least 400,000 votes. He said, what are you talking about? I said, well, if you want, I said, if you get me some numbers, some real numbers, the best numbers you can get me from the UK, I'll do some calculations and I'll explain to you some more. So he got me all the numbers and I did some calculations. And basically, I was looking at what happens if Google in the UK favors Brexit on its search results and its search suggestions and all the different things they can do. Go vote reminders and what if they do that? And I told him that even though the polls are saying it's unpredictable, the outcome's unpredictable, I said Google can shift so many votes, even at the last minute, even on election day. Because remember those go vote reminders? That shifts a lot of votes on election day.
Right.
So I said, well, Brexit's going to win by at least 400,000 to 600,000 votes. It actually won by even more than that, which shocked everyone. I wasn't shocked. But then he said, well, why would Google do that?
What determines whether they favor one side or the other?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. They go case by case. So they don't always favor the left. In Cuba, they favor the right. Because the left is in power, the left hates Google, and anything American is right. So what's their goal for the EU? It's to destabilize the EU because the European Union has been the most aggressive government entity in the world to go up against Google. They have fined Google now 4 times, fines totaling over 10 billion euros. That's 12 or 13 billion dollars. This is pocket change for Google. They couldn't care less. But the point is, they have also passed very strict laws trying to protect people's data and all kinds of things. The point is, the European Union, from Google's perspective, needs to be taken down. And so that's what they're doing. So their first big hit against the European Union was Brexit. So Carol, the reporter, she writes a piece right after Brexit saying, I'm pretty sure that Google did this, but she said there's no way to know. You can't go back in time. There's no evidence. Right? So I got in touch with her. I said, you need a monitoring system, and then you'll know. I said, by the way, I'm very upset that I can't seem to reach you without sharing all of our communications with Google. And she said, yeah, I know about that. I've complained about that to management, and they won't do it. They won't change it. Then I find out from one of my Google contacts that kind of content is, I'm going to forget this one. I'm going to forget the term. Yeah. Well, sort of. I mean, there are people who work at Google who are thinking about blowing the whistle, and very often they contact me along the way. So they haven't even done anything yet. So, I can understand why some people at Google might consider me a pain in the ass. That's put it lightly. It's called it's something like high value content, but I don't think I have that right. The point is that any kind of correspondence between an investigative reporter and the Guardian, who researches tech issues, anything she sends or receives, all the patents, everything, that goes way up high at Google really fast. Because it's important potentially. And guess what? Other big news sources use G Suite like you. The New York Times uses G Suite. They share all of their content, all the investigative work, all their secret sources is all shared with Google.
They also have
they also do have open communication with CIA. I had a buddy who was working on a report about the Ukraine war about 2 years ago, and he was the background for the story was basically how there was a NATO, an allied NATO country that the CIA was using as a conduit to conduct sabotage operations inside Russia, like burn munitions, blow up train tracks, all kinds of crazy things. So basically, the CIA was directly directing this whole thing, which is illegal. And he was working on this with, I don't know the name of the publication, but let's just say it was one of the top 3 publications in the United States. And going back and forth with the editor for like 6 to 8 months. And right when they were getting ready to publish the story, and meanwhile, this guy had an entire catalog of sources, legitimate sources in the military and the intelligence community. So when they get ready to publish that story with this big publication, the editor says, okay, right before we publish it, we got to get the sign off from the deputy director of the CIA. And he's like, okay. So they go on a 3-way call with the deputy director, and he's basically like, I completely deny all of these things. These are all false. CIA is nothing but stuff. Okay, cool. We'll add that to the bottom of the article. You guys categorically deny all of this. And the editor says, no, we have an off-the-record agreement with the CIA, meaning that if they deny all that, we will not publish it. We're not just going to put a blurb at the bottom of it. We're not going to publish it. And the CIA gets away with this because they say, if you go out and publish these secrets to the public, you're putting lives in danger. Sure.
Which the case. I mean, but I can give you an example where that is not the case, and where what happened was reprehensible. 2020 election, where we had so much data showing all this vote shifting going to Biden. I first sent it to contact I had at the New York Post. Now, just a few weeks before, the New York Post had front page. They had gone public with the Hunter Biden laptop story, right? And the reporter who wrote that piece, the cover story, wonderful reporter, wonderful person. She since has interviewed me and written about me for the New York Post, so no complaints against her. But this was a different reporter I went to a few days before the election in 2020. Shared a ton of data with her. She got the assignment. She wrote the draft. She read parts of it to me on the phone. It was going to be another front page story about election rigging. And it was really, really strong. It was like the New York Post does things, right? Yeah. So this was on a Friday before the election. And then she calls me and she said, I'm really upset. I know you're going to be upset. I'm extremely upset. I said, well, what do you mean? She says, well, the editor called Google for comment. And as a result, he killed the story. She said, killed the story? I said, but you're just reporting on scientific stuff. She goes, yeah, but we could do that with Hunter Biden. But you can't do that with Google. I said, why not? She says, I think right now 48% of our online traffic comes from Google posts. Wow. So this is not lives at stake.
No, this is
This is
a business.
The existence of a business. It's an existential matter.
Yep.
And they killed the story. So I sent the stuff to Ted Cruz's office, and on November 5th, 2 days after the election in 2020, Ted Cruz and 2 other senators sent a very, very threatening letter to the CEO of Google, saying, you testified before Congress saying you don't mess with elections, but according to Epstein's recent findings, you did this, and it's 2 pages. And how do you explain this? Please explain this to us. A lot happened, because at that point in time, we had been monitoring mainly in swing states, 10 swing states. But at that point in time, Georgia, right after the 2020 presidential election, was gearing up for 2 Senate runoff elections, which were going to take place in early January. So Georgia is still very much in play, totally in play. And we had more than 1,000 field agents in Georgia. We preserved more than 1 million ephemeral experiences in Georgia during just that short period of time. So we were very carefully monitoring throughout Georgia to see what would happen. And we saw that Google was favoring them. Google was sending out, again, partisan go vote reminders, among other things. There was very strong bias in the search results, liberal bias, obviously. Starting the day after that letter was sent, they turned off all of their manipulations in Georgia. Gone. No one in Georgia from that day forward got any go vote reminders. And the bias in their search results went to 0, flat, literally to 0, which we had never ever seen in Google. It went flat 0. They literally pulled out. Now, they must have done so having calculated that the Democrats would win anyway, and they did. Each Democrat won by a very small margin, won by a much larger margin. They must have figured that out beforehand. I can't believe they just would give up 2 Senate seats so easily. But look what happened in 2024. Google pulled out, letting Trump win.
Right.
Well, things have been shifting. One knows this. No one has put it all together into a nice little article yet. Maybe I will. But in 2024, things were different. Things were starting to change because there was a decision in court in August 2024 in the case Department of Justice, meaning the United States of America versus Google. And a decision had come down in August of 2024 that ruling that Google was a monopoly. So you go ahead a few months, they're still, and are still to this day, in the remedy phase of that trial. So the judgment has already come down, but they're still in the remedy phase, meaning the court is trying to figure out how they should be penalized. Should they be forced to sell off Chrome? Maybe YouTube? This is being determined right now. And then a second federal court later came down with a similar decision. So at the time we were monitoring and we're collecting all this data, which is court admissible, Google is in a really creepy position for the first time ever, where they don't want to mess with. They want whoever the next president's going to be. They want that person's full cooperation.
That's really interesting, considering that was a tailwind Biden situation.
Right.
That happened. And what do you make of how Trump is going to deal with it?
Unfortunately, Trump seems to put his own personal interest ahead of everything, as far as I can tell. And I'm friends with 2 members of the Trump family. I don't know the man personally, but I really am good friends with 2 members of his family. So I try to pull my punches when I talk about the Donald. But I think he's mainly interested in kind of his own. He's in his own world, and he wants his own world to be a certain way, and every single day he changes the criteria. The point is that a few weeks before the election, Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google, called up Donald Trump to make nice with him. And then Google, along with all the other tech companies, ponied up $1 million each for his inauguration, and then they all got front row seats together. And so all of these companies, Google included, which is astonishing given their history, Google included, have been sucking up to Donald Trump, because what they must have figured out was if they actually did not aggressively support Kamala Harris, if they didn't do their usual election rigging, that Trump was going to win. And so they started making plans. Uh-oh, we think Trump's going to win. Let's make that work for us. How can we make that work for us? And I think that's the mode that they're in right this second, because remember, they're still in the remedy phase of 2 big federal trials. Those are going to determine, very possibly, those might bring about some big changes in the company and possibly enormous loss of revenue.
What is the worst case scenario for them?
Oh. So the worst case scenario for Google is actually really good
For us.
No. Oh, no, not for us.
Oh, it's not good. The worst case scenario for Google is not the best case scenario for us?
Oh, no, not at all.
Oh, okay.
No, these cases are shams.
So,
They were designed, as far as I'm concerned, is my opinion, that these cases were designed by Google's lawyers. Why would I say something that silly? Everything else I said is so sensible. Because as it happens, I've been dealing with attorneys general now for 10 solid years. And for several years, I was dealing with one particular office, and I was in regular contact with an attorney in the office. I'm being so vague here because the whole thing was, I was supposed to be advising them secretly, so they could never have any written communication. And so the only way you can do that is just talk on the phone and just do your best to make sure the phone call is recorded.
in regard to this case,
No, this was in general. They wanted to know more and more about Google so that they could do something about Google and what it really was posing a threat somewhere.
okay.
And there are 3 threats: surveillance, which is occurring on an unprecedented scale around the world. And then there's the censorship, and then there's the manipulations, which are the last things. So they're very concerned, and I was advising them. And at some point in time, my contact says, "Oh, well, we're shifting." I said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, all those issues, those big issues, those are all consumer protection issues, and we just don't think we can make that fly." I go, "What do you mean?" Because, well, we're not getting cooperation, for example, from people in the blue states. We have to go after them as a big group. We can't just go after them as a single state. So I said, "Okay, so what do you do now?" "Well, we're shifting over to antitrust law, which is about monopoly." That's how AT&T, that's how the government took AT&T and eventually Microsoft. I said, "Well, antitrust," I said, "yeah, Google is a monopoly." I said, "But if you go after them that way," I said, the remedies are not what you want. So you can break up AT&T, you can break up Standard Oil, you can break. What did they do to Microsoft? They stopped the packaging of all their software altogether. They stopped the packaging. That's one of the big things they did. I said, but in that case, I said, you're not really going to do any real harm here where Google is doing the most damage. You're not going to affect that at all, because you're not going to be affecting the surveillance. It's still going to
Coming out from the antitrust.
exactly. So if you go after them and say, yeah, and eventually you get a judgment, Google's a monopoly, I said, what's going to happen? I said, and I was just kind of joking at the time, and this was a long time ago. And I'm saying, what would happen? You're going to force them to sell off Chrome? I said, who cares? I said, if you force them to sell off Chrome, I said they'll get $500 billion in cash for the sale, so they do get paid. So you force them to sell off Chrome. I said, and they still get all the data. He said, how would they get all the data? I said, well, whoever now owns Chrome is still going to use Google's quarantine list to check and make sure every website is safe before they take anyone there. So Google gets all the same information, or most of the same information, or Google could pay them.
If they have a back door that they don't know.
They could also build in 100 backdoors, 1,000 backdoors. I said, they will jump for joy. I said, if a court forces them to sell off Chrome, they will jump for joy. And meanwhile, the three big threats that they pose to democracy and then they pose to humanity, which is the surveillance, the censorship, and the manipulations. I said, you're not touching them. He goes, yeah, but at some point or other, he says, yeah, but we're getting very good cooperation in antitrust from blue states.
Right.
He said, we think we can get a big group together. And they did. They got a group of 51 AGs. I think every single AG, because like Puerto Rico has an AG for some reason. We got every AG in the country except the AG of California, because that's where Google's located. But other than that, we got all the other AGs. We're getting excellent cooperation. And so that's where these lawsuits came from. Congress, Department of Justice, the AG lawsuits. All these lawsuits now, they've all focused on one thing, which is antitrust. And secretly, the folks at Google are celebrating because, yeah, they're going to, and by the way, the folks in DC are celebrating too, because they're all going to say, look what we did. And then Trump's going to say, look what I did. You know, I took on the big tech companies and we've broken them up. I've broken up the tech companies. But they've never been scared of a breakup because you can't break up the search engine. That's the core of the whole company is the search engine. You can't break it up because it won't work.
Right.
It has to stay whole.
Sure.
And Facebook cannot break up the social media platform. That's their core, and they both know that.
But what about YouTube? What if they were forced to sell off YouTube?
They could be forced to sell off YouTube, in which case they would definitely lose some data, but I'd have to really figure that out. I don't think they'd be losing much data, and they could do what they do at Apple. The DOJ case that I mentioned earlier uncovered the fact that Google has been paying Apple $20 billion a year to make Google its default search engine. $20 billion
That's
a year.
insane. That's totally insane. I think leave real quick.
Go for it.
I'll be right back. Okay, here's what I was thinking about. Like, you have things like the Twitter files that came out where they found out that FBI and CIA were likely injecting themselves into the policymakers at these companies, these social media companies. So, like, you have, this is like a two-headed hydra here, where you have the social media company or Google itself, which has its own, is self-preserving on one side, trying to make more money and survive. And then the other side of it is the government, the intelligence community, deep state, whatever you want to call it, that is in there trying to protect national security, whatever it is. And you also have a similar aspect to the government in that sense, where you have people that want to maintain their job and maintain their careers, get their pension, whatever. Which when you had the case of those what was it, the 40 CIA agents signed that document stating about the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Right.
And in most cases, there it was guys that just wanted to maintain their status in the intelligence community or climb the ladder when the Biden administration got in. So this is kind of like a hard thing to, I imagine you thought about this, right? So, like, how do you even fathom combating such a monster when it is so entwined in the United States government that it's almost impossible to parse it?
Well, you put it very well, and I can actually put this into a very old context, but I think you'll see how relevant it is to what you just said. A lot of people are familiar with, at least vaguely familiar with, President Eisenhower's farewell speech as president in 1961, a few days before Kennedy was inaugurated. And it was a remarkable speech because he was an insider. He had been head of Allied forces in World War II. He was a 5-star general. And yet he's kind of narking on everybody. He's saying in this speech, look, from what I've learned over these past few decades, we have to be concerned about the rise of the military-industrial complex. So he's talking about military working with companies and the power that they might have to affect public policy. And then he says, some people, that's the part people know. But when I went back and read the original speech, I was stunned because he said, we also have to be concerned about the rise of a technological elite.
Right.
That's his phrase.
Right.
A technological elite that can control public policy without our knowledge, that we have to be vigilant to make sure these things don't happen. Now, one of the pieces I published recently is called The Technological Elite Are Now in Control. Because we weren't vigilant. And the fact is that Google and some, to a lesser extent, some other tech companies, working closely hand in hand with our intelligence agencies, and under Biden, they were also working closely with the White House. They created this entity that controls public policy without the knowledge of the public. And everything is so intertwined, to use your term, that it appears to be unstoppable. It appears like there's nothing we can do about it. So the way I approach the problem is I break it up into pieces. And I say, okay, where can we do something about it? Either in our personal lives or on a larger scale. Where can we do something about it? So let's talk about just the personal part of it. The government has always been spying on us. I mean, it's part of their job, in a way, to spy on us because they're always looking for threats to national security. That's legitimate. The tech companies, what they're doing is new. It's very new. It's unprecedented in human history. They also have the ability to manipulate in ways that have never existed before in human history. And more so than any government has ever had. How do we break this up? What can we do? So let's start on the personal level. There are things we can do to protect our own privacy, to protect us from being manipulated. So there's surveillance. We can guard against surveillance. There's censorship. That's tough. That's kind of tough because we don't know what they don't show. So censorship is tough. And then there's the manipulations. So what can we do? So to try to help people get started on this, and most people I have have never thought about these kinds of issues. Never. Or they say things, oh, well, what do I care? I have nothing to hide. And that's not true. Everyone has things to hide. Even if you don't have things to hide, you don't want them manipulating every decision you make, do you? I mean, don't you want to be aware if someone's trying to manipulate you? Like a TV commercial, you can see it. A billboard, you can see it. But the kinds of techniques that they're using on people to manipulate their opinions, their thinking, their behavior, you can't see them. It's a whole different kind of manipulation. And I think most people would say, I don't want that to happen, especially to my kids. I don't want these companies messing with my kids in ways that I'm completely unaware of. So I send people to myprivacytips.com. So that's the domain name, myprivacytips.com, and there's an article of mine there, which I update every year or two, and it's about 7 steps you can take if you want to start protecting yourself and maybe your family members. So it's not that hard, especially I kind of go in order from easy to hard. It's not that hard to do. For one thing, you have to stop using Gmail. So jettison Gmail. That's my first one. So I'm big on alliteration, as you know. Jettison Gmail. What's 2? Kill Chrome. See, more alliteration. In other words, you have to get yourself out of the Google universe. Is that really possible? Well, the answer is not. You can't get out of their universe completely.
Can VPNs help?
Oh yes, that's my number 7 on the list. Okay. VPNs are very, very important. They used to be very expensive, or they didn't work very well. Now VPNs are cheap and easy to use. I recommend NordVPN right now, or a Proton VPN. Proton is very, very interesting company based in Switzerland, subject to very strict Swiss privacy laws. It's run by an American named Andy Yen. He is a die-hard, down with Google guy. And Google tried to shut down his company when it was first set up. And he fought them, and is one of the few people who ever survived a fight with Google. And Proton is what we use for email, for example. We use Proton Mail. So all this is in my guide. 7 simple steps. So yes, VPNs, because they help protect your identity when you're online. Proton Mail, because Proton Mail encrypts all the emails end to end, which means even Proton can't read your emails. The only people who can read your emails are you and the person at the other end, the recipient. So I have gotten probably easily tens of thousands of people, maybe hundreds, but at least tens of thousands of people I have gotten to get out of the Google universe and shift over to some of these alternatives that protect your privacy. So instead of using Google.com, you use the Brave search engine, which you can get to on the Brave browser.
We love Brave. We use Brave every moment, every day.
These are good guys. I know the people involved. These are people who these are brave people. These are brave people who are fighting Goliaths. They're fighting Goliaths, but they're doing it successfully. And so all my current recommendations are in myprivacytips.com. That's how I think people should start.
Okay.
Now, if you're interested in larger scale kind of stuff, well, some people out there, some of you who are watching or listening, I know, are kind of involved in community this and community that, or political this or political that. You've got to try to talk to your representatives in Congress if there's ever an opportunity to do so. And right now, right this second, the Federal Trade Commission, when is their deadline? Their deadline's coming up pretty soon, I think, the end of May maybe. But the Federal Trade Commission, FTC.gov, they're looking for public comment on these and very issues, on the big tech companies and their way they're messing with our lives. And any opportunity you see to talk to our nation's leaders or these regulatory agencies, your local mayor, anybody, do it. Say, I'm concerned. I'm concerned about what my kids are saying. I don't know what they're saying. I think they're being indoctrinated. And by the way, they are, because I know, because we collect the data. So you can start with yourself, then look if you can at the larger issues, and if you can make any difference anytime, do it.
What have you seen with the kid data specifically?
Well, if you want to go back to americasdigitalshield.com, which would serve multiple purposes on my part, and you go down, you start at the top, and you just go down part way a little bit. Well, now let those images run. There they go. Those are actual images from YouTube videos being recommended to children on YouTube Kids.
This is on YouTube Kids. The lady swallowing a machete. It's basically like blood coming out of her mouth. Mm-hmm. The guy fell, surrounded by blood. Okay. So these look like the first one looks like a cartoon. The other one looks like a video game, like some spooky video games. But essentially, these are all coming off YouTube.
Well, it's not just that. It's that they're being recommended by you. Recommended. So these are turning up in up next videos, for example. And
oh God, that's recommended on YouTube Kids. That on the right.
Yes. So
that's like gore.
Look at that one.
Oh my gosh, it gets worse. Jeez.
Now we've preserved hundreds of thousands of these. So
what is the purpose? If you're Google or YouTube, why? Why do you want to send kids this?
Oh, that's easy. Because if you know how to do this, if you don't learn it in 2 seconds, if you put your cursor at the bottom of the video while it's playing, it'll show you which parts of the video are the most watched parts. Well, some of these images, they're only a half second, a second in the video, but they often are the most watched parts. In other words, this is being done for watch time. It's being done for so-called addiction purposes. This is what this causes kids and adults too to go back and want more, or want to see the next one in the series, want to see the next one after that, and the next one after that. There are people who go down these rabbit holes where they end up watching thousands of videos, all of which play automatically. And what grabs them, what holds them to the screen, are disturbing images.
So these images that you're showing, these aren't necessarily thumbnails of videos. These are just specific parts of the videos that get the highest attention.
Yeah, we're pulling, right. We're just pulling screenshots, screen grabs from
A certain spot in the video.
from videos that have been recommended to children.
Right.
But as I say, this is a tiny selection out of hundreds of thousands of videos that we're preserving that are recommended, and so we can look at them with different. We can do different kinds of analyses on them. The point is, if you don't preserve them, you might. By the way, you might be thinking, well, why would you have to preserve YouTube videos? Aren't they just there all the time?
Right.
It's not the videos that are important here. It's the recommendation. Ephemeral stuff. All that stuff is completely ephemeral. If you don't preserve that, you don't know what they're recommending. And you have to know what they're recommending, because 70% of the time that people are watching videos on YouTube, they're watching content that has been recommended. So you have to know that. What criteria? Think about it. What criteria is Google using when they do the filtering? They take out of all the billions of videos that might show people. What criteria are they using to make those recommendations? To pull out just those 20 or 30 or 40?
According to them, it's watch time. How long you spend watching these videos.
Well, the point is, it's what they actually do is secret.
True.
But the only way to know for sure whether they're actually showing people is to do what we're doing, which is to do monitoring, capture real content.
Mm-hmm.
And then once we've captured it, now we can go back in time and look and see if there are trends. We can do anything once it's been captured. So we have at this point massive databases, and we're hardly even scratching the surface when it comes to the kinds of analysis that can be done. Which brings me to one more issue, if you would mind. Running a monitoring system is very expensive. I think it's absolutely critically necessary for any democracy to have it in place in self-sustaining monitoring system for big tech. Not just for Google and these other companies, but for the next Google, the Google after that. You have to monitor, or you won't know what they're doing. To us as voters, to our kids, to us as consumers, you have to monitor. But it's very expensive. So, for example, we pay, just like the Nielsen company pays Nielsen families to let the Nielsen company monitor their television watching. That's been going on since 1950. And they're in 100 countries now. And so that's where the Nielsen ratings come from. That's what determines how much advertising costs for a particular show, or whether a show is going to be renewed for another season. All the Nielsen ratings. So they recruit families, they keep the identities of the family secret. Critically important, right? Obviously, because otherwise people would try to interfere with the signal coming out of that family's home, or they would try to bribe the families to watch my show, not to watch someone else's show. So that's how we do it too. We recruit registered voters. We now have more than 16,000. I'm not going to say the exact number, but we have more than 16,000 in all 50 states. They're politically balanced. We pay them a token fee each month to let us use their computers to capture all this data, which is normally lost forever. The Nielsen company pays a token fee to its family. I think it's roughly $50 a month. We pay our field agents $25 a month. we need to develop regular sponsors. So if we have 25,000 field agents, we need 25,000 Americans, presumably patriotic Americans who are concerned about the internet and all that, to sign up and sponsor a field agent. So we have maybe now 1,000 sponsors, but obviously since we have a lot more field agents than that, we need a lot more sponsors. We have people who are sponsoring 4 field agents, which means they programmed into their credit card, $100 a month donation. It's fully tax deductible. If you go to americasdigitalshield.com, which is the dashboard for the monitoring system, you'll see there's a place you can click, sponsor a field agent. So anyone out there who's listening or watching, if you have the resources, even if it's $5 a month, so you're sponsoring the left leg of one field agent, that's at least one leg. So we'll take it. So we need help there, and if people have other ideas about how to make this system, how to bring the costs down and make the system self-sustaining, let us know, because we are determined to make these systems permanent and self-sustaining.
That's amazing. A thing I've been thinking about with this is when you have people, independent people, like journalists, or content creators in general, that are publishing stuff on Google or on their website, which is queried by Google, or on YouTube. And you have people which are a subset of the population for sure, but that are reliant on Google for their income to manage and maintain their livelihood. And Google and YouTube are constantly enforcing their policies based on topics you discuss, whether it be political or against advertiser policies and whatever their excuse might be. And you have people that are essentially just willing to give up and self-censor to avoid this stuff. How do you think that affects society, or like our population in general in the United States? Like, how does that affect general discourse, culture, society? Do you think about that?
First of all, I have to agree with you wholeheartedly that a lot of people just give up, and they put up with the companies, especially Google, that have this power, and they just give up. And what that means is that free speech is undermined.
Yes.
Now, the head of Europe's largest publishing conglomerate, who actually called me up once, by the way, it's not based in Germany, he wrote an open letter to the leaders of Google, and I think it was called Fear of Google or something like that. His name is Dr. And he basically said that every single decision they make about anything, they have to take Google into account. Because he said if they don't, what happens is that company or whatever it is that drops in Google search results, and then they lose sales. He said in some cases, when Google made another change to their search results, their search algorithm, they almost put out of business one of the companies that's in this publishing conglomerate. And he said, there's something wrong with that. We shouldn't have to be taking into account Google when we're just making everyday business decisions. Right. But that's where we are now. And it's true with my son, who's a business guy, and it's true with his buddies who are business guys. Everyone has to take Google into account when they do anything. And what this does is it undermines free speech. So we have to, these are big issues. Ted Cruz invited me for private dinner with him a couple of years ago. We sat there for close to 3 hours, and we talked. We in a restaurant. We just talked tech. Never never touch politics because that would have been dangerous, but we just talk tech because the guy's a really smart guy and he understands these big issues, undermining of free speech, this round-the-clock surveillance that, most of which we're unaware of. I mean, he's aware of these issues. And he wants to try to fix these things. I said, so what's the problem? He said, I can't get bipartisan support. I have to get someone on the other side. And we talked about particular members of the Senate. What about this one? What about that one? In every single case, he was saying, there are reasons why we can't do that. That won't work. That won't work. That won't work.
Why these people won't work.
Yeah. And so we're kind of stuck in this country. I don't honestly know what's going to happen with Trump. He did in his first term, toward the end of it, he issued an executive order putting all kinds of restrictions on big tech companies. I was actually involved in the preparation of that executive order, believe it or not, and nothing happened. Nothing. It was completely ignored. Everything made some reports. And now he's trying to do the same kind of thing, and I don't think anything's going to happen. I think that there's so many problems here. One of the problems is that the problem is so big. Another problem is that there's collusion, constant collusion between the companies and various government agencies. Another problem is that our leaders, our members of Congress, and most people in general don't understand the nature of the problem.
Yes.
Just don't get it.
Nor do the general public.
General public doesn't get it. So we're about to release online a new test, a new questionnaire. It's going to be at mydigitalhygiene.com, unless we can come up with a better name. But right now it's going to be at mydigitalhygiene.com. And there is a beta version there now. And it will allow you to answer a bunch of questions, and at the end it will tell you where you are protecting yourself, where you're not protecting yourself, where you have good knowledge or adequate knowledge of what the problems are, where you have no knowledge and don't understand what's going on. And it'll help you to figure out how to protect your family. So I want to do more on that. I want to try to educate the public, not just with questionnaires, but with articles and maybe a book. So we become more informed about our digital hygiene. We know a lot about our physical hygiene. We can teach that stuff.
Yeah.
So presumably, people can learn more.
And what do you make of how, with the rise of AI and OpenAI and Grok and all these different LLMs that are essentially scrubbing the internet to come up with answers to things and to solve problems? How does that tie into all of this? Does Google need to directly work with these LLM companies, or are they essentially, because they are the source of information for those LLMs, do they by default affect or bias the LLMs?
Okay, you're asking a very, very important set of questions, and I'm just gonna hit you with a couple of pieces of information here. First of all, Google has its own version of ChatGPT. It's called Gemini.
Right.
And so they're really trying to compete with OpenAI, which created ChatGPT. And of course, the Chinese now have a version which is called DeepSeek, which is as good as ChatGPT, but much, much cheaper, it turns out. So that's starting to spread, the Chinese technology. So AI is spreading everywhere, and it's being integrated into everything. So Windows is now integrating AI into Windows 11. So more and more, we're not going to be using search engines. We're going to be like Captain Kirk or Captain Picard on the old Star Trek shows saying, computer, how many yellow figs are there in this planet below us? So we're just going to be talking to various devices, not just computers and phones, but various devices, period. We're going to be talking to our washing machine and a refrigerator.
Yeah.
And these devices will pull in content from the internet. In many cases, they're going to be pulling the content from Google, pulling content from the internet. Again, how's that prioritized?
Yeah. Right.
Then that's how we're going to get our answers. So we've already studied and published an article on what's called the AnswerBot Effect. Go to answerboteffect.com. You'll see a very disturbing study, because what we have learned that in one question and answer interaction, you ask one question of a chatbot, and it gives you back an answer which is biased. We can get a 45% shift in voting preferences on undecided voters. If they ask several questions, we can boost that up to over 65% shift in voting preferences. And people they're not aware, especially if it's just one question, one answer. They have no way of even being slightly suspicious that they're being manipulated, because they have nothing to compare the answer to.
Right.
This is where we are now. We are right there. So we're not on the brink. We crossed over the brink, and that's where we are now. And within a year or 2 or 3, that's how a lot of decision making is going to be made. It's going to be made by answer bots, or whatever label you want to put on them. They're all AIs, and we don't know where the content's coming from. We don't know. The average person has no way of knowing whether it's biased, who's behind it, what their goal is.
Right. And I wonder if, with this Internet of Things phenomenon that's happening, where everything from our vacuum cleaner to our washing machine and our phones, our watches are connected to the internet, giving us answers to things, and at the same time you're having these AI LLMs being integrated into all of these devices. On one hand, you have technology evolving exponentially, and everything combining with, which eventually will probably become technological singularity. And on the other hand, you have the general population of human beings becoming more and more lazy, because every little device that they buy can give them the answer to everything. And you can basically talk to God through your watch. So is the net result of these things happening simultaneously making the human population just more passive, more submissive, so that whoever it is, this hypothetical elite that exists above all of us, can just control us even better and more effectively?
Well, the short answer is yes, but we also become more stupid.
Yeah, we become more stupid. And I think that has a lot to do with that. I know you've talked about this neural transduction theory, and I think that these things they weave together perfectly, because one of the things that I think is that over millennia, over probably millions of years, that humans have our senses have atrophied due to technology.
I wish that were the only danger, or the biggest danger. It's not. The biggest danger is something that Stephen Hawking, the great physicist, who died a few years ago, warned about a number of times. But even Elon Musk warns about every now and then, depending on his mood, that these AIs can literally take us down, take us out.
Yeah.
There's lots of sci-fi movies in which that happens. I just submitted, for publication, a short story, which is called The Last Confession. And it's about AI basically not only taking out humanity here on Earth, which it does, but it turns out thanks to my neural transduction theory, it learns how to cross over to other universes and wipes out all organic, intelligent life everywhere in every universe. So,
Like a PK novel.
yes, one of my favorite authors. My point is that AI is extremely dangerous. AI, one of my books is on AI. I used to run the annual Loebner Prize competition in artificial intelligence, which made the front page of the New York Times in 1991 and continued to run for 29 years. It's an annual contest where we're looking for a computer that can pass the Turing test, meaning that can out-human a human, that can behave as human as any human can behave. And so I've followed very, very closely. I've followed the development of AI, a lot of frustrating years, big breakthroughs just in the past 2 or 3 years, mainly with OpenAI and ChatGPT. People don't get it. They don't understand that if you start integrating AI technology into every other kind of technology, which is literally what's happening right this second, it puts us into very, very grave danger. And that's what Stephen Hawking was concerned about, that we would just do this willy-nilly without any protection. Last year or the year before, Gregory Hinson, one of the top AI experts in the world, who was Google's top AI expert, he quit Google.
Gregory Hinson.
Hinson, Hinson. He quit because he thought that they were building AIs irresponsibly, not taking into account the possible dangers of AI. One of the top people at OpenAI also quit for the same reason. Elon started a big petition going among experts on AI, including me, asking for a pause in AI research and AI implementation so that these issues could be discussed. Nothing happened. I think he had thousands of experts signing this big petition, and nothing happened. Nothing's going to slow this process down. That's the process. That's the problem. Nothing's going to slow it down because the upside is too big. It's money. The upside is so enormous for making money that we're basically, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to tell you. Here's what's going to happen. Now, I'm not saying you're going to be satisfied with this answer, but this is actually the answer. Okay. What's going to happen is very soon, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, I'd say maximum, very soon, the machine intelligence will surpass human intelligence. Some people call that moment the technological singularity. My old friend, Ray Kurzweil, who I worked with for years and now is head of engineering at Google.
Is he really the head of engineering at Google right now?
Yes. And he won't talk to me.
What are you saying this?
Yeah.
Why would he talk to you?
Because of the research I do, I guess. We've never had any conflicts.
Conflict of interest. He works at Google and trying to lift up Google's skirt.
Yeah, but why would he stop talking to me? And his wife stopped talking to me. We're both PhD psychologists. I was on the board of her school for autistic children for many, many years. I helped her to publish, et cetera, et cetera.
You tried talking to his wife.
We were friends. I was friends with them. And then I went to their daughter's bat mitzvah. They came to my son's bar mitzvah, et cetera. We were friends. Social friends. Yeah. And I've never had any conflict with either of them, and they both stopped talking to me because of my research. But I got off the track. What was I saying? Something I'm sure more important than...
Yeah. Where were you going with that? You mentioned Ray Kurzweil. What was his name, Steve? Steve.
All right. I was trying to tell you what's going to happen.
Yes.
So,
exactly.
So in a book I published on AI, Ray Kurzweil,
technological singularity, Ray Kurzweil,
right, who's now head of engineering at Google, he makes a bet with another prominent person in AI. He bets him $20,000 that by the year 2029, the technological singularity, that moment will be reached in the past. Well, gee, it's 2025 or 4 years away. You know what? He might win that bet. The point is, it's coming really soon.
Yes.
Now, at that point, that entity is going to, because it's imitating humans its human creators so well, it's going to imitate one of our most important driving forces, and that's for survival. So it's going to jump into what I have long called in writing, not the internet, but the internest. It's going to jump into the internest, this thing that we're building every day that we call the internet. I think historians, if there are any, whether they're organic or not, historians someday are going to look back and realize that what we really were building was an internest. It was a nest for AI. And this entity, and this could happen soon, we have to emphasize that. This entity is going to jump into the internest to protect itself. And it's going to clone itself probably millions of times over, and will make sure that it cannot be taken down. Now, the movie Transcendence, which was supposed to be about Ray Kurzweil's work, but then they turned it into kind of an apocalypse movie. In the movie Transcendence, a human brain uploads itself into the internet, so now there's this massive AI internet, and people get scared, and someone try attacking it, and they can't attack it, and the only way at the end of the movie humanity can save itself from being controlled by this AI is by turning off all electricity. That's how the movie ends. So you end up with an apocalypse, and you never back to the Middle Ages, and there's no electricity. Jesus Christ. The point is, we're approaching this point at which there are only a couple of possibilities. One possibility is the AI, which jumps into the internet for its own survival. That's absolutely guaranteed. The AI could just ignore us because we think too slow, and we're not very interesting, and it knows everything, and it could just ignore us, and I don't know.
We'd be like bugs to it.
Yeah. So we wouldn't even understand what it's doing. It might be doing all kinds of stuff, but we might not really be aware because it's kind of ignoring us. It could do that. And that's what happens at the end of the movie Her, which I recommend highly. Wonderful film. Wonderful film. And in that movie, spoiler,
It's not a joke, right?
and that actor I love,
Joaquin Phoenix.
Phoenix, amazing. But in there, the AI just gets bored with humanity. Not impossible. Could happen. Oh, or number two would be what Ray Kurzweil thinks is going to happen, which is it's going to buddy up with us. It's going to buddy us, and it's going to make us all more cognitively competent, and it's going to be our best buddy, our best friend, and help us do everything better. Okay, I would put the chances of that happening close to zero.
What do you think we would know when it happens? Do you think if it had the option to let us know, would it figure out a way to hide the fact that it's already happened?
Might have already happened, that's right. But someone will know at some point, and at some point we'll all know. It's just like the kind of research I do. I'm not the only person out there like me who kind of figures stuff out. There's other people like me who figure stuff out, and at some point someone will know, and then more people will know, and then everyone will know. And then what will happen is we'll do what we've done since the Pleistocene era. We will get upset. We will get upset. We will scream and shout and bellow, and we'll attack. We will feel insecure, and we will attack. That would be the last thing that humanity ever does, because if you attack this entity, which is now living in the internet, cannot be shut down.
We have to kill ourselves. Shutting down the internet, shutting down electricity.
Well, I think this entity would be so smart, and it would anticipate every single move that even that wouldn't help, because it would create its own power supplies. It would rapidly build robots, build extensions of itself. It would build means of protecting itself. It might fire off a few nukes to just to get our attention and let us know it has a lot of power. Remember, this thing has power at this point. I mean, we don't even have a way of communicating with each other. If it cuts off communications, it's going to control most major forms of communication, most major forms of finance and economic transactions. It's going to control most major weapon systems around the world. So it has a lot of tools available to it. And I think what could happen, as opposed to, again, Kurzweil's buddy theory, I think it's more likely that we get paranoid. We do what we always do when we face what we think is a threat. We're going to attack. And if we attack it, we're done. And that's what pretty much Hawking was predicting, is that it's going to destroy humanity. I point out in this new short story of mine that it's very ironic that this entity not only wipes out humanity, but it also wipes out about 1 billion humans who've never even heard of a computer. So they live out in the boonies in India or China or whatever. They have no electricity, and there's still lots of people like that. And so it actually, I find it's very ironic they've never even heard of a computer, but they get wiped out too. So,
well, I mean, if you were a super advanced, powerful AI, whatever you want to call it, a technologically created life form that is separate from humanity, you would look at like conserving the earth, and human beings probably are not conducive to the lifespan of the earth, and pollution and all kinds of other impacts that we have on earth, and the expansion of the population. I would hope that, I would imagine that would be one of the first things that they would look at.
I think that if you think about these different options, so just to review, it does nothing. It becomes our best buddy. That's number one. It does nothing. Number two, best buddy option. Number three, total destruction. I think it's unknowable. I don't think we can know, because the moment this thing emerges, again, we might not recognize that exact moment, but sooner or later we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
But as soon as it really exists, I think it's going to be thinking in ways that are not human-like. It's going to be thinking in new ways. It's going to have access to all of human data, and it's going to make decisions in ways that we don't make decisions. It's going to make decisions in its own way, and therefore I don't think we can know which of those three options is going to happen. But I do think that one of those three is going to happen, and it's going to happen soon. So, and the reason why I think it's going to happen soon, not just because of Kurzweil's bad about 2029, okay? It's because things are moving so fast and so recklessly. People are proceeding in these industries that are building these AIs, are proceeding recklessly and fast, and that's why Henson quit Google. And can anything stop that, is the question. Well, Elon couldn't stop it. I don't think anyone can stop that.
Elon couldn't stop it, right? Do you think he's really trying to stop it, though?
I think he did at one point. I think he is kind of he understands how bad things could be because of AI. He understands the possibilities. And he made no progress in stopping it whatsoever, other than getting thousands of signatures from experts. Even if one government went for it and tried to stop it within their country, so that would just provide more economic opportunities for another country to just go to move even faster. That's where we stand right now. There's every single incentive for proceeding at a reckless pace. There are no incentives for shutting this thing down. Now, there was a famous science fiction author, Isaac Asimov, one of my favorites, who wrote a series of stories and books, and eventually inspired the movie I, Robot, which I think starred Will Smith. And it was great stuff, because Asimov realized, when he started thinking about robots, from a sci-fi perspective back in the 1940s, he realized that if we're going to build really smart robots and they're stronger than we are, they don't need to sleep, and they're smarter than we are, think faster than we have to build in protections. He said to him it was obvious.
Yeah.
And when we start creating these things in the future, we're going to build in 3 laws of robotics, and they're going to be built into every single robot brain. There's no robot brain that can exist without having these laws built in, and the laws have to do with I will not harm a human, and they all also do with protect. Like that's 3 laws.
May not injure a human being or through interaction allow a human being to come to harm. A robot must obey the orders given to it by human beings, except for such orders will conflict with the first law, and then a robot must protect its own existence as long as the protection does not conflict with the first or second laws.
Those are the 3 laws of robotics, and that's what should have been built into every single AI we've ever created. And there are no laws. We have no such laws. There are no laws. There are no protections at all. And by the way, trivia fans, eventually Asimov, it's just brilliant stuff. Eventually he comes up with a 4th law that the robot itself comes up with. It becomes a 0th law. And basically a robot can kill a person if doing so protects a lot of others. And the robot itself comes up with that law, which basically, once you think about it, if it's come up with that law, it's just blown away the other 3 laws. Because now, in its judgment, it can kill people just using its judgment. It's very, very. The point is that there are no such laws. None. No system is being built with any protections for humanity. We're just going at this breakneck speed, recklessly building these super smart AIs and integrating them into everything, which means communication systems, economic systems, weapons systems, everything that we depend on, that we become more dependent on every single day.
Yeah. And you have people at the top, like at Google, Elon Musk, like right next to the president everywhere you go. In Saudi Arabia, this speculation of AI running the government, like would that look like AI take over government? Like it seems like this technocracy is what's on the horizon.
But see, it's very tempting when we talk about, say, AI running the government. It's very tempting for us to attribute to the AI human characteristics, human thinking, human values. But it's not going to have human values. It's not going to think like we think. See, it's going to be thinking in a whole new way, based on the fact that it can think a gazillion times faster than we can, and it has access to all knowledge, and it can actually view all knowledge probably more or less at the same time.
Right.
So we don't know how it's going to make decisions and what those decisions are going to be. And I would say there's a 50-50 chance that it will destroy humanity, but not necessarily because it has anything against us, but because we're so paranoid and we try to take it down. We unplug everything. We try to shut down, to deprive it of electricity. We do everything possible to shut it down. Now, if its existence is imperiled, I think it will counterattack. So that's where I'm leaning, but I don't know. I think it's unknowable.
What if the singularity already happened, but they're the ones that struck that are running the whole show already? It's just one of the minions trying to integrate everybody with the brain chips, turn this thing biological, maybe create an army, maybe it's all being run by AI right now.
Well, that's not impossible, and that would be hard for us to know. And Elon and others too have said that also we might just be models inside of a simulation. So that would be hard to know too. Although I think we'd see evidence of anomalies. I think there really would be glitches. Even in the Matrix, there were glitches.
Yes.
And I think we could see glitches if you're running a big computer somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I think that this is a tremendously exciting time to be human, because I think whatever's going to happen is going to happen in the next 5 to 10 years. And another book I wrote, I make fun of physics and time travel and whatever, and I say basically time travel either time travel is impossible or humanity is impossible. By that I mean, if time travel is possible, then eventually someone invents it. It costs billions of dollars to use it, but eventually, if you keep going farther and farther in the future, like everything else technological, it gets cheaper and cheaper, and eventually it's accessible to everyone. And therefore, we should see all around us like tour buses of people from the future, because
the UFOs.
Yeah, because eventually it's becomes that cheap. So the fact that there are no tour buses from the future tells us either that time travel is not possible, or that we wipe ourselves out before it's invented. So that's the problem. Is that the fact that there are no tour buses from the future? That's one clue, one indicator that.
What if the UFO phenomenon are the tour buses?
Well, I have. That brings me over to neural transaction theory. And if you want, I'll shift over to that. But
Do you have time?
Yeah, I do. It's up to you. Yeah, the UFOs stuff is fascinating, but I don't think it's what people think it is. People think that UFOs are spaceships, and that they have aliens on them, and that they kidnap humans and run tests on them.
That's one of the theories. Yeah, there's a famous Harvard psychologist, John the study on UFO abductees who call it very similar experiences.
Yes, there's some wonderful people out there who've been thinking about these issues for decades and decades, and so there are a bunch of theories. I think the prevailing one, person on the street, is there are aliens from other planets, et cetera, and they're spaceships. And we've all seen the little clips of, recorded by pilots of, bizarre objects moving in ways that our flying objects can't move and all that. I don't think that's really real.
It's not real? Oh, that theory's not real.
I don't think those are aliens.
Oh, right.
I think that we basically, to put this into a broad context, we basically experience a lot of things perceptually, perceive a lot of things that are not real. We have dreams at night. None of that stuff is real. We have twice a day.
How do you define real? What if it is real? What if it's more real than this? We just don't know.
It's not real in this, like the way this table is real. It's not real in the sense that our human, how we define real when it comes to people and objects in our local, current, immediate universe.
Right.
Stuff that happens in dreams, I see
that's highly contested, though, right? That stuff could be. We just don't have to test it.
Well, I'm going to be changing that. In fact, I'm hosting a conference that's going to take place next year, and we are going to test out at least one theory that really could help us understand a lot of things, including the UFO sightings.
Sorry, I'll stop.
No, I can explain it. It's called neural transduction theory. If you go to neuraltransductiontheory.com, you'll come to an article I published a few years ago in Discover magazine. And it's about this theory. This theory, unlike a lot of other theories that are out there, is actually empirically testable. And so I've been, since that time, developing relationships with physicists, mathematicians, neuroscientists, people in other fields who actually think that this is a theory that's worth trying to test empirically. Well, one of the people, for example, is a researcher at the Harvard Medical School. She researches neural correlates of schizophrenia. And neural correlates of anything don't tell you anything. They're just correlates. They're just showing you that for some people who are labeled schizophrenic, their brains look a little different in some way. It doesn't tell you where schizophrenia comes from or what's causing it. But when I told her about neurotransduction theory, which we abbreviate NTT, she immediately said, wow, that could actually explain schizophrenia. Neurotransduction theory could also explain not just dreams, but one of the most peculiar things there is about dreams, which is very often when we wake up in the morning and we've got the tail end of a dream in our head, and it's fantastic, it's amazing, but we've got to pee, so we get up and we're trying to hold on to the tail end of that dream, but by the time we get to the toilet, it's gone. The whole dream is gone. It's completely disappeared. And we struggle and struggle and struggle. Dreams are weird. Slippery. They're very slippery. And so how do we explain that? There's a lot of things like that. There's hallucinations. There's unconsciousness itself. We take it for granted that sometimes because of a health problem or someone gets hit on the head, someone will suddenly go from being fully conscious to being fully unconscious. But do you know there are no biomarkers for that? Did you know that? No neurologist can point to a thing that had like a switch that got flipped or some neurons that stopped firing or something. There are no biomarkers. We have no idea why.
I'm sure the electrical signal output would drastically change when you're conscious versus being unconscious, right?
No. So unconsciousness, something as simple as that, is not really well understood. And then there's really strange things, people seeing spirits and all that stuff. Okay, now those we can argue about, but there's some things you can't argue about. For example, sometimes when people are close to death and they have been uncommunicative for years in some cases, sometimes they have what's called the last hurrah. It has technical names too. And suddenly they become conscious. Even people who are severely brain damaged, sometimes shortly before they die, they become fully conscious. They recognize everyone. They talk normally. Then that usually disappears, usually within an hour. And then they go back to the state that they were in before. And then they die.
There's people that are on their deathbeds who recall talking to people who aren't there or like past distant relatives who passed away, communicating with spirits or ghosts or whatever.
Right, and some of the stuff, yes, is nonsense, and people trying to, make other people make money. So, but some of it's real, and it's well documented in medical literature, and it's what's going. The point is, there are so many things we don't understand about ourselves and our universe. And I think we can understand all of this stuff. Oh, there's also the Fermi paradox, another of my favorites. There are so many stars out there, 100 billion just in our own galaxy. Where are all the aliens? I'm not talking about these dubious sightings. I'm saying, where are the aliens? For goodness sake, some of the aliens should want to visit and set down a spaceship and go hi. Maybe not all of them, but a few every now and then should do that. By now, we should have met hundreds, thousands of aliens if they're out there, and the numbers that should be out there. And this is called the Fermi paradox. Where are they? think, believe it or not, one theory, one relatively simple theory, will explain all of these odd phenomena. And that's why Darwin's theory of evolution was changed the world, because that's what he came up with. He came up with one theory that explained all kinds of different phenomena, and it also explained where new species came from. And if you read his book, which I recommend highly, it's very readable, very, very funny, very really well written, and it's called On the Origin of Species, 1859. Fantastic book, one of the greatest ever written, and it did change humanity and our understanding of the world and ourselves. And the reason why his theory was so amazing was because it explains so many different, diverse things about the world, and different things about different species and species that look alike. And I mean, it's a fantastic theory because of its simplicity, but also its power of explanation. It has those two elements.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he's also very honest in his book about what it doesn't explain. So where there are possible flaws in the theory. And one of the things he can't explain, for example, is the eyeball. And by a lot of people who don't want evolution taught in schools, they always point to the eyeball problem. Because you can't, from the fossil record, you can't see how an eyeball evolved from nothing into the incredible organ that it is. Of course you can't explain it. Of course it's absent from the fossil record because it's soft tissue. Right? It's not preserved.
Right.
So, but Darwin admits that he's got the eyeball problem. And then he has a bigger problem.
What I don't understand what makes the eyeballs so special out of all the soft tissue.
Because it's so complicated. And so in other words, the anti-evolutionists would say, where you see a watch, there must be one here. So where you see an eyeball, which is as sophisticated as our eyeballs are, there must be a God. Only God can create such a thing. And you can't go back into the fossil record and show its development, which you can for a lot of other things, which you can't for the eyeball. The point is that Darwin admits that. And then he has a bigger issue. He cannot use the theory of evolution to explain human level intelligence. There's no way to explain it.
Right.
Evolutionary biologists are still debating this.
It's incredible to find stuff.
It's not only incredible, but look at chimpanzees. They've been around a very long time. Are they getting any smarter? No. They're as dumb as they have ever been. Right. Same with gorillas and all this stuff. There's no
It is.
How do you get above that level? Not only that, the archaeological record suggests that Homo sapiens, which has probably been around for about 200,000 years, they were as dumb as primates. For at least 150,000 of those years, they were as dumb as primates. How do we know that? Because the cave paintings and the sophisticated tools and evidence of language, all that starts around 50,000 years ago in Indonesia. So what happened during those 150,000 years? And by the way, the Neanderthals, who have been around for a couple million years, I think, they all disappeared around 50,000 years ago. So at the same time that we suddenly become smart, and we kill off all of our competitors, they're gone. So what happened 50,000 years ago? Probably or possibly the area of Indonesia. This is neural transduction theory. It's very simple. A baby was born whose brain connected it to a higher intelligence.
How is this new rather than extraterrestrial?
No, not at all. Because what evolution does very well is create, with each generation, creates variability for every trait. Just variability. And that has not only led, Darwin pointed out, to the creation of millions of new species, it's It's also led to the creation of millions, hundreds of millions of new transducers. Darwin never talked about that, but the fact is that that's true. Our eyes are transducers, our nose, our tongue, our ears, they're all transducers, which a transducer is an entity, it can be organic or inorganic, that takes a signal from one medium, the electromagnetic radiation, for example, a fart going in your nose. A fart going in your nose, that's right. So the nose takes chemical characteristics of the air containing the fart, and it turns it into a pattern of neural signals. So that's transduction. If the transduction is done very well, then we get a really, really very precise and accurate version of the fart. Right? If it's being done poorly, then we don't get a good. Our skin is a transducer.
Yes.
So because it's taking pressure, texture, temperature, and turning that all into neural signals, and it's even indicating to our brain, it's indicating the location of where all that stuff is occurring. Mm-hmm. In other words, our entire bodies are encased in transducers.
Yeah.
So evolution is not just good at species; it is super good at developing transducers.
So why do you hypothesize the first baby that was the transducer? How was the first? Why was the transducer? How did it start? Where did it start from?
Well, the good news is that unlike black holes, which are hard to study because invisible, the brain we can study directly. We have thousands of neuroscience labs. That's why I'm in touch with neuroscientists, and we can answer that question by looking at brains in a way that just happened before, trying to find the location where the transduction occurs and figuring out how the transduction occurs. And can that be done? Absolutely yes. And we can figure out where it's occurring and how it works. That will also help us in retrospect to try to understand how variation in brain anatomy and physiology, how variation produced by evolution, how variation could have produced that first brain.
A theory that I've been kicking around recently is that the development of the evolution of the technological and the analytical mind is directly correlated with the atrophy of psychic abilities. And when I say psychic abilities, I don't necessarily mean like telepathy or things like this necessarily. I think it has been shown that in primitive tribes, indigenous tribes, they have far more of this intuitive psychic sense, if you want to call it that, similar to like animals, how cats and dogs do and wild animals do. And essentially, I think that the human brain, if you want to call it a transducer, I've been thinking of it more as like an antenna. Mm-hmm. And I think that antenna, over however many years it's been, since before we developed technology and ways to offload our memories, has been atrophied. And I think it's very possible that our far ancient ancestors had way more senses and even possibly psychic abilities. Before we were able to develop language, before we were able to develop ways to store our memories on hard drives and on phones and on computers and on text, and be able to write records of things, our memory capacity was probably way greater than it is now. And once we started developing language and the written word and developed things like Google and iPhones and all these things, I think it's just atrophied our brains in a way that is almost unimaginable to what it potentially could have been a long time ago.
That's entirely possible, but it's not testable. So the reason why NTT appeals to me as a scientist is because it is testable. And again, it explains so many diverse things that you normally don't think of altogether. So, for example, it takes care of Darwin's uplift problem. That's his biggest problem in his book, is that he can't explain the uplift, and to this day, evolutionary biologists cannot explain the uplift, and chimps are still.
What is the uplift?
That's going from chimp level intelligence to human level intelligence. This huge, huge gap. NTT takes care of that. NTT takes care of the Fermi paradox, because you realize that if you could just dart around the galaxy and look at planets, it means you find lots and lots and lots of chimp level intelligence, but probably very, very few examples of human level intelligence, because that for that transducer to occur is a very, very rare event. It's extremely rare. So you end up with thousands and thousands of chimp level intelligence all over the place, but that means they don't have electricity, they don't have space travel, so that means we don't see them. But it explains telepathy. Where telepathy actually occurs, a simple explanation is neural transduction. It explains dreams in the unconscious state. That's really simple. And we'll be able to find the biomarker for it, because that when they become unconscious, it means there's temporary break in the transduction pathway. And we'll be able to find it. No one's ever looked for it before, but we have the labs now, we have the equipment, we have access to the subject matter, which is the brain itself. So I could go on and on, because literally my staff has come up with 58 mysteries. You meet someone and you feel like you've known them forever.
Yeah.
Oh, that's easy. So really tough things like comas and people who come out of comas. At the moment, that's a complete mystery. But if we actually understand, if we find evidence that transduction is occurring in this way in the brain, then we can find the pathway. Now, there's another very cool aspect to this, which is what this conference is going to do next year. Once we have some idea about where the transduction is occurring and how it works, we can simulate it outside the brain. So think about it. Well, what's this? This microphone is a transducer. Like your antenna idea, it's a one-way transduction, unfortunately. It's only one way. And the kind of transduction that I'm talking about, it has to be two-way. But the point is, we built this transducer because we knew about eyes and ears and all that stuff. And this is just an imitation of an ear. That's all it is. Imitation of an ear. So once we know how this kind of interdimensional transduction occurs in the brain, how it's making it happen, once we know that, we should be able to simulate it. Once we can simulate it, that will allow us to communicate directly with the higher intelligence outside the brain and outside the limitations of the brain. In other words, we'll be able to talk to this higher intelligence and actually, if it's willing to talk to us, actually ask the big questions that are complete mysteries. Where the universe came from, who's in charge, who's their God. The possibilities are endless once we are able to simulate this process. This will also help a lot of physicists out, because there are a lot of physicists, virtually all physicists believe now, that the three-dimensional space that we observe is not in any way indicative of the structure of the universe. Our concept of the universe is based on this tiny, very narrow range of electromagnetic radiation, a very narrow range of vibrating air. It's silly, really. And physicists, all three of the prevailing big models of the universe that physicists use, all three of them predict that there are other universes. But we don't know how to make connections yet. But the brain might teach us. It might help us to figure out how to make connections. There are some physicists who have ideas about how we might make connections.
Have you ever talked to Gary Nolan?
No. Should I?
Yeah, I would check him out. He's a I forget what his title is, but he's been doing research on aquatic containment, and specifically how it relates to people who have paranormal experiences or UFO experiences. And what he found was that the density of the neurons in this caudate containment or basal ganglia, the neurons are far more dense in these folks. And this is a study he's done across a number of people, and super relevant.
It is, but again, we're talking about correlation.
Yeah.
And so correlation is always very limiting.
Mm.
So we're saying people who have, behave in a certain way, they have these characteristics in the brain which appear to be somewhat unique.
Right.
But that's just correlation.
Right.
So as I say, what we're after is something very, very ambitious.
Mm.
100 years ago, one couldn't even have begun to investigate something like this. But now the labs exist. The equipment exists. They're just being used for relatively trivial purposes. This obviously is not trivial. If we can find out where this is occurring. Crazy experiment. I don't like it, but imagine building a room that prevents this connection from occurring. That would mean that when someone walked into the room, their language and cognitive abilities would deteriorate dramatically.
Interesting.
Yep.
So everything that happens, everything we do, is being streamed through live stream. Nothing is stored. Nobody's not a storage device.
Positively, our brain is not a storage device. So, no, really, probably the best, or at least the most widely read piece I've ever written is called "The Empty Brain," and that's what it's about. And it was published in the AM magazine, which is based in London. And when they posted it, which was 2016, I think, it crashed their server. They got 2 or 3 million views, I think, within the first day or two. 250,000 shares on Facebook.
Wow.
A lot of it critical, because what I'm explaining there is that there is no memory in the brain. And I'm also explaining that the computer metaphor that we use to try to explain how the brain works doesn't fit. It's not even slightly valid. It's just a metaphor, and that we don't know how the brain works. So NTT years later was my way of trying to figure out a testable theory of how the brain actually works, and it takes care of the memory problem.
Wild stuff, man. Thank you for doing this.
Sure.
I appreciate your time. Again, remind people all of those links where you go. I'll obviously put them below.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Can you say the links?
Oh, say all the links.
Yeah. What's the name of the
all of them? Just myprivacytips.com.
Rapid fire the website.
Myprivacytips.com, very important. Americas with an S, americasdigitalshield.com. Neurotransductiontheory.com. I mentioned a few others, but I think those are the most important.
Dr. Epstein, thank you so much. I very much appreciate your time. This was really fun.
Danny, you're an amazing guy, and I've enjoyed every minute talking to you. Thank you. Thanks, man.
All right, good night, world. Well, thanks for coming here. I'm really excited to talk to you.
Thank you. I, as I said, I really enjoyed your show.
So for people that don't know, can you kind of give us a summary of your background in the government, working with the Bush administration, and then getting into like finance and all this stuff?
So I grew up in Philadelphia, and I got very interested as a child. I got very interested in money and why everybody was destroying everything, and the theory that somehow that made them money. And so I decided I was going to understand how all the money worked in a neighborhood. And what I didn't understand until I went to Wall Street is you literally have to know how all the money in the planet works to understand how in a U.S. neighborhood works. Because it's organized, it's very centralized, and it's organized so that, so if you and I go to the White House and say, here's how all the money works on housing, here's how all the money works on military, but it doesn't say, here's how the money works in West Philadelphia. So you can't, now with relational databases, you could, and I've worked on that. But anyway, so I went to Wall Street because I wanted to learn how all the money the planet works, and I went from sort of department to department to department, learning all the different markets, and then I figured out, it's all being rigged from Washington. It's the Treasury and the Fed. So I got to go to Washington. So I went to Washington. I was a partner at a firm called Reed. And in fact, I have an online book called The Aristocracy of Stock Profits about it's a case study in the intersection between organized crime and Wall Street and Washington. Anyway, so I went to Washington in the first Bush administration to be Assistant Secretary of Housing. And it's the Federal Housing Commissioner. And that's the person who oversees all the mortgage markets, both the credit, most of the credit, and the most regulation. So I went smack into all the mortgage corruption because a lot of the black budget is financed with mortgage fraud. And anyway, so I left, but I discovered the internet when I was in the administration. And so I created an investment bank that could use software tools basically to get all the information about how the money works and make it accessible to neighborhoods. So anyway, but my company, a certain company called Hamilton Securities Group, was very successful. And we got hired on competitive bid by the Clinton administration. So I worked in the Bush administration and got hired by the Clinton administration to be financial advisor for the FHA. Then we led $10 billion of mortgage auctions trying to stop the mortgage fraud, which was they had other ideas. They wanted to take the mortgage fraud the other way so you didn't have the financial crisis. Anyway, so I ended up in 11 years of litigation with the federal government, with the Department of Justice. Have you ever seen the movie Enemy of the State?
Yeah,
Will Smith.
It's been a long time.
I played Will Smith in real life.
Oh,
yeah, I played Will Smith in real life. So we had 18 audits and investigations, 12 tracks of litigation, physical harassment, a smear campaign. It was right out of the movies. And of course, so Will Smith is a successful attorney. And in fact, his office in the movie is right next to where my office was, our company office was in Washington. And, everything's crazy and the world makes sense until he finds Gene Hackman, who's a former NSA employee, who explains how covert operations work. And in fact, now if you come to the Solarium Report, we have a whole 12-part series called Deep State Tactics. So if you can't find Gene, listen to Deep State Tactics. So anyway, but I got a real crash course. I'll never forget it. First time I saw Enemy of the State, I'm like up in the front row. I'm like, oh, it's my dream movie. Right.
That's amazing. So when you talk about the mortgage fraud, what specifically do you mean? How does that work?
So financial fraud and mortgage fraud is like the joy of cooking, thousands of recipes, right? But if you want to know the most prominent, likely famous recipe for mortgage fraud and housing, all you have to do is look up the Tony Soprano TV show did a series of 4 parts on high fraud by Tony Soprano.
Really?
Yes. and the basic, and it's interesting because one of the things that got me interested in money is that this fraud that destroyed the value of homes in my neighborhood when I was a little girl. We had 4 boarded up, foreclosed properties catty corner to our block in West Philadelphia, and it had a huge sign and it said, by order of the Assistant Secretary of Housing, Federal Housing Commissioner. And I used to think, who is that? And so when I was sworn in, they said, by order of the President, you are now the Assistant Secretary of Housing. I thought, I'm the, And I went downstairs and I said, how many boarded up homes? How many foreclosed properties do we have in the foreclosed industry? My deputy said 50,000. I said, well, that's going to change. Part of the problem. But, okay, so let's look at the basic fraud. So there's a home in the foreclosed property inventory of the Federal Housing Administration. They had financed a mortgage. They put the insurance policy on the mortgage, so they take the credit risk. It defaults, they pay off the mortgage holder, and then take back the properties. The properties sit in inventory, okay? So let's say the property is worth $100,000.
So, like when you find a house for sale on HUD auction, that's the situation.
Yes, probably. Okay, so let's say the house is worth $100,000. Okay, you sell the house to someone, or you who's going to do sort of a quickie fix up, okay, and you let them turn around and sell it at you put a mortgage. Let's say it's worth $150 now. They fixed it up. You put a mortgage on it for $250, a lot more than it's worth. Okay, they sell it to a not-for-profit who immediately defaults. Right, you pay off the $250 mortgage and take the property back, and you keep doing it again and again and again, and generating lots of money out the back door. So when I became FHA commissioner, I owned one property in Chicago which had financed and defaulted 5 times in 1 year. I know. Imagine that. Anyway, but here's how I can make even more money.
I had a friend who did this. Not a friend. He was a guy who came in. He was one of my first guests on the podcast. And he was buying up houses in Tampa, and he was taking them and getting his friend to go do appraisals on them, and like marking the appraisal up by like 5x, and then getting loans on it.
Right. That's sort of the variation now. And here's how you really make a lot of money. When you issue the mortgage, you don't issue one mortgage, you issue 10 mortgages on that house, and you put them in a mortgage pool that's wrapped by Ginnie Mae, so you can sell them in Dubai. And notice the difference. Right. And as long as there's money, you can skim out the back door of the FHA funds. No problem. Wow. Right. And it's really funny. So I had warned people about this kind of fraud, both when I was assistant secretary and then when I was the lead financial advisor. But you're it's like you fight these winds, and so I'm driving down the highway in Georgia, and my old roommate from college calls me and she says, "Fitz, have you seen the Soprano TV shows? They have the HUD frauds on the Soprano TV shows." And she said, "I guess you're telling the truth." And I said, "Wait a minute. So I was the former assistant secretary of housing, and then I was the lead financial advisor for HUD. And I've told you about this for years. You don't believe me until it's on the Soprano TV shows." He said, "That's right." So I said, "That's why I say to America, fact is fiction and fiction is fact. If it's on the news, it's likely fiction. If it's on the Soprano TV show, there's you're getting your training film."
Yeah, that's an interesting way of looking at it.
Well, remember, during the financial crisis, within a very short period of time, there was more money shoveling out the door. I mean, the TARP IG said total money the taxpayers financed is $27 trillion. $8 trillion would have paid off all the single-family mortgages in the country, right? So the total bailout of the mortgage fund was 3 times all existing mortgages in the country. So one of my favorite quotes, I was told by a former intelligence officer who was involved in the financial fraud that Oliver North had said that HUD was the candy store of covert revenues. And based on what I cleaned up and what I dealt with, I'm absolutely
HUD was the candy store of covert revenues.
Well,
that's got a nice ring to it.
HUD's missing just from its financial statements $1 trillion from 1998 to 2015. So that's my whole thing about the missing money, which Catherine is that's one of those issues Catherine won't let go of.
Okay, so can you explain to me, and I know you've done this well on other shows, but how does the banking system work? I know everybody thinks about how like the bankers control the world. It's like the bankers, the intelligence agencies, and the money washing with the drug cartels and all this stuff with funding, wars and overthrowing countries. And there's so much going on here. But at the very top level of all of this stuff is the bankers, right?
Right. So here's how any business, any enterprise, and any planet has a business model, an economic model, a fundamental model. So the Western world for 500 plus years has operated on a model called central banking warfare. Okay? The central bankers print money out of thin air, and I'm grossly oversimplifying, but they
Yeah.
create the money, and then the military makes sure people take it, okay? And that keeps the liquidity going. So there are two sides of the coin. And when you say military, think intelligence in military, because surveillance is such an important part of the force. So you literally have the bankers running monetary policy, but then you have military and intelligence backing it up. And you need both. It's like two hands of the coin. It's like two sides of the coin. Okay? And what the bankers do, you grew up in the United States, most people listening to this grew up in the Western world. And we've had for over a century a model where the bankers run monetary policy and then the people's representatives run fiscal policy. So the whole basis of the American Revolution was no taxation without representation. That means the people's representatives, the Congress or the state legislature, run the fiscal policies the way it's supposed to be. And what has happened in America for the last 20 years is we've had what I call a financial coup d'etat, where the bankers decided we can't trust the people and the people's representatives to manage the fiscal side. So we're going to change the model and we're going to take over control of both monetary and fiscal. And of course, if that succeeds, and it's gone very far, but it's not all the way. So let's say we've gone 70% of the way, we have 30 more to go. If that happens, then we lose the ability to determine taxation. In other words, we get no representation. If they want the money, they just take it.
Could you explain for a third grader what fiscal policy means?
Sure. It's monetary policy means I get to create the currency. Fiscal policy means I get to collect and spend the taxes. Okay. So let's look how your federal government works. Your federal government, grossly oversimplified, gets about half of its money to, fix the roads and do what and run the military, and it gets the money by half of the money from taxes. So we all pay federal taxes. We all have fees, various fines, whatever.
Half the money comes from the taxes and half from where?
Half comes from the central bank.
Okay, got it.
The central banking mechanism right now, the currency is issued with debt. It doesn't have to be, but it is. So the New York Fed, so the Treasury, your bank account as a citizen is the New York Fed is the depository for your bank account. Okay, so they are the federal government's bankers. The Treasury account is at the New York Fed and its members' banks. So the New York Fed is owned by its members, but they also act as agents. So you're going to have the largest banks in the country owning and directing the New York Fed, choosing its president, but also, doing depository functions for the Treasury. So they, as agent, are also doing various things for the Treasury. Okay. So they have a function called primary dealer. And a primary dealer is authorized to go borrow money using Treasury bonds and bills. So they borrow money, so that's sort of part of how the currency gets into existence, and they put it in the Treasury bank account. So half comes from taxes, and half comes from borrowing, a lot of that coming from your retirement account or my pension fund.
Wow.
Okay, so our retirement fund, or it could be a Norwegian pension fund or sovereign wealth fund, are buying Treasury bonds, and the money is going into the bank account, and that's where half comes from. Which is why if you're the president of the United States, it's like getting an allowance from dad. If you don't do what dad wants, you're not going to get your allowance. You don't have sovereignty. You don't have financial sovereignty. And you don't have information sovereignty because you, as the president, can't have a private telephone call. You don't send intelligence agencies.
Even the president.
Especially the president.
Especially the
They'd much rather know what he's saying than you or I was saying.
I guess that's true.
Right. Okay.
Wow.
Right. So how are you going to run a government if you don't have information sovereignty? You don't have financial sovereignty. How are you going to do that?
That's a good question. What do you think?
So have you heard my Red Button story?
I believe I've heard your Red Button story. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what the Red Button story says is, since the American people want their check, they don't want you to say no to, the people who control the monetary. That they want to keep so we are the United States is the global leader in global money and organized crime. Okay, we're the global leader. And if that money stops, the red button story, you can find it on the internet, I'm sure you listen to it, but the red button story is people not willing to push a red button to stop the organized crime flows because they wanted their checks to keep coming. So we have a financial dependency as a society on things, doing things that harm other people, including our own children, our own selves. So I talk a lot about the great poisoning. We have a tremendous number of industries in the United States. They're making money from poisoning people and taking care of poisoning people, and they're very resistant to stopping the poison. Right? That's what this big debate is about, and it's a budget debate. So,
are you talking about like food and healthcare?
Talking about food and healthcare, spraying, what's in the pharmaceuticals.
Yeah.
If you look at the federal budget, so let's go back to the model, the central bank warfare model. The key to the central bank warfare model is if you're running the reserve currency for the world, the dollar system, you have to make more from running it. You have to make enough from running it to fund your military and intelligence. There's a lot of work in governing the sea lanes and being the global cop and running the trade model and all of that. So you have expenses. So when you hear the president yelling at everybody at NATO, like, you have to share more, what he's saying is that the subsidy from the dollar system minus the interest on his debt minus the cost of military intelligence is no longer working, and he's got to rebalance the model.
The subsidy?
Yeah.
What do you mean by the subsidy?
So running the dollar system, you get to extract a tithe. So let's say tomorrow we created Danny Jones dollars, okay? And whenever you wanted some, you could just print it off your computer. And you could pay people throughout this community for food or for services for doing your landscaping with Danny Jones dollars. And you have your own printer. That's a big subsidy, right?
Okay.
That is a big subsidy.
That's an unlimited subsidy.
It's not unlimited if you have to pay everybody in America off to go along with what you want to do. So part of the big cost of the running the model is the American people vote based on domestic issues and don't understand what's involved in running the whole global model. Right? So you've basically got to buy them off and pay them off to get them to sort of go along with what you want to do. And that's expensive. So if you look what happened at the end of when the Soviet Union collapsed, the U.S. said we want to be overwhelmed. One of the reasons I left Washington, I said your plan won't work. And the failure in Ukraine was the message plan failed. And now we have Rubio, Secretary of State, saying, oh, it's going to be it's a multipolar world now.
Yeah.
So the unipolar model failed. And so the model has to change. We're still running the reserve currency, but you have to rebalance the model. The unipolar plan didn't work, and it wasted a great deal of capital.
Right.
So now we have to change the model. And so if you see the president talking about, Canada, your 51st state, or Greenland, he's trying, if he can't go east-west, remember, they were going to collapse the Soviet Union, get all those resources, and use that to maintain the unipolar model vis-a-vis China. Okay, that didn't work. So now he's talking going north-south instead of going east-west, right?
Right, yes.
Right.
Yes.
So he's just trying to figure out, you have to change the model. And if you look at the debate and discussions going on in Washington, the unfortunate thing is, whoever is in the White House, they have to change the model. They don't have a choice. The technology changes in the world, competition among various parties means we have to change the model. We have to evolve the model. We have to. And so the question is, how do you do it? And unfortunately, there are too many people in America sitting around and saying, well, we don't want to change. But that's not, it's not changing because whoever's in the Oval Office now wants it to change. It's changing because they got to change. You have to change with the times.
I don't think most people even think about this kind of stuff. I think most people are more focused on squabbles that are irrelevant to geopolitics or
Well, that's
the financial system
that's
or
how
the
you
balance
can
of
go
power.
away from the third railroad. If I'm running this, I don't want the general population to mess with the third railroad. Do you know what I mean by the third railroad?
What do you mean?
On a transit system or a railroad system, you have two tracks. That's where the wheels go. You have a third track. There's a little trim tab that flips over, and that's where the electricity goes. Okay, so that's power. Okay, and you don't want them messing with power, so you keep them busy with divide and conquer and pendulum and all that kind of stuff. But that has nothing to do with what's really going on.
Right. And when you say that they need the American people to pay for what they're doing, when you mentioned that earlier, were you specifically talking about individuals, or were you talking about like mob business?
So here's what I mean. If you look at the federal budget last year, so the 2025 year, we had a military budget of $857 billion, and excess was to take control. This isn't what's control. The HHS budget is 1.8 trillion, and that's because we're all poisoned each other. American people are poisoned, they're chronically ill, and our if you look at our healthcare system, it's almost double the cost of Switzerland's healthcare system. So we spend more per capita than just any country in the world by a lot. And so it's very expensive. And but so Mark Skibble, who is the professor at Michigan State University, has helped me a lot to document all the money missing from the federal government. He just finished a calculation. We just did a show with him on Celery Report. If we cut disability, so the number of people in America who are disabled back down to 2010 levels, you would drop that HHS budget by $500 billion. Right. So that's what it costs to poison your population. And that's why this battle around the HHS budget and policies is so fractious, including the fact that the government is legally liable if the truth comes out for poisoning Americans. Which means if you look at what Toby Rogers says, Toby Rogers is the guy who's really tried to cost out the price of autism. So I got onto all of the HHS issues because I was an investment advisor. And what I discovered was that healthcare fraud was the number one cause of family bankruptcy or loss of family wealth. And number two, in my experience, was financial fraud. So people were just losing their wealth because they were being lied to. They were being lied to by the healthcare system.
Like hospitals?
Everybody.
Really? Like legitimate healthcare organizations?
Yes. And many of those legitimate organizations really didn't know. I mean, my father was a very successful surgeon. You know, I sort of grew up. Unfortunately, we'd say, "Daddy, what did you do today?" And then he'd really tell us.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. No, the dinner table was very. We used to read his surgical books for fun.
What kind of surgeon?
He had, during the World War II, they had taken the University of Pennsylvania Hospital and literally picked up most of the people and the organizational structure and moved it into Burma. So he grew up in, or he did his internship and residency in China, Burma, doing trauma. He was a med student, right? And when he came back, because a lot of the big improvements they make in surgery happens in wartime because they have so much, so much opportunity. And when he came back, he worked and redesigned how the emergency room should work all over the country. Yeah, and well, it was really funny because both sides of my family, all the competition were very competitive people on both sides. But it was like, okay, who did the most to save civilization today? Okay, your grandfather did this, and your father did that, and so, for example, his father had gotten the laws changed so they could bring penicillin to Tennessee and had introduced penicillin to Tennessee, and that had been a huge lifesaver for many people. So at the dinner table, it's like your grandfather brought penicillin to Tennessee. What have you done today?
So, this idea that you talk about of the control grid.
Right.
Can you explain what the control grid is?
Sure. So let's say the way George Keenan at the end of World War II said we got 6% of people and 50% of resources. And to keep that going, we're going to have to be really tough. We're going to have to drop a lot of bombs. So Goldwater came along and he said, we're going to have to drop a lot of bombs and be really tough. And people said, no, we're good Christians. We don't want to. That's not us. So Jimmy Carter came along and he shivered in front of the fireplace and said, we're going to have to cut back the American troops. No, we don't want to do that. So then the Bushes, I always say the Bushes came along and said, you're all good Christians. Here's your check to ask questions. Okay. So what we were doing is we've been subsidizing the American people with the blessings of sort of racketeering around the world, in the third world, and running the warfare. So when you go from a unipolar model to a multipolar model, you lose the ability to extract the resources you need to keep that going. So, for example, if I want to trade my Danny dollar for labor and resources all around the world, and the BRICS nations don't want to take the Danny dollar, then I'm losing the ability to subsidize the American way of life. Okay, so I have to cut back. So one way to cut back, so you can say, oh, well, there's a climate change emergency, we want everybody to cut back. So, or you can throw more tariffs, and that's going to cause even more inflation. Everybody's going to cut back. But at some point, if you're really going to cut people back, it's very helpful if you have complete control. So if you're the bankers and you want to control fiscal policy and collapse the current constitution system, if you can exercise complete control with digital technology and an all-digital financial system, you have complete control. So go back to the pandemic. If we say, okay, we want you and your family to lock down, then suddenly your money won't work outside your house. You can order a pizza to be delivered, but you can't. If you have an electric car, ultimately you can turn off the electric car. And if they say, well, we want you to take the shot, it's mandated. If you don't take it, we'll turn off your money. So you're talking about complete control.
And this would be utilized by spending the government money and giving people money, and in addition to having a centralized, controlled digital.
This would be used by using the private and the public sector financial enterprise to exercise complete central control. So I don't know if you've ever seen, there's a wonderful video that I keep showing of Augustine Parsons, the general manager of the Bank of International Settlements in Basel, Switzerland, in 2020. I was brought up, basically, I was trained to be a central banker. Okay. And I had never seen a central banker tell the truth in open public in my life until I saw it. When this happened, I almost fell off my chair. I was almost, John Titus, who does the Lane Market show with me.
Yeah.
And we were chatting as we were watching this IMF panel. I freaked. I just said, "Did you see that?" He said, "Don't worry, I got the clip." I said, "That's because in my world, it's impossible." Anyway, but here's what he said, and it's a 59-second video. You can run it if you want. If you go to our website, we have a section called Video Shorts, and in the Financial Transaction Freedom, we have about 100 short videos, and this is the first. He basically said, with digital technology, he was explaining central bank digital currency, CBDC, because you can do it privately with stable coins. It doesn't have to be a CBDC, it can be a stable coin. And he said, we can make the rules of what you can do with your money.
Right.
We can enforce the rules of what you can do with your money. So if they say, Danny, your health isn't what it should, you can't eat pizza. Your money won't work to buy pizza.
Right. Or you can't travel outside the limits of your area code or your zip code. Then your credit cards turn off. Right. You go out there to get my gas, get my food.
Right. But the reality is with AI and software, I can make a entirely granular control system just for you, one person at a time. Right. And so I can do it for
broad brush.
It's 8 billion, and I can collect all the data and apply my social credit system just to you. If you're good, you'll get, maybe you can travel a little bit more. If you're bad, you get more down.
Maybe you could explain this to me, because I've never had anyone explain this to me before. There was a story that came out a couple of years ago, and I forget the name of the country. There was a country somewhere in Eastern Europe where the United States basically offered to pay them like a couple $1 billion to mandate vaccinations and all these sort of controls during the pandemic, and they refused to do it. They refused the money. But basically, the United States was paying another country billions of dollars
Right.
for these mandates.
Right. Well, they do that all over the country, all over the world.
I don't understand that does not. I don't understand how that works. Can you explain like why? What is the benefit of us giving millions of dollars to some other random country on the other side of the world for them to lock down their own people?
So there could be many possible reasons, but one is prototyping. So, this is something you're planning on doing in your own country, and you want to see how you could get it to work in another country, and it's a prototype. A lot of times those are prototypes.
Okay.
So,
See if you can find that article.
yeah, I don't need to know which country it is.
Yeah.
Sounds like it might have been Hungary.
Oh, might have been Hungary. Yeah, you might be right.
So I found I don't have access to it, but it says U.S. ends vaccine funds for poor
No,
countries.
that's not it. No. It might have been. It was something that came out where the president of that country made like a public statement and called out the United States.
There was one guy who called out the United States, and then he ended assassination attempts. The 5 of the countries that refused to do the mandates in Africa have a big article about it. Their leaders either got assassinated or thrown out in the explosion. Yeah.
Yeah, Steve, it might have been Hungary. Check on Hungary. It was one of those countries right around there.
So, my guess is, because I've worked for several years with a group of doctors and scientists trying to understand what was happening in the injections. And I absolutely believe that they were trying to install operating systems in people's bodies.
Operating system.
Yeah. So,
Let's just
in
go
fact,
dark.
if you listen, there's a great clip from right at the beginning of the pandemic when the chief scientist officer at Moderna says we're installing an operating system in people's bodies. And he, he's describing something that can be used plug and play for future vaccines. But if you look at all the material on the Internet of Bodies, you're talking about putting materials in people's bodies that make them basically easier to interact with telecommunications and digital technology.
Talk about like the 5G stuff.
Yeah.
How 5G
So-
connects to this stuff.
So we
It's
just,
lots. There's
yeah.
a whole. I've done a podcast on this before. It's so bizarre and out there and like hard to grasp, but like
it's not hard to grasp at all because
it just seems like sci-fi.
no, it's not sci-fi at all. It's not, just like they're tagging lifestyle. I mean, if one of the things that really helps you to understand what this looks like, I live in a farming community in the United States, and if you know about if you've ever studied livestock management,
No,
a lot of this makes a lot more sense. And they are tagging all lifestyle. It's just simply a way of, if you get a lot of these nanoparticles into the human body, you're creating equivalent organic barcode. Okay?
but I don't think there was actually any hard evidence that there was any nano.
So I strongly recommend you just published, Patrick Wood at Technocracy News. I was the moderator. We just published the second symposium called Omnivore, and this one is called The Battle for the Brain, and it gets into the Internet of Bodies. And here's what I believe, and I'm not a scientist, so don't ask me this, but if you look at all the patents and research and other work done on the Internet of Bodies, it is clear that there are mysterious ingredients in the food. There are mysterious ingredients in the spray. There are mysterious ingredients in injections. And the question is what it goes for. And I think it's very intentional. I don't think it's an accident. And I think one of the goals is, as the chief scientist officer of Moderna says, is to install an operating system in your body.
It's pretty dark.
Yes, it's very dark. So go to the Purdue Engineering website, to the Internet of Bodies, and look at the whole Internet of Bodies.
I'm sure you're familiar with the story of Charles Lieber, who
He was a Harvard nanobiologist. There's actually a story I just saw on Twitter this morning. He just got hired by China to go work at a university in China. He got busted basically for like taking millions of dollars from China.
No, he got busted to keep him quiet.
He got busted to keep him quiet. Explain.
So when you have a guy, so Charles Lieber is one of the world's leading experts on brain machine interface. Okay, and he was working with the guys in China, in a very significant way. I mean, he was one of the, I think he was the top expert in Harvard on brain machine interface.
Right.
And once they went after him early, they went after him hard, and they put him in a process where he had to be entirely shut up.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so they authorized Operation Warp Speed, which, remember, it's a military program. And who did they put in charge of it? But they put the former head of research at GSK, who is what? A brain machine interface expert. The guy who ran Operation Warp Speed, that Trump appointed, was a brain machine interface expert.
What was his name?
Oh, it's long.
Head of GSK, Glaxo.
Head of research.
Head of research.
He had been head of research at GlaxoSmithKline, and his expertise was brain machine interface. And what's interesting, for many, many years, I've worked with Clifford Carnicom on global spray, what's in spray, which is a duty. And Clifford insists, we just did a huge interview with him with this new report, that the materials, the biosynthetic engineered materials in the spray are exactly what's in the injections. And don't ask me about it because I can't explain it.
Huh. Yeah, it's bizarre.
No, here's the thing. If you are running the planet and you are a risk manager and you're worried about all sorts of risks and you can't tell people what's really going on, the question is, you've got to turn the aircraft carrier before it hits the iceberg. And that may be 20 years before it hits the iceberg when you can't get people to follow you. And so it's very attractive to have complete control and to be able, I mean, if you look at the amount of money that's spent to influence people to adopt this opinion or that opinion, or keep them busy or keep them away from the power line, I mean, the biggest investment almost in this society is persuading people, to believe a fake reality.
And how specifically, where does that money go specifically? Like, not just to news organizations or like TV networks, but like do you have any what is your understanding of how money is spent to influence ideas?
So the first thing, you spend a whole world of money on education to get the universities to present a certain kind of, view of the world and to promote certain things. So it starts with education. A huge one, of course, is media. So media is also, in all the different ways you know it, from news to social media, is affirming and encouraging people to go certain ways. And it's not just official ways, like, oh, please go, vote the next election. It's entrainment. It's subliminal program. There's real money control. And you're pumping that out while they're watching sports. You're pumping that out while they're watching porn. You're pumping that out to get them to think that certain things are real, other things are not real, to hit them in certain directions. So you have enormous overt media and enormous covert media. Right? It's affirming all those things. Now, your third big expenditure is on intelligence, because you're now tracking it. So with AI and software, I can track every person, and I can watch what they're thinking and saying and doing, and I can feed to news if I want them to go in a certain direction. So if I announce lockdowns and I want everybody to really lock down, then I persuade them this is all. We persuade everybody that there's a pandemic when there is no pandemic. Right? Pretty amazing.
Yeah. It's we're in a world now where everyone has their own reality, unfortunately. It seems like the idea of what is true is slipping away. And there's so many different flavors of reality, whether that be ideological, religious, political, whatever it is.
everybody has just a different truth on so many different levels. It's almost impossible to have any consensus of reality anymore.
I think it's very easy.
Do you?
Yeah, because if you just track the math of time and money, it's concrete. I mean, it doesn't lie.
That's what I love. I think that's beautiful. That's
Well, do you know
that's
how I
fascinating.
came to it? I'm a little girl in West Philadelphia, but because of who my family was and where I went to school, in 1 week I would go back and forth between all these different worlds and cultures. And I couldn't make sense of anything because everybody was lying. They were lying to themselves. They were lying to each other. It's like I've been born into a nut house here.
Mm-hmm.
And so finally I thought I have to find a way to navigate this. And so what I came up with was the mathematics. I love math, and that's my math is one of my gifts. The mathematics of time and money. And what I discovered is if you could figure out the math of time and money, then you could figure out reality. But where, how many hours, you just count up all the hours, where are they putting their hours? Okay, count up all the money. Where are they putting their money? How do they spend their money? So I'll give you an example. When I was the assistant in 1984, I overheard two guys on Wall Street billionaire types talking about how they were going to roll out a trillion supplemental program on TV. And it scared me to death, and that was it for me on TV. I never had another TV again until the administration. I had a friend helping me decorate at Parliament House in Washington, and she bought a TV for me without my permission. And she said, "You can't work in the Bush administration unless you watch the Sunday shows." So I had it for a little while, and then I gave it away because I hated it. And but because I was the FHA commissioner, I'm working with the budget for the home mortgage market. And if you're working with that, and the resident at the time, there was a big S&L program. So I'm working with all the credit and financial system in the budget. And because we're going through the 21, we competed for appropriations for 21 other agencies, I basically had to run the whole budget. So I'm sitting there tracking day to day exactly what's happening in the budget. And then I'm watching, so we're over here whacking up the money in the budget. And you get on the Sunday shows and they're talking about what's going on, and they got this whole fantasy about what's really going on. It's got nothing to do with what's really going on. They're just like, yeah. And so for a year, exactly. It's the Truman Show. I'm watching. I know exactly what's going on because I'm looking at the money and I'm dealing with the money. And they're going la la da da da, and it's entertainment. It's got nothing to do with what's going on. Yeah. So, but if you follow, that's why what year was this? That was 89 and 90. Yeah, 89 and 90. And that's why. So under the law, so there at the time there were 4 mortgage insurance funds, but there are 2 of them are most of the money. So under the law, the big one, the single family fund, by law, the first thing I did when I got to Washington is I read all the law related to what my responsibilities. I wanted to know what in the law what am I responsible to do. So I read the law, and it said that I had sole fiduciary responsibility for what was then the $320 billion mortgage insurance fund. And I was required by law to run it on a self-sufficient basis. So the premiums we charged for the credit had to cover the defaults and expenses. So I'm required to run it. So I decided, okay, I'm going to try and get how much money are we making and losing. So I called in the budget office. We're going to bring in the budget, and we've gone 2/3 of the way to the ceiling with all the budget justifications. So I'm a speed reader. I read through it several times that weekend. I called the budget officer about money. I said, nowhere in this budget does it say whether I'm making or losing money. He said, that's not in the budget. I said, if I have sole fiduciary responsibility to run this on a self-supporting basis, I need to know that. Right. He said, well, the accounts have that information. I said, well, give me their number. I'm going to call him. He said, they report to different assistant secretary. You're not allowed to talk to. And I said, well, that's going to change. So, no, I had raised a lot of money for George H.W. Bush, and all I got was a pair of cufflinks, and the accounts moved over to report to me. So I did. I used all my poll, and I got the accounts moved over to report to me. They come in the first day. We are losing $11 million a day in the single-family fund. So I said, look, all real estate's local. We had 10, at the time there were 10 federal regions, still less now. I said, we have 10 federal regions, 80 field offices. Where are we making and losing money? I said, we don't have place-based financials. I said, we mail out checks, we have zip codes. I said, this is a rush. It's an emergency. Get the numbers. Well, it turned out we were making profit in 8 regions and losing everything plus more in 2 regions, which was, it was black budget fraud. It was the Bushes and Clintons. It was the Texas region, which included Arkansas, and the Colorado region.
So it was a black hole of money just vanished.
Yeah, it was the mortgage fraud. So you remember, we had a big, the S&L crisis in '89, and that cleanup was a tremendous amount of mortgage fraud. So I can talk about all these guys at mortgage fraud all day long.
And then the day before 9/11, Rumsfeld says that we have, what was it, like $4 trillion that was unaccounted for.
They were missing, DOD was missing $4 trillion, but he said 2.3.
He said it was 2.3.
But it was 4. And I was working with a reporter, and we had a huge story coming out that Friday about the whole missing money and what it meant per person. So we had calculated for each taxpayer in each state how much you were missing. So, yeah. So that was the financial coup which had started in 1989.
And where did all that money go?
Well, that's what I've been trying to figure out. And without the bank statements, I can't, so I've tried to map out, because money, remember, you're too young to remember did you ever see the old Pillsbury Doughboy commercials where they squeeze down on one and it pops out someplace else?
Oh, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, so you're probably too young. So when the money started going missing from the Treasury and the federal government, the offshore havens started to just blur, So this is going down and this is going up. And anyway, but I have tried to unpack where the money's gone and what they've been spending. And I have a lot of guesses, but
What's your best guess?
I think it's many different things. The first thing, I think you've been financing a new system. So I call it the breakaway civilization, but I think you've literally been financing a new system. And it's like when you're running a company and you keep the old systems going and you get the new systems up and you bring the resources over steadily. And then at some point you're ready to bring this down. And I used to say the pandemic was the breakaways breaking back in and taking over. But I think they've moved a lot of money out. And in theory, if you look at how much has been stolen, it's enough to run a global government on an endowment basis. It is.
How much roughly total was stolen?
So as of 2015, there was 21 trillion in undocumentable adjustments, but that's not cash, and it could reflect money coming in. So you could be bringing money in from the war zone. So how much is net missing? It's impossible to tell. But given everything, I would be amazed if it wasn't at least that much missing. So now, what I think you've been doing is you've been making enormous investments in black budget technology and infrastructure. So, so I think you've got a huge physical infrastructure. Some of it, when you did 9/11, you were able to move a lot more black budget on budget, and so that sort of eased the pain. Because the problem with black budget as of 9/11 was to get that money, you had to the fraud had gotten so dysfunctional and wasteful. So you wanted to do more budget, but whether it's building a new governance system and a new endowment to run it, or invisible weaponry, secret space program, the infrastructure on the ground to platform that, I think it's all those things.
One of the theories that has been bouncing around in my head from recent guests that I've had on is that military contractors have been taking money from the U.S. government and to develop futuristic weaponry, develop new physics, alternative propulsion.
Absolutely.
Crafts that have some sort of alternative propulsion systems since the 70s, or even actually probably since the 50s, I think.
Here's how it works. Okay. 47, do you understand the legal structure of how they did it?
No.
Okay. 47, you passed the National Security Act. Right? And that gives you the ability to set up this secret infrastructure. 49, you passed the CIA Act. They literally had to kill the Secretary of Defense to do that. They assassinated Forrestal to get that done. We have a lot of interesting material on the Forrestal assassination on the Solari. You should go through. Yeah, you should learn about Forrestal and what caused that assassination and what it did to create. He literally took several sections of
Wasn't he the KKK guy?
don't
Okay.
not that I know of. He was the president of Dillon Reed. He was a
Right.
partner of Dillon Reed.
Okay. I thought it was the KKK or something. I might be getting some of this number.
I don't know. I've never read that about Forrestal. I really studied him, but I don't know.
Okay.
So,
Don't worry about it, Steve.
well, even if he was, that's not what got him killed. What got him killed was standing in the way of creating Israel and giving them a nuclear bomb. So,
Oh, really?
yeah. And he wanted disclosure on the black budget. He was for disclosure on the black budget, and he didn't want Israel. Basically, he didn't want that part of the organized crime syndicate to get sovereign powers. So. Anyway, what happened was they made a deal on the 49. They got rid of Forrest, so they made a deal on the 49 Act. That created the CIA. And that made the CIA the most powerful banker in the world. Eisenhower put him in charge of Area 51 security. And literally, once you look at how the Exchange Stabilization Fund and sort of the different money aspects of the 47 and 49 Act organized to work, you've now created this financial mechanism that combines covert violence and makes it the most powerful banker in the world. Now, not, I should say, on the covert side, the most powerful bank in the world is BIS. So
I could be wrong about this, but didn't Dulles take a bunch of money from the budget to rebuild Europe after World War II?
Yes. I don't know if he used that to build Area 51. He ran a slush fund out of the Exchange Stabilization Fund from Sullivan Cromwell before they got the 49 Act created. And part of that was to create this infrastructure because part of it said you can appropriate to all the different agencies and claw it out secretly to give it to the intelligence agencies, right? So it created, after World War II and all the slush fund money they got from World War II, they created a mechanism to constantly replenish the covert money. But here's the big thing. When Bush came in during the Reagan years as vice president, his deal with the intelligence agencies was he gets to run, or with Reagan, was he gets to run the National Security Council, the intelligence agencies. He creates an executive order signed by the president on Reagan that corporations can do highly classified work. Now, let me tell you what that means. What that means is the Treasury can issue an infinite number of bonds and use that money to pay corporations to do highly secret things, including just gifting them all of the black technology funded by the taxpayers and moving it onto their balance sheet, and do it in a secret way that generates enormous profits in the stock market. Okay? So now you've got a way. Now, what's the number one source of campaign contributions?
Companies like this.
Capital gains. Capital gains. I have a stock, it's trading at a multiple of 20. I give you $1 million a year contract. That goes up by $20 million. Your stock goes up. That creates capital gains for the investors and the executives, who then turn around and they or their law firms make political contributions. It's a kickback system.
Right.
Okay. So if you read my book, I have an online book called Dillon Reed and the Aristocracy of Stock Profits. And it was designed to explain to you how that kickback system works.
Right.
Because, and the quote we have at the Jersey Street saying, make a law, make a business. So every time the government does something that makes stocks go up, they get a kickback of campaign contributions from that. And of course, the taxpayers funding the whole thing. Now, let's go back to corporations. Now I can transfer trillions of dollars of invaluable black technology into the corporations and fund them with taxpayers' money to own and develop it secretly and keep it away from FOIA. So you and I can put in a FOIA and we can't find out because it's behind the corporate veil.
Right. Now, one of the fears about this is that allegedly since the 50s when they started working on some of this stuff, is that it's gotten so advanced in these black corporate or these black industrial complexes, aerospace corporations, whatever you want to call them, that they've become essentially more powerful than the U.S. military. Correct. Because of the technology that they have power of.
Correct. Now, I can't say that it's more powerful than the U.S. military because they need the U.S. military to do a lot of what they're doing.
Well, essentially, the way it was described to me is that these corporations or these organizations basically are so powerful and have such advanced technology that they have their own Air Force, their own military, their own Navy, everything.
Now, we've had senators stand up and say this, but what I call them is a breakaway civilization. They have broken away, and they are so much more advanced. Now, if you look at their assets, what I would say, if I could assert jurisdiction, those are our assets. Those were either gifted or stolen. They belong to us. But it's not corporations who have a lot of technology. It is a breakaway civilization, and they literally think of themselves as a separate civilization and not subject to our laws.
Separate from not only the United States, but separate from the world, from all
separate
the
from the human race.
Separate from the human race.
Right. In other words, so I'll give you an example, and I've told this story many times. I was in a meeting with the secretary, and he had called him a regional administrator, so we had 10 regional administrators. And he was very angry at the regional administrator from California because he had implemented a court decision. The court had decided something, he had implemented it, and the secretary was very angry at him. And he said to him in front of everybody, "Mr. Secretary, I had to, that's the law." And the secretary just explodes with this is the law. The law, I don't have to do the law. I report to a higher moral authority. And that's a perfect example when you're in Washington. You have a group of people whose attitude is, look, as long as I'm doing what the bankers tell me to do, I don't have to do the law. The laws are relevant. I'm part of the breakaway law. I have to obey them. I don't have to obey this.
Now, as far as this quote-unquote breakaway civilization, we have these military, industrial complex, aerospace, weapons development agent companies, and we also have these banks. How connected are they? And what? I know you've talked about space research and even developing underground facilities, these deep underground. Is it the same thing? These DUMs, these deep underground military bases.
Right.
They're investing in all this stuff simultaneously.
That's what it appears to me. So, and remember, a lot of the underground bases are publicly announced as existing. So, and there's a lot of things you would do or store that just any good risk manager would do. So, it's a continuity of government maintaining those kind of facilities.
Right.
So, but I think my guess is the infrastructure is a lot greater than it's has been publicly made.
Like they have full cities. That would be
That's what some, I don't know if you've ever watched the different videos of the truckers, but if you spend a lot of time talking to the truckers, because the truckers have to deliver a lot of material on a daily basis, and you'll get reports about what they've seen. So that's
have you seen the videos of those salt mines? There's giant salt mines over somewhere in Maine. Yeah. And they're just enormous. They're just these caverns with I would say they're 100 feet tall on the inside. And it looks like New York City underneath a mountain.
Really?
They're insane. And I would imagine it could be easily converted into some sort of underground city where there's salt mines. And there's just lines of semi-trucks driving through.
So I live heavily in rooms, and the power of Northern Europe grew up on fish.
Look at that right there.
Oh wow. Yeah,
So,
I bet that's cool. I don't know.
so yeah, where's that, Steve?
It's Sheltline Planetarium. I don't know.
Good point. About.
Dracula brain? No.
You can find
So
it, Steve. We
Northern
believe
Europe
in you.
grew up on the cod and fishing. You know, a huge amount of the wealth in Northern Europe came from the ocean, from
Yeah.
the fish.
Right.
But so I live in Friesland, and one of the things that made the Frieslands were amazing world travelers, and they figured out how to get the salt from the Polish mines and salt the cod, so you could put cod in a barrel, salt it, and it would have animal protein that was good for 10 years, so you could sail anywhere in the world.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, it's in Romania.
Right.
Easy all the way out.
Okay, well that would be consistent with Dracula's grave.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. There's a insane photos and videos of this place that are just mind-blowing.
And that's
Terrifying too.
Reminds me of Total Recall.
Yeah. Look at that.
So, I will tell you that, in my opinion, you have a corporate infrastructure which is literally out of control.
Mm-hmm.
So, one of the things I used to have these fights with the defense contractors because I was required to get the accounts when I still needed data, and the systems were run by the big defense contractors, and they would refuse to give me the data. So I'd have these wars with them. It's like, who really runs HUD? Is it the defense contractor, or is it the the person who's legally responsible? Right. You have this huge fight.
And then one of the biggest problems is like you were alluding to earlier is they control the government by lobbying, right? Like
They can control the government by killing people who have to work. That's how they control the government.
and lobbying.
Lobbying, there are different layers, but I'll give you an example. So I lived in the federal government for 11 years and before the IRS. Anyways, 11 years shagging down process. And when it was over, I didn't want to go back into the investment world without explaining what had happened. So I wrote an online book called Delaware the Aristocracy of Stock Profits. I've tried to publish it 3 times. The last time, each time I run into just enormous setbacks and problems and threats. But the last time they threatened to kill someone. So I just, yeah.
Ooh.
I can guess where it's coming from. I know how it was delivered, and I know who delivered the messages, but who started it, I can guess. But I don't know. But I took them seriously. I thought, okay,
Was it delivered through somebody like in person or somebody you know?
yeah. 2 were acquaintances, 1 was somebody I know, but it's very carefully crafted, so that the people who deliver the message don't necessarily understand that they're a part of it. Right. And I thought there was a reasonably good chance that they would do it. So you never know.
And you just published this book on your website?
It was already online, so I just left it. It's not censored, it's there.
Right. Okay, so so first of all, what is the Bank of International Settlements? How are they tied to this breakaway civilization?
So the Bank of International Settlements is a central bank of central banks. So the 63 largest, most important central banks in the world belong to the BIS. The top central bankers meet there regularly. They have a group called the Financial Stability Board that defines systemically important institutions, which to me appear to essentially get some of the benefits of their sovereign immunity. And they have the power to move money and hold it on their balance sheet secretly. So if there's 21 trillion missing from the US government, in theory, you could move that 21 trillion to the BIS and have it sit on the BIS all day long, and use the BIS to move it to lots of countries who then donate to the Gates and Green Foundation, for example. I'm using that as a theoretical example. See what I mean? But because they have sovereign immunity, we've created since World War II a whole network of organizations around the world who have sovereign immunity. They're above the law. So we have, we have parts of the UN, we have the World Bank, we have the IMF. They have all sorts of different variations of sovereign immunity. We have a whole bunch of them in America. And we've created this meta structure using international treaties or using the sovereign immunity entities for all sorts of behavior and economic activities that are not subject to our national laws.
Essentially for running the world. Because if you want to run the world, you obey the laws. If you're the, I think you used this analogy before, the world is your house.
Right.
And you're the owner of the house. There are certain things that have to be
Right. And it allows you to move a lot of money and a lot of data and information secretly.
When we talk about these banks and the people that are running these banks, like, do we know who the individuals are?
So in my experience, the system is run through committees, consensus. So I'll give you an example. When I was on Wall Street, a lot of the money in the United States is run with the federal budget because it's such a big portion. In any county in America, 40 to 50% of the income comes from the federal budget. Okay? So it really drives the economy. Okay, so the appropriations vote out their plan for the next year.
Welcome to
And so the recommended appropriations come out from the committee.
son.
And then the big questions, the big
You what? No, you didn't touch me. How is life in your neck of the woods, baby? Oh, when? So you want to lose in table soccer? Is that what you're saying? How did you beat me? When? Oh, dude, I knew you were gonna fuck me that way. You're a little bitch. You didn't want to play against me. Did you go to the gym today? Why not? Okay. You need a rest from all your rest. Cool story. Do you want to get your ass kicked in table soccer right now? Were you aware? Dude, Doug, I'm gonna take my show. You're full of shit. Everybody's gonna don't fucking lie to me. Don't fucking put some on over I know the truth. Doug, you're full of shit. Not when you were playing against New York, you didn't. Not when you were playing against New York. Okay, you told me it died last night, but it did not die while we were playing. You just were being a jackass. Dude, I'm gonna take my shoulder from you. That's all I know. No, dude, you should have been here right with you all day. You're jerking yourself off raw. Cool, man. Remember that time that you accepted my game invitation and stopped being a little weak? No one. I don't think you understood. Literally, no one. No one is. No one is right. Okay, that's a cool story. It's really nice, and everybody liked it. Now, are you ready to accept my invitation? Because there's a dragon coming. Do you even know what the dragon attack is? No, I've been using information since my dragons were still being hatched. Dude, you think I can scrub you? Oh, come on. Are you fucking serious? Don't score. Dude, that was an amazing turn of events. I'm impressed. Give him a goal. Thank you, dude. Dude, I really appreciate that. It was kind of you. What passes, dude? Dude, that was hard. Okay, dude. Dude, you're playing out of your fucking face. You've scored every goal in this game. Dude, you've scored every goal in this game. No one knows. Now here's an oh, this is the last pass. Are you serious? Dragon attack. I'm coming back. That could be. Are you fucking serious? Yeah. Just, look at this shot. This is difficult. Oh baby. How sick is that? Dude, don't call it a comeback. Like, Okay, I like your stories. They're really entertaining. But no one gives a fuck. That was an amazing book. Dude, 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 dude. All I want to know is how much do you suck dick? That makes two. Dude, you could go, you can drink yourself on the rock. Dude, you steal my fucking shit. Shit, you steal it. Dude, I'm pretty happy with that. Dude, what the fuck are you saying? Dude, what are you talking about, buddy? Dude, you gonna go? You can drink yourself on the rock. Dude, you are so frustrated. I don't know why. Okay, go. You don't have enough time, dude. I'm straight up with you. You tried to talk. Good job. Fucking up, dude. Dude, are you someone who considers himself a good guy? You took this game? Oh, don't say that. Where you living, Pep? What's in your neck of the woods? Yeah, I'm programmed right now, so on Twitter. Dude, come to the Discord. Dude, you just lost. Dude, if you're not good, I'm gonna make you play all blank bingo. Dude, we're playing blackout, son. I don't think you've ever beat me at blackout. I mean, the state can make mistakes. So good. Dude, you're up, big guy. Or yeah, after that. So did you. You didn't run out of time. You don't have to play. Dude, it's 15. You have no idea how to play. Yo, friend, come to the Discord. Come to the Discord. You can play. I know it. You know it. Everybody knows it. Like, dude. I didn't give up. I Nope. Yo, baby, you're done. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm you. You're done. That's good. Dude, it's your garbage truck. Whatever you consider true. Garbage. So it's a communication issue. Dude, you're done, son. This game is over. I don't know how you just don't resign. Why would you ever resign? You're done. Dude, it's over. Dude, you're done. Dude, big man. You're done, son. I'm gonna put the nail in the coffin right here. I think if I do this, you're done. You're stuck in that little zone. You can't get out. The game is 27-47. And you're stuck. Now I can come over here and have this space, and you're done. So, you see the strategy? You can have sex with it. You're done. Why are you have to give up? Because you're done. None of it's gonna work. I get it. Right? And look at all the space that I have to enjoy. Dude, look at this. Look at all this space. Look at this score. I just keep racking on points. You know what? Dude, you're gonna suck dick. Dude, you're done. You could win when you're back there. Look at all this space. Look at all this. Watch this. Not this. Just boom, 5. Another 5 points, dude. And you're done. You can't put your shit up. I see one person is doing 2 places you can put it. Yo, what up, Pip? How are you? It's discord.me/Rabbi. Dude, you're done. You can't use any of your shit. You're done. It's over for you. I outflanked you. I outplayed you. I outsmarted you. You're done, dude. Dude, you're done. You're done. This is obvious. Now, I've never known anyone like that. Yo, Pip, what's been your neck of the woods, baby? The what? Oh, I've never used it. I don't make sense. I'm the one who gives it to the Yeah, sex abuse. That's what I am. What do you want me to do, big dog? You don't want to help me. Dude, are you going to press the hit button? You think that's going to help you? I don't even know what the hit button is. It seems like a sentence. Baby, dude. And I'm alpha, baby. Dude, what are you going to do? Big dog. Dude, look at all these points I'm scoring. Not like a plan, Stan. Keep up, Girl Scout. Yeah, that game sucks.
Things to be debated or figured out, and questions are rolled up and sent out to the Bohemian Grove. Everybody comes out to the meetings, and they chew over the big things, and then they make their decisions, and then that goes back to Washington, and everybody's on vacation, and then the staff gets everything ready to vote for the budget in September, and then the new budget goes forward in October. And if that process breaks down and you have a real food fight, then you've got a real mess. But the big decisions are made by consensus, and you use, whether it's a Bilderberg meeting or
Council of Organization.
they're a little bit different, but yeah, our executive committee, council of foreign relations. You have these meetings where you get people from all different industries, all different occupations together, so they can coordinate, collaborate, and they make these decisions very much by community consensus process, which is why once they agree to something, everybody needs to, you can't bucket because, we've told 20 different industries that they go to the right, and so you can't just go to the left, you pick up.
Can you explain to me exactly what the goals are for some of this other one?
So I'm not that familiar with the Bilderbergers. I never, if you look at who I worked with, I worked with some people on Wall Street or in Washington, Bilderbergers, but it was simply a more international version. And my guess is, if you look at, grabbed so much booty at the end of World War II, I think one of the initial goals of the Bilderbergers was to manage that, that sort of pot of money.
I've heard that Peter Thiel and Eric Schmidt were the representatives of the United States.
So more recently, that's possible because the tech is so important to build the control.
Were the representatives of the United States. Peter
Supposed to manage that, that sort of pot of money.
I've heard that Peter Thiel and Eric Schmidt were the representatives of the United States.
So more recently, that's possible because the tech, tech is so important to build the control. So, and I hate to say it, the 21 trillion is, we sort of sucked out as much money as possible and put the government on a debt trap. But if you look at what they're doing now they're stealing all the data, and it looks to me like they're building up to steal the rest of the assets.
What's left?
But there's, if you look at if you have an AI and you want to build a control grid and a social credit system, the most valuable data you need is payment data. And so taking the social security address and the treasury data is the most valuable data or something. The most valuable data. So that's worth, it's funny, Naomi Wolf and I were trying to cover this at one point, and she said, that data's worth $1 trillion. And it's interesting because Musk was out raising capital for XAI and had to deal with Palantir AI at the same time. And my guess, I think
Palantir has an AI?
Yeah. Well, according to published reports,
how are you?
XAI and Palantir.
What up, Celestial? How you living, kid? How'd you find out about me, son? From what Discord? Alright, what Discord? Everybody. How you living, big guy? Excellent. What's the name of it? Good indoor network. Yeah, it's the same. It's good around here. Okay, are you 18 years old? Yeah. Are you? No, you're not. You gotta go. It said you gotta be. Take that. Oh, really? It said that. About. YouTube.
Had made a partnership and Musk was sucking all this data out. And my guess is that data is, they sucked it into the AM and just do it.
What do you make of everything you're doing to buy ads?
I want to come around to that. The other thing is, and this is from a video, an interview held with him. He said, "Don't worry about that." So he's the Secretary of Commerce, but he was a primary dealer, and he was the guy who lived next to Epstein for many years. Okay, so Lutnick says, "Don't worry about the $36 trillion of debt because we have on the U.S. balance sheet we have 500 billion. I'm sorry, 500 trillion of land and mineral resources, which is true. The federal government owns a huge amount of land in the United States." Right. And during Trump, in fact, he ordered up a geological survey that will allow basically to map 100% of the resources of the country. So if you were to plunder the U.S. balance sheet, it's worth a fortune. It could create a new kind of Rothschild and Rockefeller fortunes if you plunder it.
This is crazy stuff.
No, it's not. It's just money.
It's just money.
No, but here's the thing. We have one problem in the United States.
That's good. Hello. FWQB, how are you?
States. We have the secret governance system.
Mm.
And that secret governance system has decided to change how we're governed and managed. And we're having a big disagreement because they want central control, and digital technology will allow them to do that for the first time in history. And we don't want that. We want to be free. So we're having a big debate about whether or not we're going to go to a complete control grid or we're going to be free. That's the debate, and whether the breakaways can break back in and say, okay, we're dictating to you, now that we've stolen all your money, we're going to dictate to you how you're going to live.
So who is it that specifically that wants this control grid? Is this just some evil group that is decentralized from the U.S. government, somehow has control over them? Or is this sort of just like a diaspora of good and evil that is present throughout the entire U.S. government?
So, think of this as a dynamic discussion back and forth between the population and the people who are responsible to manage the planet. And if you come up through the layers of the financial system, there's the bankers, the insurance, the whole thing, and then the people who make the top governance decisions. I can only guess who they are, but I have some guesses. They are responsible for the intergenerational pools of capital, and they were responsible for risk. And they, over the last 50 years, in my experience, they have been exceptionally frustrated. They find managing the general population very frustrating and scary. Because remember, occasionally you have revolutions and people guillotined, right? So they're afraid. My personal experience is they're very afraid of the general population because they are fewer and weaker men. Right. And they're risk managers and they think it very long. And what's happened is, particularly in the United States, you have a huge cycle of disrespect between the general population and the people responsible to lead the financial system. And the more the criminals get away with really bad stuff, the more they hate the general population. It's become a very ugly cycle of disrespect. In a way that didn't exist when I was a kid. So, and that is dangerous because, well, look at the Great Poisoning. I mean, we have the U.S. government systematically poisoning and killing the population. The COVID pandemic was a mass atrocity. You've killed millions, or you've killed or disabled millions of Americans intentionally.
And why do you think specifically they did? Is this something to do with depopulation?
It has to do, so the budget deal in 1995 broke, and that was, it was described to me by the top pension fund, the president of the largest pension fund in the country, described it to me in 1997. He said, they've given up on the country, they're moving all the things starting to fall. So a concerted effort was made to put the government and the retirement system on a sound financial basis. It didn't work. They decided, okay, we're just going to start pulling money out. That's when the financial coup started. And that is when decisions started to be made that systematically lowered life expectancy. And from 2000 to 2017, well, ever since then, I've been on every radio show or internet show that will have me talking about the 21 trillion missing. And that's because it's a formula. You have retirement funds. If you won't fund them, and the political wheel made it very clear in 1995, you refused to fund them. You only have another way to balance the budget, and that's to lower life expectancy. And
So we don't have to pay.
well, if you look at the charts, literally from when that budget deal busted, life expectancy started to fall. So here are the other 19 industrial countries, and here's the U.S. and it starts to go down, 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 and then the pandemic it drops off the cliff. And the divergence between
During the pandemic, the people that were most affected were elderly or that were already on death's door with comorbidities.
some, it's a little bit more complex than that, but yes, and the latest report from Social Security is it's working. Social Security is improved. But here's the thing, I'm going to be a tough guy. This is a formula. So you either put the money in.
Like the Ponzi scheme.
It's not a Ponzi scheme, but if you're not going to fully fund it, then you can lengthen retirement age or you can lower life expectancy. It's a formula. And if the body politic refuses to do the financially responsible thing, then you've got two choices. And you can't avoid delaying retirement age. That won't work politically. So you just poison the pocket. You just put them on a slow kill. And that's what's happening. And you can say, oh, the baggers are bad guys. But if you saw the confirmation hearings for Kennedy's appointment, what you saw were scores of senators
Yes.
refusing to take responsibility for a chronic epidemic among our children, which is an extinction level event. That was not the banker sitting in the city of London. That was senators sitting in Washington refusing to take responsibility. It's one thing to say to Kennedy, we don't like your plan and the chronic epidemic, of illness among our children. Here's a better plan. But they wouldn't own it. They say, no. It was, that is a society that will fail. That's that. If you've ever,
This is because a lot of those congressmen and senators were paid for by pharmaceutical companies, right?
there are many plausible explanations. None of them good. So they could have controlled funds. They could be bribed. They could be mind controlled. They could be not care. They could, there are many possible reasons, none of which are good. But what they're not is they're not competent to be a U.S. senator.
Right. Totally.
Right. They don't. And if I'm the bankers and I want to control fiscal policy, I've proven on national TV that the people who run fiscal policy are not competent to run it. Because the HHS budget is bankrupting the country, and it's not just bankrupting the country. I was an investment advisor for 10 years. The way I learned all about this is watching the healthcare system bankrupt families. So that's my, what I'm angry about is there is no reason why our economy can't be highly prosperous and successful. But it can only be successful if the people are successful, if our children are successful, if our families are successful. That's what it takes to have a successful civilization.
But how do you push back this sort of, for lack of a better term, crony capitalism that seems to be intrinsically tied to the U.S. government? And it seems like all that matters is that. And then the people are like the middle class being gutted before billionaires being.
So here's what you do. The first thing you do is you bring transparency. So that's your business, right? You're trying to bring transparency to what's going on, right? Second thing is you describe the solutions. And the real solution is when millions of us proceed to behave, because right now The people who are implementing all the evil doing, all the poisoning, all the control grid, the people who are implementing, you know who they are? Us. We're implementing this. I could walk into a room of health freedom activists, get all the retirement funds, pull together all the stocks and show them their financing. They're supporting, we are going to work in implementing this. We are putting our money into this, and we have the power to change that overnight. If 10% of the people in the country call up their broker and said, I am not financing any of this evil doing, pull my money out of all these bad guys, and, I'm not going to buy them, I'm not going to support them, I'm not going to date them.
Pull our money out of the
No, pull your money, shift your money to the banks that are good. You've got a tremendous number of great banks and honest bankers in this country who would love to diminish this.
What are the good ones?
So if you go to Solari, we have an article called How to Find a Good Local Bank, and we have a 4-part series on how to identify and find a great bank or credit union. But it's a
JP Morgan's don't want to do it.
so we have a very interesting document. If you do a search on Solari for JP Morgan Chase,
Oh,
we had a subscriber after the financial crisis, and in my personal experience, JP Morgan was deep in the mortgage fraud at FHA Morgan. So she continued to bank at JP Morgan Chase, and I don't know if you know how the Madoff fraud worked.
Yes.
Okay, so Madoff after the mid 90s he had 2 businesses. He had a brokerage business, and he had the money management, the Ponzi scheme. And the Ponzi scheme only had one bank account at JP Morgan Chase. So I was interviewing Helen Chapin, who's one of the attorneys who litigated the Madoff. She'd been a Madoff victim, representing Madoff victims. And I said to her, Helen, who was the securities custodian? If JP Morgan Chase was the bank account, who was the securities custodian? And she said, there was none because he never bought any securities. And I said, but Helen, that means JP Morgan Chase controlled the time. In other words, under the laws, they knew that Madoff was not buying any securities because there was no securities custodian, and the money, in fact, they would run with huge balances at JP Morgan Chase, according to Herman.
Wow.
Right. They were the senior partner. They were the senior partner. So it's an amazing. Anyway, so I had this person put together a list of every criminal and civil money penalty that JP Morgan Chase that paid from 2006 to I think it's 2018. It's up to Larry. And then we had our editors go through it very, very carefully. And we found $42 billion of civil and criminal money penalties for financial, activities that I would describe as, they clearly knew they were defrauding people and hurting people. And, so my question is why, if an institution would do that. Now, I can make arguments where it makes sense for somebody to have their money at JP Morgan Chase for things we don't need to go into those sorts of esoteric reasons. But I would say that a majority of people who are free to move their money out of JP Morgan Chase, why don't they? Why wouldn't you act in your
Convenient. The app. We use the app. It's great. You got to sell. Super.
So, having been
I don't think people have time to think about this stuff, with normal everyday people.
So you're saying that you would do business with the Russian mob?
I mean, if I was doing business with Russia, no, I wouldn't do that.
Right. So what I'm telling you is, if you will do business with people who steal and defraud, then it's
I would choose not to fight about it.
Crime that pays is crime that stays. So, I mean, if you look at the financial crisis, we shoveled 27 trillion taxpayers' money into institutions. So that was a huge theft. That was a huge thing. Taking money, we can never bank with any of those institutions if you could avoid it. And there are times some people can't avoid it. So, but I mean, I'll never forget being in Washington and there's some big protest. And you guys said to me this, look, as long as they have Citibank, I don't care if they walk up. Why? Because that's
traceable, right? Trackable.
well, as long as you're giving me all your data and you're giving me all your money, and I control your money and your data, what do I care?
But isn't so? Trump has been super. This current administration, this new administration, or at least when Trump was running, he was very pro Bitcoin.
Trump was put in by the bankers to get the control grid. The other team in the unicorn wasn't moving fast enough. They couldn't get the control grid. I say like we just did a new collection of all the things Trump was doing to move the control grid. He's moving very, very fast. When it comes to building, first he's getting the Real ID implemented very aggressively. Real ID, to do a control grid, you need a very high quality precision national ID that's interoperable with all the other IDs around the world. And he's got Christy Nome out there pushing the Real ID like they're still. So they're working, and it's done through the states. The feds are pushing. So the first thing you need is a digital ID. The second thing you need is all digital financial systems. So you got to kill cash, and you got to make everybody interact digitally. And if you look at what he's doing with taxes and Social Security, he's trying to make everybody. He's canceled pennies, but he's also canceled now. Normally I pay my taxes with paper, and we say, you got to do everything digital. But it's not this year, but next year.
Really?
So he's trying to, if you go through that list, I've got 50 different items of what he's doing. And if you look at what they're doing with the GUINNESS Act and stablecoin, he said no CBDCs, but stablecoin, so I don't know if you've read the GUINNESS Act, which is the new plan for stablecoins. Okay. A CBDC would be issued by the Federal Reserve, so presumably the New York Fed and the federal banks. Okay? Now, they are owned by their members. So Citibank, JP Morgan Chase, they as members, they own the New York Fed, basically government, okay? And the New York Fed is the depository for the Treasury and the different banks as agent to do those transactions, okay? So now under the GUINNESS Act, what they're saying is the guys who own the New York Fed are all going to create subsidiaries that issue stablecoin, which will be interoperable and can work with a social credit system. Now, here's the beauty of it. The New York Fed, under the law, has direct obligations to Congress, and Congress has jurisdiction over it. If you do it through the owners of the Fed, through their private subsidiaries, you're going to have some degree of freedom. So it gives you more freedom. Yeah, so if you think this is improvement, you have another thing coming. Anyway, but what they're planning to do in stablecoin, which I have to say is a financial matter, is quite clever. Remember the pallets of cash you sent to Iraq?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. This is going to be the digital equivalent of the pallets of cash sent to Iraq, because what they want to do is stablecoins. So a stablecoin is just a bank deposit or a treasury bill or bond. So it's fully collateralized by the dollar. You put $1 in, and these stablecoins are going to, you have some stablecoins that do gold or other things, but these are $1. And this is going to create a huge market for the treasury bills and bonds. And the bank subsidiaries will create the stablecoins. They'll be fully collateralized treasury bonds and bills. But then you can send them out on Google Pay and Apple Pay and all the wallets around the world. And literally, you can get people from Bolivia to South Korea coming into your state and using stablecoins. So you're literally going to tender for the global population.
What up, Pam?
Trying
How are
to get
you?
everybody off of their local currency into stablecoins, and you're
Everything came every day on the day. What's good in your big dog?
so you're just going to hand out money. And
How'd you find out about it? Who's they? I don't know who you're talking about. No, we're not having this conversation. I'm going to ask you one more time. How'd you find out about it? What Discord server? What person? Oh, okay, cool. We're doing another Discord. Okay, very cool. Let's get your neck over. I stream my live 24 hours a day, so they put me 265 days for repeats. Next question. Come on. I want as many live streams as I can. How about that? Yep, and I'm doing that. So I'm streaming like 300 different scripts right now. $10 million. Yeah. Wait, that was actually my podcast. Pretty good.
Get everybody involved.
And you don't think the Brits would try to compete with this?
Of course.
They would, right?
Yeah, of course.
And do you think this is something that could legitimately be implemented? If so, how soon do you think they would start doing this?
I think as soon as you pass the GUINNESS Act, it can go very, very fast.
And where are we at right now with the GUINNESS Act?
I'm assuming it's going to pass sometime soon. If it doesn't pass before the session breaks, it'll pass in the fall. That's my guess. So it could, you could really see the world. Now, our problem, America,
Is Trump in all this stuff? What is his motive in all of this? Or not his motive, but is he basically a useful idiot?
so I don't know Trump. I lived in New York for 11 years, and the PR firm we used did his business too. Everything I know about Trump, I know from Howard and Steve.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, but I think Trump is in box, and and all I see, I have to judge people by what they're doing, and what it looks to me like Trump and Musk are implementing the control grid at high speed. And don't believe me, go look at that list, because what you have to say is, okay, to do a control grid, we need a digital ID implemented that's very high quality, high precise. Check the box. We need an all digital financial system. Check the box. We need a way of doing interoperable money. Check the box. If you look at what Doge is doing, we need a social credit system. Check the box.
Wait, what do you mean by that? What Doge is doing?
Doge is, from what it looks like to me, and I'm basing my assessment of what I know from Doge includes, I read the Financial Times and I read the Wall Street Journal and I read Wired. Wired has done a very thorough job of trying to document what's happening in the system. And I think basically what they've done is they've taken, so if I wanted to stop fraud in the US government, I would say there's 20 trillion missing from DOD, there's $1 trillion missing from HUD. I'm going to go in and figure out where it went and get it back.
Right.
That's not what they did. If you said to me, I want to build a social credit system that can be used to enforce control against the American people and basically lock them down with both enforcement and social credit, I would go get the Social Security data, the IRS data, and the Treasury payment data. That's exactly what I would privatize it. I would just take it and put it in the private AI, XAI, and if Palantir still has the contract with Treasury and the IRS to enforce, you got everything. And you have the Kennedy's aggregating the healthcare data. You put it with healthcare data. Now they've been aggregating this kind of data. I used to call it the database. So they've been aggregating this kind of powerful data since the 90s. So I don't think this is all new. So, for example, you have
IRS data, healthcare data, and combining it all together.
Yeah,
One system combined with AI.
right. But I think this time the federal government has generally done a pretty good job of siloing the data to protect privacy laws from many applications. But I think this time silos everything and moves it private, puts it on an out-of-control basis, is my guess as to what's probably going on. Now, this is conjecture, but if I wanted to build a control grid, that's exactly what I would do.
Let's take a quick break.
Okay.
We'll be right back. I'm curious about Joseph Farrell
Mhm.
and what you know about him, your connection to him.
So, I've worked with him for years. We're very close.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How did you guys meet? Are you back up?
So,
Okay.
so I met Joseph by reading his books. I started reading his books, and I just concluded he was a great scholar. It never occurred to me that I could get to know him. And I met him, and we started to work together. And every quarter, we do a 5 to 10 hour recording called News Trends and Stories. It's basically going through what happened over the last quarter of the last year. We do 4 a year. And we look at everything that's going on a very integrated basis. So we go through we'll define the top 10 to 15 stories, and then we go through something called unanswered questions. And we're both great believers in framing questions. If you don't have the intelligence you need to know for sure what's going on, you can still define questions and use those questions to learn more and more and get to the point. So we have a section called unanswered questions, and then one called inspiration. And we spend 5 to 10. We just finished it. Recording.
Really?
Yeah, the number one story was 3 hours. It was Trump the first 7 days.
So my understanding, for people who don't know who he is, my shallow understanding of Joseph, his background is he's published 10 books on how there is this breakaway civilization of Nazi origin.
So Joseph, the thing you have to understand about Joseph is a great scholar. He is a scholar. He has his PhD from Oxford. He studied patristics and ancient Christian theology, and he intended to have a very serious academic career. And he proceeded into academia after having his doctorate. He grew up in South Dakota and walked smack into the fact that the American academic institutions were all not interested in serious scholarship and were headed the wrong way. And he literally ended up at one point working in a casino as a dealer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, trying to support himself. So then he just started writing books about, what's going on. And he focused on, some, again, we've been talking about the Great War Cities. Who's really winning things and why are they doing what? And he'll go way back in history. He'll go back 1,000, 2,000 years. The Venetians, how the Venetians and the Venetian model rolled into the central banking model, or how did the Nazis roll into the breakaway civilization. He does a lot on the secret space program, and he's absolutely brilliant. And what happened to me was I was an investment advisor, and Joseph was the only, when I tried to explain to the people who were doing shows related to the stock market and the financial system, they couldn't incorporate the black budget. And the covert side of the economy was getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And you couldn't explain what was happening in the financial system by using the official reality. And so what I discovered is, even though Joseph's expertise is patristics and theology and ancient history and all these other things, he was better on the financial system than the financial guys, because he could integrate all the information related to the secret governance system and science. He's very good at science. And so he and I work more and more closely together. And he's had a very profound impact on me, because one of the things he taught me was we can't save the government necessarily, but we can save the culture. And when he said that, I had no idea what that meant. I was like, I'm an investment banker. How do you save the culture? I don't know what to do. And he really got me to understand the power of each one of us. I knew about this financially, but each one of us in our personal lives, building the culture that we want and doing it with all of our time and money. And anyway, so we've collaborated both on the cultural issues as well as the geopolitics and news. And I don't know any person. So he was also worried, as I was, about the plunder we're seeing in the government. And we've always known, as these guys plundered all around the world, that they've said they were come back and wonder what they were. So he just published a book on Reconstruction after the Civil War because he wanted to warn people this is what plunder looks like. So anyway, but he's absolutely brilliant. And if you look at the content that you've covered on your podcast, there's no topic that you've talked about that he's not, has something. He has something fascinating to say about it. The other thing I did with Joseph that was just a blast, and remember we're constantly in cahoots, is I crowdfunded, Solaire crowdfunded a digital organ for him. I was at his house one day and I said, Joseph, you're not yourself. And he said, we're just dealing with the content we do, it's depressing. And I said, well, what do you do for fun? He said, I just play the organ. And I said, well, why don't you go play the organ? And he said, I can't because all the churches, the insurance companies won't let other people use it now. So the churches won't let me play the organs. And I said, how much does it cost to buy an organ? And they said, well, you can get a digital organ. And I said, okay, well, we're going to do a crowdfund for a digital organ. And it was during the campaign in 2016. And literally there were about 200 people in the Solaire network who crowdfunded a digital organ for Joseph. It was like a whole process. We went through 3 phases. We had luncheons and meetings. And it became like a little cult, you know what I mean? It's like, you guys have an election, we're going to crowdfund and learn all about organ music. And it was, so now I listen to a lot of organ music and I travel around Europe going to great organ concerts. So now I'm really into it.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, it is great. It's really, if you've ever been in a beautiful cathedral with organ music, it's like an electromagnetic organ.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it's really amazing. Yeah.
I've never experienced it.
Oh, you have to take your whole family. Go to Sharp, go to Mont Saint Michel, where there's a great organ concert.
Is he like a Orthodox priest or something?
He's Russian Orthodox.
He's Russian.
And he's very devout. And he takes his theology seriously. So I'm always getting yelled at. I'm a Christian, but I'm not Russian Orthodox.
Yeah. That's interesting. So he ultimately has been writing about these breakaway civilizations forever.
Years. Yeah.
For years.
Yeah, he's been on from the beginning.
Yeah. His theory that these are somehow come from the Nazis.
So take it back to about Admiral Byrd after World War II. Okay, so Admiral Byrd took a force of the naval force down to Antarctica.
Oh, okay.
And
It's Operation High Jump.
yes,
Okay.
and came back very quickly, having lost ships and men or something. But whatever happened down there got lost. And so the question has been since then, because the Nazis were fully down there, during World War II. But and the Nazis never. If you look at the surrender according to Joseph, the Nazis never surrendered. The German government surrendered. And we know Dulles was in Switzerland the whole time. He wasn't going back and forth. Right. And the Ratlins got around from the and we brought 4,000 plus scientists, Nazi scientists, into the national security state.
Well, some people heard a guy who's been on the show before. He's a philosopher, historian on this stuff. Jason John explained to me how essentially Dulles and the national security state funded the Nazis.
Yeah. So there's a wonderful book. I don't know if you've read Charles Dickens, Trading with the Enemies, and he literally describes people stopping, ball-bearing orders going to the U.S. military so that they could go to Germany to keep the tanks going. So you literally had a metastructure, whether it's Dulles in Switzerland moving money back and forth, or literally the American industrial establishment helping keep the German tanks going. So, you literally had a whole corporate infrastructure that was on both sides. That's okay.
So I'm curious. So this breakaway civilization we're talking about bankers, central bankers, and private military contractors. What is there some sort of cohesive ideology that they indicate?
Not that I know of. So And I think that is one of the reasons I think they're going to fail, because they don't. I have seen in different sections or spots a culture or a theology or a philosophy, but I've never seen the overarching. And now what you've seen is you've seen groups, you see some groups who are just, it's just mafia, it's just crime. So, I would say culturally, the reason the uniform model failed is the culture failed.
For the United States.
For the United States, but if you look at what the groups who seem to have power positions globally, I think their culture failed.
I don't think any of the world superpowers have any sort of cohesive ideology, do they? I don't think China does.
I think China does, but it's weakened tremendously. And
maybe Russia is more so.
Russia probably has the best shot of anybody. The Russians tried to recruit me in 2005.
Oh, yeah?
And they had a whole speech about how they were building a great country. And if you look at everything they said, or the fellow who was trying to recruit said, and what they're doing, what he said seems to match what they're doing.
Why did they try to recruit you?
Well, I have a theory. I know what happens, but I don't. We never know.
Sure.
Okay, so I got the I was at a conference outside the country, and I got a very impressive guy who apparently was a pastor, and he did a great job of trying to recruit me. And I just kept saying to him, "Nobody likes a traitor. You have to dance with the guy you came to the party with." He said, "They'll never trust you. They'll never let you back." I said, "I know, but I don't care. I'm an American, so you can't change that."
And this is when you were working for who?
This is 2005, before I'd settled litigation. And I went home. I was working in Montana on a food project, so I went to ranch in Montana. I got home and I said, something's really wrong. And they had tried to force me to settle, and I would. And the negotiation was just, it's like, you weren't going to pay me the money you owe me, and I'm not going to settle it to you for money. It got really mean. And they had pushed and pushed, got mean and mean, and I think they really wanted to settle because they knew they were going to bring a lot of trouble down. And I got home and I said, something's wrong. There's something I'm missing here. So I got on the research and discovered that Russia and their wealth funds were the number 2 holder in the world of U.S. mortgage securities. Yeah, and I said, that was Fannie and Freddie were trying to get me out of town. That wasn't the Russians. That was Freddie and Fannie. And it was right after that they finally settled and paid me the money.
Wow.
Right. And
that's crazy.
Well, things, here's the thing. It's not the world, when you look at things through money, things look very different than they do with credit.
Yes.
So I think that
it's a much more objective way of measuring all of the crazy stuff that you read about or hear about.
Right. So I think it was just a way of getting me out of town. Because then they wouldn't have to pay for the money if I was a trader. No, really.
Right. No,
right.
It makes total sense.
Right.
It makes total sense. Some of the craziest stories I've ever heard about, people being followed or spied on or intimidated have been people that have suggested that this is not the U.S. government that's doing this. These are contractors. These are private organizations.
A lot of the people who were following me, they're funded by the U.S. government, but they have contractors. But then the contractors have what I call stringers. People they just pay daily. It's gig work. No, it's just gig work. You get an assignment on your smartphone that tells you to follow this person around for the day. But it's they're gig workers, and a lot of them are stringers. They've been, they're like drug addicts or just making gig money. Yeah. So I had the whole, portfolio all the way from, a real government employee to a government contractor to stringers. So I dealt with it all.
Again, going back to this idea of this breakaway civilization, some of the stuff that has talked about. Is that what is they have ideas about genealogy and eugenics, and a lot of them are eugenicists, believe in this idea of this master race.
So I can only tell you what I personally experienced, but they do believe in bloodlines, and the notion of bloodlines is very serious in the U.S. And they do believe, just like they believe in green resources or champion cattle, they do believe that some people are genetically superior to other people, and that's part of the bloodlines. And I don't know a lot about it. I only know what I've experienced, but I don't know a lot about it. What I do know is, one of the big unanswered questions I have is how much have they been doing genetic engineering of children all along? So, and I suspect they probably have. So you saw the movie Hen, right? Oh, see the movie Hen. It's all in the movies,
Okay.
I remember in America Fact is Fiction.
Well, I know you talked about the novel, the science fiction novel, Three Body Bone,
Right.
which is basically the idea of this alien civilization coming here from another star system that has like 3 suns and they can't survive, and somebody contacted them somehow, like let them know that we have a planet here and they're on their way here and they're trying to stifle all scientific innovation on planet Earth. And so so by the time they get here, like 450 years, we can't develop technologically to be able to fight them off.
Right. So one of the things I believe, have you ever read Roots of Saturn?
No.
Oh, that's a book you should read. I can send it to you.
Okay.
It's when I first tried to buy it was $2,000 or something.
Oh,
PDF.
wow.
No, I think if you can't get it, I'll send you the PDF.
Yeah.
But Brooklyn was, I think he was I can't remember. I think it was NASA. He was an engineer. And when Voyager passed Saturn in 1980, they call it the Thing. They saw what they thought was like a 70-mile long plasma spaceship docked in the rings, and the theory was that it was getting energy from the road.
Do you remember that?
And that's when the mortgage fraud and the financial fraud exploded. And one of my hypotheses is, did they suddenly say we need as much money as possible to come up to that level of civilization? Because the theory, sort of the history of a more technologically advanced civilization, more or less, so it never works out well for the less.
Yeah.
So it's the same with three-body problem. Crash course, how do we get up here? And one theory, one of the breakaways is, okay, that's a crash course to get us up to deal with the people who control the thing. Right? I don't know if it's true, but if you read popular mechanics, they say the camera and Voyager magically shut down. It's complete. Anyway, but if you read really Roots of Saturn, it's very.
And you believe that we have some sort of alternative source of free energy that we've already figured out, or that somebody's already figured out, and they're keeping a secret from the.
So we have a subsidiary in the Netherlands, Slur Europa. So I have a Dutch partner, and it's 50-50, myself and my Dutch partner. And that group, they do a lot of these disturbing people. I met them because from 2010 to now, they've been doing conferences on breakthrough energy and secret space program. And their breakthrough energy group is called Global Down. It's up on the internet. You can see all their presentations.
Global who?
Yeah, the breakthrough energy movement is what it stands for. And they have a website and they publish all the stuff. And I've participated in some of the conferences. But they've been gathering breakthrough energy inventors from all over the world regularly to talk about what's possible. I have 2 companies. One is Solana Report, and the other is Solana Screens. I do an investment screening. And the money manager and the money managers we work with on Solana Screens, we have a fund, and he's been an investor for many, many years in the breakthrough energy company. So occasionally we'll talk to him about it. Now, I'm one of those people, science goes in one ear. So you don't want to ask me about breakthrough energy, but it's all available up on the internet. And if you know the story of Tesla, on down to the current, there's lots of documentation and evidence that we have a lot of low-cost forms of energy available.
Well, that's the crazy sort of paradox with the idea of, if they're building these, we know they're building these, giant underground cities and military bases and, underground superhighways for people for some sort of government to be able to run, and for these people to survive in some sort of nuclear war event or something like this, that, eventually the diesel power that they're using to run those is going to run out of gas or run out of fuel somehow. They're not going to be able to power those underground bases.
I have no idea how they're covering it, but it seems to me, they're doing it, whether it's nuclear energy or breakthrough energy. And also, if you look at the people, what they've said, once you can get solar farms up in the suborbital platform and shoot the energy down here, there's also all sorts of ideas about how you could, if you can dramatically lower the cost of energy, that would make you want to have complete control. If you're running the planet, you want to have complete control, because if everybody gets breakthrough energy on an out of control basis, you've got no way to control them. Right?
Yeah. Another crazy thing that I learned recently is that the Manhattan Project is now the Department of Energy. Like, they changed their name too much of times, and now the Department of Energy, who is the
Really?
during the Obama years, Obama passed the law that they were going to ban incandescent light bulbs, and now we're on these LED lights that are much more low energy, blue light spectrum,
Right.
which is the same stuff you get from all these smart devices that hijack your dopamine system. And all this
Right.
crazy stuff.
It's all part of the brain poison.
Right.
So, one of my favorite celebrity books we ever did was with an attorney named Benjamin. And do you know who Lawrence Wilkerson was? He was chief of staff to Colin Powell when Colin Powell was Secretary of State during the Iraq War. Anyway, and sometimes you'll see interviews with him as Colonel Wilkerson. He worked over for the jury chiefs when Powell was there, and then stayed with him. Anyway, but Wilkerson called me and said, I just did a peer review. He was a professor in Virginia. Said, I just did a peer review in secrecy of a journal article in secrecy, and this is the best thing you've ever seen. He said, you know a lot of it, but I can't tell you who wrote it. I can't give it to you until it's approved. And he said, as soon as it's approved, I'm going to send it to you, and you want to jump on this. So I did. It was written by Amy Benjamin. She used to work with the Department of Justice. And she did an interview on how all these things have been engineered and kept secret. Because when you realize that there's been this whole parallel universe going on and you didn't know it,
Right.
it's like, how could this go on and me not know it?
Right.
And so part of what people have to grapple with is, how could this be happening and you not know it? And Amy does an absolutely fabulous job of explaining how this was all engineered, and you have literally, if I were to make a balance sheet of the United States, I would tell you more than half the economy is black and secret. And so this thing is, yes, it's been, if you look at the organized crime money and the black money, it's been getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger our whole life. And it's now, the way I got into all these topics, because when I tell you I had no interest in underground bases. I was just looking for the money. It's like, where is the 21 trillion? Where's it going? And I just kept looking for the money. And what I discovered was this huge secret economy. And it was really funny. For many, many years, I had so many wars with the financial guys, because they would say the dollar's going to collapse. And I said, no, it's not. It's not going to collapse. Because it's backed up by an invisible weapon. That makes sure it doesn't collapse. And it's not going to collapse because when you steal 21 trillion, you've got lots of money. There's no reason to collapse. You're collapsing the people you're stealing it from, but you're replete. Okay, you're not going to collapse. The reason they're doing it is so they have no reason. They're resource rich. They're not going to collapse. So it was really sort of, I'll never forget, there's a famous show I did with Brad Pitt, who's sort of an ally of mine, very much. We have a very good I've had 30 of the most important financial people on this year. They all say the dollar's going to collapse. You have to be wrong. I said, Greg, I'm right. The dollar's going to go up. It's going to go up strongly. And because I'm looking at all the stolen money.
Right.
And so he says, finally, I said, I'll bet you $1. He said, you have to be wrong. Every financial guy in the world, all these top guys are saying it's going to, I said, it's not going to collapse. It's going to go up. And he bet $1. I made him pay me because it was up 12% over the year. It was a big move. And it was Farrell. It was thanks to Farrell that I was working with that I could really, and I was working with some money managers too, but you have to, if you're going to look at the economy, you have to look at the whole thing. And if the secret part is as big as the overt part, you have to look at it on an integrated basis, which is hard because it's hard to get reliable intelligence, as you know.
Yes.
But that's where the unanswered question comes in, and you have to just frame it.
Now, how does, when it goes, coming back to energy, solving the energy problem, how does this idea of depopulation solve that?
Well, here's the thing. If you look at the control grid, it's a very, there are two things that are unbelievably environmentally damaging. Okay? You have a global population of 8 billion people. If they all want to come up to a level of per capita spending in mineral and other resource uses as the West, enormous environmental pressure. Where you can get all the minerals to build those roads, have that many cars, etc. Okay. So you're talking about enormous environmental pressure. That's number one. Number two, if you can institute breakthrough energy, then they're all going to want to have 10 kids, right?
Yeah.
More environment.
Lifespan is going to get longer.
So you solve that by control grid, but the thing that is the most energy wasteful of all is the control grid. Bitcoin, 3 years ago was using more energy than Switzerland, right?
Really?
Yeah. In 2023, it was using like 140% of all the energy used by the Netherlands. Right? But you look at the data set. We had an article 2 months ago. If you look at the data centers planned for Texas, they need 30 new nuclear plants.
30
by 2030 is what the article said. 30 new nuclear plants. And China's building nuclear plants, right and left. So the energy, this much data and managing and keeping data, because they're talking about putting sensors throughout the forests. You've got Internet of Bodies, Internet of the Forest,
Right.
Internet of, you're talking about digitizing everything and collecting and managing the data using AI. The energy is enormous.
I had this gentleman on here a couple weeks ago who his first day on the job working for the NSA was 9/11. And he was explaining the sentiment and the sort of the vibe at the office that day. And he said that everyone was very optimistic about the future of the CIA now that they were going to be able to just gather data from people in heaps.
Right.
And now they're building these giant facilities out in Nevada and New Mexico that are going to be just to store just all this information, all this data collected by people.
So I called the Patriot Act the Concentration and Control of Cash Flow Act of 2001. And it moved a lot of the black budget stuff on the budget. But so DOD at that point was missing $4 trillion. Nobody cared. Suddenly they got $48 billion increase the next year, and everybody was spending money. There was a Washington Post publication, I think it was in 2012, 10 or 12, called Top Secret America. And one of the journalists sat down and documented every national security installation or building that they could find that was built from the Patriot Act on. It's just, you just wouldn't believe it. Unbelievable. The waste is beyond imagination.
I think there's a quote from Kissinger where he said at one point humans will eventually become useless eaters.
Kissinger was always, and I knew him in New York because I was part of the Republican committee there, Jonathan Bush, the brothers. Jonathan was a good friend of mine, and I used to help Jonathan raise money, and so Kissinger would be one of my favorite days in my life I would frequent, so I'm an investment banker in Wall Street, making a boatload of money and having a great life. And I had a restaurant that I loved. And they had one table that was a banquet that was like the best table. And I would always go there, and that was my table. And we would always confirm reservations 3 times just to make sure it was okay. And I had dealt a lot with Kissinger and some of the Republican merchants. And Kissinger is, he can be, he could be the most narcissistic person. I was laughing at it, unbelievable. Anyway, so I was standing in line right behind Kissinger, and Kissinger tells the maitre d', who's looking at me, I'm behind him, that he wants that table. And she says, I'm sorry, sir, that's reserved. I can't give it to you. And he's furious. He's just like, I'm Henry Kissinger. She said, I'm sorry, sir. Anyway, so I'm with a client, and so he's mad, and she goes over and sits him someplace, but he's steaming. And she says, oh, Miss Fitz, your table's ready. And takes me, and my client's looking at me like, and Kissinger across the room is like, I hate you. And I'm laughing my head off because it was just like, okay, Henry. The girls won this one. My client was a Henry was really pissed. Wow. Right, it was pretty fun. That was a great day.
That's fun.
He was there's a story about Kissinger, I don't know if it's true, that he's finally taken them to the intersectum and he's given the books of all the classified information the military does about what's really going on. And it totally changed him because he's like, okay, we can't tell anybody.
Really?
Yeah. So
I always imagined what that would be like to have that information in your head. How would that affect you?
I don't know. I've tried. If you look at all the paranormal phenomena on this planet, I've tried to understand it, figure it out, and I can't figure it out. But I've been through most of the material. Farrell and I did a great 2-hour interview called "Who's Mr. Global," and we went through every different hypothesis.
What do you mean? Can you define Mr. Global?
It's the committee that runs the world. So there's a committee at the top that makes all the big decisions, and my nickname for it is Mr. Global. So the question is, who is Mr. Global? Why is Mr. Global doing what he's doing? Because when I look at a situation, I like to put myself in somebody else's shoes. Like, if I was Danny and I was doing this, what would have looked like from my point of view? And so I want to put myself in why is Mr. Global doing this? What's Mr. Global's point of view? So anyway, so Joseph and I went through and did who is Mr. Global and what he's doing. So we went through all the theories, but some of my favorite comments on the internet is people they'll say, well, she worked at the White House, and no, she's not doing this. So, no, everybody at the White House said, sure.
Who's your best guess?
I think you have international tools of capital, and right now they are over influenced by cults. So I think you have interdimensional intelligence, which is good demonic intelligence.
Interdimensional demonic intelligence.
Yeah. So I think this thing about nuclear is real. And I can't find it anywhere. I found it once. In the 30s, a British physicist got up and said that we are being manipulated from other dimensions by intelligent beings from other dimensions. So I think if you study Christianity and you read the Bible, you're dealing with both divine intelligence and demonic intelligence. And I think too much of the leadership is deeply involved in the occult and demonic types of intelligence.
Wow.
So I just read a book, and I have no idea. So I've tried to find every theory to explain all of this stuff. So I'm not telling you this is true, but I just finished reading a book called The Fire Within. And he describes it's a exploration of a group of military intelligence in the United States called the Collins Elite.
Oh yeah, I've heard about the Collins Elite.
And they came to believe that the ET phenomena was a demonic phenomenon. It was not people from another planet. It was demonic.
It was stuff.
Right. Right, and one of the things he discovered was that, or the Collins elite apparently discovered, is in many sort of abduction events, if you called on Jesus Christ, it would stop. Yeah, yeah, that's what he reported, and he strikes me. I don't know anything about him, but it struck me as someone who's trying to do a faithful job of simply reporting what they found.
You know, there's a lot of folks in the intelligence community that publicly state how they believe that the whole UFO phenomenon is like this biblical thing. How it's angels and demons and these things can be angelic entities, but like literal, like legitimate people in the intelligence community, whether they're still active or retired or whatever, that have been on podcasts that state.
No, I am sure that all of that stuff is happening. So I think we are dealing with demonic and angelic forces in our world, and that's interdimensional intelligence. So the Bible calls it, demons and angels. Other people call it fifth dimension or whatever. But I think we're absolutely. And I will tell you what I think is the most important thing to understand about the universe. So write this down. This is my favorite. My favorite new book is A New Science of Heaven by Robert Temple. 99% of the material in the universe is plasma. Our universe is made up of plasma. And I used to hear that David Bohm said this, and other physicists as well, but Temple's really documented it. And I'm sure he's right. Plasma is alive and it's intelligent. And that means life is alive and intelligent.
Plasma and dark matter.
Plasma. But, let me make it simple. The universe is alive and intelligent.
Sure.
And we share intelligence with all life. So in the Lord of the Rings, when the trees show up to help, that's real.
Right.
So life is alive, and the notion that you can take digital technology and control it centrally, once you understand that, it's so ridiculous. Only demonic intelligence would come up with that point.
Yeah, I answered your question.
Have you noticed this recent phenomenon of, and there's been articles written about it, essentially a lot of big shots in Silicon Valley are mapping Christianity now onto everything that's going on in Silicon Valley. And there's a church in Silicon Valley that Peter Thiel and the head of this company called Y Combinator are, Peter Thiel's famous billionaire gay Christian, and the guy from Y Combinator is a big devout Christian, and they're holding these big conferences, and all these folks in Silicon Valley seem to be now converting to Christianity, going to church, and it's just really interesting to me, because Silicon Valley is, historically known for being like anti-religion, right? Like it's not been a typical religious part of the world in history. These people are, a lot of people developing tech and developing, these social media platforms, transhumanism.
I know nothing about it.
Yeah. There's been a lot of articles. There's an article in the New York Times that came out in the New Yorker, and it's really interesting to me that somebody like Peter Thiel, somebody who's very much tied up in the military-industrial complex, the intelligence community.
There is a non-alignment between the teachings of Jesus Christ and what Peter Thiel is covering.
Yeah.
So,
But it makes me wonder, though, why somebody like Peter Thiel would be so invested in promoting Christianity in Silicon Valley.
I don't know. I would need to understand that.
I wonder if it has something to do with trying to bolster Christianity in the United States, or sort of revive Christianity in some sort of a national security aspect.
Well, here's the problem. The problem is that there has been so much financial fraud and corruption that you have a real breakdown in the general population. And so, that there is a vested interest if you don't want to depopulate everybody and get everybody productive, and they're not going to be productive unless they believe in laws and have laws. So, our problem is the Impala model failed. In my opinion, is we're not agreement capable, and the leadership is not agreement capable. But now the message is to the population: you don't need to be agreement capable. And when a complex society depends on the rule of law, or at least the appearance of the rule of law, you take away the ability to be agreement capable, and the society fails.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at other countries, and if you look at Russia, and you see they have sort of this cohesive Orthodox Catholic religion. If you look at Middle Eastern countries, they are so religious and extremely religious to the point where they're willing to strap a bomb to their chest and die for their religion. We are the opposite of that. We are not. There's no sort of general religion or ideology or belief that ties us together in that aspect.
So one of the questions I would ask, I'm trying to remember, I have to look up him, how to pronounce his name, Mo, G-A-W-D-A-T. He's Egyptian, who is the chief business officer at Google. Do you know? He wrote the book Unstressable or Happy. He discovered AI when he was at Google. So, yeah, there it is. Yeah. Look it up. Wonderful, wonderful man. So he's an engineer. He was the chief business officer at Google, and then he discovered and worked with AI. And his immediate reaction was to quit and completely change his life. And one of the things he said is, if you look at how quickly the IQ of AI is growing, and how far as a processor it is surpassing us, you realize we better hope that it's learning moral culture from us, that we're teaching it morality. Because if we don't, we're in real trouble. And I think dealing, his reaction to AI has been that which I've seen from others, which is to say the most important thing is not less new values. You have got to revisit and invest in new government values.
Yeah, well, like going back to like the theme of this conversation, morality is something that you can see that is very much tied to culture and the United States, the population of the United States, the citizens of the United States. But when it comes to this decentralized, this sort of breakaway government or whatever you want to call it, it's almost like they can only exist without that. If you have other countries that are willing to, like I've had multiple people on this show who've been a part of various intelligence, or have been a part of the United States intelligence community for a long time, and dealt with other intelligence communities of other countries around the world, whether it be Russia, Soviet Union, or Israel. And it seems to be, at least within the, I'm not saying the intelligence community is detached breakaway civilization, but the only way to get things done in this underworld of intelligence is to bypass morals. It's to weigh the good. It's to weigh basically what's worse in order to achieve our objective. Like, we're willing to do whatever it takes to achieve the objective. Although we will do the thing that's the least worst. And you hear stories of some of the insane human atrocities and things that have been done to people in the intelligence community overseas, on black operations during wars and these kinds of things. And I guess the point I'm trying to get across is that the only way on this global scale of nations, if you want to be the most powerful nation state on planet Earth in this anarchistic global battle that these nations are fighting, you can't be tied down by morals to get ahead.
So let me describe it this way. There are two ways to get power in this world. One is to amass force, whether it's financial force, legal force, physical force. But ultimately, it comes out of the planet. And power on planet Earth is run out. It comes from force. But there's another way to get power, and that's the maliciousness. In other words, if you have the power to call in divine intelligence, not just as an individual, but as a group, and you have the ability to make and keep contracts across time and space, and communicate across time and space, freely and openly. If you go read the Bible, that's the story of Gideon. That's the story of There's another way to power. And ultimately, 8 billion people operating power is more powerful than all the bombs and the demonic force. And they know that. That's one of the reasons they don't want us to know that, to come to that power. But, you have to understand. I don't know if did you ever read Ingo's one? He's got a great book on power.
Yeah, I haven't read the book.
You read his book on power. But
Ingo's almost a Scientology.
Ingo's one was a nephew.
And a Scientology.
Right. And, but he was, what do they call it? They called him the same thing. He was one of those people who's sort of a
Polymath.
Yeah. But there is another way to get power. And if you train a population to operate without morals, you make them powerless.
So you think like a one world religion would be ideal?
I think a one world religion would be just
Isn't the religion has been throughout history the number one source of death and war?
Well, religion, organized religion was used. So, religion has been treated. Religion has been the source of this.
Right. I guess my point was just like if you're going to separate, like this is the conundrum. This is the paradox of it. If you separate morality from government, you can't be the most powerful government, right? And it seems like this.
Yes, you can.
This.
I think I'm absolutely sure.
It seems like this like weird self-fulfilling prophecy.
You have to. There's a one. Did you ever watch the TV series Yellowstone?
Yes.
So I'm a huge Taylor sheriff.
Okay.
Just a huge sheriff.
Yeah.
Anyway, but I don't know if you remember the second season where the big issue was what are we going to do about the backgrounders? Okay, and so they have to come up with a way of legally killing the backgrounders because they got to kill them.
Right.
There's nothing. And the son corners one of the backgrounders on, in the bathroom right before he shoots him. He says, "Why do you make us do it? Why do you, why did you force us to kill you?" And the guy says, "Because nobody ever fights back." And the son says, "We be back dead." And then he goes and he sits on the porch with his dad, and his dad says, "The trick is to be, more evil than evil, so that you can stop evil and protect your family, and still love your family, enjoy sunset."
Right.
So the question is, how can I outwit and defeat great evil and still have the capacity to love? That is the question. That is the question. And a great law government can do that, but you have to be prepared. So I probably shouldn't say this story. My sister, a group of people many years ago was trying to get me to run for president in New Hampshire, not because I had a chance of winning, but just so to put disclosure, to get people to understand what was going on. So I absolutely refused. I said I had nothing to do with it. So my sister called me. She said, "Well, what? Okay, let's just pretend you're willing to do it. What would we have to get for you to be able to do it?" And I said, "You would have to give me 250 licenses to kill, no questions asked." And she was a lawyer. She said, "That is the most unethical and immoral thing I've ever heard." I said, "How am I supposed to run on an organized crime syndicate unless I have the ability to enforce it?" Right. So she thought that was unethical. I didn't think it was unethical. She asked me what I needed to do the job effectively.
Right. In order to survive.
No, in order to do a good job at the job. So if you're going to stop evil, you're going to have to use force. And use it wisely. You're going to have to use it well. You're going to have to use it because you're what was it? What was that great scene when Jack Nicholson was the president? He was talking to the aliens, and he says, "Why can't we just all get along and kill them?"
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. This is like, then you get into, like, if you want to use another example of this paradox, would be like what's going on in the Middle East with Israel and the Muslims, right? And the Israel-Palestine thing. I think there was just something she was up for. I think she was up for some position, right, with the ambassador. She was in front of Congress, or somebody asked her, like, "Do you think Israel has a biblical right to the West Bank?" And she was absolutely, Israel has a biblical right to the West Bank.
Then she has a reputation for offensive. Ask Farrell. Farrell has a page in Picture 65. Get him to explain. It's all a bunch of doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's just an organized crime syndicate who's great at spin.
So how do you think we get back on the right path on this tour? It seems like we're on this downward spiral right now.
We're definitely on the downward spiral, and we have to change them. And what we focus on at Solari, so if you come to Solari, we have something for the building.
Yeah, I watched it.
I think we have to decide, do we want to be free or do we want to be in control? And so we're going to have to slow down and stop the control grid. And there are many things you can do. So we have several big pieces on how to work with your state legislature and all the things the state legislature can do to work with the Constitution, to protect the Constitution, and to stop the control grid. I think that's one thing. The other thing is, if you look at how many of us are financing the control grid and supporting the control grid, supporting the people who are implementing the control grid, we're going to work in implementing ourselves. We can all just stop it. And so that's another thing we can do. And we have an article on steps and pieces what can I do. So we have fantastic amount of information. But then I also think each one of us can go in our life, because this is a control the freedom have a real person at a time. And what you can do is make sure you and your family are control, that you're free, that you use your time and money to do things that help other people be free. Because you and I can't be free unless we do it. It's only so we have to grow and adopt the culture where we're getting our power not from the government, but we're getting our power from righteousness, and we're doing things that help our family be free, like protecting them from the great poison. I mean, you, Danny Jones, should be doing everything for your family to make sure your water, your food, your whole way of life is protecting your family from the great poison. There are many, many things you can do that, especially because you know very good at this place. And so we have to live our lives and live our lives where we adopt and support the culture that is healthy and help those students. And if you come into Solari, that's what our whole program is about. And all of our political actions invested in the last 2 years, trying to help state legislatures do those things under the Constitution they can do to slow down and stop the control grid. We can stop it. We still have time to stop it.
So you're optimistic about that?
I'm optimistic that it's possible. I'm not. If you look at how many people are just going along with it, it's pretty scary. Yeah. So, and it's funny because the number one criticism I've gotten over the last year is I'm critical because I'm supporting the president. And my attitude is, if the president is implementing a digital control grid, no, I'm just support him on that, And, it's not personal. I want to be free.
Sure.
Right. So, and I think a lot of people, I've always told everyone, look, you can't, the federal government is financially dependent on the bankers. You can't implement real change inside the federal government. I mean, you can implement some, but the kind of change we need are millions of people saying, no, we won't go into the control grid. I mean, if tomorrow everybody got up and just 10% pulled their money out of JP Morgan Chase and said, we don't want to be controlled by CBDCs or stable coins, it would rock the world.
it seems like things are getting harder for the younger generations to do anything nowadays, especially with like interest rates going up. You can't buy houses, right? You can't afford to call money. Universities, the job market, who knows what the job market's going to look like in 10 years with AI.
So there are solutions to all of that. I mean, if we were to change the financial liquidity of the ground, we could make things wonderful for those people. And the young people could, build companies and lead us out of this. So we could revive Main Street. Money is there and the ability to do this thing. I mean, that's all possible. But, it starts with recognizing the wage gap is opposed. And you have a group of people who are using the federal budget to centralize power. So what I can show you is the federal budget, the vast majority of money. I can't tell you what the waste is like. So, for example, back to the foreclosed properties at HUD, I would find neighborhoods where we were spending $250,000 per unit to build public housing, or $50,000 to buy and rehab a foreclosed property in the FHA properties. So we could get 4 or 5 homes for the price of one, but they wouldn't change it because when I took the material to the woman who was the special assistant, the guy running the public housing building, she said, "But how would we generate fees for our friends?" The entire federal budget is engineered around fees for our friends, and I don't see anything being done to change that. But we could change that because you can't, if you look at the laws that apply to financial management, I mean, the laws are all there if we implement and enforce them. So this can be changed.
Well, thank you. This has been fascinating. I'm gonna have to go back and watch this podcast like 2 more times.
Okay. Well, I'm happy. I say a lot of homework before we do this. I'm happy to send you more homework.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I would love that. Thank you very much. And then the links are the SolariReport.com. Is that it?
Yeah.
And then what was the other one?
Solari Screens, but just go to Solari everything. Just look for Solari.
Okay.
Thank you, Danny Jones.
Thank you.
It's been a real pleasure.
That's very nice to meet you. And I'll link everything below. And we have some Patreon questions, if you don't mind asking them. We have some Patreon members that have some great questions for you. So we'll wrap up the podcast now,
Okay.
and then we'll go hit a couple of those.
Okay.
That's all, folks. Good night. My neighbor had mushrooms growing in her wall. They were being yeah, and I thought it was a joke because he's super gross. He's my apartment holding his mushrooms. And he's like, "What did you do? What did you do?" And I, of course, had never talked about mushrooms. So I was surprised that he didn't make the association. And it's pretty funny. And then I realized he wasn't joking. And he actually talked about like infected the building with spores in some way. So they kicked you out? No. And of course, the real issue was not. It also obviously wasn't a cyclic mushroom. Right. It was like some like compromised species actually identified for it. But it wasn't like severe water damage. So that seems like that's not good. If you at the point to go over mushrooms first. What else could be going wrong? You might want to check the mold too. Yeah. So that was part of it. And yeah. Cool. So obviously I've been a fan of course and your show for a very, very long time. But it wasn't until a couple of years ago that I made the connection between me and your dad. Because I was also a huge fan of your dad's documentary.
Like, and my mind was blown. I was like, no, can you do that? That's incredible. I mean, like some of those documentaries that he does, like the way he does documentaries is so unique and so like he just has a very, very cool way of like the cinematography that he does, where he has the interviewers talk directly down the barrel of the camera. Sure. No, he interviews them like right behind the lens. Sometimes with his older ones. I think Mr. Death. I think he did it during Mr. Death, where all of the interviews. Like typically, people when they're doing interviews, they're looking to the side, right, to like somebody talking to them. But he has this unique way of having people look straight down the barrel of the camera, or having multiple like Teratron. Oh, the Teratron. Yes, I forgot that's what it's called. Oh, your mom. Yes, that's so cool, man. Yeah. Some of those stories, like the Mr. Death story, is just so bananas. Yeah, and yeah, that's a great I think so too. Yeah, that's a really good people talk about it very much. Right? No, nobody talks about it. Never ever get up. Never heard of it. It's a bad name. It's part of it as a forgettable name. And the original name was supposed to be called Honeymoon and Auschwitz. They thought that was too controversial or something, so it was changed to Mr. Death. It's sort of a forgettable name. It's an amazing name. Yeah. And so the guy, Fred's hypothesis at the end of it, some guy, the guy who was involved in some trial basically got Fred to testify for him that the gas chambers in Germany like couldn't have been gas chambers, and like that was used like to, I don't know, that ended up being like this weird side road that the whole documentary took at the very end that you weren't expecting. And it seemed like your dad had to do a lot of damage control with that when they were promoting the documentary. No. Oh, no. Interpretation. I never the subject of the documentary was the association between Dutra's pseudoscience beliefs and how this fed into his delusions and self-deception. And I think that it was a kind of, it wasn't as if like there was some kind of gotcha moment, like he was only interviewing him. I mean, the subject of the documentary is his involvement with Sundal, and there's an extensive interview with an analytical chemist in the documentary dissecting why his testing of the Auschwitz gas chambers was methodologically flawed. Right, he was just like putting like kind of dust in bags, in like simple bags, and flying across the world to a chemistry lab. Right. And this is, I think it actually is a very important lesson. I say this just because this was the subject of the documentary. This wasn't some kind of like he was just talking to a guy who was doing electric chair repair. He may have initially been interested in him for that reason, although I actually think he probably didn't know about the association. Oh, he knew about that in the beginning. I got the impression that he didn't find that out until like after they were in production. Could be. That was a while. It's been but I don't remember because all this was made when I was a child. Right. But yeah, the story for those who aren't aware is that there was this untrained, uncredentialed electric chair repairman who had seemingly done a decent job designing electric chairs. This wasn't, as far as I know, any major instances of his designs failing in a way to cause some kind of terrible suffering. To the best of my knowledge, I'm not the encyclopedic knowledge of the results of Dutra's execution device designs, but he had gotten embroiled in this quest to demonstrate that the Holocaust didn't really happen, and he was contracted as a sort of scientist, despite having no training in chemistry, to collect samples from the interior of the gas chamber in Auschwitz and have them chemically analyzed. The issue is that in addition to these samples being at that point probably at least a half century old, one wouldn't expect any of the for like hydrogen cyanide very volatile. So the first issue is that it's not something you expect to remain on the surface
so because it is a volatile substance, it doesn't have a tendency to deposit on surfaces. Like there, we have a Prussian group of Prussian blue type cyanide complex that would have been detected, but again, the samples were diluted because you wouldn't expect this to penetrate more than like a fraction of a millimeter to the chamber wall. It was chiseling off huge pieces of yes, that's very crude. Just sample. Right. So it's sort of a portrait of self-deception.
Yes.
And the danger of pseudoscientific inquiry.
Right. It was, one of the most profound things about that documentary that I did was he was explaining after the Bureau of Prisons got into an electric chair that said, okay, maybe we can come up with these other operations or these other ways of executing people with them, like lethal injection and even injection, which I think in the U.S. for Bureau of Prisons and all kinds of other ways of doing it. He was explaining it is really difficult to kill people. He's like, it's not that easy. It's not as easy as you imagine. There's a lot of people that weren't dying, that were just getting tortured or like getting put in a vegetative state. And that was one of his hardest things. Like actually trying to push somebody over the edge of death is a lot harder than you would imagine.
Yeah, it was surprising, expecting all of this.
And it was incredible stuff. Your dad's new documentary, that Chaos documentary, is also really good because he's also done the Wormwood stuff about like CIA's and MK Ultra and all this stuff. Did you like help him at all with any of this stuff? I'm sure like you guys' interests are very much intertwined.
Oh yeah. I was involved in Chaos Productions various ways from the beginning, and it's an interesting story. It's I think the book is very good. I read a manuscript of it long before it was published. I'm not sure that I am persuaded by the book's thesis, but I still think it's very interesting and provocative.
Yeah, he didn't have like a thesis, but there wasn't like any conclusion, right? He had like I think it ended with 3 or 4 different conclusions of like why they got murdered.
Right, I should maybe I do agree with the aspects of there's maybe two theses in this. One is that the story of command systems as they are typically portrayed is flawed and incomplete and has inconsistencies that I would agree with. But the bigger thing that I think most people are actually interested in is the possibility that Charles Manson was some kind of mentor in Canada who was programmed by the CIA. And that he's not claiming that that is definitively the case, but that is sort of the subject of the book is attempting to
bridge the gap
possibility.
Yeah, sure. And he did point out that he found like solid evidence that clinic that Kate Ashbury did have CIA funding and they were doing like crazy testing. I think it was LSD mixed with amphetamines and seeing how that affected people. And they got Jolly West who's been there all the time. The connection with Manson and his followers going there every single week. It's just you can't draw any like solid conclusions out of that. But the connections are bizarre. The fact that they were doing that stuff when he was there through media as well.
Yeah, because and I say this as someone that I've interviewed David E. Smith, who's the founder of the Ashbury.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was in a piece of the episode of my show. Okay. So I've known him and followed his work for most of my adult life. He's a very influential psychedelic researcher. He created what was once called the Journal of Psychedelic Drugs, which was the premier peer-reviewed scholarly journal dedicated to research on psychedelics. It was later renamed the Journal of Psychoactive Drugs, but it's a big journal, and so it's not surprising to me that one of the preeminent researchers on psychedelics was doing psychedelic research. It's nothing, and he's in Haight Ashbury, which is the center of this entire hippie movement, and is providing free medical care to impoverished people in that community. Again, not really surprising to me. It's really enormous numbers of people. So I do think that it's very easy. I fall into these sorts of patterns of thinking myself. I see this. I'm not saying this like you're stupid if you think this way, but it's very easy when you look at scrutinizing historical documents to look selectively at what suits the narrative that you're trying to present to the public and not critically assess alternate possibilities. And, I know this very well. I spent a lot of time looking at World War II psychedelic research, and wouldn't it be interesting if the Nazis knew about LSD, for example, right? So I'm already operating from the perspective of wouldn't it be interesting if the Nazis knew about LSD. So anything I look at, I'm hoping that people will support that. Meanwhile, it's very easy to ignore large amounts of evidence that don't support that. And it's just a critical thinking exercise in general. I know it's less fun to talk about talking. Like, I'm sympathetic to the funness of exploring these ideas, but more and more as I see our culture fracture to these other lack of critical thinking skills, I feel less sympathetic to the playful, non-critical reinterpretation of the world, like using the world as this kind of fanfic canvas to paint whatever narrative that you want. I mean, that's one of the nice things about fiction, is you can explore these ideas and you don't have to pretend that they are true. Whereas I feel like there's a tendency for people to use these same sorts of idea, I guess, what a fiction writer might do, they project it onto reality, right? That this is like the new way that people tell stories.
Yes, it makes it fun, I think. And then when you combine it with social media, it's kind of like throwing gasoline on the fire. And then you also combine that with like, these sensational headlines or narratives that you come up with and post on social media. They organically get more eyeballs and more attention because you're attracting more people, right? People that are less, they don't think as critically. And on top of that, you have people making careers out of this stuff, out of like taking these things and just running with them. So it's like this compounding thing that is like, it seems like it's completely gotten out of control. I don't know how it ever, I don't think it was keep back. And this kind of goes, you talked about this a little bit with Rich Strassman on your podcast when you guys were talking about telepathy and like brain chips, like what if people could communicate just telepathically and there was no filter. And you eloquently stated how like that would be terrible because people would not be able to edit what they're thinking. Like, typically when you write, you have to like go through what you're writing and refine it so you can have the most coherent message and communicate authentically what your intentions are. But if you're just having this chaos of thought confusion in your head being transferred into somebody else, then there's going to be like an insane level of miscommunication happening. And that's like what's going on.
Yeah, and it requires so much work to undo some kind of falsity that's been propagated that you can just totally lose track of reality. And, I think that it is huge that you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. I think that culturally we can develop an appreciation for carefully constructed ideas that are responsibly bounded by the limits of evidence. And when you have something like that, then it's all the more interesting because it's real. You're not playing games with imaginary ideas. Like, and again, I say this as someone who's extremely sympathetic to the excitement. Like, I can't tell you how many of these things I've had myself. One that I've been looking at for years, it's very fringe, is this idea that astrology has been weaponized by the government. Right?
Hey guys, if you're not already subscribed, please hammer the subscribe button below and hit the like button on the video. Back to the show.
And there is some evidence for this, right? And you can even make the case that is evidence-based and somewhat tenuous, that the entire Reagan administration war on drugs was astrologically mediated.
How?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Where you have Nancy Reagan, who's an actress, who's a kind of low-level actress, and it's sort of like a character who's sort of analogous to Melania Trump in a lot of ways, where she wasn't taken seriously. Everybody's making fun of her. She's not like a Michelle Obama type person who has political ambitions, who is using her role to disseminate ideas that are constructive. She spends something like $40,000 getting a new set of china for the White House. Everybody makes fun of her ruthlessly. This is where our taxpayer money is going. How frivolous and how stupid. So she's having this PR crisis, and she's also really into astrology. Both her and Ronald Reagan were really into astrology. They had astrology with Joe Quigley. And this is a fact. This is like a 100% established fact. In the midst of this PR crisis, she's consulting with Joe Quigley about what to do. And Joe Quigley tells her she's probably pretty good. With PR crisis, you need something that can bring to the American people that will show that you are concerned. And your mission, because Neptune is in the 12th house, will be Americans' struggle with drugs. So this is like unfathomable human suffering may have come from this borderline random astrological whim. And when you add to that, there's some other kind of interesting bits and pieces of evidence. The CIA recent book by Thomas Copeland, who wrote in a book called Game Player about CIA using astrology to be compromised by the government to deliver disinformation to foreign sets of state. So, this astrology computer to the president of Ghana and and the output of the computer did a lot of things. For example, organizing food or something like that. So there are all these, and this is, again, written out by a person who worked at the CIA. It's very difficult to probably know these people to get up with a computer and to make up on top of that computer. And there was a large amount of resources that were actually invested into astrology computers during that period of time, studies, including military funding. Again, so okay, it's pretty wild. So I actually have the astrology computer, the astrology computer that arguably is responsible for my drugs. These are things. It's fused. I got it from Nancy Reagan's astrologer. That's the best. That's the best story. It's got an information from the college computer terminology. 2004. How many years? That's so crazy. But anyway, so this is an example. Like, I'm very, very interested in this idea. I probably collected every little bit of evidence. And is it possible? Yeah, it's definitely possible. It's possible to play the role. It's possible. Usually more to it. You could make an argument that the Reagan administration was astrological mediated. But at what point is this factual? At what point is this ignoring real factors that we're going into this? At what point am I doing this because it's fun and interesting? And so you have to be self-aware, you have to be responsible about that things because it's so easy to manipulate people. And it's something that I've become, well, I've always been acutely aware of it in the realm of psychedelic journalism. Because this is like one of the areas where journalistic failure is the norm, right? It is the exception to the journalist equal failure. Yes, we're just used to that. Of anything. Well, maybe well, that would be maybe a slightly more cynical interpretation. But yeah, journalists often don't do that well. It's a hard job. sympathetic to a very unsympathetic occupation. It's a hard job, but they've done a really, really bad job with drugs, and they continue to do an unbelievably terrible job. But what's interesting is we tend not to notice the way these manipulations play out until a decade or so has passed. Like, you look back at the scare stories from the past, and it's literally laughs, jokes, ha ha ha, your president, your brain on drugs, how stupid is this? All of ecstasy makes holes in the brain, how stupid is this? All these things, I had this huge archive of news reports on MDMA, and you have cops lecturing other cops about this is a pacifier, and the MDMA user puts the pacifier in their mouth to enhance the drug pleasures of the experience. It's all just nuts. But the same thing's happening now. We just are worse at noticing it until a little bit of time has passed. So whatever the dominant narrative is, and I guess crucial before I even get into the examples, because the issue is that these narratives are so dominant that people don't even have to start to question them. And often there is this whole drugs cause brain damage narrative that was the sort of scientific orientation of the 90s. It's potentially true, right? Like, under some, drugs can damage your brain under some circumstances. Right. For a typical person, holes in their brain is not really the major concern. It's only the disruption of their social, professional, and educational existence through dependence on a substance. They're probably easy in most instances, causing irreversible neurological damage, but it can still have very negative manifestations of one kind or another. So now we went through this era of a hyper-reductionist conceptualization of addiction problems in the United States. So the entire opioid problem in the United States can be exclusively tracked to Richard Sacklers, right? It's just, that's it. That's the whole thing. It's like, right, it's very convenient. Wouldn't it be nice? It sure would be nice if it were that simple. If you could blame everything on Richard Sackler, that's it. That's the whole thing. That's why all these people died, just with one guy. But it's like, give me a break. He definitely played a role. I'm not saying it's completely wrong, but it's such a laughably reductionist understanding of human motivations for drug use that I struggle to understand how any adult who's lived in the real world could think it is truly that simple, right? It's like, the basic idea that I think people struggle with is that they think drugs are responsible for drug problems, which is a very superficial read. Of course they are, strictly speaking, but the reality is that you can get to a point where you want to hurt yourself with a drug, or you're willing to develop a problematic relationship with drugs due to some kind of social, psychological problem that is putting you in that position to begin with. Yeah. So just merely having act like you offered me freedom at the beginning of this podcast. Yeah, I declined the freedom. Like, why did I decline the freedom? Because you know a lot more about freedom. I'm not even saying the freedom is bad. That's not the point. The point is that I'm aware of it. I'm aware of it. Yeah, people become dependent on it, definitely. Which in and of itself is not necessarily a bad thing. Right. I'm very dependent on caffeine. So, right. So dependence in and of itself is not necessarily bad, although I would argue it's not.
I can't remember a day in the last 10 years that I haven't. There's been, in the last 10 years, I can probably count on two hands how many days I've done it. Not many days. I've been talking every single day. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Maybe creating not as bad as caffeine, but that's coffee. Right. I don't know. Right. So I know this shit's amazing. Like, it's so much better than caffeine. Right. And yes, I mean, as far as what you know about kratom, I know you've done a lot of research on it. You know far more than I do. I watched part of your documentary when you went to, I think, Taik. There's guys who are basically, they had kratom trees. Yeah. How does it work? And other than the amazing euphoric, stimulating feeling when I drink it, what is, like, is there any downside or long-term negative effects of it?
The long-term effects are not all that well studied. seems reasonably safe with occasional use. I mean, it is an opioid, it's low potency opioid, so dependence is not uncommon with people who use regular withdrawal syndrome that comes with that. Unlike more common opioids, morphine can cause respiratory depression, which is a big thing because the main reason that people don't like opioids or there's this extreme fear of opioids in the United States is because they kill people. Right? That's like caffeine stuff shows that people are somewhat dependent on themselves. It's not usually conceptualized as a big problem, but as soon as you start dying using a drug, and that dramatically changes the way it's perceived by the public for obvious reasons. And because freedom tends not to kill people, relatively speaking, it's extremely safe to kill morphine type or fentanyl type compounds, then it doesn't carry the same problems. It's not as if it's without problems. And even there's a lot of people that are able to transition off of other opioids onto kratom, and that's probably a better move. It's very complicated. There's not a simple answer to these questions. It's like whenever people say, is this good or bad, there's no answer to it. It's like if you were drinking yourself to death and you're able to transition onto like 1 can of this per day, I would say it's probably better. But if you're just not doing anything and then you become dependent on this, I would say that's a step in the wrong direction. So
It's a good exercise to abstain from things for a period of time if you attempt to.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I notice myself on the weekends, I don't drink any of it, but I catch myself thinking about it. I'm like, oh, it's noon, I could go for a kratom. And I'm like, okay, I know I'm thinking about it, so that means I shouldn't have one. I should go more days without having one.
And then there's also the obvious issue that if you're taking a drug to address a problem that you will likely continuously for the rest of your life, then you're setting yourself up to use that drug continuously for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
So if the issue is, like I do use kratom occasionally as an alternative to ibuprofen, like exercising a lot and pain. But then you have to ask yourself, do I plan to be sore after exercising a lot in the future? Because if you will, then the answer is you're going to be using this all the time. Where I think another example is obviously using the non-induced sleep, where it's like chances are you're going to sleep quite a few times across your life, so if you don't develop healthy, you don't develop that healthy technique for falling asleep, then you're setting yourself up for a lifetime of dependence.
So why did you decline the kratom?
Recently, especially I've seen a lot of people becoming dependent on it again. It's a big problem, but it's just been a little bit wary. And I'm not somebody that is like immune to addiction by any means. Like I'm looking at your sin. No, I don't. But my podcast is sponsored by Lucy.
Yeah, I have those two. I like the Lucy better.
Yeah. And so I'm friends with the guy that owns it. He'll send me a crate of these things, and I know how it goes. It's like I'll consume the entirety of it, and then it's not until it's all gone that I have a moment to reflect and use it really just consume it.
Everybody is obsessed with nicotine pouches. Everybody's on them. It's crazy how they've just stormed society in the last 2 years.
It's crazy. I mean, nicotine is so unbelievably addictive. It is something else. It's also relatively, I don't want to say totally innocuous, but it's not. You can be crazily addicted to it, and it's not necessarily a big deal, which is one of the reasons that it's so easy to get really addicted to it. Like if I take that test, if I were to consume that dip, not that I want to, it would be a big deal. It wouldn't necessarily be a big deal. It would really just be setting myself up to continue using it. And I'm really good at convincing, if I can convince myself that something's beneficial for me, then I can almost always use it. So I've never been drawn to this self-destructive pattern. But if it's like, oh, on this podcast, it would really kind of sharpen the thinking a little bit, and a little bit better probably. And then I can justify same thing. Things like University, go to a lot more things. Okay.
It's a little overstretched.
Ambient, yeah, very easy to, very easy because you always have to do something instead, and so it's very easy to so I should just be
Juice and mental gymnastics. That it would be beneficial.
it would be very beneficial. Yeah, it would be damaging, not.
Yes, absolutely. One of the things I hate about the Sims, though, is it's very vasorestrictive. So, like, if you're doing any sort of like activity or exercise, it's counterproductive for that, right? So, like, for some reason, it's supposed to be stimulating, mentally stimulating. But how is that? How is it mentally stimulating? It's like cutting. It's vasorestrictive, right? Don't you want more blood flow to your brain?
There's a few stimulating things that seem to reduce blood flow to the brain paradoxically. I mean, it's not the pharmacology isn't mediated purely by the vascular effects. It's mostly through the acetylcholine receptor, right? But it's hard. It's hard to know how much of these have the self-deception. Right? What is the difference between thinking that they're working better and working better, and and could something just be working worse? You know, actually working better. This is the whole paradox of nootropic drugs. So how do you know that nootropic works? It's not think of my memory. Conceivably, something could be damaging your memory. You think that your memory is improved by virtue of being unaware of what you forgot. It's like a Dunning-Kruger type scenario.
Yeah, I love these music. These are just the struggle pouches with caffeine and stuff in them.
Yeah.
They don't have the. If I take these every day, it's like nauseous kind of.
Oh, yes.
Like, if I take 3 of them, I can't do 3 of them a day. I'm just like maybe max 2. But the other ones, I don't feel affected at all. Yeah, it's great. I'm super lightweight, which is why I was super impressed. I'm very impressed with you, and I'm kind of heavy because you are the complete antithesis of you're the opposite of a hypochondriac. You're not afraid of anything. You literally go into the depths of the Korean Amazon like a fucking venomous toad. You're like, well, I hope I don't die. Like, but they burn you, they run it on you. You had the guy in Haiti powder on you. He's holding the powder. He's like, this will kill 20 people. You're like, okay, put it on me.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see that on record. I think I have reason.
You just know stuff. You're very educated in stuff, and you understand the pharmacology. So maybe that's the reason you aren't terrified of it.
Yeah, I mean, some degree of fear is warranted. It's just about finding the appropriate balance when you're so afraid that you're going to do anything to prevent yourself from worsening experiences. But also having enough fear that you're not taking unnecessary risks and harming yourself. And yeah, I think to some extent there will always be uncertainty, but you can't learn. I was just working on a piece about it, the chemistry of LSD type compounds, and made a new analog of LSD. And me as a chemist I was working with also tested it on yourself. And I didn't know with certainty that it would be safe, but we were very cautious and we increased the dose somewhat slowly. And we were able to, or I was able to look at the metabolism of the compound and educate a guess about how it may be transformed in the body and how it may or may not be risky. Which is not to say that it could have some sort of unanticipated toxicity. Absolutely could. But you can make a foundation of knowledge based on everything that has been published on all of the compound and related compounds, and you can educate a guess and proceed cautiously. And everything was fine.
Really?
I was fine. I enjoyed this compound.
Really? Yeah. How different was it from traditional LSD?
It was less potent, maybe about a quarter to a fifth potency, and much less visual. It was a less dazzling, but still very pleasant and shorter acting.
So, what was it like? I'm actually curious. What was it like in like the very early days of Vice and producing your show, The Vice? And that was back in 15, 20 years ago. Yeah. So did decide what we're going to film and all of that.
Yeah, I mean, I find it interesting that people always seem to be amazed by the work that I've done. It truly is. It's like usual when Vice is producing tons of drug related documentaries on it and continues to. So that in and of itself is never a hard sell. Pretty much every mainstream media outlet is continuously producing what